Those who have caught snakes know. A snake becomes a python after 10 years. 1,000 years later, it transforms into a flood dragon. After 10,000 years, it evolves into a dragon. Yet, I only need 1 second to turn a snake into a dragon. Simply because I unexpectedly awakened, extracting divine-level bloodline talents. I can extract the genes of all living creatures to evolve my own beast. As everyone knows, a dragon is composed of the characteristics of 10 creatures like lions, tigers, deer, shrimp, crocodiles, snakes, salmon, fish, and eagles. Therefore, by extracting the genes of these creatures, I can create a dragon. The reason I want to create a dragon is that, not only because dragons symbolize the Xia civilization, but also because there is a white snake that crossed with me to this world. At this moment, I am touching the white snake's body, murmuring to myself, rest assured, I will definitely awaken the beast taming talent and prevent you from becoming snake soup. Upon hearing this, the white snake, surprisingly, cleverly spat out its snake gallbladder at me. The reason I say this is that although the little white snake has been baptized by spiritual energy and awakened some spiritual essence after coming to this world, its strength and talent are really rubbish. Most importantly, ordinary people in this world are not allowed to raise fierce beasts. If I cannot awaken the beast taming talent by the age of 18, the ultimate fate of that little white snake may very well be captured and turned into a bowl of snake soup. Seeing this, I earnestly touched the head of the white snake. After all, you are the only proof of my past life. Then I continued, of course, even if not for you, I still must awaken the beast talent. The once touched little white snake suddenly rolled its eyes, seeming quite displeased with my words. Just then, a mechanical voice suddenly came to mind. Detected host reaching required age, upon awakening beast talent, activate mythic gene system. Hearing this, I couldn't help but reflect on the past decade. The system is finally coming through, feeling excited, looking forward to today's awakening ceremony even more. At this moment, on the playground of Yangcheng Noble Middle School, as the homeroom teacher announced, the awakening ceremony of my class officially began. As time passed, soon most people had completed their awakening. Being in the school's elite class, aside from a few who couldn't awaken their beast talent, the rest awakened decent C or B level talents. Just then, the homeroom teacher called out Lin Chen. It's your turn. I immediately stepped forward, placing my hand on the awakening equipment armor. Intentionally, a voice echoed in my mind, B-level talent, bloodline enhancement. Hearing this, I couldn't help but nod. B-level talent, not bad, but the most crucial is still my system. And at this moment, another sound echoed in my mind. Beep beep beep, the host has awakened, the mythical gene system is activated, the B-level bloodline amplification evolves beyond the SSS level talent, the bloodline extraction system. You finally arrived, but in this world, the highest talent level is in SSS, so how strong should one's talent, surpassing SSS, be? With this in mind, my gaze fell on the talent introduction, bloodline extraction, capable of extracting genetic infusion from all creatures and controlling beasts. In the instant my gaze landed on it, I instantly understood everything. In the process of evolution in nature, all creatures evolve abilities that benefit themselves, and I can extract and store all these abilities, then inject them into my controlled beast's body, allowing it to evolve and gain a more powerful strength. The next moment, a creature that only existed in myths and legends appeared in my mind. It was the dragon at the top of the food chain, with unparalleled combat power, and also phoenixes, Qilins, Xuanwas, Taotais, and other mythical creatures from the past. Mythical beings. Even the legendary goddess Nuwa, can she be brought into this world? Just thinking about this made me excited. I couldn't wait to try it immediately. Just then, the homeroom teacher interrupted my imagination. How is Lingshun doing? After a brief thought, I replied to the teacher, I have awakened talent bloodline enhancement. As the saying goes, the taller the tree, the stronger the wind. It's best not to easily reveal one's surpassing SSS level talent, but it's also impossible to aim too low, as each student's talent will be tested with instruments later on. However, the highest level of the instruments testing is only S level, so revealing an S level talent is the most appropriate. S level talent, the homeroom teacher exclaimed in surprise upon hearing this. Even a hint of disbelief appeared on his face. The classmates below also showed expressions of shock. It's actually an S level talent. You should know, in the entire Dragon Kingdom with billions of people, the number of individuals who can awaken an S-level talent each year does not exceed 100. At this moment, the principal heard the commotion and quickly ran over from a distance. The middle-aged principal, now so excited that the wrinkles on his face resembled chrysanthemums. With this talent, you've already reached the highest level of scholarship qualification in the school. By the way, what's your name? I calmly replied, Lin Chen. Very well, you will receive a scholarship of 5 million, along with a specially bound king and cub for you to choose from. Upon hearing these rewards, the classmates below were already drooling with envy. The beast level in this world is divided into awakening warrior, lord, king, disaster, emperor, and mythological, with 7 levels. The upper limit of a beast tamer is determined by the aptitude of the beast. In other words, even if you have the SSS beast talent, if your beast is a lord level, then the highest level you can reach is also the lord level. Of course, when you reach the lord level, you can contract with a new beast again. As for a king level beast, it qualifies you to become the lord of a city directly. If you can obtain a king level cub directly, it's already a boundless future. Forget it, principal. I already have a desired beast in mind, but I just briefly considered it and declined. After all, I have already agreed with Xiaobai to form a contract, and Xiaobai is. Maybe with the help of the system's abilities, it can evolve into a real dragon. That is a presence more powerful than any other beast. Upon hearing my words, the principal was stunned. But if the beast's talent is not enough and cannot pass the subsequent exams, then one cannot become a beast master. The homeroom teacher and classmates were even more dumbfounded. This is a king level. What creature can be more talented than a king level cub? They know that although Lin Chen's family has some money, it is simply impossible to buy a king level cub, let alone one better than this. Helpless, the principal could only say, well, we won't insist. The money will be transferred to the card you have at school later. Thank you, Principal Wang. After saying that, I bid farewell to everyone. Then I turned around excitedly and headed home. I couldn't wait to try whether my system could really create a real dragon. Inside the villa, as I cut my finger to draw a drop of blood, the small white snake opened its mouth and sucked the blood into its mouth. Then a strange sensation rose in my mind. The contract was successful. The white snake's level awakened. With early talent and skills awakening, the evolution path is not introduced. A rare and weak spirit beast that even a millennium cannot wait for. After checking the white snake's attributes, I couldn't help but chuckle. Indeed, the level is too low. After all, it is a creature brought from the blue star. Although it has awakened some intelligence, it is not strong enough to compare with the fierce beasts in the wild. Fortunately, I have a system, and there happens to be a few million inheritances at home. I can buy some remains of fierce beasts online to extract. No sooner said than done, I immediately went online and bought a complete awakened late-stage silver scale fish. Soon, there was a knock on the door outside. Your delivery has arrived. Excitedly, I went to the door and brought the silver scale fish, almost the same size as myself, into the room. With a thud, I threw the silver scale fish on the floor, wiped the sweat off my hands. Indeed, it's heavy for a culprit. This silver scale fish is covered in silver scales all over its body, and its mouth is capable of biting through a 20 centimeters thick steel plate, looking quite intimidating. This one costs 100,000, which is too expensive. I feel heartbroken as I place my hand on the silver-scaled fish, hoping you won't disappoint me. As I speak, the skin of the silver-scaled fish under my hand starts to dry up and peel off. In just a few seconds, it completely turns into a skeleton. Shortly after, I hear the system prompt indicating the acquisition of the silver-scaled fish's bloodline and the ability to spray water and drool. After successful extraction, when I look back at Xiaobai, the word endow unexpectedly appears on his body. Without hesitation, I place my hand on him and say, endow the bloodline of the silver-scaled fish, the history of silver-scaled fish spraying water. In an instant, the white snake coiled around my arm suddenly showed a painful expression. Subsequently, the originally inconspicuous scales on its body began to grow, followed by the silver scales of the silver-scaled fish covering the white snake. Its body also underwent some changes. Xiaobai revealed a pained expression, coiling on the ground. This pain on its face lasted for several minutes before finally subsiding. At this moment, Xiaobai's appearance completely changed. The scales on its body became tougher and more delicate, and its snake pupils transformed from snake eyes, turning into eyes that are a mix of fish and snake characteristics. Such immense power. At this moment, under the nourishment of the spirit beast, I can feel a continuous flow of power entering my body. I clenched my fist and felt like I could punch through solid wood at this moment. But I didn't have the leisure time now, so I quickly looked at Xiaobai's panel. The white snake awakens in the middle stage, talent awakens in the later stage, skills involve water spraying, evolution route leads to scales, introduction of piranhas, silver pythons, and water monsters, a very unique jade beast. Although it's a snake, it can spray water. This is the middle stage of awakening. I opened my mouth, feeling somewhat unbelievable. A jade beast reaching the middle stage of awakening would need to eat exclusive food for at least a month. Just like how iron bears need to eat iron bamboo, while flame birds need to eat fish with extremely high heat content. In this process, a professional nurturing manual is also needed. Only with a slight possibility can one break through to the middle stage of awakening within a month. Not to mention the effort. Even if you spend money, it's definitely more than 100,000. But for now, I only bought a scale and injected its bloodline into Xiaobai's body. This raised the level to the middle stage of awakening, talent to the later stage of awakening, and even gained new evolution routes and skills. It's simply a big win. From snake to python, from python to flood dragon. If the flood dragon continues to evolve, becoming a dragon is not impossible. However, with the money I have now, there's currently no way to buy the top-tier bloodline and skills. Just like how the scales of a silver scale fish can at most block swords and spears, the scales of more powerful fish can withstand gunfire. Even some creatures' scales have even more miraculous effects. In oneself, one must allocate and purchase the most suitable creatures. Just then, my phone suddenly rang with a notification. Your bank card ending in 9527 has received 5 million yuan, please check. The school scholarship has been deposited. With this money and my savings, it should be enough to make the purchase. With that in mind, I opened the shopping platform again, quickly buying the possibly evolving creature for Little White. In just 10 or 20 minutes, all the bodies of the ferocious beasts were piled up in the courtyard of my villa. In the courtyard, Little White sniffed around the bodies of the ferocious beasts, seemingly very interested. Seeing this, I chuckled and said, "Little White, these are not for you to eat." At that moment, Little White's spirit seemed much higher than before, obediently stepping aside upon hearing this. With a lift, I extended my hand and extracted all the ferocious beasts in front of me. Obtained the bloodline of the red-colored bird, the bloodline of the claw viper, the bloodline of the iron armor tiger, and the skill of eagle eye. Acquired the hardening skill and the rapid skill. Dozens of ferocious beasts, all turned into a pile of bones in a matter of seconds. These ferocious beasts are all late-stage awakened, with extremely high prices. Seeing everything disappear in an instant, I felt heartbroken, but fortunately, it was all worth it. "Xiaobai, come here." I called Xiaobai over to me. Tear, tear, tear. At this moment, Xiaobai seemed to know what was about to happen. Appeared very excited. "Let's inject some blood first. If there's too much, you might not be able to handle it." As I spoke, I reached out and placed my hand on his head, injecting blood. The next second, Xiaobai curled up again, his cells receiving a tremendous stimulation, operating rapidly. Even with awakening and bearing so many creatures at once, genes would struggle to withstand it. However, the changes were evident. The scales on his body became more distinct, his body thickened, and his eyes appeared sharper. At the same time, as the one receiving nourishment, I also felt everything around me becoming clearer. Then I tried to impart the acquired skills to Xiaobai, but most of them failed. In the end, he only gained 3 skills: spraying water, entangling, and hardening. But I wasn't too disappointed. Ordinary spirit beasts can only have 1 skill at the awakening level, at most 2. But Xiaobai already has 3 skills at the awakening level. Passing this test, becoming a spirit beast master should be a sure thing now. It seems digestion is complete. Looking at Xiaobai lying limp on the ground, a string of information appeared before my eyes. The white snake, awakening to the midterm talent of a warlord, entwines skills in the later stage, hardens with divine water, evolves into the route of a python, silver python water creature, unicorn snake, colorful electric eel snake. Introducing rare and extremely powerful creatures, it's hard to imagine how other life forms survived countless years ago. The talent has actually reached the later stage of a warlord, and finally the option of a python has appeared. I can't contain my joy at this moment. Although the python's evolutionary path, considered trash, has long been eliminated on this planet, but to transform into a purebred dragon, one must first change from a snake to a python. As for other silver pythons, water creatures, and unicorns, I don't intend to evolve, because evolving according to the genes of other creatures, while making one stronger, could also potentially disrupt Little White. Like the evolutionary path of a dragon. Moreover, although it's considered the weakest evolutionary path, with Little White's current body hardness and skills, it's on par with creatures in the later stages of awakening, even those in the early stages of being a warlord. In the blink of an eye, 3 days have passed. During this time, I injected the stored genes and essence of blood into Little White's body every day. At this point, Little White's level has already reached the later stage of awakening, a progress speed that can be described as extremely terrifying. You should know that logically, even with the best conditions, it would take at least 6 months. However, I managed to achieve it in just 3 days. Injecting the foot genes was indeed effective, as there are actually some small protrusions. At this moment, I caressed the 2 small protrusions on Little White's head, unable to contain my joy. Whitey coiled around my arm, looking completely content. but it's not powerful enough yet. As far as I know, in this world, some creatures have extremely powerful abilities, even capable of unleashing lightning to destroy everything. However, with my current strength, I definitely can't obtain it. Whitey is going to school tomorrow, so you better behave well. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Whitey nodded earnestly. I patted Whitey's head again and said, when I activate the beast space tomorrow, you'll have a place to go. In this world of beast taming, once you awaken your beast talent and contract your own pet, you can come to school and open your own beast space, thus officially becoming a beast tamer. As long as you can awaken your beast talent and contract a pet, there's almost no situation where you can't open the beast space. However, the potential of the beast space is closely related to the talents of the pet and its owner. The higher the level, the more benefits it brings to the pet. It can not only accelerate the growth of the pet but also heal their injuries from battles, even hidden ones that are hard to detect. Of course, in most cases, it's used as a storage space. The next morning, I arrived at the school playground early. After a lengthy speech with 3 major points and 5 subpoints, the principal's speech finally came to an end. Alright, students, there are less than 100 days left until the college entrance examination. I won't waste any more of your time. With that, the principal stepped down from the stage. Then, another piece of crystal-clear original translucent spirit stone was brought out, which is the necessary material for unlocking the beast space lock. Just have the pet beast drop blood on it. Then the beast master places their hand on the translucent spirit stone to awaken the beast space. Depending on the size of the awakened beast space, the translucent spirit stone will have different reactions. Soon, a student stepped forward. His pet beast is a flame phoenix with a warlord-level talent. After the flame phoenix dripped a drop of bright red blood, he placed his hand on it. Immediately, this transparent stone emitted a faint green light. Seeing this, a sudden exclamation came from below. It turned out to be a sea-level desire beast space. It has a size of 100 square meters and 3 times acceleration, which is already quite a good talent. Unexpectedly, with the desire beast's talent not high and the pet beast's talent not high, they were able to awaken this level of desire beast space. For a moment, a glimmer of hope also arose in the hearts of other students. And as the ceremony continued, at that moment, a dazzling golden light suddenly burst forth from the translucent spirit stone. The audience below immediately widened their eyes. Even the principal on the stage smiled. As well as a space of 500 square meters and 10 times growth amplification. He is the one who awakened a first-tier talent at the awakening ceremony, and received the guidance of Senior Spirit Master, that king and cub white crane. No need to mention, he is one of the top 3 on our school's beauty ranking list. As for why he's not first, it's because he already has a crush on the top of the unrequited love list, Lin. Baihai came down from the stage, looking at Lin Chen with a happy expression. Now he can keep up with Lin Chen. As long as he can keep looking at him, he is satisfied. When he walked up to me, he waved his fist and said, "Good luck, it's your turn next." Listening to Baihai's encouragement, I nodded silently, then stood up and walked towards the stage. To be honest, I'm not too sure about what level of beast space I can unlock. As I went up on stage, all the students cast curious glances at me. What kind of beast could make someone give up a king-level cub? You should know that a beast is contracted. The first beast. Because its physique still falls within the human category. Therefore, the level of the beast cannot possibly exceed the king level. In other words, a king-level cub is already the best among the initial beasts. However, even so, he was rejected by Lin Chen, which inevitably aroused curiosity among some students. Even the principal and 2 strong members of the Royal Beast Association are interested. He is Lin Chen, a middle-aged man in black combat uniform on the high platform, with sharp features, asking. The principal respectfully said to the middle-aged man, "Yes, Instructor Liu." This middle-aged man is one of the top 2 figures in the Yongchang Royal Beast Association, not only highly respected, but also possessing the strength of a warlord. In the later stages, there is a beast that is about to break through to the lord level. If he takes an interest, it will bring endless benefits to the student's future. This child is indeed good, at least very attractive, with a woman in tight black clothing beside him. She smiles and shows great interest in Lin Chen. The principal sighed helplessly. It's truly a superficial world. Just now, even when Baihai awakened this beast space, neither of them had any reaction. As soon as Lin Chen appeared, he started asking questions without even seeing the beasts. However, these 2 are top figures in Yangcheng, the 2nd and 3rd in command of the Yongchang Royal Beast Association. To some extent, they are like the 2nd and 3rd in command of Yangcheng, far beyond his reach. If it weren't for the 2 of them coming here today with important matters to discuss, he probably wouldn't have had the chance to meet such figures in his lifetime. However, just as the few of them were talking, There was a sudden rise, only to see on the translucent spirit stone, suddenly emitting green, blue, and red light. In an instant, everyone present was covered in it, and then soared straight into the sky. For a moment, even the entire academic institution was enveloped by the dazzling, eye-blinding brilliance that covered everything. The three-colored light, this is the symbol of the less-grade beast space, unexpectedly awakening the S-grade beast space. But then everyone was shocked. Just because Lin Chen's contracted beast turned out to be an ordinary white snake, without any horns, not even a divine light wing. Isn't this just an ordinary white snake? Why would Lin Chen contract such a useless beast? Even the principal was dumbfounded, never expected that after Lin Chen rejected him, he would contract such a beast. How could he compare to that king-level cub? Even the principal started to doubt if he had made a mistake. But being so close, only a blind person would mistake it. This damn sure is just an ordinary white snake. This student's talent is good, but this beast, Instructor Lu frowned, then said it is indeed dragging them down a bit. The black-clad woman on the side retorted, I think this child has a lot of potential, contracting a beast. It's not about being strong, but about being suitable. Upon hearing this, the principal's face immediately twisted into a bitter melon. He quickly explained, these two, that king-level cub, I did hand it over to him, but he rejected it. The principal, fearing a misunderstanding, quickly explained that he did not hand over the king and beast cub to Zhongbao privately. He doesn't have the courage to embezzle what the Beast Association issued. This is serious. Once discovered, he would be hunted down from all sides. However, just as everyone was feeling regretful, a vision appeared. They saw the three separate colored lights converge into a golden light. The golden light instantly enveloped me, exuding an unparalleled sacredness. Even the white snake on my arm was dyed in gold at that moment. The students below SS level were once again shocked. The fusion of the three colored lights into gold was not something from textbooks, but the impact of the SS level beast space, right? I told you, how is this possible? Only S level. Only an SS level is worthy of Brother Lin's beast talent. A beast space of this level must be as large as a supersized mansion. The crowd showed expressions of envy. On the stage, Instructor Lu and the woman in tight black clothing also showed slight signs of agitation. The principal's face lit up with joy. It seems that the white snake did not lag behind. However, before everyone could calm down and recover from their shock, the golden light that filled the sky, unexpectedly, all condensed in the Ling crystal in an instant. After a few seconds, suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed through the heavens and earth. Then, the golden light transformed into a golden little dragon, roaring within the Ling crystal. Even I was somewhat surprised at this moment. Isn't it said that dragons don't exist in this world? Why would a little dragon form within the Ling crystal? What I didn't know at this moment was that the playground had fallen silent, countless students staring wide-eyed, staring at the Ling crystal on the platform. Even the principal and two instructors could no longer remain calm. Suddenly stood up. The woman in tight clothing spoke, her voice even trembling slightly. The dragon's cry of 9 heavens, a phenomenon that only appears in legends beyond the SSS level beast taming space. The dragon's cry of 9 heavens. Throughout the history of the Dragon Kingdom, the total number of beast tamers awakening the SSS beast taming space does not exceed 10. Among them, there is not even one who can generate this top-tier phenomenon. Even before this, people always thought it was just a legend. However, just when everyone thought everything was over, suddenly a clear cracking sound resounded in the field. The originally extremely hard Ling crystal unexpectedly cracked open in several places. The little golden dragon directly leaped out from the cracks, but before it could soar into the sky, I absorbed it before it could ascend. The reason this situation occurred is because in the moment I saw the golden dragon illusion, I instinctively used bloodline extraction. The scene of absorbing the golden dragon went unnoticed by anyone around, as their attention was still focused on the dragon roar that just sounded. Oh my, with the dragon roar, this has already surpassed SSS and the beast space. The phenomenon that can be produced, right? That's right, and this is definitely the first case, enough to be called a divine level beast space. To actually produce such a legendary phenomenon, could it be that the Holy Spirit's little snake is actually a young dragon? You, Xiaowai, need to have some restraint. If it were a dragon, I would have eaten this translucent snake on the spot. By the way, did you guys hear any sound of something cracking just now? What sound? Could it be that the lion monkey is in trouble? At this moment, General Lu, the instructor on the high platform, had green light shining from his eyes, staring at the Holy Spirit's figure like a hungry wolf, fixedly. I never expected that it was just a routine job, yet I encountered such good fortune. The woman in a tight black suit on the side directly took out a business card and handed it to the principal. Principal Zhang, I'll take this student. As for the translucent stone he broke, take this business card to the association. They will compensate you. The principal nervously took the business card and said, "Don't worry, I'll clean it up tonight, and soon I will ask for Lin Chen's opinion." As he spoke, the principal looked at the business card handed by the female officer, and when he saw the 3 characters engraved on it, he was suddenly taken aback. As is well known, the Monster Tamer Association is divided into 3 organizations. One of them is affiliated with the association, responsible for the auction of fierce beasts and the supervision of various resources. The other one controls most of the monster tamer forces in the Dragon Country, and it is also the force to which General Liu, the instructor, belongs. The remaining part consists of top-notch experts, is under the control of the Exhibition Dragon Bureau, and the woman in front of them is actually the director of the Exhibition Dragon Bureau in Yangcheng. Seeing this, General Liu, who was on the side, unhesitatingly said, "I disagree. I was the first to speak. What do you mean by taking him away now? He must join our military." "Ha, I won't argue with you anymore. You can ask him yourself." The woman in the tight black outfit smiled and spoke, as if she had already won. General Liu glanced at him and didn't say anything more. After all, their argument here is meaningless. Everything depends on Lin Chen's willingness. The principal on the side wiped the non-existent sweat from his forehead with his hand. 2 big shots were actually willing to tear their faces apart for a student. It's unclear whether this is a good or bad thing for Lin Chen. Just afraid that after joining one organization, he might offend another. There will be trouble afterwards. Half an hour later, all the students had completed the opening of the beast space. At this moment, standing on the stage, Director Liu scanned the audience and greeted the students. "I am Liu Qing, the chief instructor of the Yangcheng Beast Association." The originally noisy scene suddenly quieted down. Director Liu nodded in satisfaction and then said, "I am here to accomplish only 3 things. Firstly, it's just a formality, to issue you the Beast Master's certificate. Secondly, it is to select suitable candidates to join either me or MS Jai in the Exhibition Dragon Bureau nearby." At this point, Director Liu paused. The students below also showed a hint of excitement in their eyes. As long as you can enter the Beast Association, you will not only gain respect from others but also obtain a large amount of resources and wealth. If you can join, it would be even better to be accepted into the Eagle Beast Master's Dragon Slashing Bureau. However, its acceptance rate has always been low, and not even one person may be accepted by the school in a year. At this moment, someone raised a question: what about the 3rd thing? This is also the question on everyone's mind. In previous years, the Beast Association would send people, but only to issue the Beast Room certificate and take away a few people. I've never heard of a 3rd thing. Looking at the eager expressions of the students below, Instructor Liu cleared his throat twice. With a solemn expression, he began, "In recent years, our Beast Taming Association has seen few disastrous level beast incidents lately, so in response, we have decided to focus our resources now. Everyone is eligible to compete for this spot, but the prerequisite is that you must be a member of our Beast Taming Association. We will select 100 people nationwide and provide you with enough resources to advance to the disaster level. This selection will take place in Giant Beast City a month from now." Upon hearing this, everyone's blood boiled with excitement. Competing for the spots of 100 people nationwide means that the victors will be the elite of the entire Dragon Kingdom, the top 100 of the younger generation, and these resources are only given to 100 individuals. Certainly extremely. Isn't this nonsense? Cultivating resources eager for disasters. How could it be impoverished? If I can obtain these resources before the entrance exam, perhaps I really have a chance to enter those 5 major beast taming academies. I've set my sights on these resources. Some students below gazed intently, clenching their fists, clearly confident in themselves. At this moment, I am quietly considering that I will definitely participate in this competition. After all, with my current strength, trying to obtain some rare resources is far from easy relying solely on the Beast Taming Association. But I remember that in Giant Beast City, there are territorial lord-level ferocious beasts roaming around. Surviving in a place like that, with Little White's current level, it is far from sufficient. Lin Chen, at this moment, a voice interrupted my thoughts, and I looked up. I saw the principal approaching with 2 people, straight towards me. "Lin Chen, these 2 are from the Magic Association, Instructor Liu, and..." The principal looked towards the woman in the black tight-fitting clothes. "The other party hasn't told me their name yet. I'm Di Qian, the chief of the Dragon Slaying Bureau in the Yangcheng branch." Di Qian reached out and shook my hand. Seeing this, I asked, "Instructor Liu, Chief Di, may I ask what brings you both to find me?" They both spoke simultaneously. "Of course, it's to invite you to join us." Then, there was a moment of silence, followed by a fierce glare at each other. Lu, do you have to mimic the way I speak? Who's imitating whom? It's you. Clearly, I was the first to suggest bringing him into our department, yet you interfered at the last minute. Isn't that a bit much? A heated argument erupted between the two. I understood clearly that they came to invite me to join the Beast Control Association, which is also the first thing I want to do now. After all, to participate in the Beast City competition, the first step is to become an internal member of the Beast Control Association. Lin Chen, I'm sure you've heard of our Dragon Slaying Bureau. Those who can enter our Dragon Slaying Bureau are all rare geniuses. Moreover, the head of our Dragon Slaying Bureau is one of the top beast tamers in the world. As long as you join us, I can promise you 30 million dragon coins, access to the Beast Advancement Island, and all the resources needed for Lord-level advancement. Upon hearing this, Instructor Lu eagerly said, we offer the same conditions as the Dragon Slaying Bureau, plus a rare evolutionary path for serpents. After a brief pause and hesitation, he continued, my beast is also a serpent about to advance to the Lord level. You can witness its advancement. You can watch from the sidelines. Upon hearing this, Di Qian was stunned. The evolutionary path of beasts is highly confidential. To offer such a level of detail, Instructor Lu did spare no expense. However, the two of them were unaware that I do not need the beast's evolutionary path. Although this is extremely important for others, for me, it's just a blank sheet of paper. At this moment, in order to prevent this genius from being taken away, Di Xian gritted his teeth and said, you forced my hand, don't blame me for using my trump card. Your sister, Lin Chen, is also in our Dragon Slaying Bureau. I personally sent him to headquarters back then. As long as you join my department, I am confident I can train you to be as powerful as him. The genius senior instructor was momentarily stunned by the news. He had never heard of Lin Chen having a sister before he arrived. In that case, it seems like my serpent's evolutionary path indeed pales in comparison to the bond of blood. I couldn't help but roll my eyes. What's the use of sending it over? Whether it's the evolutionary path of snakes or my own sister, both are debuffs to me. However, at this moment, they both treat it like a gem, trying to win me over. Can't you show some sincerity? Even if you replace my sister with money, it's fine. Yes, I do have a sister. After all, when I crossed into this world, I was only around 10 years old. Relying on just myself, it's hard to hold on to the inheritance left by my parents, let alone survive in this world. It was at this time that a person claiming to be my elder sister, 2 or 3 years older than me, came to my house and discouraged all relatives. She then took the initiative to take care of my daily life and studies. Until later, her twisted desire for control and talent began to surface, but now I have finally freed myself from her. Gathering my thoughts, I took a deep breath, then looked solemnly at the two in front of me. I will make my own choice, although it is related to the conditions they have given, it is more about my personal desire. Upon hearing my words, the two in front of me were momentarily stunned. This young man seems to truly have his own thoughts. Instructor Lu spoke up, reassuring, don't worry, even if you choose him, I won't retaliate against you. I'm not that petty. After all, we are all geniuses of the Beastmaster Association. Although Di Qian didn't speak, he also responded with a smile. Seeing this, I nodded silently. That's good, that's good. I was really afraid of attracting the attention of big shots. My small frame can't handle it. Afterward, I began to think carefully. Joining the military would indeed provide excellent resources and the best training. But at the same time, freedom is lost, and the risk is higher. Joining the Dragon Slaying Bureau, on the other hand, is a freelance profession. With one's own strength, one can also obtain more resources and training. However, the level of danger is determined by oneself, sometimes even higher than that in the military. Yet the conditions offered by both sides are exactly the same. After careful consideration, I made a decision. I will join the Dragon Slaying Bureau. Instructor Lu's brows furrowed instantly. Indeed, young people still prefer the sexy and hot senior sister. I should have sent other instructors. Ha, I'll take care of that person. Di Qian's face couldn't hide the bright smile, evidently playing the affection card. When to snatch? Captain D, please don't send me to my sister, and don't tell her I joined the Dragon Slaying Bureau. Di Qian, who thought his plan had succeeded, was momentarily stunned, then nodded. It seems this little brother wants to surprise his sister, wanting to tell her in person that he joined the Dragon Slaying Bureau. After all, when he first entered the Dragon Slaying Bureau, he was excited to tell everyone at home. Lin Chen probably has the same thoughts as me now. However, he is mistaken. I am just being simple, I don't want my sister to bother me again. If he really finds out that he joined the Dragon Slaying Bureau, he would probably come looking for me the next day. Just imagining that scene is terrifying. Alright, I still need to select other talents. After 3 days, I will come to find you once I pass on the message to all the academies. I nodded silently. I understand. The resources you should have will be delivered to your home today. After a brief explanation, I left the school with Instructor Liu. After the conclusion, I returned home. At this moment, I was sitting on the sofa, checking the situation inside the beast taming space. The entire beast taming space is thousands of square meters in size and can accelerate the growth of beasts hundreds of times. In other words, only 3 days need to be spent in the beast taming space. It's equivalent to a year passing outside. Although the growth rate is incredible, the cost is high too, considering it consumes 100 days worth of food in just 1 day. Little White has high food requirements and costs. Even some wealthy individuals might end up bankrupt from feeding it. Fortunately, there are fools willing to let me fleece them, directly contracting all the food for Little White from the awakened level to the catastrophic level. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to afford just the food costs. While I breathed a sigh of relief, I still decided to go fight wild beasts in the wilderness. Although I can sustain myself for a while with the prize money I earned, I also need to think about the future. Moreover, Little White also needs to hone its fighting spirit in battles against wild beasts. At the same time, the funds from the Dragon Slaying Bureau have been deposited into your bank account ending in 9527, totaling 50 million. Be sure to check at any time. There is still a message below. The extra 20 million was exchanged by your sister. Seeing this, I furrowed my brow. There are such benefits. I didn't expect that it could really be exchanged for money. In addition to the bank card being credited, my information has also been recorded in the Exhibition Dragon Bureau. As long as you enter your identification, you can enter the exclusive network of the Beast Master Association. This place is mainly for beast masters, selling captured ferocious beasts and cubs, and buying other than this. In the mall, there are also medical kits for quickly treating injuries in the wild, and almost all kinds of food eaten by the beasts are available, provided you have enough money. And as a member of the Dragon Slaying Bureau, I can get a 10% discount on any item purchased inside, and this discount will increase with the rise in status. Deciding to make adequate preparations before going into the wild, after all, that place is a paradise for ferocious beasts, and almost every day there are beast masters who die in the mouths of those ferocious beasts. Then I opened the computer to enter the mall, since I was going to evolve into a python. Then buy the same kind of giant python, and extract all the essence when the time comes. Recharge all into the mall, convert it into machinery. After a series of operations, I quickly spent all of this 50 million. Soon, a large truck full of ferocious beast corpses worth over 50 million was sent to my courtyard. Blood extraction. I reached out my hand and absorbed all the giant pythons piled up in the courtyard, coiled into a ball, one by one. Obtaining essence of the unicorn giant python, essence of the colorful giant python, and essence of the fierce poisonous giant python. Then comes some repetitive skills, such as devouring, coiling scale strength genes common in pythons, and even poison fang skills. Afterwards, I summoned Xiaobai from the beast space. First, I tried to see if Xiaobai could learn the skills, then I injected the genes of the skills into Xiaobai's body. Then came a series of failed births, but this was within my expectations. Teaching skills is definitely not that simple. Suddenly, an unexpected voice broke my thoughts. Coiling skill upgrade, entry-level coiling upgraded to proficient. The proficiency of the skill has improved, and I exclaimed in surprise. Then I thought about it. Reasonable, after all, the creatures I absorbed are all giant pythons. The coiling skill has long-formed muscle memory, and extracting their genes. Naturally, this kind of muscle memory can also be extracted. And the proficiency of each level of skill is divided into entry-level proficiency, mastery, perfection, which will increase with the number of times the pet releases it, and the enhancement of insight. Proficiency will continue to increase, and the strength of the skill will also increase accordingly. To upgrade from entry-level coiling to proficient, it usually takes releasing it hundreds or thousands of times, but I skipped this process. I felt a slight excitement in my heart. This means that without the need for training, Xiaobai's combat skills have already reached a proficient level. Just by casually using entanglement, he can achieve the best striking techniques and angles, which will undoubtedly be a great advantage in battle. It seems there are a few more memory machines for entanglement skills. Give it a few more times and see. Then I gave it a few more memory machines, but it only increased proficiency without upgrading. Even so, I am satisfied. Then I extracted the Python machine and, along with the golden dragon genes obtained from the spirit stone before, initiated the fusion process. Xiaobai suddenly shivered, then his body emitted a scorching white light, and his size visibly increased. After a few minutes, his size had doubled from before. System White Snake, awakened in the later stage, with the talent of a king. proficient in entanglement skills in the early stage, mastery of water spitting and hardening. Evolution route includes silver python, water monster, unicorn snake, rainbow eel, scale snake, dragon blood water monster. Upon reaching the later stage of awakening, the dragon blood water monster evolution route was added, and the talent soared directly from the warlord level to the king level. Seeing this, my emotions became excited. It seems that the genes extracted from the spirit stone are indeed useful. Although they did not directly create a dragon, this evolution route significantly enhanced Xiao Bai's talent. It's no wonder that it can awaken people like the bloodline monster. It seems that the origin of the spirit stone is also very mysterious. The more opportunities to acquire, the better. Afterward, I started preparing to head into the wilderness for training. Around the sheep city, there are 3 secret realms. After some thought, I quickly made a decision. Let's go take a look at the nest of the thunder snake. If we can acquire 1 or 2 skills from the rat snakes, that would be even better. His little white wrapped around Lin Shen's body, stretching its neck out and looking around excitedly. This was its first time entering the jungle, and its wild nature was aroused. The guy who just went in, isn't he the one I saw in the Yanqing news? Some professional hunters saw Lin Shen's figure and were somewhat surprised. Didn't he just form a contract with a beast? Isn't it too dangerous for someone to come alone into the wilderness? That's true. Even a late-stage awakened or a warlord-level beast tamer wouldn't dare to venture alone into the territory of the lightning snake. It's easy to imagine the danger for a newcomer entering there. Maybe you saw it wrong? That beast tamer named Lin Shen is from a wealthy family and has caught the attention of various forces in Yangcheng. He must not lack money, and how could he, who is pampered, come alone to the wilderness? You make a good point. I saw several students before, followed by several warlord-level beast tamers going in. Maybe we saw it wrong. With that, the crowd no longer paid attention. Meanwhile, his little white spat out a thin snake signal, seemingly sensing a hint of danger in the air. At that moment, suddenly, a snake as thick as an arm sprang out from the bushes ahead. Lightning snake, level, late stage awakened, talent, lord level late stage, skills, paralyzing toxin, coiling, evolutionary path, thunder snake, introduction, a snake species living in the jungle, extremely fast, with a paralyzing venom. Lightning snake. Same late stage awakened level but only half the size of Little White. Lin Shen didn't have time to think much as the lightning snake had already come in front of them. Opening its blood-filled mouth, its venomous fangs were about to bite Lin Shen. However, the next moment, smack! Little White's long snake tail instantly whipped out, directly hitting the lightning snake in midair, sending it flying, its whole head flattened into a lump. The force of this blow was so great that it even produced sonic booms in the air. Instant kill. Despite being ambushed in advance, it could still kill snakes of the same level instantly. So strong. Lin Shen touched Little White's forehead, very surprised. It's worth noting that the lightning snake is already a prime choice for many beast tamers who want to form a contract with snake-type beasts, not just any weak beast. Yet it was still killed with a single tail whip, without even using its skills. It's clear that Little White's strength is far greater than what it's showing. To be able to instantly kill a late-stage awakened, what are the chances against a warlord level? Lin Shen became interested. If he could acquire a warlord level skill, this trip wouldn't be in vain. Well done. Hiss, listening to the continuous praise from his master, Little White's tail was about to curl up to the sky. Is this already the 7th lightning snake? Lin Shen extracted the genes of the lightning snake. Then he injected it into Little White's body again. Coiling, proficient, upgraded to coiling, master level. But this skill doesn't seem to be very useful, Lin Shen quietly remarked. In these few instances where Little White killed the lightning snakes, it was almost always a one-hit kill. The opponent had no room for resistance. Naturally, the coiling skill was not needed. The reason for the rapid upgrade of this skill. It's because all the beasts in this wilderness are snake-like beasts, almost all of them have the coiling skill. Otherwise, even the lowest level skill, it would take at least a few years to upgrade to mastery. Because it's not just about proficiency improvement, it also comes with an increase in power. At the master level, almost as soon as you encounter the opponent, you can almost 100% coil them up. And you can be immune to the coiling attacks of any creature lower than your coiling level. This is already extremely outrageous. In this jungle, one can be said to have no natural enemies. Find a warlord level opponent to test my skills. Lin Shen's courage grew stronger. Just fighting against weak awakened level creatures was no longer satisfying for his training. Only by coming close to death can one comprehend the true essence of survival. At the same time, in this jungle, 3 or 4 warlord level beast tamers were surrounding a girl, fighting against a late-stage awakened lightning snake. The girl's beast was a king-level cub, the thunderous Lion King. Roar! The thunderous Lion King roared angrily. It was tall and fierce. But in the moment it pounced, it found an opportunity to bite the lightning snake's neck and instantly killed it. To be able to kill a late-stage awakened beast in the mid-stage of awakening. Truly worthy of a king-level cub. It's also thanks to the young lady's skilled command that the battle was ended in just a few minutes. Indeed, if it were another beast tamer, even of the same level, it would probably not be possible to kill the lightning snake in such a short time. Seeing the girl's beast kill the lightning snake, the protectors on the side immediately praised her. "Oh, I still have a long way to go," the girl modestly replied. If Lin Chen were here, he would surely recognize by he. As students of a noble school, they naturally had impressive backgrounds, and the Bai family whereby he belonged had considerable influence and branches throughout Yang City. "Miss, let's go quickly. I have a feeling that the warlord-level thunder snake is nearby. When the time comes, miss, you must not act. With an awakened-level pet, it is impossible to defeat a warlord-level opponent. We will help you retrieve the snake crystal from that thunder snake." They came here to find the key to the thunderous Lion King's evolution. The thunder snake gall. They had already prepared for the thunderous Lion King's next evolution, and they could also train by his combat skills in the wilderness. As they spoke, a beast tamer summoned a 2-meter wingspan eagle to search for the aura of the warlord-level thunder snake in the surroundings. Found it. The protectors' faces lit up with joy. They quickly rushed towards the jungle. At the same time, at another location, Lin Chen's white snake had already confronted a warlord-level thunder snake. Hiss, a blue-colored, giant python faced Lin Chen and white cautiously, spitting out a thin tongue and staring at them. The information about the opponent also appeared in Lin Chen's eyes. Thunder snake, level, early warlord, talent, late warlord, skills, coiling, electric discharge, evolution path, thunderous snake, introduction, a thunder snake with insufficient bloodline, its evolution journey has long been terminated. A warlord-level thunder snake, no wonder the pressure is so strong. Lin Chen was surprised. I wonder if I can acquire its electric discharge skill. Lin Chen silently pondered. White, attack. Lin Chen commanded White to launch an attack. The opponent was too cautious, and any delay could lead to unforeseen circumstances. Upon receiving the command, White instantly charged forward. As soon as they made contact, the thunder snake tried to coil around White. But unfortunately, its coiling skill was not as proficient as White's, and it was tightly locked in place. The next moment, White was about to bite the thunder snake's neck. Crackle! The thunder snake couldn't hold back and released a large amount of electricity in an instant. However, the electric shock that could instantly kill an ordinary person felt like a tickle to White. Is that all? The scales of the silver scalefish are resistant to electricity. Lin Chen laughed. In the next moment, White spat out a water sword from its mouth, piercing through the thunder snake's head. The thunder snake perished. Well done, I'll reward you with snacks when we get back. Lin Chen encouraged. His Omega Carat sequence extraction. After touching Xiaobai's forehead, Lin Chen absorbed the warlord-level thunder snake on the ground. Obtain thunder snake bloodline gene. Obtain thunder snake skill gene. Obtain thunder snake evolution route gene. Obtain thunder snake scales, thunder snake poison, thunder snake gall. Then, only a blue crystal remained on the ground after the thunder snake was absorbed. Lin Chen immediately picked it up. Since it's an item dropped by a warlord-level fierce beast, it must be valuable. Sell it to the Beast Control Association later. Putting this blue crystal into the beast control space, Lin Chen endowed Xiaobai with the thunder snake's skills and various genes. As the thunder snake's scales were weaker compared to the silver scalefish, they were not replaced but their excellent aspects were inherited. The entire snake scales became smoother. Xiaobai's body size also began to gradually increase. The cells in the body were operating frantically, consuming the energy of the thunder snake. After all, to completely absorb the bloodline gene of a warlord-level thunder snake, it would take some time. The inheritance of the discharge skill also failed. Perhaps it's because of the scales. If I can continuously obtain excellent genes from other creatures, I can create the strongest scales. By then, I should be able to inherit many skills. Thinking this, Lin Chen, with Xiaobai, planned to leave the jungle. The training was almost done now. Repeatedly absorbing the genes of those creatures would have little effect on Xiaobai's growth. Only the first absorption would have a significant effect. He needed to ask the Dragon Slaying Bureau for some food necessary for Xiaobai's evolution. These were the main factors that promoted the evolution of the pet. With the speed of my beast control space, it will consume a year's worth of food in 3 days. Lin Chen found it amusing to think that the Dragon Slaying Bureau would have to spend money to raise dragons for him. Just as Lin Chen had left not long ago, a team arrived in a grand manner. The thunder snake is dead? We detected its vital signs just a few minutes ago, how could it be so fast? A group of people surrounded a girl, standing in front of the thunder snake's skeleton, looking surprised. They followed the traces of this thunder snake to get here. The time difference was only a few minutes. However, this thunder snake was already dead. Even though they were 3 warlord-level beast masters, dealing with this warlord-level thunder snake would require considerable effort. To prevent it from escaping, it would take at least 7 to 8 minutes to take it down. But in the blink of an eye, this thunder snake was reduced to just a skeleton. Could it be that they encountered a professional snake killer? Impossible. No matter how skilled they are, it's impossible to leave nothing but bones so clean. This guy is at least a late-stage warlord beast master. Otherwise, it's impossible to kill the agile thunder snake in such a short time. And he even took the thunder snake's crystal. We searched for weeks to find this one. Forget it, this forest is not our family's private territory. If it's taken, it's taken. He spoke in silence. Losing such a crystal, it would take a lot of effort to find it again next time. Miss, you are too kind. You know there are some professional hunters who love nothing more than to snatch the results from others. We've been following this snake for a long time, and now that we finally found it, it was taken away just as we were about to catch it today? Even he was puzzled at this point. Warlord-level fierce beasts in the wild are not like awakened ones. Due to the many materials for beast evolution to the warlord level on their bodies, their high prices have led to many people hunting them, making them extremely rare. And it's even harder to get a high-quality material. Not to mention that Lady Bai even asked her to personally search for materials in the wild, without leaving any room for sentiment. Having the snake crystal taken away this time was a big blow to Bai. Let's go back to the city now. There are probably hunter associations and other individual forces outside the city buying fierce beasts here. This kid must be eager to get rid of it. We can still find him if we go now. Bai couldn't speak. The group quickly mounted their beast mounts and headed towards the edge of the city. Young man, have you hunted any rare materials? We can offer a price higher than the hunter association. As soon as Lin Chen stepped out of the jungle, he was stopped by several people. However, as soon as they saw Lin Chen's appearance, they were stunned. So young, daring to run into this jungle alone? Of course, how much can I sell this snake crystal for? Lin Chen pulled out a blue-purple crystal from his pocket. This thing was of no use to him. It was better to sell it directly. And at the moment they saw this blue crystal, their eyes lit up. This is the snake crystal of the thunder snake. Due to its scarcity, the Hunter Association offers a price of 1 million. Young man, we'll give you 3 million. How about selling this snake crystal to us? Several people looked at Lin Chen hopefully. It seemed as if they were afraid that someone else would see it later and offer a higher price to buy it. With my current level in the Hunter Association, even if I sell it to the Hunter Association for points, I would only get a 10% discount. It's better to sell it directly to an individual. Lin Chen quickly made a decision. After all, the Hunter Association was just a tool for profit. Whoever could offer a higher price would naturally be the one to sell to. And for such precious resources, individuals would definitely offer a higher price. Just as Lin Chen was about to agree. Hold on. A voice came from afar. The group and Lin Chen turned their heads to look in that direction. They saw several luxurious beast tamers standing on a huge rhinoceros 2 or 3 stories high, charging towards them. Battle commander level beast tamers, and it seems to be from the Bai family. These people turned pale. They wanted to snatch the snake crystal from them. Lin Chen also locked eyes with the girl sitting on the back of the rhinoceros. Isn't that Bai He? Why is she also out in the wild? Lin Chen thought to himself. Young man, wait a moment, how much did they offer you for this snake crystal? The beast tamer on the rhinoceros spoke up. 3 million. Humph. Although the price offered by the Beast Tamer Association is 1 million, the premium for this snake crystal is very high. Trying to get it for 3 million is simply wishful thinking. Here's the deal, young man, sell this snake crystal to us, and I'll offer you 3 million. The beast tamer on the rhinoceros directly offered a very high price. Even Lin Chen was surprised. It was his first time selling a fierce beast, and he didn't expect the price to be much higher than he had imagined. Originally, selling it for over 1 million would have already satisfied him, but he almost got tricked out of 2 million. Crazy. Offering this much? Are they out of their minds? And when those people saw the scene, they immediately lowered their heads and walked away, not daring to stay here any longer. After all, they were in the wrong. Moreover, Lin Chen had not verbally agreed to the transaction, so he could choose someone else. Thank you then. Lin Chen took out the snake crystal and quickly completed the transaction. Since this thing was of no use to him, getting 3 million was already a great deal. Goodbye to the school then. Before leaving, Lin Chen also greeted Bai He. Bai He nodded in response, her gaze fixed on Lin Chen. After Lin Chen left, a few people showed a hint of shock. To be able to single-handedly kill a thunder snake at such a young age. Truly an S-level talent. Killing a warlord-level thunder snake in less than 15 minutes, this talent is truly abnormal. Just as rumored, Lin Chen's pet is a disaster-level talent, maybe even a disaster late-stage talent. It's a good thing the young lady warned us in advance, otherwise I might have offended him just now. It's really lucky to have encountered him, what great fortune. But it seems nice to have a good relationship with such a genius. The few people praised Lin Chen continuously at this moment. It was genuine praise from the heart. This young man's beast-taming talent truly exceeded their imagination. And at this moment, the few people also understood why Bai He said she wanted to buy that snake crystal at a high price. It was a favor returned. After all, although the snake crystal was expensive, it was difficult to sell for 3 million. That's why I said earlier, my talent alone is far from enough. Bai He said proudly, crossing her slender waist. The attendants were confused at this moment. Miss, isn't this guy your opponent in the upcoming exam? Shouldn't you be worried about such a strong opponent? Why do you seem happier than him? So the snake crystal was sold at a high price. The Bai family is indeed wealthy. Lin Chen thought to himself on the way back. The high school he attended was the noble school of Young City. Almost all the influential families of Young City, as well as the children of the wealthy, attended that school. He was well liked at the noble school of Young City, not because he was wealthy, but because he was handsome. Even though his parents had passed away, he was considered one of the less wealthy and influential students in his class. But since everyone had been well off since childhood, they didn't pay much attention to this aspect, and their minds were particularly pure. A few casual words could be used against Lin Chen, who had lived 2 lives. But even though they are wealthy, if someone reminds me, it's still a small favor owed, and if I become stronger in the future, I should help out. He was not a heartless person. While contemplating, Lin Chen had already returned home. As soon as he arrived home, he immediately messaged Di Xian from the Dragon Slaying Bureau. Didn't you say you contracted resources up to the Lord level? How should they be distributed specifically? After waiting for a while, a response came back. What breed is your pet? What kind of ingredients do you need? Generally, snake pets eat a mixture of various meats. There are 3 price ranges for snake pet food on the market, 100,000, 300,000, and 500,000. I will prepare the best quality for you. As for the materials needed for advancement, it depends on what you need, but food can only be advanced for up to 3 months, and the materials needed for advancement must be applied for when the pet is advancing. After some thought, Lin Chen replied with a message. The energy consumption rate in my beast taming space is 100 times higher than usual, so it consumes the energy of 100 days in a day. As for the materials for advancement, you don't need to prepare them for me. Lin Chen didn't want others to know how his pet would advance. After all, it was a unique path. Revealing it casually could raise suspicions. After sending out this message, the other party fell silent. Indeed, the situation was as such. Di Xian on the other end was completely stunned. He didn't expect the SSS level beast taming space to consume energy at such a fast rate. 100 times faster? Is this a joke? Does this mean that the energy used in a year could be consumed in 3 days? If it's 500,000 for a month, then I need to prepare 5 million worth of food for him now. The price, even Di Xian couldn't help but be amazed. I should have sent this kid to the Lu family. Di Xian regretted a bit. This guy can really eat. But there was a bit of joking in those words. In fact, she was quite happy inside. After all, the more a pet can eat, the greater its potential and the faster its growth. In reality, the resources consumed to evolve to a lord level didn't change much, they were just used in advance. Then I'll hire fewer people and allocate their resources to Lin Chen. Di Xian still held a certain amount of resource allocation power, and Lin Chen's talent qualified him to use these resources. Soon, Di Xian issued this order to a few of her subordinates to carry out. She herself was responsible for taking the geniuses from Yang City to the Beast City to compete for the disaster-level beast tamer training quota. That was the main focus. The resources needed to train a disaster-level beast tamer probably exceeded 5 million in a day. Lin Chen, I hope you won't disappoint me, at least help me secure one of the spots. If her subordinates could secure this spot, she would naturally benefit as well. Otherwise, if resources were given without results, she would have to bear the consequences herself. It could be said that Di Xian had placed a big bet on Lin Chen. It's a good thing someone prepared these resources for me. Otherwise, if I sold the snake crystals for 3 million, it wouldn't even be enough for Xiao Bai to eat for a few days. Lin Chen sighed. He patted Xiaobai's forehead beside him. His Xiaobai seemed to sense his owner's mood and let out a few pitiful cries. It seemed to be saying that it could go hungry. Wow, now you're acting all cute to me. Trying to provoke me, huh? Lin Chen couldn't help but roll his eyes. You really succeeded in provoking me. But even if no one prepared food for himself, Xiaobai wouldn't starve. After all, only by staying in the beast taming space could he consume energy 100 times faster. And Lin Chen could control this speed. Your package. Soon, someone knocked on the door. Coming. Lin Chen immediately went out and brought in a large box. The box had a few big words written on it. High-grade pet food, snake-specific, ingredients, giant rat meat, lightning snake meat. Various meats and even plants were mixed in it, with strict requirements for balanced nutrition and ingredient content. No wonder it can be sold at such a high price. Lin Chen was surprised. 500,000 a month. This was not something an ordinary family could afford. It was a service aimed at the wealthy. Moreover, Xiaobai needed to consume 5 million a month. Opening the package, there were meat pieces shaped like rat sticks inside. They looked cute and silly. Eating one a day was enough to sustain a month's energy consumption. The energy content in them was unimaginable. But for Lin Chen, one rat stick could only last for 3 days at most. And at this moment, Xiaobai beside him was already drooling with desire. Coffin, Xiaobai's eyes were fixed on the rat stick in Lin Chen's hand. It was clear how tempting this thing was for snakes. Here. Lin Chen didn't tease it. He picked one up and handed it over, and Xiaobai swallowed it in one gulp. Then it showed a satisfied expression. The energy inside it was continuously being digested in its belly. In the following days, during the day, Lin Chen took Xiaobai to the wilderness to train its combat abilities and upgrade its skills. At night, they stayed in the beast taming space to digest the consumed energy. Finally, after a few days, before the quota competition in the beast city began, Xiaobai's level reached the warlord level. In front of Lin Chen, there was a white snake coiling around, almost as tall as him. White snake level, warlord early stage talent, king early stage skills, coiling, proficient, spitting water, hardening, dragon's might evolution path, flood dragon, silver python water monster, dragon blood water monster dragon's might, form a domain, suppress creatures with lower bloodlines in the domain. Domain ability. And finally, skills related to dragons have appeared. My choice was indeed correct. Lin Chen's mood was slightly excited. When Little White reached the early stage of a warlord, he had confidence. Moreover, Little White's strength now lies not in its skills, but in the characteristics of different parts of its body. For example, the scales on its body can go underwater and resist electricity. These were all taken from other creatures. And in the future, the characteristics of the scales on its body will only increase. Its defense will become more and more exaggerated. Just then, Di Qian suddenly called. Seeing Di Qian's incoming call reminder, Lin Chen pressed the answer button. Then, a rather lazy female voice came from the other end. The selection competition for half of the Dragon Kingdom's regions is about to be held in Beast City, with over a dozen participants including you, Yang Chang. Most of the beast tamers participating in this competition are at the warlord level. Do you have confidence? Yes, but not much. That's good. Have a good night's sleep tonight, and I'll come pick you up tomorrow. With that, the call was hung up, leaving Lin Chen slightly stunned holding the phone. You're saying I don't have much confidence? Why not provide some external assistance? However, although Lin Chen lacked confidence, Little White by his side was full of fighting spirit, constantly practicing snake boxing on the side. The long snake tail made cracking sounds in the air. At this point, Little White had completely evolved into a giant python. When sleeping at night, it often liked to coil around Lin Chen in bed. Lin Chen was really afraid that one night, he would dream of hunting fierce beasts, roar, and command Little White to attack, but accidentally get strangled by it. This was not entirely impossible. After all, his small body couldn't withstand the force that could crush a truck. But due to the fear of hurting Little White, he had never brought up this matter. Building a relationship of affection and trust between a tamer and a beast was also what a beast tamer should do. This competition should be real and effective. Before the competition began, Lin Chen saw many reports on TV. It was said that because it was the first time, the rewards offered were exceptionally generous. The resources obtained by the top 100 would decrease in order from high to low. This competition had attracted the attention of countless people. It was considered the second chance in life, just after the college entrance examination. Once one could seize this opportunity and resources, passing the college entrance examination should be a breeze, just like climbing the Wudong Cloud stairs, stepping with the left foot and the right foot, straight up to the sky. Lin Chen had considered whether to send a message to his sister about this important matter, but after much thought, he decided against it. Finally, a night passed. The next morning, Lin Chen got up, washed his face, brushed his teeth, helped Little White brush its teeth, then dressed neatly and went downstairs. At this moment, Di Qian was leaning against an off-road vehicle, her slender figure outlined by the tight black outfit. Even the subtle muscle lines were clearly visible. She instantly attracted the attention of many people around. Some neighbors even looked at Lin Chen with envy and said to their children, "See that? Now, to become a beast tamer, you have to be a little white face." Such comments. Lin Chen could only sigh. After becoming a beast tamer and receiving feedback on his physique, how keen was his hearing? Not to mention the words of the people around him, even if they were hundreds of meters away, he could hear their heartbeats. "Let's go." Di Qian opened the back door, gestured to Lin Chen with a chin nod, and then directly sat in the driver's seat. Lin Chen also got in directly. On top of this off-road vehicle were several beast tamers of similar age to him, 3 men and 2 women. Among them was a figure familiar to Lin Chen. "Bai He? What are you doing here? Can't I be here? I'm also a newcomer to the Dragon Slaying Bureau now," Bai He responded with a hint of resentment. "We just said we would meet later, how could you forget so quickly?" Lin Chen spoke quietly. Then the others also greeted him. "We will all be working together from now on, please take care of me." Yeah. I didn't expect to see Lin Chen in person here. We are all dragon slayers now, hahaha. Those young men and women obviously recognized Lin Chen. Their words sounded somewhat excited. After all, everyone was in Yang City. And Yang City is not that big, so it's normal for geniuses to know each other. Lin Chen smiled awkwardly. He glanced and saw that there was still a seat next to Bai He, so he sat down. Bai He's heart suddenly beat faster, and her whole body stiffened. When everyone was gathered, Di Qian stepped on the gas, and the off-road vehicle shot out like a sharp sword, the scenery around the street flying past their heads crazily. The car was being driven too aggressively. Everyone was a bit scared. Even a few of the young men and women's lips turned pale, but Lin Chen remained calm. In case of a real collision, he could just let Xiao Bai protect him. Xiao Bai's skin was tough and his scales were hard. A little scratch wouldn't hurt much. At that moment, Di Qian, who had been silent in the front seat, spoke up. "This is your identification. Our daily work at the Dragon Slaying Bureau is no different from that of hunters, but the creatures we deal with are more bizarre." As he spoke, he threw several small notebooks to them in advance. Lin Chen reached out and opened his. Name, Lin Chen. Position, Rookie Dragon Slayer Authority. None. Lin Chen knew what Di Qian was talking about. Besides tasks such as hunting and killing wild beasts, the Dragon Slaying Bureau also hunted demons and monsters hidden among the people in the city. These were creatures of a higher level than wild beasts. The Dragon Slaying Bureau also had another privilege: they could enter newly discovered secret realms to obtain the latest resources. But the danger was higher. It is rumored that the people of the Dragon Slaying Bureau are looking for something in those secret realms. A young man whispered beside him, sounding mysterious. "Stop spreading rumors. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll throw you out right now." Upon hearing Di Qian's words, the young man immediately shut up. Although this instructor usually seemed kind, his temper was not that good. Mainly, he didn't want them to be all cheerful and carefree when they might soon face wild beasts. "Captain D, what is the content of this competition? If we can team up, I want to team up with Senior Lin Chen." Me too. Let me go, I really don't have much confidence, my pet is only at the mid-stage of the warlord level. My level is not high either, just at the late stage of the warlord level. I still need Senior Lin Chen's protection. Several people looked at Lin Chen hopefully. Senior Lin Chen's beast taming skills were already at the late stage of the warlord level. After all, that was a disaster level talent. Even Bai He coughed silently a few times. I'm only at the early stage of the warlord level. At this moment, Lin Chen inexplicably wanted to beat them up. I've been working so hard for so long, just to get to the early stages of the battle. I thought everything was stable, but it turns out I'm the clown. Little White ate mouse strips, and only upgraded after inputting so much essence of other creatures. The consumption is indeed much higher than that of ordinary creatures. But, this also indirectly proves Little White's talent. Yes, definitely. Lin Chen sat on the vehicle and comforted himself. However, Lin Chen could understand that these guys' pet levels were higher than his own. After all, not everyone is like him. Contracted pets start upgrading from the lowest level. Usually, they are midterm or even late-stage contracted awakened pets. At the very least, it should be a pre-awakening pet. But Little White has no level, pure and uncontaminated. Soon, Disen led everyone to the outskirts of Yang City. Not far from Yang City is the giant beast city. Standing on the tall city wall of Young City, you can see the dilapidated town. This is an abandoned city that was completely destroyed by the ferocious beasts that rushed out when the secret realm arrived. And now, there are still many powerful ferocious beasts roaming in the giant beast city. You guys go ahead, I'll leave you here. Di Xian left after leaving everyone behind. Let's go. He summoned the tall thunder lion and invited Lin Chen to ride together. Lin Chen didn't hesitate and jumped on. After all, Little White is not very good at long-distance travel. And the thunder lion, which he had trained well, had no will to resist. If some owners don't train well, their contracted beasts may attack others. That's why summoning contracted beasts is prohibited in the city. The rest of the group also summoned their contracted beasts. A white-haired eagle and a scorpion as strong as a horse. The group rushed towards the direction of the giant beast city. Because Bai was wearing a shoulder-bearing outfit, her white neck and exposed back kept undulating in front of Lin Chen without any defenses. Helplessly, Lin Chen could only turn his head to look at the distant snow-capped mountains. Sensing this scene, Bai's eyes flashed with a hint of disappointment. Am I not beautiful? Bai felt depressed. But she didn't give up. After all, she had worked hard for so long. It was not easy to get on the same front line with Lin Chen, so how could she give up easily? Under the Thunder Lion's extreme speed, the two quickly arrived at the abandoned city. By this time, many students were waiting on the outskirts of the giant beast city. By their side, there were pets of different races. However, these pets appeared somewhat inferior in front of the Thunder Lion. As soon as the Thunder Lion arrived, the surrounding pets made way, not daring to compete. Why did my pet show weakness for a moment? Turns out it's the Thunder Lion. That's a king-level talented pet. Which city's contracted beast master is this? Where did they get the Thunder Lion cub from? I don't know, but this guy looks pretty handsome. The girl is also very beautiful, but don't be deceived just because someone has a king-level contracted beast. Character has nothing to do with appearance, contracted beasts, etc. Are you mistaken? That Thunder Lion belongs to the beauty. Damn! Living off a woman? How come I don't have that kind of luck? For a moment, everyone's gaze turned to Lin Chen, full of envy and jealousy. They wished they were the ones riding behind that beautiful woman now. Lin Chen was already used to the gazes of the people around him. After all, when he was in Yang City, he had already been ranked first on some kind of list by his classmates. Sigh. Being handsome is sometimes a nuisance. But I think, most of the time, it's because my abilities are too strong. Lin Chen sighed helplessly. And in the beast space, Xiaobai couldn't help but roll his eyes when he heard this. He didn't know if his master was narcissistic or if he really thought that way. As time passed, more and more students gathered around the beast city. Lin Chen even saw several S-level talented beast tamers among them. There were also several pet beasts with king-level talents like the thunderous lion. Lin Chen had seen them in the beast encyclopedia before. Azure God Eagle, Iron Kai Giant, even these kinds of pet beasts. But the armor of the Iron Armor Giant should be very hard. I wonder if it can be extracted and the genes added to the scales. Lin Chen suddenly had many ideas. If he could do that, Xiaobai's scale strength would take another big step up. By then, he would no longer fear any firearms or hot weapons. Just as everyone was waiting, a sound suddenly came from the broadcast. Please listen carefully, the next is the competition rules. Upon hearing this sudden voice, everyone present immediately quieted down and looked towards the source of the sound. In this Beast Arena competition, 50 people will be selected for a spot, while another 50 will be selected in another location. The rules of the competition are simple. I have placed 50 hostages in the Beast City, and the one who rescues the most hostages will be the first in this competition. Players who do not rescue hostages will be ranked based on the number of demons and monsters they hunt. There are no other restrictions. Let the games begin. With that, all the rules had been explained. Although it didn't specify what the hostages were or where they were located. But in the instant the voice ended, almost everyone present rushed into the town in front of them. This dangerously monstrous city now seemed like a paradise that everyone longed for. In order to obtain the resources to become a disaster-level beast tamer, everyone would not hold back. Lin Chen, do you want to join me? Yeah, Lin Chen, let's stick together for safety. We can split the rescued hostages later. Several people from Yang City invited Lin Chen. However, Lin Chen shook his head. Let's split up, and don't trust others too much in the future. After a few brief instructions, Lin Chen also headed towards the town. The city was different from the wilderness. The obstruction of vision was severe. It was no longer possible to deal with ferocious beasts like in the wilderness. It could be said that this dilapidated city was simply a paradise for ferocious beasts. At the same time, in order to have a broader view, Lin Chen also climbed to the top of a tall building. But as soon as he got up there, roar! The 3 azure eagles that were originally patrolling in the sky instantly spotted him. And then, like lightning, they swooped down towards him. Xiao Bai. Lin Chen immediately summoned Xiao Bai to protect himself. However, birds of prey were natural enemies of snakes. The 3 azure eagles continued to dive towards him with undiminished momentum. And the next moment, Xiao Bai's snaketail turned earthy yellow in an instant and whipped towards the 3 ferocious beasts in the air. Crack! 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 3 explosive sounds rang out. The 3 ferocious beasts were instantly exploded by the whipping. With Xiao Bai's hardened support, the awakened realm ferocious beasts couldn't withstand this level of attack and were instantly killed. Phew, sequence extraction. Lin Chen breathed a sigh of relief. He was really almost scared by the sudden attack. Lin Chen placed his hand on the remains of the 3 ferocious beasts. First time obtaining Azure Eagle Bloodline. Obtained Farsight Gene. Obtained Eagle Claw Gene. Obtained Flight Gene. Obtained Night Vision Gene. Another series of skill extractions. Now Xiao Bai's strength is completely different from before. At the first opportunity, Lin Chen infused Xiao Bai with the genetic abilities of these fierce beasts. Obtained the Bloodline of the Falcon. Obtained the skill Visual Focus. Obtained the skill Visual Enhancement. Obtained 2 more skills. Visual Focus seems to enhance Xiao Bai's dynamic vision, while Visual Enhancement can increase the range of what Xiao Bai can see. Lin Chen was in a good mood. These 2 skills were exactly what he needed. After all, birds of prey can see rabbits running on the ground from thousands of meters in the sky. Their vision is incredibly powerful. I wonder where I can get the flying genes from. If Xiao Bai could fly, it would make things much easier in the future. At the same time, this visual ability also fed back to Lin Chen. He keenly sensed that not far from this high-rise building, there were also several beast tamers observing him. As soon as his gaze shifted, he saw them. At that moment, those people were also shocked. They quickly stood up and said, "We were just passing by. Boss, I heard that hostages are usually kept on higher floors." After leaving a few words, they hurriedly left. They were afraid that this boss might not like them and would deal with them too. Just based on Lin Chen's ability to instantly kill 3 awakened-level creatures, they were no match for him. Who was that just now? We could see him from so far away. I thought I was hiding well. He looks familiar to me. If I'm not mistaken, he's the beast tamer who awakened before, the SSS-level beast tamer of the beast space. Him? Hearing this, the sweat on the beast tamer's forehead instantly flowed down. It was a good thing they didn't act just now. Otherwise, they might be the ones lying on the ground now. Seeing the others leave, Lin Chen had no intention of continuing to chase. Mainly because Xiao Bai was not suitable for a chase. Its movement speed was too slow, so in the future, hunting fierce beasts would have to start from this aspect. Higher floors? Then it must be there. Lin Chen's gaze turned to a tall building in the distance. And in his line of sight, it was obvious that several beast tamers had already arrived there. This was the benefit of visual ability. It could provide information that was previously unattainable. Walking downstairs, Lin Chen quickly arrived at the location. At the same time, elsewhere in the Magic City, in a secret location, several figures were sitting in a control room, watching recordings from various parts of the Beast City, recording the number of beasts killed by students. At that moment in the surveillance video, a young man was standing on the shoulder of a giant wearing steel armor, madly attacking the surrounding beast tamers. Every strike of the giant wolf tooth club in his hand raised a huge dust cloud, severely injuring a beast tamer. Such a powerful beast tamer. Which city is this? Which student? Ironclad Giant, King-level talent. He is an S-level talent from the Iron Mountain City next to the Steel Mountain Range. So he's an S-level talent. No wonder the beast tamer is so domineering and powerful. I heard that the beasts in the Steel Mountain Range have extremely terrifying defense. An awakened level can withstand Gatling gunfire for an hour. This student should be able to secure one of the spots, right? I want this student. When it's time to train, make sure to assign him to me, boss. Fatty, you think you can have him just because you said so? All you do is eat all day, can you teach him well? Alright, stop arguing. I will make the arrangements after the competition ends. A middle-aged man with a determined face spoke up to stop the others. Despite having one arm broken, the others in the room still showed him great respect. Even Di Xian, the chief instructor Lu Qing whom Lin Chen had met before, was here. However, the 2 individuals highly respected by the principal were now sitting upright in their chairs like students. Everyone looked towards the man with the missing arm. Di Xian, I heard that there is a SSS-level beast tamer with a SSS-level beast space in your area. Has he agreed to join us? The one-armed man spoke expressionlessly. Upon hearing this, the people around showed some shocked expressions. An SSS level beast space? Does this rare beast space that appears once in 100 years really exist? Upon hearing this, Di Xian immediately stood up. He has agreed to join us, and he is currently in the giant beast city. What's his name, and what is his strength? Lin Chen, his strength is roughly at the early stage of a warlord, and his beast is a white snake of an unknown species. Lin? Another Lin surname? Show me the video from the previous scene. The one-armed man spoke. After all, being the owner of an SSS-level beast space, and even having talent at the S level, naturally made them worthy of attention. Another beast tamer also focused his gaze. The video was then rewound to a few minutes earlier. Lin Chen was seen standing on a high-rise building with his white snake, which was almost as tall as himself. It seemed like he was observing something around him. His fighting spirit needs to be improved. There are many avian beasts in the giant beast city. Standing in such a place will only make him a target in their eyes. The slightly chubby instructor spoke. As expected, in the next moment, 3 huge eagles swooped down from the sky, heading straight towards him. And the levels of these 3 eagles were all in the late awakening stage. Although dealing with awakening-level beasts with the strength of an early warlord was relatively simple, facing 3 of them attacking simultaneously would inevitably lead to a struggle. But from the rewound time, he managed to deal with 3 awakening-level beasts within a few minutes. With this kind of strength, he deserves the title of S-level. But that's all there is to it. After all, almost any beast tamer with S-level talent can achieve this. Several instructors gave their evaluations. As long as they could rank in the top 50 in the competition, they were eligible to receive a large amount of resources and professional training. Naturally, they needed to be carefully selected and focused on. Everyone was waiting to see how he would respond to this attack. And just as the 3 eagles were about to fly in front of Lin Chen, he still did not give the attack command. Too close. Without assuming an attack posture, it's difficult to strike the high-speed flying giant eagles with the speed of a snake. The hearts of the people tightened inexplicably. At such a close distance, it would be quite difficult to resolve the situation unscathed. However, an unexpected scene occurred. The originally long snake tail suddenly disappeared from its original position. The snake tail that was originally standing up disappeared in that instant, even turning into a blur, cutting through the air with a sound like a knife. Swish! Several people's eyes widened instantly. A knife? Where did the knife come from? No, it's not a knife. It's a snake tail with tremendous force and extreme speed. But at what speed could it produce a sound like a knife cutting through something? Remember, a snake tail is not a sharp blade. Before the people could continue their thoughts, smack, 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 3 loud sounds suddenly came from the sky. And the 3 awakening-level giant eagles were instantly exploded as if hit head-on by a missile. This terrifying scene shocked everyone, and their jaws remained open for a long time. Is this the speed a white snake should have? Even the expression of the one-armed man became serious. Quickly rewind the video and play it in slow motion. Soon, the video footage was rewound to the moment just before Xiaobai made a move. Slow it down by 10 times. However, even when the video was slowed down by 10 times, it was still difficult to see the movement trajectory of the snake's tail clearly. Slow it down by 100 times. Slow it down by 500 times. Slow it down by 1000 times. It was only at this point that the movement trajectory of the snake's tail could be seen clearly. The long snake tail was seen covering with a layer of gray keratin in that instant, then it was drawn out, retracted, drawn out again, and retracted again. This repeated several times until all 3 fierce beasts were killed. This level of skill. He must have had a lot of training before this. He must have had a lot of real combat experience before this. I can guarantee it. What kind of species is this white snake? It can instantly kill 3 awakened fierce beasts in the early stages of the battle. Could it really be a disaster-level creature as reported in the news? It's definitely the best choice for cultivating a disaster-level beast tamer this time. Don't celebrate too early. What if it's not a disaster-level pet? Everyone looked at the figure of Lin Chen in the video, with a few traces of appreciation in their eyes. If it really is a disaster-level creature, they will hit the jackpot. Not only will they no longer need to search for disaster-level cubs for them, they might even get a disaster-level beast tamer for free. It's worth noting that disaster-level fierce beasts are renowned throughout the Blue Star, and the difficulties and dangers of seizing their cubs are well known. So the original plan was to select 100 spots, then train them specifically, only selecting a few individuals for intensive training, helping them find pets with disaster-level talents. If it really is a disaster-level cub, it will save a lot of effort. However, they are not very confident. After all, disaster-level cubs are hard to find. It seems like Lin Chen is about to meet the beast tamer of that ironclad giant. Someone exclaimed. Countless eyes once again focused on the monitoring screen. Indeed. At this moment, Lin Chen was already in contact with his white snake, confronting the ironclad giant that was wreaking havoc. At this moment, everyone's hearts were in their throats. The ironclad giant is also a king-level talented pet, and it belongs to a special type of humanoid pet. With the combat power shown by the white snake just now, the ironclad giant shouldn't be a match, right? What are you talking about? The ironclad giant is known for its early-stage combat power as a humanoid fierce beast. Moreover, it's the mid-stage ironclad giant of the battle general. Right, just like the awakened fierce beasts earlier. If it's the ironclad giant, as long as it can hit, it can also be instantly defeated. Moreover, the ironclad giant is known for its defense. Creatures like the white snake will have a hard time breaking through its defense. Let's temporarily avoid the sharp edge. Beast tamers also need to play to their strengths and exploit the weaknesses of others. The beast tamers present analyzed the situation on the scene. It seems they were not very optimistic about Lin Chen. However, at this moment, Di Xian was very confident in him. Don't forget, he is an SSS-level beast tamer in the beast taming space. Di Xian said confidently. He believed that Lin Chen had his own judgment. Just based on the fact that the ironclad giant had defeated several beast tamers in a row earlier, and Lin Chen still dared to come forward, it shows that he has his own judgment. In the giant beast city at this moment, you are Lin Chen? A young man stood on the tall shoulder of the ironclad giant, looking down at Lin Chen. Do you know me? Lin Chen, hiding behind Xiao Bai, was somewhat puzzled. He could say his name right away. And this guy is not from Yangcheng. Obviously he had investigated him in advance. Of course. I like to make friends with strong people. A mere first beast tamer can contract a disaster-level late-stage pet. I want to challenge you. Let's see how big the gap is between my king-level pet and your disaster-level one. The young man looked defiant. He just wants to prove that the talent of pet beasts is not the issue, the beast tamer is the key. With my S-level talent ability in defense enhancement, coupled with the defense of the ironclad giant, there is absolutely no problem. No one can break my defense. What the hell? Where did this disaster come from? Lin Chen looked around, but there was only him, Xiao Bai, and a snake. Damn, has this rumor spread to other cities? It seems to be getting more and more outrageous. Lin Chen couldn't help feeling embarrassed. Even if Xiao Bai has now absorbed the liquid of the translucent spirit stone, the talent is only at the king level. It has nothing to do with the disaster later stage. Are you mistaken? My pet beast talent is only at the king level, Lin Chen said truthfully. It's no use hiding now. Today, whether you accept it or not, you have to accept it. Ironclad giant, attack. Mao! With that command from the young man, the ironclad giant picked up the giant hammer in his hand and charged towards Lin Chen with big strides. Doesn't this guy listen to people? Lin Chen frowned, and then suddenly seemed to sense something. Xiao Bai, spray water over there for me. With Lin Chen's command, although Xiao Bai didn't understand why, he still did as he was told. Opening his mouth, he sprayed a puddle of water towards the ground. And that ground was right where the ironclad giant was stepping. Spraying water? Although I don't know why a snake would have a water spraying skill, no attack can harm my ironclad giant. The young man confidently spoke. Moreover, the aim is so bad. You can't even hit such a big target. How can you show the defense power of my ironclad giant? This is the water skill of the silver scale fish. Not only is it extremely powerful, but the mucus is also very slippery. Lin Chen's mouth slightly curved up. Not to mention a clumsy pet beast like the ironclad giant, any creature stepping on it could slip. And now Lin Chen also had an information advantage. That is, the other party had never seen a snake with a water spraying skill. Even if there was, it couldn't possibly be related to slipping, because this is not a snake skill at all, but that of the silver scale fish. In the next moment, the arrogant ironclad giant stepped on the water, took a step, and with a loud bang, fell to the ground. The young man standing on its shoulder, widened his eyes, and due to not reacting in time, also fell down in a sorry state. The young man got up suddenly, looking confused, not knowing what had happened. What kind of liquid is this? How the hell is it even more slippery than a fish's water spraying skill? His ironclad giant had only stumbled when dealing with the silver scale fish in the past. Since then, he had been extra careful. But he never expected to be outsmarted by a snake today. And by this time, Xiao Bai had already taken advantage of the opportunity and slipped behind the young man. Its long tail was already poised, and as soon as Lin Chen gave the command, the young man would be finished on the spot. I surrender. At this critical moment, he dared not say anything more. Truly a disaster-level pet beast. Although my ironclad giant's talent is not as good as yours, with my training, I will definitely catch up to your pace. The young man still had a look of determination. Heh, then you better work hard. Lin Chen didn't want to say much to him, but if this guy found out that his pet beast talent was similar to Lin Chen's and still lost, his mentality would probably shatter. Of course, if he were to come challenge Lin Chen again on his own initiative, and his mentality shattered from being defeated, that would be his own problem. After all, with the hardness of his ironclad giant, trying to withstand the entanglement of a mastery level was simply wishful thinking. Even in a head-on battle, Xiao Bai could completely slaughter his ironclad giant. But before leaving, Lin Chen still took some interest in the ironclad giant. Inject ironclad giant genes. Hardening, entry, evolves into hardening, proficient. The tail of the proficient hardening has evolved from earthy yellow to black iron. Lin Chen touched Little White's dark and slender tail, very satisfied. Although only a part of hardening can be done, but the hardness and power have increased several times compared to before. At the same time, in a monitoring room in the Dragon Kingdom, everyone was completely surprised to find the opponent's weakness in such a short time and use one's skills to make the most reasonable counterattack. This already has the consciousness that a beast tamer should have. Indeed, the battle between the snake pet and the Iron Kai giant is not very high. Even if you want to win, it will take a long time, but he can determine the outcome in an instant just by using the beast tamer's combat skills. This kind of combat quality is even stronger than some beast tamers in the army. The battle between pets is indeed the biggest weakness of beast tamers, and Lin Chen just happened to use the opponent's pet's cumbersome characteristics. If my subordinates all had this kind of combat awareness, I wouldn't have to work so hard every day. It's normal for a disaster-level talented pet to defeat a king level 1, but I didn't expect it to be so easy. The one-armed man sighed. They thought it would be at least a struggle, but they never expected such a one-sided outcome. Di Xian, after the camp opens, this student will be under your care. Upon hearing this, Di Xian's eyes lit up, and he quickly responded. Understood. Isn't this wrong? Shouldn't we be teaching students in batches? Yes, we should redistribute. Everyone sensed that Lin Chen would definitely become a great beast tamer in the Dragon Kingdom in the future, so they began to vie for him. After all, teaching a disaster-level beast tamer would also be a topic of conversation over drinks in the future. I know you all can't bear to let go of such a good seedling, but you should know that Di Xian has invested a lot in him. The one-armed man turned his back and spoke. The crowd fell silent immediately. They had indeed heard that Di Xian had invested 10 times more resources in this student named Lin Chen. If Lin Chen didn't perform well, such extravagant behavior would be punished, even demoted. I have no objections. I have no objections either, but can we have the remaining one? Even if eliminated, judging from the performance of the iron armor giant just now killing the other beast tamers, he is qualified to enter the quota. Give him to me. I still don't have an S-level talented beast tamer under me. I need someone to do odd jobs. This young man is too sharp. He needs more tempering. If the beast tamer of the iron armor giant heard this, he would definitely spit blood. Are you guys picking up junk here? What do you mean by the remaining one? How can you say that I am also an S-level talented beast tamer? I even have a contract with a king-level pet. Can you show some respect? But fortunately, he couldn't hear this conversation. He still feels good about himself. Senior Lin, my name is Song Tianzong. Remember my name, I will come back to challenge you in the future. Song Tianzong was escorted out of the Beast City by 2 staff members. Lin Chen could only smile in response. The name sounds domineering, but the intelligence behind it. Could it be that he hit his head just now and damaged his brain? But it doesn't matter. Later, when it's time for training, won't the military camp and the Dragon Slayer Bureau train him vigorously? After defeating the iron armor giant, there were no more beast tamers around Lin Chen who dared to compete with him, and Lin Chen also smoothly reached the rooftop of this building. The central figure standing on the rooftop is a beast tamer dressed in tattered clothes, with a wooden sign hanging around his neck that reads hostage. Classmate, you finally came. The hostage saw Lin Chen and his eyes lit up as if he had seen a savior. He quickly took off the wooden sign from his neck and handed it to Lin Chen. Before leaving, he muttered, "Damn it. The planning for this competition is really messed up." In short, he cursed very harshly. It seems like these are all members of the Beast Tamer Association. Besides being hostages, these hostages probably also have the role of protecting the safety of beast tamers in the city, Lin Chen thought. After all, to achieve a good ranking, one would inevitably have to fight around where the hostages are located. These members of the Beast Tamer Association could also protect the students. Never mind, let's go to the next place. Lin Chen then took Little White and arrived at one high-rise location after another. With the previous experience, Lin Chen found the battles much easier. In just a few hours, he had collected 5 signs. Just as Lin Chen was about to head to the next location, suddenly, a strange aura emanated from a street he had planned to pass through. Little White also became alert at this moment. Lin Chen immediately stopped, furrowed his brow, and walked step by step towards the street with the eerie aura. The scene in the street made him freeze. In the depths of the street where Lin Chen stood, the original road had long disappeared, replaced by a void-like darkness. In that darkness, a purple enchanting light was emitting. Lin Chen instantly thought of many things, because everything in front of him was exactly like what was described in the books. The Grey Mist Rift. This is a small space that may appear after a large-scale secret realm world is destroyed. It can also be understood as an ultra-small secret realm. Among them, the Grey Mist Rift is the most dangerous. Because the creatures inside cannot be understood by common sense, they are extremely bizarre creations. Although it is dangerous, there are also great opportunities within. Breaking a secret realm will randomly drop equipment and materials, all of which are needed for pet advancement. Some equipment can also provide a certain level of protection for the beast tamers' lives. They won't be as defenseless as the beast tamer of the iron armor giant Lin Chen caught earlier. Although Little White's level is still in the early stage of Warlord, his actual strength has reached the late stage of Warlord, or even the early stage of Lord. The strength of the small secret realm divided from this large secret realm will not exceed much. At most, it will be in the late stage of Warlord. Lin Chen became interested. Opportunities are not to be missed. The first wave of a general secret realm is the most rewarding. Anyway, if he can't win, he can run. Lin Chen had no reason to refuse. Never mind, Little White, let's enter the instance together. If we lose, we'll do some hard labor. If we win, we'll get something. Hiss. Charge. 1 person and 1 snake. Without any hesitation, they directly stepped into the black mist. At the same time, somewhere in the Dragon Kingdom, just as everyone was observing the students in the monitoring screen, something's wrong. There has been a severe instability in the space within the Beast City, indicating the appearance of a crack. A staff member who suddenly entered the room spoke to everyone. What? The people present immediately became nervous. Although there were occasional residual space cracks in damaged secret realms, having such an incident during the competition was definitely their negligence. Moreover, at the moment the space appeared, it was very likely to suck in the students who were competing nearby. That would be very dangerous. You should know that even a residual space is extremely dangerous. It will be very dangerous for these students to go in without a Lord-level beast tamer leading the way. Because with the same level of strength, students lack experience and are likely to only be able to exert less than half of their strength. Have you found out where that spatial crack is? What type of crack is it? Even the one-armed man looked somewhat serious at this point. We've found it. It's a Grey Mist crack. It's near the Tian Tian supermarket in the Beast City. Hiss. The people present suddenly gasped in shock. While contributing to global warming, they were also amazed inside. Grey Mist crack. That's where those cultists are. DCN, go solve that crack immediately. We cannot allow any impact on the selection process. Understood. DCN, who received the order, immediately got up. Dressed in a black combat suit, he followed the man out. Meanwhile, in the Grey Mist crack, how grand! In front of Lin Chen's eyes, there appeared an extremely massive building. But at this moment, there were many graves around the building. Just as Lin Chen and the White Snake were about to enter the building directly, a weak voice suddenly came from the nearby grave. Lin Chen. The voice was extremely weak and feeble. It made Lin Chen's heart skip a beat. Little White was also clever. Hiss. Who's there, demon? It's us, Brother Lin. They still call me Brother Lin? Could this be the legendary evil spirit that likes to call people's names behind their backs? But something's not right. This is the world of beast tamers, how could there be ghosts? Even if it's a supernatural pet, it wouldn't dare to talk to me like this. After all, he is a warlord-level beast tamer, far from being bothered by some little ghosts. No, this voice sounds familiar. Lin Chen frowned, then walked towards the source of the voice. Passing a mountain, he suddenly discovered 5 people hidden behind the mountain. They were the beast tamers from Yang City who were in DCN's car before, and even Bai He was among them. The Lin Chen mentioned earlier was called Bai He. The 3 men and 2 women were already a bit emaciated from hunger, and when they saw Lin Chen, they all breathed a sigh of relief. Originally, the few of us were teamed up in the Beast City, but inexplicably got sucked into this place and have been here for almost a week. Bai He said weakly. I see. Lin Chen roughly understood the situation. This is the Grey Mist crack, with a different flow of time from the outside, since they were passively transported in. Unless the Lord here is killed, there is no way out. That guy is in the building ahead. One of the beast tamers pointed there, with a hint of fear in their eyes. They seemed to be afraid of the monster in the building. You guys wait here, I'll go take care of it. Lin Chen took out some snacks from the beast tamer space and gave them to the others. The people's eyes lit up. Only Bai He remained relatively reserved, nodding to Lin Chen and thanking him. As for the beasts of the few people, since they were about to leave, they could go hungry for now. Lin Chen couldn't afford to feed so many people plus pets. Giving them some food was already kind of Lin Chen. Of course, Lin Chen was referring to those few people who had only met him briefly, excluding Bai He. Lin Chen, be careful. That guy is a demon with very special abilities. Bai He spoke again. They had all tried to deal with it before, but without exception, they all ended in failure. It was only with the help of Bai He's pet, the thunderous lion, that they managed to keep the opponent from pressing them too hard. But if this continues, they will eventually die here. Fortunately, Senior Lin Chen is here. A female beast tamer looked at Lin Chen's back and quietly spoke. There was a hint of admiration in her eyes. In extreme hunger and despair, someone brought food, with such a handsome appearance that it was hard not to develop feelings. But Bai He became vigilant at this moment. I'll follow him over, maybe I can help. With that, Bai He got up and followed. At this moment, Lin Chen also followed Xiao Bai into the tall buildings. Climbing up layer after layer of stairs, they entered a hall. At this moment, a voice suddenly came from the front. Another human rat has entered? He. Another human rat has entered, he. Am I entering the boss area, triggering a cutscene? Lin Chen silently complained. Xiao Bai, having watched Lin Chen play games in his past life, inherited those memories after awakening his intelligence, nodding in agreement. The master makes sense. In front of Lin Chen now stood a creature that was entirely black and humanoid, but with a body as strong as a bull, towering even taller than two people. But what caught Lin Chen's attention were the pair of horns on its head. They were crisscrossed like a deer's antlers. Isn't this what I wanted? Lin Chen was pleasantly surprised. He didn't expect to find such a pleasant surprise in this secret realm. And the level of this demon's life was not high, just in the late stages of a warlord. With Xiao Bai's current strength, dealing with it would be a piece of cake. At this moment, although the demon in front of him couldn't understand Lin Chen's words, it could sense the displeasure in them. I've changed my mind, I won't give you hope anymore, now I'm going to kill you. The black demon extended a hand, pointing at Lin Chen in front of him, speaking in a cold tone. Then it leaped into the air and flew towards Lin Chen, ready to strike. If this hit directly, it would likely shatter his internal organs. Fortunately, Lin Chen's body was far from ordinary, and with a jump and roll, he dodged the attack. Xiao Bai followed closely behind. Just as the two narrowly avoided the attack, the black demon landed and charged towards them. You're asking for it. Xiao Bai was furious. Just before the black demon could reach them, Xiao Bai's snake tail turned completely black, emitting a metallic sheen. Then it lashed out at the demon. Swish! The sound of air being cut rang out. The demon, startled, reached out its arm to defend itself. However, crack! The sound of bones breaking echoed. The demon's black face turned even darker. An indescribable pain shot from its arm to its brain, as if hitting an incredibly hard steel surface. It let out a human-like cry of pain. Ah! The piercing scream echoed around. At the same time, all the lower-level demons in the secret realm became agitated. Meanwhile, outside the building complex, the few people waiting with Bai He heard the sound and felt a sense of impending danger. Oh no, we need to help. This demon is getting angry, Lin Chen alone won't be able to resist. Quick, let's go in and fight with him. Exactly. It's a dead end if we keep dragging this out. It's better to fight with Lin Chen, maybe there's still a chance. Charge! At this moment, the eyes of the two boys were red. Lin Chen clearly entered the secret realm on his own initiative. Not only did he not retreat but also wanted to help them. However, Lin Chen is now in danger. They couldn't stay calm at all. After all, this is the territory of demons, which has a strong boost for himself. Even a disaster-level talented pet would suffer if it faced him. At this moment, outside this crack, a figure of a woman in black leather clothes directly rushed in from outside the crack. However, just as she stepped into the black mist for less than a few seconds, she was bounced back as if repelled. Dian was stunned. Someone has already entered this crack voluntarily? This situation only occurs when someone has already entered the crack. And this small crack space only allows one person to enter at a time. But who would voluntarily enter such a place? Students cannot be unaware of the dangers of such a place, and none of the participants who came here for the competition would be so reckless. Then it must be those instructors who are playing the role of hostages. Thinking of this, Dian breathed a sigh of relief. Those instructors' experience and strength would easily handle these small cracks, but it's better to confirm first. Thinking of this, she picked up the phone and called headquarters. Beep beep beep, the call was quickly answered. I have arrived outside the gray mist crack, but I was rejected. Has someone else already entered it? Upon hearing Diane's words, the one-armed man gestured for a staff member to check. However, soon, he looked at the one-armed man and shook his head. No. Then who is inside? Diane was dumbfounded. She really didn't expect this situation. If someone was passively sucked in, it could be understood, but who would voluntarily enter it to this extent? Or be so reckless to this extent? The key is not being reckless. If someone is passively pulled in, and then angers the Lord inside, dragging everyone in to be buried together, the casualties would be significant. At this moment, the people in the control room also fell silent. It was as if a dark cloud was hanging over them, almost suffocating them. They really didn't expect things to escalate to this extent. Remember, time inside the secret realm is different from outside. Who knows how long they have been in that secret realm now? At this moment, the demon suffered a big loss, his pupils dilated, and his eyes filled with blood vessels. Coming to my territory, don't even think about leaving alive. Omnipotent Lord, Supreme Existence, grant me the power to bathe in flames. The demon let out an angry roar. Then, black flames suddenly erupted from the horns on his head, gradually spreading from his feet to his whole body, yet not harming his skin. Hiss, it's the second stage, Master. Little White hissed. It had seen it on TV. Little White, you've learned to answer questions, I'm pleased. Lin Chen patted Little White's head. But I also like the horns of this demon. Lin Chen's gaze lingered on the giant deer antlers emitting black flames. Unexpectedly, this action further infuriated the demon. He lifted his foot and charged towards Lin Chen, vowing to tear the human in front of him into pieces. With this kind of flame, the scales of the silver scale fish, combined with the reinforcement of other creatures' scales, should be able to withstand for a while. Little White used the water spray first, then immediately used the entangle skill. As Lin Chen spoke, Little White instantly spat out 3 water swords. Swish, swish, swish. 3 water swords flew in front of him, but the demon remained calm. Even though his right arm had been broken by Xiao Bai, it had somehow healed within the flames. With a flick of his hand, he deflected 1 water sword. However, the other 2 pierced a small hole in his body. But in an instant, the wound completely healed. Only the black flames diminished slightly. Xiao Bai had already made contact with its body. As soon as Xiao Bai touched the demon's body, he clung to it like a snake, tightly binding it. As Xiao Bai's muscles exerted force, the demon let out a painful roar. The flames on its body only left small traces on Xiao Bai's scales. No harm done. No. The demon was finally afraid. When those humans entered its space, it had already sensed them. Perhaps it had intentionally let them in to feed on their fear. But it didn't expect such a freak to come in halfway. Even its demon fire couldn't harm the opponent. The entanglement was strong. Despite using all its tricks, it couldn't break free. Just a lowly creature, how could? Before it could finish the sentence, its eyeballs, bones, and flesh exploded from its body, spraying blood that stained the ground red. At the same time, countless little demons gathered in the palace. Ga 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 ga. These little demons weren't very smart. Upon seeing Lin Chen, they felt the urge to attack. Without even thinking, they couldn't defeat their leader, so what was the point of attacking him? Meanwhile, after the demon lord's death, the entire small space faced collapse. The beast tamers who were about to rush into the palace were shocked. This space seemed to be collapsing. They looked shocked. Did Lin Chen kill the demon? Impossible. How could it happen so quickly? Why else would this space disintegrate? Only when the Lord dies does the space merge with the outside world. Damn! The demon's combat power is several times that of creatures of the same level. At least 3 beast tamers of the late-stage warlord level are needed to deal with a late-stage demon creature. Impressive. They were completely impressed. This was the true beast tamer. No wonder Lin Chen was so calm just now. He was confident. They were thinking of helping just now. Now it seemed that even if they went in, they would only be a burden. At the same time, in the outside world, this space gradually merged with reality. Watching the expanding light and ground space in front of them, Di Xian frowned and quickly jumped back. The space is collapsing? So someone killed the Lord of the Space. Who could it be? Di Xian's beautiful eyes showed a hint of shock. To have a space of their own, they must be at least a late-stage demon of the warlord level. And the demon creature's combat power is 3 times that of creatures of the same level. This means that the people entering the space this time are at least at the late-stage warlord level, or even at the lord level. But she was only at the lord level. Almost all the Lord Beast Tamers were in the monitoring room. Who could it be? Gaga. At this moment, a large number of red-skinned little demon imps surrounded Lin Chen. In their hands were long knives or weapons made of human bones, screaming wildly. At the same time, Xiaobai's pupils gradually emitted a sacred and majestic golden light. In that moment, an invisible wave seemed to spread out from around him. At one moment, a majestic force like a great mountain enveloped the heads of the surrounding evil demons and imps. Faced with the pressure of these ultimate creatures, the dozens or even hundreds of evil demons present involuntarily felt fear surging into their minds. In an instant, hundreds of imps all prostrated themselves before Lin Chen. Their bones and pupils trembled uncontrollably, with no hint of resistance in their hearts. Dragon's Might. Although it was called Dragon's Might, it was just a skill name, and its actual effect was far less powerful than a real dragon. At best, it could be considered a replica. If it were a real dragon, just a hint of Dragon's Might leaking out would make all the fierce beasts in this giant beast city bow in reverence. However, at this moment, Lin Chen felt no ripples in his heart. Instead, he had another idea. By using the blood of demons and the bloodline of supernatural pet beasts, can I create an evil god? Just thinking about this made Lin Chen excited. He had heard the demon pray to his master before. In other words, these supernatural creatures and demons had their own beliefs. And if he could merge their bloodlines to create an evil god, wouldn't that mean he could truly control these creatures and reign over them? Yog-Sothoth, Lord of Raya, Nyarlathotep. Each of these evil gods, when they come to this world, don't they just crush those minor gods? But the bloodlines of these imps are probably useless. Lin Chen's gaze fell on the demon lying on the ground. Even this lord could only be overused for a short period of time at best. Fortunately, I joined the Dragon Slaying Bureau. I heard that the missions carried out by the Dragon Slaying Bureau involve entering some spaces where the creatures faced are extremely evil and chaotic beings. I won't lack opportunities to search for their bloodline components in the future, Lin Chen said. Among the group of prostrating imps, Lin Chen approached the demon and activated the sequence extraction skill. Obtained Demon Blood Gene. Obtained Black Flame Horn Gene. Obtained Demon Power Gene. Black Flame Horn. It seems this thing didn't originally belong to this big demon. But now it belongs to me. Lin Chen smiled slightly and injected the Black Flame Horn gene into Little White's body. As for the other genes, Lin Chen planned to save them for later. When he had collected various bloodlines of strange creatures, he would inject them into the evil god. Successful injection of Black Flame Horn gene. After obtaining this gene, Little White became excited. It had just witnessed the powerful healing ability of the Black Flames. If it could possess this ability in the future, wouldn't it be invincible? Thank you, Master. Little White quickly expressed its gratitude. It never expected that as a mere ordinary snake, its master did not abandon it but instead helped it become stronger step by step. At this moment, Little White's trust in Lin Chen had reached its peak. Lin Chen smiled and patted Little White's head. This was not just a snake, but a dragon cub. At the same time, Little White's panel appeared in front of Lin Chen. White Snake, Level, Early Warlord, Talent, Early King, Skills, Coiling, Proficient, Water Spout, Hardening, Skilled, Dragon's Might, Black Flame Horn, Hawkeye, Enhanced Vision, Silver Scales, Thunder Serpent Scales, Unicorn Serpent Scales, Vision. Evolution Path, Jiao, Silver Python Water Monster, Dragon Blood Water Monster. These skills are simply beyond belief. Even Lin Chen couldn't help but marvel. Whether active or passive, they had completely exceeded the usual limit of skills that a pet could possess. And at this moment, after the complete fusion of the space and the outside world, Di Xian was stunned as she looked at the scene before her. At this moment, Di Xian was wearing a black combat suit, outlining her perfect figure in exquisite detail. However, at this moment, she stood at the intersection, her beautiful face showing an undeniable shock. At this moment, Di Xian could hardly believe everything she saw before her eyes. In the distance, a palace emerged from that space, surrounded by dozens or even hundreds of demons with bright red skin in various forms. This scene was something that would only appear in hell, but at this moment, those demons were bowing and worshipping a figure in the center. Di Xian felt no respect from them, only endless fear and dread, as if in awe of the king of hell. They were pledging loyalty to the figure. At the same time, on the outskirts of the encirclement, several beast tamers also looked shocked. The events that took place in just a few seconds were enough to make their minds crash and start smoking. They could not believe what was happening before their eyes. But what truly shocked them was the figure standing among the demons. Lin Chen. Lin Chen's appearance was already outstanding, but in this situation, he appeared even more sinister. Everyone was mesmerized by him. What was even more unbelievable to them was that Lin Chen not only killed the lord of this space but also subdued those crazy, violent, and ruthless demons under the lord's command. Are you the son of a demon? This space is not here to confine you, but to welcome you? At the same time, space shattered, obtained, token of the demon, token of the demon? In the moment the space shattered, a red disc resembling an eyeball appeared in Lin Chen's hand. It's probably a material needed for the advancement of strange creatures, and usually, such things are quite expensive. Thinking this, Lin Chen stored the item in his beast taming space. His master, I can't hold on much longer. Little White's eyes were wide open, slowly spitting out words. The golden light in its eyes was so intense that it was almost turning into red magma. Can't hold on? Lin Chen frowned, slowly stepped back. Following Lin Chen's order, he and Little White began to slowly retreat from the encirclement of demons. Along the way, Lin Chen could clearly see the red necks and blood-red patterns on the demons crawling on the ground. It could be said that as long as Lin Chen wished, he could take the lives of these little demons at any time. They seemed to be unaware of resistance, trembling under this pressure. It seems that regardless of the form of the creatures, the suppression of bloodlines and ranks among them is extremely severe, Lin Chen thought to himself. After all, the hierarchy consciousness among these creatures was much more important than that of humans. But once the effect of the dragon's might disappeared, these demons would rise up in rebellion in an instant. At this moment, Di Xian, standing in the distance, also keenly noticed this. With a wave of her hand, a slender and weak ghostly figure appeared beside Di Xian in a flash of light. The ghostly figure was pitch black, only vaguely resembling a female form, almost indistinguishable from Di Xian's figure. Her hands were replaced by two sharp knives, emitting an extremely cold aura. A mysterious beast tamer, the most difficult to tame among pet beasts, and their strength is also the most difficult to estimate. Shadow, kill all those demons, and make sure not to harm those few humans, Di Xian commanded. Kaka. With Di Xian's order, the ghostly figure made a chilling grinding sound. Then, step by step, it walked towards the direction where Lin Chen and the others were. Just as it stepped into the space where the dragon's might was present, it clearly paused for a moment. But in the end, it still walked in. Can it even affect creatures at the Lord level? This kind of leadership ability is truly unheard of. Although Di Xian's tone was calm, she could not hide her inner shock. After all, even her Lord-level strange creatures do not have their own domain. However, at this moment, a warlord-level small snake can possess such a powerful domain, even able to suppress creatures of the same level. If this matter were to spread, it would surely cause chaos. It really makes my sister a little envious of that. At this moment, the strange creature whose hands turned into long knives passed by several other students. Those beast tamers, and Bai He felt a chill down their spines. It was only after they saw that it was Captain Di Qian's beast tamer that they felt relieved. Savior! Seeing the strange creature with hands turned into blades, Lin Chen's eyes lit up. It looks very strong. The strength is definitely not weak. And at this moment, that strange creature was also puzzled by Lin Chen. Who wouldn't avoid eye contact or keep their distance when they saw her? Although everyone tried hard to hide their inner fear, they could not escape her gaze. She was most sensitive to perceiving negative emotions like fear. However, at this moment, she really couldn't see any fear in Lin Chen's eyes. There was only inexplicable excitement that she didn't know where it came from. Excitement for her. I am a strange creature, feeding on the fear of life. Are you not giving me any experience points at all? Forget it. Shift focus. Giggling. The ghostly figure made a terrifying sound again, then instantly turned into a phantom, rushing forward, and as its hand rose and fell, numerous red heads flew up. Under Xiao Bai's domain, these demons, before they died, didn't know how to end their own lives. Just like being mowed down, they were all killed in less than a few seconds. It was as if in an instant, all the heads of these creatures were severed. So strong. This is the Lord level. Killing these awakened beings, even the early-stage warlords, was like mowing grass. Bai He and the others were shocked. Lin Chen was also very surprised. I wonder when Xiao Bai will reach this level. Then, Lin Chen quickly reacted. He immediately activated the gene extraction sequence and extracted the genes of all the little demons around him. Obtained little demon gene. Obtained demon blood gene. Di Qian walked to Lin Chen's side and then retracted his ghostly figure. How did you obtain the domain skill? Di Qian asked straightforwardly. To obtain a domain skill, one must awaken the beast tamer space in the spirit stone, or the pet's level must reach the lord level, and it must have the potential to be a king, in order to have a slight chance of awakening it. After awakening the beast tamer space, Xiao Bai gained the domain ability. Lin Chen casually replied. This was not a lie, it was indeed the truth. I see. What abilities does your domain have? At this point, curiosity was evident in Di Qian's eyes. Any domain skill has the effect of strengthening oneself and weakening the surrounding beasts, and as the level increases, this ability becomes more and more abnormal. But it was impossible to suppress beasts of the same level. At most, it had a strong suppressive effect on beasts below its own level. However, the domain ability of Lin Chen's Beast Tamer shattered Di Qian's understanding. Currently, it seems to be able to suppress creatures with bloodlines lower than Xiao Bai's. Lin Chen spoke quietly. This ability might not be strong enough for other creatures, but for Lin Chen, it was already abnormal, because he could continuously enhance Xiao Bai's bloodline, achieving invincibility at the same level, and even influencing opponents across levels. It's quite a powerful domain. You continue with the competition. I have to go back and reply to the letter. Understood. Lin Chen nodded and silently watched the excited Di Qian. Is this already very strong? It's not even the time for dragon might to truly exert itself yet. Are you serious? The one-armed man asked with a serious expression. Of course it's true. He alone shattered that space, and his pet even has leadership abilities. With these words, the crowd could no longer remain calm. Excited discussions ensued. He just formed a contract with his beast, and he's already able to shatter a small mist space on his own? This level of power could easily rank in the top 10 of the contestants. Exactly. And his beast has leadership abilities. Maybe it's really a disaster level, or even an emperor level talent. But didn't he say his pet only has a king level talent? Do you know what it means to hide one's strength? Every genius naturally has secrets they don't want to reveal. At this point, everyone nodded, keeping their secrets hidden from each other. They didn't expect this kid to be so secretive. But with such strength and talent, they had to take him seriously and intensify his training. Who is currently in first place? The one-armed man suddenly asked. It's Du Ning. She already has 13 hostage cards. Second place is Lin Chen, who has obtained a few cards after coming out of the space, totaling 8 in hand. But Lin Chen doesn't seem to pay much attention to these cards. Instead, he's been hunting special fierce beasts in the city. This kid is really going against the norm. Practicing during the selection competition? Although the one-armed man was harsh with his words, his eyes were filled with satisfaction. He wanted students like this. The rewards for the top 3 rankings this time were almost the same. Since he was already guaranteed to win, why care about the ranking? Improving one's strength was the top priority. That Du Ning, is she from the Du family in the Magic City? Yes, her beast ice butterfly has been raised by her since childhood, and its current level has reached the late stage of a warlord. Only such large families can do such things. The one-armed man sighed. At this moment, on the monitoring screen, a beautiful and icy girl appeared, with a huge butterfly as blue as snow floating beside her. Just standing together, they naturally exuded a sense of aloofness that kept people at a distance. The Du family, the leading of the 3 major families in the Magic City, controlling over 10 Lord-level Beastmasters, even having connections with King-level Beastmasters. Truly the first major family. It's almost time, let's end the competition. Understood. In the giant beast city at that time. The competition is over, the results are final. All Beastmasters, please gather at the starting point of the giant beast city to announce the results. The competition is over, the results are final. All Beastmasters, please gather at the starting point of the giant beast city to announce the results. The competition is over, the results are final. At that moment, Lin Chen had just hunted a gray bear with Little White. After extracting the bear's power, he heard the announcement. Is it over already? I haven't had a good hunt yet. Lin Chen was in a good mood. After coming out of that space, he had been hunting various fierce beasts related to dragons. Now he had accumulated a lot of genes for Little White. Gene injection. As Lin Chen activated his talent skill, numerous gene abilities were once again injected into Little White's body. Obtained bear strength gene. Obtained snake venom gene. Obtained bear paw gene. Obtained eagle eye gene. Visual enhancement. Beginner, upgraded to visual enhancement, proficient. With the injection of genes, Little White's scales gradually became plump, and its body size continued to grow. Evolution route, Jiao, able to walk in water, with 4 limbs. Condition, late stage warlord, devour 1,000 species. Isn't this condition simple enough? Compared to other creatures, it's much easier for Xiaobai to evolve. After all, it doesn't rely on those evolutionary paths, eating the same food every day, but solely on Lin Chen's sequence extraction skills. And he even got the token of the demon. Such rare items must be expensive. Hopefully, he can sell it for a good price after going out. Lin Chen's Xiaobai started heading towards the edge of the beast city. Soon, all the beast tamers who were not eliminated by the fierce beasts gathered here. There were about 160 people, but only 50 could be selected from them. First place, 13, Du Ning. Second place, 7, Lin Chen. Third place, 3, Zhang Ku. As each name was called out, the students whose names were not called had pale faces. Du Ning stood there with a cold expression. It was natural for her to get first place because she had always been the first. However, there was something that bothered her a lot. It was this person named Lin Chen, whom she had seen during the competition on a building. Instead of competing for the wooden plaque, he was constantly hunting fierce beasts around the hostages on the floors. But even so, he managed to get second place. This guy, could it be that he's treating the selection match as a child's play? Du Ning's slightly pale eyes looked towards the young man who was smiling and petting his beast in the distance. Hee, you noticed too, right? A female instructor suddenly appeared next to Du Ning. Who is he? Du Ning asked without turning her head. Lin Chen, Lin Ming's younger brother, your idol's brother. I heard that his beast is of the emperor level, just like you, already having its own territory. Moreover, during the competition, he discovered a gray mist space and destroyed it alone. Listening to the instructor's words, Du Ning's pupils suddenly contracted. She's not my idol, just a senior. As for her brother, it has nothing to do with me. I don't want the first place this time, something that doesn't live up to its name. I don't need it. Saying this, Du Ning turned around and left. This little girl is still so competitive. She says she doesn't want it, but she must have already put him in first place in her heart. The instructor chuckled. It seems that this provocation was very successful. She loved watching geniuses compete with each other. Sometimes being too confident does need to be sharpened at the right time. The instructor sighed. However, apart from this Lin Chen from Yang City, probably no one could dampen her spirit, right? Du Ning was very angry. She had never been so angry before. Not because the other person looked down on her, but because of this kind of disregard and indifference. It made Du Ning, who had always been praised since childhood and always got first place, very unhappy. Lin Chen, you despicable guy. Du Ning gritted her teeth lightly. It doesn't matter, when the training program for disaster-level beast tamers starts, we will have a chance to meet. Congratulations, Lin Chen. He smiled and congratulated Lin Chen. You too, didn't you also make it to the list of those 50 people? Yes. I heard that our 50 people will train together with the other 50 people from the city for testing, and the standards are all set towards the disaster-level beast tamers. Disaster-level beast tamers? Lin Chen was puzzled. He had considered many possibilities, but he had never thought that this training session would have disaster-level beast tamers leading it. It should be noted that a disaster-level beast tamer, just one person, is enough to contend with a large family. Just like the first place in this test, he came from the largest family in the Magic City, the Du family. But even the Du family had to fawn over to get close to the disaster-level beast tamers. And to have a disaster-level beast tamer teach others, that was even more difficult, almost impossible. Unless they are in a good mood, no one can make demands on them. And this kind of strong freedom is also what Lin Chen longs for and needs. Of course, after all, it is to cultivate a disaster-level beast tamer. Although it may not be possible to cultivate one, it must be a disaster-level beast tamer to teach, right? That's true. Lin Chen nodded silently. And I heard that among those 100 people, 3 can get a choice of a disaster-level pet beast cub. As soon as this was mentioned, he became somewhat excited. This is a disaster-level cub. Something that cannot be sold anywhere in the world. Naturally, ordinary people have no way to come into contact with such creatures. But now the opportunity is right in front of them, who wouldn't be excited? I'm afraid even the largest families in Longwo will come to compete. A disaster-level cub? Lin Chen also needs such a pet beast as his second beast tamer. The key is that it's self-selected. This means that whether it's a biological, elemental, supernatural, or other rare type, you can request it. This is really great. I knew that disaster-level beast tamers enjoy a high status and honor in Longwa, and even in the whole world. If one could get such a cub, then the life of this beast tamer would be almost soaring. And, he suddenly spoke up, seeming a bit hesitant at this moment, and after waiting for a few seconds, her face turned slightly red as she said, my father said he wants to meet you, do you have time? Your father? The head of the Bai family? The head of the Bai family has a very high status in Yangcheng. He is the kind of person who only appears on TV, but now this kind of person wants to meet him? Lin Chen didn't think it was impossible, just that there was no reason. Could it be? Want him to be a kept man? Forget it, I haven't done anything to you, you explained to your father. Lin Chen frowned. It wouldn't be good if the head of the Bai family misunderstood because they were too close. That's not what I meant. My father just wants to publicly commend you as a public figure. He blushed and lowered her head. Her cheeks and neck were so red that they were about to drip water. "Oh, I see. That's fine, I'll go see your father tomorrow." Lin Chen shook his head abruptly. How did he even start thinking crookedly? But it's not his fault for thinking crookedly, it's just that he is too beautiful. With such a top beauty chasing after you and being able to pick you at any time, no one could resist. "Okay, it's a deal." His tone was filled with excitement that couldn't be concealed. She felt her heart pounding wildly at this moment. Finally, success is within reach. First deceive him into the house, and then, no, you have to make him willingly agree. Lin Chen got into the vehicle. He quickly returned to the academy. "There's still a week before training starts, I can stay at the school for a while." Lin Chen got off the car and stepped into the school gate again. And just after he got off the car, a group of fans surrounded him instantly. "Oh my god, it's Brother Lin. Brother Lin in person. Wasn't he seen at school every day before? What's so strange about that? You don't know anything. You know that Brother Lin is now the first in the selection competition. He's destined to become a disaster-level beast tamer in the future. Even the principal will have to bow down to him. First place? I remember he was the second in the selection competition, right? He considered himself not as strong as Brother Lin. He won by luck, then he abstained and stepped back to second place. How could he consider himself not strong enough? Do you know who the first in this selection competition is? It's Du Ning, the ice beauty of the Du family in Modu. Doesn't this just prove that our Brother Lin has charm? Even that ice beauty was conquered by him, willing to give up the main position and submit to him. It seems to make some sense. In comparison, Brother Lin's status seems to be higher than the first major family in the magic capital. For a moment, everyone's gaze towards Lin Chen became even more worshipful. A real man should be like this. What ice-bird beauty! With strength, one can make her willingly submit and become a little wife. Listening to everyone's praises, Lin Chen felt numb all over. Can you guys stop spreading rumors about me? Although Lin Chen didn't know why the Du family's young lady gave up the first place, he was clear about one thing. That is, to make someone willingly submit, kneel voluntarily. If the Du family's young lady knew about these words, Lin Chen would definitely be in trouble. And Lin Chen's intuition was also correct. This selection competition is crucial for the entire dragon country. Therefore, many matters between the two selection competitions have already made the news. And the most attention-grabbing thing is the first place forfeiting. At this moment, Du Ning, sitting in her own garden, accompanied by her ice butterfly, giggling. The reason Du Ning rejected people turned out to be this man, making the icebird beauty willingly submit and kneel under him. At this moment, Du Ning, looking at the overwhelming news information on her phone, and the embarrassing words, was so angry that she gritted her teeth. And the icy breath emanating from the ice butterfly froze all the plants around the courtyard into ice flowers. One can imagine how angry she must be at this moment. Lin Chen, how dare you spread rumors about me? Miss, should we send someone to delete these news? The steward on the side was a bit nervous. Du's youngest daughter has always been calm, but unexpectedly, she was so angry today. No need. I will handle it myself later. Du Ning took a deep breath. Deleting these news at this time would only backfire. It would be better for her to leave this person behind in training, let Lin Chen see the gap between the two people, and personally apologize to her. At night, at Lin Chen's home. Beep beep beep. Lin Chen's phone rang inexplicably. At this moment, the phone displayed two big characters. Lin Ming, his sister, the genius beast tamer of the imperial capital. Calling me at this time? Lin Chen frowned. He had a bad feeling. Then, Lin Chen directly hung up the phone. The ominous feeling disappeared, and Lin Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Smiling, he said, it was just a misconception after all. Meanwhile, in a tavern in the imperial capital, two delicate-looking women nervously watched the short-haired girl sitting at the counter with a phone in her hand. Captain, what's wrong? You were so happy when you called just now, why the sudden change? I don't know. I've never seen the captain so happy before, but, judging by her current temper, I guess some monster is going to suffer again soon. Saying that, the two involuntarily clutched their clothes to their chests. At this moment, Lin Ming also stood up from the bar counter. The sound of her right hand clenching was audible, but her face, which made anyone's breath stop momentarily, was extremely gentle. Forget it, my little brother has grown up, he should have some freedom. Although Lin Ming said so, her tightly clenched right hand did not loosen at all. But, where did he get the pet from? With this level of pet, it's almost impossible to snatch the quota for a disaster-level cub from the hands of those offspring of the major families, even the descendants of some disaster-level king-level beast tamers. Lin Ming murmured silently. She knew very well that if she didn't help, her brother Lin Chen wouldn't have the money to buy a high-level talent pet. And his opponents are the offspring of several major families in the magic capital, and even some descendants of disaster-level king-level beast tamers. To stand out from these people, to snatch food from the tiger's mouth. Unless I go back to those days, there might still be a chance. Lin Ming whispered softly. But it doesn't matter. No matter how useless her own younger brother is, she still supports him. Captain, what are you thinking? A team member asked with some concern. Oh, nothing, the egg we obtained during the mission earlier was a king-level egg, sell it. Captain, don't you have a great use for it? It's useless now, sell it. Understood. But many people are eyeing that egg, we could easily sell it for over 10 billion. Several team members suddenly became excited. Knock knock knock. Your package has arrived. Finally. Lin Chen's face lit up with joy. Just a few minutes ago, Lin Chen hung up the phone and displayed the demon's token in the marketplace. In just a few minutes, a group of beast tamers with demon-type spirit beasts came to buy it at a high price. Because the demon's token is essential for evolving into higher-level demons. It may not be useful for other beast tamers, but for those in need, it's worth a fortune. So Lin Chen sold the demon's token for 100 million dragon coins, higher than the market price. Then he bought what he needed online. Soon, Lin Chen unloaded all the items he purchased in the courtyard. Giant Cobra King, Late-Stage Warrior, 10 million dragon coins. Rainbow Scale Fish, Mid-Stage Warrior, 9 million dragon coins. Thornback Mountain Dragon, Late-Stage Warrior, 13 million dragon coins. A total of 7 species. The reason Lin Chen bought these creatures was simple. Xiaobai needed new scales. Since he had the ability, he wanted to buy higher-level scale genes. Thornback Mountain Dragon scales have extremely strong defense, capable of withstanding missile bombardment. Rainbow Scale Fish can allow Xiaobai to move underwater for a longer period of time. And the Giant Cobra King's scales have strong poison resistance. The volcanic creatures have fire resistance, venom resistance, lightning insulation, frost isolation, and the sky creatures have perfect streamlined scales, reducing air resistance and greatly increasing speed. It's all set now, the genes of these scales have almost no flaws. Lin Chen smiled. He was sure that Xiaobai was now the most resilient warrior-level creature, able to withstand attacks better than a tortoise. No form of attack could easily harm it. It could be said to be the ultimate creature in terms of resilience. And there was no need to use their scales, just transfer the genes over. Sequence extraction. Gene injection. Lin Chen activated his innate ability. The several warrior-level strong-scaled creatures in front of him corroded in an instant. Finally, Lin Chen injected all of them into Xiaobai's scales. Obtained the Eye King Bloodline gene. Obtained the Rainbow Fish Bloodline gene. Obtained the Snowy Armored Bear Bloodline gene. Obtained the Volcanic Rockworm. Obtained the Fire-Resistant Scale gene. Obtained the Flowing Water Scale gene. Obtained the Skyworm Streamline gene. In just an instant, countless genes were injected into Xiaobai's body, and Xiaobai's scales underwent a tremendous change. But it was not yet visible in a short time. However, Xiaobai could feel that he was much safer now than before. It could be said that he was invincible. I wonder when you will learn to fly. Lin Chen was somewhat looking forward to it. But that's not important now. His first goal was to strengthen Xiaobai's bloodline genes, claws, horns, eyes, and fangs to the strongest level. This would require a lot of funds, and the Dragon Slayer Bureau couldn't provide it. But the training plan for a disaster-level beast tamer would definitely consume a lot of resources. This was Lin Chen's top priority. Continuously improve one's strength, aiming to gain more resources and achieve higher rankings in this training session, attracting the attention of the higher-ups. This way, he can make bold requests. Let's focus on training first, and enhance Xiaobai's attack power first. Lin Chen has already set his goal. That is to stand out in this disaster-level beast tamer training program. By now, Xiaobai's pair of horns are about to grow out. When combined with the invincible scales and the Black Flame's invincible recovery ability, he will be unbeatable in training. And this time when I go to the Bai family, I estimate they will also offer resources. Lin Chen has a premonition. The Bai family is coming to win him over this time. But he feels justified in taking these resources. After all, if his strength is not strong enough to attract others, where would the resources come from? Everything depends on being strong enough oneself. Just like Captain D. Xian's Lord-level pet beast. If Xiaobai reaches the Lord level, everyone will respect him. Everything falls into place. First, go to the Bai family as agreed, then take Xiaobai for a few days of training, hunting, and killing some aggressive beasts. With a plan in place, Lin Chen quickly fell asleep. The next morning. Outside the Bai family villa. The next morning at dawn. Outside the Bai family villa. A handsome young man with a refined appearance was standing outside the door. Next to him was an old bicycle parked. He stood out starkly compared to some boys and girls driving luxury cars around him. It was as if a character that shouldn't be in the picture had appeared. "Brother, who is that guy? Is he here to find a job at the Bai family?" A girl sitting in a Rolls-Royce leaned on a young man and chuckled a few times. Upon hearing this, the young man's face changed drastically. "Lower your voice. Don't you know who he is?" The young man's actions startled the girl. With some concern, she asked, "Is he just out of prison, with 100,000 big brothers in jail who will come back at his command?" "Damn, are you drunk or something? 100,000 brothers are not enough for him to handle." With that, the young man immediately stepped on the gas pedal, driving the Rolls-Royce away amidst the roar of the engine, afraid to stay a second longer, lest his face be swollen. And when the girl saw the Bai family head personally coming out of the villa, she was shocked. She was almost sober, feeling a sense of fear. Not to mention her, even the big shot behind her boyfriend's father is no match for the Bai family. It could even be said that the Bai family is the emperor of the entire Yang city. Whoever they want to disappear, that person won't live to see the next day. This young man is so young. Is he from the Magic City? Her impoverished imagination could only come up with that. Meanwhile, outside the Bai family, the Bai family head, Bai Joga, also came out with 2 bodyguards to welcome him. "Lin, I didn't expect you to come in person. I was planning to send someone to pick you up this afternoon." "It's okay." Lin Chen shook his head. He happened to like riding a bicycle. Not wanting to waste time, he arrived early in the morning. However, Bai Joga didn't quite fit the image of a stern and wealthy family head that Lin Chen had in mind. Soon, Lin Chen followed him into a hall in the villa. Bai He and his mother were already seated there. Lin Chen couldn't help but marvel at how beautiful Bai He was, clearly influenced by her family background. Not only was her father handsome and charming, even her mother still had her allure. "She looks good." Bai's mother smiled and nodded. Back in the day, she was attracted to Bai Joga's appearance, which is why she agreed to let him marry into the family. And Lin Chen could never have imagined it. The head of the Bai family, the most powerful person in Yangcheng, turned out to be a son-in-law. "Lin, our Bai He often mentions you at home, saying that you are very talented and are her goal to strive for. Now it seems to be true. So I plan to support you with a sum of money in the name of my Bai family. There is no other meaning, just consider it as a little help from my Bai family to the younger generation of Yangcheng, giving you the opportunity to win the Disaster Cup." Bai Joga talked about the matter. Of course, he felt that the possibility was very slim. After all, those who went to participate in the training were super geniuses with prominent backgrounds and high aspirations. And Lin Chen in front of him was just an ordinary person with a little money. "Then thank you, Master Bai." Lin Chen nodded. Hearing this, Mrs. Bai suddenly smiled. If Lin Chen had been pushing back all along, she might have had a lower impression of him. But she didn't expect this young man to accept directly. This made her somewhat interested. "This account will be transferred to your bank card later. If you have anything else to do, feel free to do so at any time." Lin Chen came so early, he must have his own things to do. This was the intuition of the head of the Bai family. "Then thank you, Master Bai, Madam Bai, I'll take my leave." Lin Chen bid farewell. He did have some things to do. These 2 people from the Bai family were not as polite as he had imagined, making Lin Chen feel comfortable. Just as Lin Chen left, "How do you plan to support him?" Mrs. Bai asked. "Let's start with 25 million first. After all, it's what the board of directors requires, and it will be reported on TV afterwards," Bai Joga said silently. He estimated that Lin Chen already knew. Those directors and shareholders of the Bai family wanted to make friends with the Bai family and this genius. In the future, when Lin Chen rises to fame, the Bai family can also benefit. "You've given it all, but it's not a round number. Over 2,500 doesn't sound good," Bai He muttered softly. Mrs. Bai suddenly laughed. "You little girl. Just met and already trying to take advantage, huh? Alright. Since it's the board of directors' money anyway, let's make it 30 million. Besides, in the future, isn't all the Bai family's money his?" At first, Bai He didn't react to this. After a little thought, her face turned red with embarrassment. "Mom, don't worry, Mom supports you, right, Bai Joga?" Mrs. Bai glanced at him. "Of course. I definitely agree." Bai Joga quickly raised his hand in surrender. "Just kidding. Now, who in the whole Yangcheng wouldn't want to curry favor with Lin Chen? It's like a pie falling from the sky. If Lin Chen can become a disaster-level beast tamer in the future, by then, not just Yangcheng, even the entire Magic City might be worth a try. Even if not, being a king level is not bad. Moreover, this young man's character is also good. It satisfied both of them. I didn't expect history to repeat itself, another one coming to freeload with me. Bai Jiuge silently complained. At the same time, as soon as Lin Chen left the Bai family, he went to the wilderness to start hunting fierce beasts. After all, to achieve the goal of hunting 1,000 fierce beasts, the current number of Little White is far from enough. So Lin Chen went out during the day to hunt fierce beasts. At night, he would find a nearby inn to spend the night. And so, 3 days passed in a flash. Lin Chen's pet beast finally reached the mid-level warlord stage. His Little White curled up on the ground, a layer of white skin began to appear on its body. And as that layer of skin fell off, the originally white and rough scales became extremely beautiful and shiny. Obviously, the genes were at work. Each perfect scale was neatly arranged and attached to Xiaobai's body, looking extremely beautiful. It was like the most perfect masterpiece in the world. Lin Chen couldn't help but reach out and touch it. Xiaobai flinched in pain. Lin Chen quickly withdrew his hand. It's okay, master, you can touch it, Xiaobai can endure it. *****, are you in pain? Lin Chen didn't have a special fetish for teasing his beloved pet. He chose to wait on the side. Finally, half an hour later, Xiaobai completed its shedding. The shiny white scales all over its body made Lin Chen's eyes light up. Finally looking a bit like a dragon. These scales would probably make any expert unable to resist buying them at a high price for collection. Perfect. Only these two words could describe the absolute beauty of these snake scales. When the pain is gone, I must have a good scratch. Lin Chen smiled. At that moment, Lin Chen's phone suddenly rang. He picked up the phone. It was Di Xian calling. Hello, is this Captain D? Yes, the training plan is about to start. I'm sure you've seen the recent TV reports, right? Yes, many people are paying attention. Lin Chen nodded. In terms of attention, there was nothing wrong with this training. These days, almost every time Lin Chen turned on the TV, he could see experts discussing the training. They were all predicting who would get those 3 disaster-level cubs. Lin Chen also gathered a lot of information about his opponents from the TV. He found many opponents who even gave him a headache. If Xiaobai hadn't evolved its scales at a critical moment, Lin Chen would probably be in trouble now, right? Just like in another competition for 50 spots, the winner had an elemental pet. This kind of pet had no physical form, making it the most difficult to deal with. And several other participants had extremely rare pets. Their talents were almost at the king level. They had reached the talent limit to contract the first pet. And because rumors spread that Lin Chen's pet talent was a disaster level, even an emperor level, the experts on TV were crazy about it, almost making Lin Chen believe it himself. Wasn't this inviting trouble for himself? He even suspected that someone had a grudge against him, intentionally causing trouble for him in the training plan, letting other participants deal with him. That's right, the training is about to start. A vehicle will come to pick you up in front of your house shortly, and the training location is absolutely confidential. Get your affairs in order. Get my affairs in order? Captain D, did you use the wrong word? I didn't use the wrong word. This training involves life-threatening risks, so it's better to prepare in advance. Lin Chen furrowed his brows. The call ended. It seems that this training plan is indeed very dangerous. But Lin Chen also received feedback on Xiaobai's genetic abilities, and now his physique was no longer ordinary. If in the past, a fierce beast could slap him against the wall and he couldn't get off, now a slap would at most make him roll a few times. This was already a huge improvement. And there are still a few months left until the college entrance exam. Early training is always a good idea. Lin Chen's goal was to get into one of those 5 universities. The training plan was just one part of it. I heard that those 5 institutions only admit a few hundred students each year. Admitting only a few hundred from billions of people. The difficulty could be imagined. And his sister had already been admitted to the Imperial Capital University. Anyway, Lin Chen wasn't confident right now. This training plan was a great stepping stone. Lin Chen didn't have to wait long. Soon, a huge armored vehicle stopped in front of Lin Chen's villa, attracting the neighbors to come out and watch. I didn't expect Lin's little brother to be so talented. Well, their parents are all beast tamers, so naturally their children are not bad either. It's all in the genes. Being able to participate in the training program, he must be one of the top 100 young beast tamers in Long Kingdom, right? I regret it. When my daughter wanted to pursue Lin Chen back then, why did I foolishly stop her from going? Don't you remember? Lin's little sister was very protective of her brother. Even if you had agreed back then, there wouldn't have been a chance. You're right. Amidst the envious gazes of the crowd, Lin Chen boarded the giant armored vehicle and quickly left the area. The armored vehicle was enclosed on all sides, making it impossible to see the road. Lin Chen could only feel the bumps of the vehicle traveling on the road. Secrecy is always good. If those malicious people find out that all of Long Kingdom's talents are gathered in one place for training, there might be a lot of trouble later on. Wanting to deceive everyone, even their own people, should not be spared. After some time passed, the giant armored vehicle finally stopped moving, and then the rear door opened. Lin Chen got off the vehicle and arrived at an airport that had been contracted. There were 3 small passenger planes parked at the airport. At the same time, several beast tamers from Yang City who had passed the test were already standing there. It's Brother Lin. Master Lin Chen is here. I'm so nervous, I never thought I would pass the test. You need to maintain the right mindset. I heard that even if you pass the test this time, there is still a possibility of being eliminated during training. Forget about being eliminated. I heard Instructor D say there might be life-threatening situations. It scared me. I bought a set of life-saving armor overnight. Saying that, the person shook the hardware on their body. It looked extremely safe. At this moment, the people from Yang City were all very excited. After all, the outskirts of Yang City were very dangerous. Strong and ferocious beasts were everywhere, making it impossible to venture deep into the area. This meant that despite growing up, none of them had ever left Yang City, and now, they were finally about to leave. How could they not be excited? Lin Chen. By he also waved. Lin Chen nodded. Since everyone is here, let's board the plane. Di Xian was still wearing that black combat suit. Everyone followed her and boarded the plane on the left. Whoosh, the 3 planes took off simultaneously. Inside, they still couldn't see the outside scenery. Soon, the small passenger plane took off. During the flight, Lin Chen could occasionally hear terrifying cries of birds and beasts outside the plane. However, as soon as these birds and beasts approached the plane, they were all shot down. Lin Chen knew without thinking that it must have been done by Di Xian. Generally, for some planes to take off, there must be beast tamers guarding them. Basically, one trip could earn tens of thousands. There were many similar jobs like this. This was also the reason why beast tamers were not short of money. In situations like continuous attacks, it could only mean that the plane had entered an extremely dangerous area. If it was a safe route, it might not be attacked even once a year. Just as Lin Chen was pondering where they were flying to, a package was suddenly thrown over. Get ready to parachute. If you jump late, you'll be waiting to be devoured. Di Xian's voice came from behind. Then the rear cargo door of the plane opened. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. In an instant, a cold wind poured in endlessly. Go, Special Forces. A phrase popped into Lin Chen's mind inexplicably. Without hesitation, the group put on their backpacks and immediately followed Di Xian in jumping out. For these beast tamers, parachuting was a piece of cake. After all, each of them had physical fitness and learning abilities no less than professional athletes. And in the air, Lin Chen could clearly see a base surrounded by high walls and the jungle full of ferocious beasts. That's right. If I had jumped a second later, I would have probably jumped outside the base. Lin Chen was completely speechless. This is really not life-threatening, but finding danger for oneself. Even on Lin Chen's parachute journey, he saw several people with giant umbrellas hanging on the central tower of the base, swaying in the wind. Snap! With a handsome and suave movement, Lin Chen landed. Several staff members immediately ran up and took away Lin Chen's umbrella. Soon after, 5 teams gathered on the playground. Lin Chen joined the team where Instructor Di Xian was. A one-armed man walked to the front of the open space, facing the crowd. All the students present held their breath. Hello, my name is Gao Liang, a king-level beast tamer. As soon as these words were spoken, there was a lot of discussion below. King-level beast tamer. The strongest beast tamers in our city are only at the king level. But I heard that this training is not attended by disaster-level beast tamers, right? Indeed, why a king level, although not bad. Listening to the doubts of several classmates, Gao Liang smiled. You guessed it right, there is a disaster-level beast tamer. But he said he won't teach trash, only the top 3 outstanding individuals. If you can handle the upcoming training, everything will be fine. At this point, Gao Liang paused, then pointed to the students hanging on the central tower. As for them, they don't need to participate in today's training and will not earn any points. Points? Although the students were not sure about the importance of points, they vaguely felt that it was crucial. Lin Chen felt the same way. After all, the pitiful looks of those students on the tower as seen by the instructor indicated that not earning points would have serious consequences. I won't say more. In the first few days, I will conduct unified tests on your beast companions and beast tamers' nerve reaction speed, muscle strength, defense, and other aspects. Those who fail the test will not earn any points. Summon your beast companions now, and let's start the nerve reaction speed test. Dalian's previous kind and gentle expression changed instantly to a serious one. Start now? The people present were stunned. They had just jumped off the plane and hadn't rested yet. However, some students had an indifferent look on their faces. Like Lin Chen, Du Ning, and several unnamed beast tamers, they appeared extremely calm. Alright, I will conduct the nerve reaction speed test for you next. Di Xian walked out of the crowd. Then he summoned his ghost-like beast companion. Eerie-type beast companion. Hiss, why do I have a bad feeling? Are they planning to make us dodge the attacks of the ghost? You jinx, keep quiet. Yeah, this is a lord-level beast companion. How could we possibly dodge it? Feeling the chilling aura, the students below turned pale. It does seem very dangerous, but that's it. Lin Chen quietly spoke. With Little White's proficient level of visual ability, coupled with the nerve reaction power absorbed from ferocious beasts like bees and eagles earlier, it could be said that Little White had almost no rival in nerve reaction ability. Let's begin. You, come over here. Di Xian pointed to a male student. The male student's face immediately turned pale. Forget it, it's all a matter of time anyway. The male student gritted his teeth and summoned a creature with long limbs from his beast space. The people present were immediately dumbfounded. Even Di Qian was stunned. Ah, this is a sloth, isn't it? Are you kidding me? Sloths are one of the slowest animals in the world when it comes to reaction speed. Of course, by one of the slowest, I mean in reverse. The sloth with its long limbs was slowly moving towards Di Qian step by step on the ground. Forget it, I'll go over there. Di Qian helplessly rubbed her forehead. At this rate, it would probably take a whole day for it to reach her. Lightning! You can do it! The boy looked at the sloth in front of him and encouraged it. The sloth slowly turned its head as if intending to nod to its owner. Put! This scene almost made others unable to hold back their laughter. This is too funny. By the time you nod, your head will have been cut off. And Di Qian clearly had no intention of waiting for it to nod. The shadow raised its right arm with a long knife and swiftly brought it down. However, something unexpected happened. The shadow. It missed. Di Qian was taken aback. And at this moment, the boy finally stopped pretending and revealed a mischievous smile. Lightning, lightning, as fast as lightning. His sloth had the ability to accelerate in an instant. His earlier pretense was just to gain the instructor's trust. But he couldn't dodge the next strike. Swish! The shadow strike was almost invisible, leaving a trace on the sloth in the blink of an eye. You dodged once, you pass. Thanks, instructor. Ha ha, let's go, lightning. The boy, with his pet, immediately retreated to the side, leaving some of the surrounding students dumbfounded. The others were not so lucky, because next, Di Qian would not make any more mistakes. Swish, 0, eliminated. Swish, 0, eliminated. 1, pass. In just a few minutes, more than 30 out of the 100 beast tamers were eliminated. This meant that these 30+ people would not be able to earn any points. Damn! This attack speed is too fast. Even though the instructor suppressed their strength, these are still lord-level pets. Yeah, I barely dodged the attack with my pet's speed boosting skill. Damn! You're lucky, my pet can't even match the sloth's reaction speed. Ha, we'll probably be laughed at when we go out. You know, the list of those eliminated in this training will be made public in the news. Public execution, huh? I admit I'm scared. Next, Du Ning. As this name was called out, a girl with crystal clear skin stepped forward from the group. As soon as she appeared, she immediately caught the attention of everyone present. Such a beautiful girl, even from a distance, was a sight to behold. But no matter how beautiful she was out of their league. Why do I feel like she just glanced at me? Lin Chen murmured. You too, bro? I feel like the goddess just looked at me. Me too, me too. Did she look at you too? Who has yellow urine? Diabetics, move back, don't let him have a taste of sweetness. Swish! Before the others could continue, a chill emanated from the front. A completely ice blue ice butterfly gently flapped its wings in midair. Well, it seems you've trained this pet well. Di Qian nodded in approval for the first time. But I won't show mercy. Please begin. Du Ning was very polite. Or rather, there was a subtle, innate arrogance that even she was unaware of. But it was this almost imperceptible arrogance that gave Du Ning her unique aura. I can only dodge one knife at most. If it were a goddess, she could definitely dodge several knives, right? Not necessarily. Supernatural creatures may attack differently from normal creatures. You never know how their wrists will twist. Indeed, that is really hard to predict. But it's okay. If our pet doesn't have an advantage in speed, maybe it will have an advantage in defense during the test. That makes sense. Just then, swish! Another long knife slashed over. And at that moment, the wings of the ice butterfly fluttered slightly. A strong chill spread around. Even the blade of the ghost shadow was covered with frost, slowing its speed. And the ice butterfly easily dodged this attack. She dodged so effortlessly, truly a goddess. Releasing skills, isn't that against the rules? I remember the previous pets released acceleration skills, but this time it slowed down the opponent. Isn't this test about the reaction speed of the participants? It's definitely not against the rules. After all, you have to time the release of skills well. You're right. Swish, swish, swish. Then the ghost shadow swung 4 knives. It wasn't until the 7th knife that it finally caught the opponent's mistake. 7 knives. That was already terrifying. Observant people could see that the ghost shadow's knife speed was getting faster and heavier with each strike. Being able to dodge 7 knives had surpassed most people. Come back, ice butterfly. Du Ning recalled the ice butterfly to the pet space. Well done, you passed. Stepping down from the stage, Du Ning passed by Lin Chen. Softly, she said, I look forward to your performance. I wonder if your little snake can defeat my ice butterfly. Leaving these words behind, Du Ning left. Damn, buddy, you're amazing. We were joking and dreaming, but what you said turned out to be true. So, the Puxian man and the clown are actually me. If I remember correctly, you're the Lin Chen who spread rumors about Du Goddess, right? It seems so. There aren't many as handsome as you in the entire base. Impressive. Daring to confront Du Goddess directly, be careful of those lackeys. To the words of the crowd, Lin Chen remained non-committal. He didn't even pay attention to Du Ning's words. Admiring her beauty didn't mean he would hold her in high regard. Next, Shen Gao. A gloomy-faced young man stepped forward. He directly summoned a blazing flame hellhound from the pet space. Elemental pet. The people present were surprised. It was an extremely rare elemental pet. These pets, even at the lowest level, were at the lord level in terms of talent. In the subsequent test, Shen Gao did not disappoint. He successfully dodged 5 attacks. After all, being a ball of fire, the area of impact was too large. If not controlled properly, it was easy to be attacked, naturally not as good as the ice butterfly that slowed down the opponent. Shortly after, Lin Chen, it's your turn. Just tested, a pet master from Yang City spoke up. Lin Chen nodded silently. Little White, come out. A white snake emerged from the pet space, coiling around Lin Chen. By now, Little White's body was as thick as a small tree and about 5 meters long. It immediately attracted the attention of the people present. What a handsome guy. This guy must be Lin Chen, the genius pet master from Yang City, right? Impressive. In other cities, the top geniuses and family descendants have ice butterflies, flame hellhounds, these well-known pets. What kind of species is this white snake? Could it be a young dragon? You've got to be kidding me. However, this snake seems to have no outstanding features, and it's still not clear at the moment. It can't really be an ordinary snake, right? How can it compete with others? Originally, everyone was somewhat hopeful. What is the pet of this top genius? After all, the previous 2 had already shocked them. But it turned out that Lin Chen's pet was just an ordinary, slightly larger white snake. To be honest, no one looked down on him. It's just that this kind of pet wants to compete for the top 3 spots in the training camp and get a disaster-level cub. It's a bit of a pipe dream. I guess it's hopeless. The vulnerability of snakes is just too big. This time, the points are probably all going to Miss Du Ning. With such a long body, it's hard to protect both ends. But I always feel that this white snake has been staring for a long time, making me feel uneasy. A student quietly spoke up. He had a special feeling for the bloodlines of some pets. And now, facing this ordinary white snake, he felt very uncomfortable. Just then, Dian finally made a move. Swish! The ghostly figure not only did not hold back, but instead used a faster speed than usual to slash towards the little white snake. Dian wanted to quickly test out the strength of the little white snake. As the blade cut through the air, it was so fast that most people couldn't see it. But in the eyes of the little white snake, it was moving extremely slowly. With just a tilt of its head, it easily dodged the attack. One strike, Lin Chen quietly spoke. Damn! Counting even in this situation. What a show-off! Everyone stared as another even faster strike was dodged effortlessly by the little white snake. Then, 3 strikes. 4 strikes. 5 strikes. Is it going to break the record of Goddess Du? No one expected this small white snake to be so agile. Du Ning below slightly opened her mouth. She admitted it. She was a bit flustered. Even the genius whose pet was a flame hellhound was shocked. Only the people from Yang City cheered for Lin Chen. Go for it, brother Lin. Lin is amazing. Who says pets have to be rare species? And then, as expected, Lin Chen successfully dodged the remaining 2 attacks, breaking Du Ning's record. Instructor Dian, please wait a moment. What's wrong? Can't go on? But it's also, how can you say that the ghostly figure just used a speed close to that of an early-stage lord? If even Lin Chen can withstand it, it's too unbelievable. Unexpectedly, Lin Chen grinned. No, Instructor D, I just want to test how fast the little white snake is now. Can you slow down a bit? Let the storm come more fiercely. You can chop as you like, I can handle it. Lin Chen's expression was serious. It didn't seem like he was joking. Hearing this, all the surrounding students were dumbfounded. Damn, is he showing off like this? He's too good at showing off, right? It's already unbelievable that I can withstand one hit, and now he wants to keep chopping? I've never seen someone so full of themselves. But he does have the capital to be full of himself. The current strength of his pet is probably the strongest among us. Don't be too full of yourself, there's still a defense test later. That's the real deal. The identities of the beast tamers from various cities were completely shocked by Lin Chen. They never thought that beast tamers could play like this. A snake could be so agile and nimble. It was even faster in reaction than some speed-type beast tamers. Although snakes are not slow, they don't have any extra bonuses in avoiding attacks. This guy. Du Ning saw this scene, and her face suddenly turned slightly red. The confidence she had before was completely shattered in that instant. Think about your previous actions. You even personally went to provoke Lin Chen. Now it seems that you have overestimated yourself. The gap between Bing Dai and the opponent's pet is more than just a little bit. But in terms of growth, I won't lose, sooner or later I will catch up with your pace. Even. Suppress you. Du Ning still refuses to admit defeat. This is natural. If a genius gives up because of one failure, they lose their invincible spirit. Then she is not a true genius. Strong people will not retreat or surrender because of a small setback. Not to mention the various tests of defense and other aspects that will come later. Several months of training, there is plenty of time. But actually, when Du Ning thinks like this, deep down in her heart, she already believes that her pet is not as good as Lin Chen's. Then I can make a move. Saying that, the ghost shadow attacked from both sides. The difficulty of avoiding this time can be said to increase exponentially. Just over 10 seconds later, Xiaobai couldn't hold on. And the final result was 15 attacks. More than twice as many as the second-placed Du Ning. Apart from the disbelief of the people around, the most shocking was Di Xian herself. She was sure that the ghost shadow had already used the abilities of the early lord just now, but still let the other party dodge so many times. Lin Chen, what race is your pet after all? Could it really have dragon blood? Du Ning's pupils contracted. Impossible. That is a creature that only exists in legends. How could Lin Chen have it? Okay, the test is over. A total of 67 people passed the test. First place gets 1,000 points. Second place 500. Third place 300. As each ranking was announced, countless envious eyes turned towards Lin Chen. 1,000 points. Although they didn't know what it was for. But those who dodged an attack only got 10 points. A difference of 100 times. Okay, it's lunchtime. After eating, we will conduct the defense test in the afternoon. Finally, it's time to eat. I can't wait. I wonder how the food is today. Training disaster-level beastmasters is definitely not just talk. The food is probably top-notch. Makes sense, hee hee. Lin Chen, let's go together. Baiha and several others from Yangcheng plan to invite Lin Chen. No need, I'll eat alone. Lin Chen is used to eating alone. The others didn't blame him. It's normal for geniuses to be solitary. Soon, everyone arrived at the cafeteria. It has to be said that the meals here are extremely rich. Almost all the food for both pets and people present is taken into consideration. Low-level set meal 1 point, medium-level set meal 5 points, high-level set meal 10 points, top-level set meal 20 points, deluxe set meal 50 points. The pet nutritionist quoted mercilessly. Instantly, some students turned pale. What if you don't have any points? Not everyone has points. Just like those hanging on the tower. Those who didn't pass the test. Where do the points come from? Finally, everyone understood why the instructors said they just needed to persevere. If they can't even get a meal, they probably won't last 2 or 3 days without quitting on their own. Damn! Luckily I passed the test and got 10 points, I can last 3 days. But the things here are really worth the price. A low-level set meal outside costs 10,000, but here you only need 1 point to get it. What kind of food is in the deluxe set meal? I dare not think about it. I dare not think about it. Please give me a deluxe set meal. A figure came to the window. Hearing this, everyone's gaze shifted. Suddenly enlightened. So it's Lin Chen. With 1,000 points, of course, he can afford the deluxe set meal. Damn it! Even if I can't afford it, does that mean I can't look down on it? I want to see what kind of meal is being sold at such a high price. Seeing someone buying the deluxe meal, countless gazes in the restaurant turned towards them. Then a plate was handed out. This dish uses earth dragon gall, celestial phoenix marrow, black chicken dan, and the rarest parts of various creatures. It is most suitable for battle-level creatures to consume long-term. It can enhance the defense, reaction speed, and overall abilities of the pet. It can even reshape the pet's roots, revive ancient bloodlines. It was made by the professional nutritionist of that disaster-level beast tamer back then. The pet nutritionist seemed quite proud to be able to make a meal for a disaster-level beast tamer. It is the dream of any pet nutritionist. Is it the meal that was used to cultivate pets back then? And it's exclusive to battle-level creatures. Such a meal formula would probably cause a frenzy if released to the outside world. No wonder the ingredients have to be given pseudonyms. An expensive item, yet it can be bought for just 50 points. For a moment, everyone looked at the ingredients separated into 2 portions for the beast tamer and the pet in the plate. They couldn't help but swallow their saliva. Even the pets beside them couldn't help but drool. Unfortunately, they could only blame themselves for being incompetent. Smack! Here! This is your first-level energy meal. The nutritionist casually handed out a plate with a large piece of meat. This kind of thing can be made by any chef on the street. Letting this pet nutritionist, who was selected and trained through layers of exams, make it is simply an insult to him. Wuno, I must strive to make my pet also able to eat deluxe meals. Several people made up their minds silently. 30 years in the east of the river, 30 years in the west of the river. Don't bully the poor beast tamer. I'll have one too. Du Ning came to the window unwilling to show weakness. He also ordered a deluxe meal. As soon as Lin Chen sat down, Xiaobai couldn't help but swallow the lump of meat in one gulp. Instantly, a satisfied expression appeared on his face. Comfortable, but on the other hand, Du Ning was chewing and savoring the food with his ice butterfly. He looked very elegant. And this guy deliberately chose to sit opposite Lin Chen. The two of them sat so close, the contrast was evident. Helpless. In order to salvage his image, Lin Chen had to bring out his years of dining experience. Just as everyone was almost done eating, the assembly horn sounded again. Gather in the training room immediately. The instructor stood at the cafeteria door holding a notebook and shouted, I've only eaten half. Do you really think you're here on vacation? Oh no, losing 0.5 points. No need to lose points, just pack it up in a bag and take it back. Enough, let's go. The once noisy cafeteria. In just half a minute, more than half of the people left. Du Ning wiped his mouth with a handkerchief. He raised his fair chin and walked past Lin Chen, leaving Lin Ge. Several people from Yangcheng greeted Lin Chen. Lin Chen, let's go. He waved at Lin Chen with a blush on her face. Lin Chen nodded silently, swallowed the last piece of meat, and walked out. A few minutes later, 100 people gathered in the training room. This time, the instructor was a bald man with scars on his face. He stretched out his arm, looked at his pocket watch, and said, Latecomers, deduct half points from everyone. The bald man's words were serious, his face stern. Everyone's faces turned pale instantly. But fortunately, the bald man added another sentence. Let it go this time, but if you can't assemble within a minute next time, deduct the points from this time as well. Thank you, instructor. Scared me. If I lose my 0 points, I might turn into 2 CS. Even Lin Chen breathed a sigh of relief. What if they were really deducted? Originally, 1,000 points were not enough to eat a luxurious meal every day for a month. If half of it is deducted, it will be even less. Alright. Next, summon all your spirit beasts and put them in the front pool to give you a bath. The instructor pointed to a pool in the training room. Bath? Although the students were puzzled, they still summoned their respective spirit beasts. Good-doo-doo. The flame hellhound comfortably stepped into the pool. The surrounding water instantly became scorching hot. The surrounding spirit beasts scattered around. They accidentally encountered the ice butterfly behind them, almost getting frostbite. In the pool, there was also a huge iron armor giant. As soon as it entered, the water level rose by half a meter. The pool only reached its waist. Seeing that the spirit beasts had almost all entered, the bald instructor nodded silently. The assistant on the side immediately understood. He went to the wall and moved a lever. As time passed, the water in the pool gradually became boiling hot. The spirit beasts playing in it also sensed something wrong and wanted to leave. Roar! Quack quack! Why is the water getting hot? Little cow! Come up quickly! Still soaking there? I'll cook you into a frog in a moment. The spirit beast masters became anxious. Leave the water if you fail this defense test. The bald instructor's heavy voice sounded. Little cow, don't come up, hold on for me. If you can hold on for a while, come up later, I'll treat you to a big meal. Those few people's expressions changed instantly, and everyone present realized that this was the afternoon's defense test. Comprehensive test of the spirit beast's resistance in various extreme environments. As long as you can win, I'll give the first place 5,000 points. The bald instructor was very generous. It excited everyone. 5,000 points. As long as you can get first place, it's like getting 5 first places in the previous tests. But if you get second place, it's like getting nothing. Still the same points as before. Some spirit beast masters who accidentally came ashore were instantly furious. Hee, this test is simply tailored for my iron armor giant. Song Yun-zong confidently spoke. Then he glanced at Lin Chen's spirit beast, the white snake. I won with skill, now I'm competing in defense. I don't believe anyone can beat my iron armor giant. The defense of the iron armor giant is indeed extraordinary. Many participants saw that their spirit beasts couldn't hold on and let them leave one after another. After all, not all spirit beasts have the defense ability of the iron armor giant. Half an hour later, the pool water was already boiling. If you stayed in the water at this time, it would be like being cooked meat. There were only 5 spirit beasts left. A white snake, a huge iron armor giant, an ice butterfly surrounded by ice, with the most mist there. The flame hellhound, enjoying itself, as if it were soaking in a hot spring. A huge volcanic rock insect, floating on the water, whether dead or alive. Compared to the various abilities displayed by other spirit beasts, only the white snake was really taking a bath in the water. With the ability to resist fire from volcanic rocks, staying here for a few days is no problem. Damn, I can understand the other spirit beasts, but what's up with that snake? This thermoregulation animal didn't turn out like this. Bath time? Could it be that this snake is a descendant of the flame snake? It's really possible. Besides the flame snake, other snakes can't resist heat. Everyone stared at the white snake wriggling in the water. While other spirit beasts were desperately resisting the scorching environment, you were rolling around in the water? Still T&D complained that the water was not hot enough. Intentionally ran to the side of the flame hellhound to soak together. Isn't this too pretentious? Even the flame hellhound itself was a bit confused at this moment, staring with a pair of eyes made of flames, looking at the white snake beside it. Its walnut-sized brain really couldn't comprehend everything happening in front of it. If we were to say who was the most uncomfortable at this moment, it would undoubtedly be Du Ning. After all, no matter what, her ice butterfly was not compatible with this test. Only by continuously using skills and releasing cold air could she barely withstand this heat. The other participants didn't look as relaxed either. Only Lin Chen stood there calmly. Occasionally, he would chat with Bai He. Lin Chen from Yang City? Indeed quite special, huh? The bald instructor walked over and burst into laughter. The more pretentious one acted, the more necessary it was to suppress them. But I wonder if you can still withstand what's coming next. The bald instructor's face changed. Assistant, turn on the cold air for me, adjust the temperature here to minus 270 degrees. Understood. The bald instructor and his assistant immediately put on a heavy coat and then turned on the cold air switch. Absolute zero. In just an instant, the originally scorching ice instantly solidified and then froze. This sudden change startled everyone in the field, feeling the temperature getting colder around them. Some even saw the breath of some beast tamers. So cold. It's like a trial by fire and ice. This test is too extreme. Who can withstand both the heat and the cold? But the heat can't be raised too high, however. This cold air can already cause frostbite. Isn't that obvious? The water pool has already frozen. Can Lin Chen's white snake withstand this? Some old acquaintances from Yang City were worried. However, their worries were unnecessary. How could Lin Chen not have anticipated this? In terms of adapting to the environment, Little White is absolutely invincible now. Its scales can adapt to any environment. Otherwise, how could it be worthy of being a dragon, such a noble creature? Of course, the premise is that the test difficulty doesn't increase to the Lord level. After all, the genes in Little White's body are extracted from mid to late stage warlord level creatures. Almost everyone present is at the mid to late stage warlord level. It's not very realistic to raise it to the lord level. In this cold air, the flames on the flame hellhound gradually extinguished. Finally, it couldn't hold on anymore. It was the first to jump out of the water pool. But the ice butterfly was carefree and at ease. Even the volcanic rockworm, a pet beast that lives in volcanic areas, was not affected at all. I remember this guy was in the top 3 in the northern competition. His volcanic rockworm is an extremely pure-blooded pet. I heard that high-level volcanic rockworms can store heat in their bodies, ensuring that they can maintain their body temperature even when they leave the volcano. It seems so. Another big shot has appeared. Whose beast is this? I didn't expect the beast tamer to be so low-key. The crowd was somewhat surprised. However, compared to these few pets, Lin Chen's white snake was truly unbelievable. At this moment, it was still gliding on the ice. It seemed that it could also store heat in its body like the volcanic rockworm. Impressive. The bald instructor couldn't help but sigh. Being able to withstand his flame test and withstand his extreme cold test, this year's students are indeed much stronger than in previous years. And what surprised him the most was Lin Chen's snake. Not only were its scales extremely beautiful, but its defensive capabilities were also astonishing. Looks like I have to give you a bit more excitement. Give me some electricity. Hearing the bald instructor's command, the assistant beside him was momentarily stunned. Instructor, are you sure? Of course, in the realm of culture, there is no first, and in the realm of martial arts, there is no second. We must determine a winner. But the bald instructor gritted his teeth. I understand, but it will take some time. The assistant then turned and left. Mad. You kids still said this is a snake, and said it's a king-level talent? Sun Yun was dumbfounded. His invincible spirit that he had just established was completely shattered on the sliding white snake. He never expected that his ironclad giant not only couldn't defeat a snake, but even standing here, he didn't have the defense to match that snake. Could it be that the heavy armor on my ironclad giant is just for show? Then why are the feet of my ironclad giant frozen? A snake, just like an ordinary snake. This can never be a king-level pet. Du Ning felt immense pressure for the first time. This was a challenge to her genius status. Du Ning for the first time truly regarded someone as her opponent. But I won't lose. The environmental adaptation skill of the ice butterfly is not inferior to any pet, Du Ning said seriously with her fair face raised. Moreover, her ice butterfly was at the late stage of the warlord, while Lin Chen's white snake seemed to have just broken through to the mid-stage of the warlord. Although it was just a difference of a single level, who knows how many years it would take to bridge that gap. And at this moment, the bald instructor's men had just opened the circuit breaker. On their way back, they ran into Gao Liang and Di Xian. General Gao, Instructor D. We plan to see how the students are doing in their defense tests. Oh, I see. Instructor Zhang asked me to open the third gate of the defense test, the electric shock test. Electric shock test? Both of them were surprised. Gao Liang and Di Xian looked at each other deeply. Being able to proceed to the third test meant that there were beast masters who had made it past the third gate. This is somewhat interesting. I wonder if that kid named Lin Chen is still in the test? Lin Chen's pet is a white snake, not particularly outstanding in defense. I'm afraid he might not even pass the first test. Di Xian wasn't lacking confidence in Lin Chen, just stating the facts. That's true, if a pet has one outstanding trait, that's good enough, no need to push for more. Gao Liang also felt the same way. In the past, snakes or poikilothermic creatures never won in these tests. It had nothing to do with the strength of the pet, just the difference in species. Let's go take a look. Gao Liang led the two towards the training room. Meanwhile, in the training room, crackle. After a sound, Instructor Zhang, the bald instructor, activated the third test. Countless static electricity surged into the pool, shattering the surrounding ice blocks. The ironclad giant, as a conductor, was startled and hastily walked out of the water. It only lasted for a few seconds. Du Ning gritted her teeth and recalled the ice butterfly. A look of unwillingness filled her pretty face. There was no way. This wave was countered. She would definitely not lose next time. Surprisingly, in the arena, only the flame rockworm and Lin Chen's white snake remained. Because the flame rockworm used a skill, it was covered with a layer of earthy shell, which could briefly block the electric current. The scales of Little White could perfectly isolate the electric current outside the body. After all, it carried the excellent genes of the thunder snake. If it couldn't isolate the electric current, the discharge skill of the thunder snake would harm itself. At this moment, Little White, in the water pool, seemed like a conductor, surrounded by blue lightning. Blue flashes covered its snake scales and eyes, giving off a faint blue light. It looked majestic and domineering, like a dragon bathed in a storm and lightning. Looking at the volcanic rock insect, obviously can't hold on. What kind of creature is that white snake? Can even resist electricity? Not afraid of fire, not afraid of water, not afraid of electricity, this is a true dragon. Could it be true as rumored, his pet talent is Emperor level? It's really possible. Besides Emperor level, I can't think of any outrageous creature that could do this. This kid, I really can't control him. The bald instructor was completely convinced. It can be said that all the students present may not be convinced, but only him. He is completely convinced. The first one to pass 3 levels, and without using any skills, a snake-like creature. It completely shattered his worldview. This kind of defense ability, it can be said to be perfect. It also made him appreciate it. At this moment, Gao Liang and Di Xian instructors arrived at this training room. In a series of footsteps, Gao Liang and Di Xian entered the training room. The eyes of the two immediately fell on the white snake bathed in lightning. Their originally calm eyes instantly became astonished. And then it was shock. It seems the competition is over. I really didn't expect Lin Chen's pet to rank first in defense ability. I thought his reflex speed was so fast. His resistance to lightning must be very low. Di Xian's face was full of disbelief. What else can't that little white snake do? This kind of adaptability. It's hard to believe that this kind of creature hasn't spread all over the world. Even the people present have never seen it. Of course, if this was just an ordinary snake, they would definitely not believe it. Joking. Even if an ordinary creature is fully cultivated, it would take who knows how many years until it gains intelligence, and then wait for some awakening of bloodlines. When you contract with a pet, others probably stand at the top of the world. So this kind of idea was ruled out from the beginning. Little White, come up. Amidst the shocked gazes of everyone, the white snake swam across the pool and came to Lin Chen's side. Envious gazes from the crowd. Not to mention anything else, this kind of loyalty is not something an ordinary pet can compare to. If it were another pet, just staying in such an uncomfortable environment would be difficult. Not to mention staying in it for 1 or 2 hours. Only Du Ning, Song Yunzong, Bai He, and a few rich kids, their pets were raised together from a young age. That's why they trust their owners so much. Could it be that Lin Chen's pet was also raised together from a young age? Envious, 5,000 points are in hand. But, damn it, Song Yunzong was at a loss. Lin Chen, you are indeed strong. Are you hiding your strength? Du Ning extended her slender fingers to her red lips, looking puzzled. Those beautiful eyes stared straight at Lin Chen's face. Until Lin Chen looked back, Du Ning blushed and averted her gaze. White Lotus, who was beside her, saw this scene and her face darkened for a moment, but she quickly recovered. She walked up directly, grabbed Lin Chen's sleeve. Lin Chen, congratulations. No big deal. Lin Chen responded calmly. He was already used to the victorious speeches every time. Damn. Pretending like this in front of a beauty. If you have the ability, you go pretend too. If you don't, what are you complaining about? Killing people and destroying their hearts? At this time, the head instructor Gao Liang and Di Xian also nodded at Lin Chen from a distance. Obviously, the two were very satisfied with his performance. At least for now, he has preliminarily qualified to have a disaster-level pet. But the test is still a test. It may be influenced by the pet's species, pet status, and pet's level. Just like some pets may be relatively weak in the early stages, but their evolution speed is extremely fast. The best example is the ice butterfly. Once this creature evolves to the Lord level, its strength will undergo earth-shaking changes. The thunderous lion of the White Lotus is no exception. As a royal-level talent beast, it is not much weaker than the ice butterfly and the iron kai giant. In the past, there have been people like Lin Chen who surpassed all others, but as soon as the training began, the distance was immediately pulled apart. So everything depends on the training that follows. Soon, the bald instructor began announcing the rankings. First place, Lin Chen, 5,000 points. Second, Lu Yan, 500 points. Third, Du Ning, 300 points. The gap in points between first and second place was huge. It was visually stunning. In less than a few minutes, all the rankings were announced. Lin Chen breathed a sigh of relief. 5,000 points, enough for him to use for a long time. At this time, Xiaobai had not yet returned to his own beast space. Many students also gathered around. They looked at this white snake with astonishment. Beings of this level can only be admired from afar and not played with. They were very envious. Lin Gu, Lin Shen, where did you catch this pet beast? Yeah, is it really a king-level talent? If it's a disaster level, wouldn't I have a chance too? Listening to the words of a few people, Lin Chen smiled helplessly. Do you really want to know? Of course. Of course. As soon as they heard that there was a story, the people around nodded eagerly. They were almost about to write on their faces, thirsty for knowledge. Even the distant Sang Yunzong's ears perked up. Du Ning, who had originally wanted to leave, stopped in his tracks upon hearing this, biting his lip. He. Looking at Du Ning's straight back, Lin Chen smiled. It's not emperor level, just a king level talent. As for the species, it should be the only one in this world, right? Lin Shen squinted his eyes, lost in thought. TSK. If you don't want to say, forget it. The only one? Too pretentious. Even emperor-level talent beasts don't dare claim to be the only one in the world. If you won't say, forget it. Let's go. The crowd showed disappointed expressions. Du Ning in the distance felt played, and his body trembled involuntarily. Even Sun Yunzong's face darkened. He felt that Lin Chen was doing it on purpose. Lin Chen, is it really a king level? He looked at Lin Chen's handsome face expectantly. Why would I lie to you? Lin Chen flashed a brilliant smile. His heart raced a bit. But there was also some disappointment inside. It seems that this kind of thing really can't be said casually, even I can't say it. Ha ha ha, young people must have confidence in their pet beasts. I have high hopes for you, young man. The chief instructor Gao Liang laughed heartily. Di Xian and the bald instructor were slightly surprised. For the first time, chief instructor Gao Liang said such words before the training even began. This indicated his approval of Lin Chen. He believed that Lin Chen was most likely to obtain a disaster-level pet beast. It was only the first day of training, and chief instructor Gao Liang wouldn't say this without absolute certainty. Have a good night's sleep tonight. After the test, we will officially start the training. During the training, if you can achieve a high ranking, you will also have the opportunity to obtain a disaster-level pet beast cub. Of course, if the person who spoke earlier deems your talent sufficient, expanding the 3 spots is not impossible. Gao Liang spoke seriously. Upon hearing this, some students became excited, secretly making up their minds. Let's eat. Lin Chen took Xiaobai to the restaurant. He ordered a regular set meal. Since the energy content of the deluxe set meal was higher, Xiaobai only needed to eat it once a day. Just eat this kind of ordinary set meal on weekdays. Soon, one person and one snake finished the food quickly. Lin Chen arrived at the residential area. Just arrived, he heard some students crying and shouting from a distance. Wow, what's going on? Lin Chen was puzzled. You also need to pay points in the residential area. He, who was walking beside him, quietly spoke. So harsh? Lin Chen was stunned. This intensity. Even before the training started, it was already like this. Once the training starts, will half of the people be able to survive? The residential area here. It is no different from the usual apartment buildings. But there are still several standalone villas. A single room in a 7-story ordinary apartment building costs 10 points per night, while the standalone villa next to it can be lived in alone, but it costs 30 points per night. Since it's just for sleeping, many beast tamers choose to live in the apartment building. Of course, even if you live in the apartment building, you need to have points in hand. And currently, Lin Chen has the most points in hand. Do you want to live in the villa with me? I'll pay for your points, Lin Chen smiled. No need, I also have a lot of points, and here, your points can only be spent on yourself. He blushed slightly, closing her eyes tightly. Inviting someone to live together, and even offering to pay. This taste is indeed a bit strange. But Lin Chen obviously didn't notice these, he just asked innocently, well then, I'm leaving. Lin Chen came to the villa area next to him. He swiped his ID card. Student Lin Chen, 30 points spent. Obtained the right to stay in Villa No. 3 for 1 night. Ding! The door opened with an electronic sound. The whole camp is filled with the taste of money, power, and status. However, the real world is not much better than here. Let's take a bath first. It's been several days since I last bathed. Lin Chen felt a bit sticky. Xiaobai can clean his body in the beast taming space, but Lin Chen can't. After more than 10 minutes. In the bathroom of the villa, Lin Chen turned off the tap, walked out of the bathroom, and his perfect muscular lines were exposed, coupled with his handsome face. If someone saw it, they would probably charm thousands of girls again. Ding! 1 point spent. Hearing this sound, Lin Chen was dumbfounded. You have to pay for a bath too, can't it be free? Forget it. It's just 1 point anyway. Even if you bathe every day for a month, it's only 30 points, right? Lin Chen wiped himself casually and fell onto the soft bed. He soon fell asleep. As the second day dawned, the horn sounded. All the students gathered on the playground. The test this time is speed. Accelerate along this track, and when you reach the finish line, your fastest speed will be tested. The students were eager to try. They all summoned their beast companions, and Lin Chen's white snake did the same. Everyone was very interested in his beast. They simply couldn't believe that Lin Chen's white snake could still get first place. But given the various experiences of being embarrassed before, no one dared to speak anymore. Soon, the competition began. The beasts ran like a tide, shaking the ground in the training camp continuously. Then, the competition ended. His thunderous lion won the first place in speed. Its fastest speed reached 300 kilometers per hour. I told you, How could a snake run so fast? But Lin Chen, don't be discouraged. Being in the top 5 is already amazing. The instructor was afraid that Lin Chen's competitive spirit was too strong. But at this moment, Lin Chen didn't care at all. He had never upgraded Xiao Bai's genes in terms of speed, and Xiao Bai's future focus is on flying, not running. A dragon with 4 claws running on the ground, isn't it funny? I remember there is a very high-level fierce beast that can fly even without wings, but with my current strength, it's too difficult to kill it. Lin Chen murmured quietly. The level of that creature is at the king level. It is still the weakest cub among them. It's not something he can think of now. And then the time passed. Strength test is over. Are you still a snake? With your tail, you can lift thousands of tons of heavy tripod. This kind of strength is even greater than the ironclad giant. Tell me, is your snake a descendant of the Titan giant? Keep it low-key, it's just the strength of a bear. Dynamic visual test is over. Good kid. The words that can only be seen in slow motion at 1000 times speed. You can read them perfectly without missing a word. This kind of visual ability is simply unparalleled. Keep it low-key, it's just like an eagle eye. After that, various tests were conducted for several days. Lin Chen almost took the first place and the top 3 in all of them. This terrifying performance ability. It made everyone present shocked. They became more curious about the talent and bloodline of Lin Chen's pet beast. As for Lin Chen's low-key attitude, they just treated this kid as if he were in Versailles. Even the high beam instructor and the other 2 instructors were dumbfounded. Good kid. I was worried before that he would feel bad after losing the competition, but now it seems that I was the clown. Not only can he take the first place in the advantage, but he can also achieve high rankings even in situations with great disadvantages. Could this snake really have no weaknesses? I am starting to doubt if there are really dragons in this world. How is that possible? This clearly looks like the image of a white snake, which has nothing to do with dragons, right? Moreover, that is a legendary creature that does not exist in reality at all. It seems that we can only see the truth in training. We will start formal training tomorrow. And at this moment, the rankings in the training plan have also been made public. Everyone can see it clearly. The doubts about Lin Chen have disappeared without a trace. This is a genius. Top talent is truly terrifying. Not entirely, in my opinion, Lin Chen's pet beast is significantly different from others. What do you mean significantly different? Don't be fooled by the appearance of the pet beast in its infancy. Many highly talented creatures will disguise themselves as ordinary creatures to survive in their infancy. It must be the case, but I wonder what kind of creature it is. Could it be the 9-headed thunderous sky-swallowing python? But he doesn't have 9 heads. The doubts and confusion of the crowd continue to ferment on the internet. At this time, Lin Chen's deeds have spread throughout the entire Magic City. Even the other 2 major base cities have heard of it. At the White family at this time. I told you earlier, our daughter's choice is right. Maybe she really brought us back a disaster-level beast tamer. Mrs. White giggled. She looked particularly happy. At this moment, White Yoga had nothing to say. The talent displayed by this kid is indeed a bit beyond his imagination. He thought, under the siege of those rich kids, if Lin Chen could achieve a top 10 ranking, it would already be impressive. But never did he expect that just a few days into training, he could achieve such high rankings in the tests. This cannot be explained by luck. Perhaps, I should also support my daughter's choice. White Yoga smiled awkwardly. Now, he has no way to control it. Because now it's not Lin Chen trying to climb up to their white family. The positions of both sides have completely reversed. Of course, the most important thing is that the daughter agrees. Being ordinary friends with someone is not bad. Bai Jioga smiled. I remember you didn't say that before, did you? Bai Mu rolled her eyes at Bai Jioga. Bai Jioga could only smile awkwardly. Wasn't it also for the sake of his daughter? Who would want their daughter to marry a poor boy without money or power? What if she got deceived? After all, the Bai family was considered a wealthy family in Yangchang. But many people had approached Bai He with such thoughts. But now, those doubts had been dispelled. Being ordinary friends is not enough. This young man is so good-looking, polite, and ambitious. If you don't make a move, do you want your daughter to be a concubine? Bai Mu frowned. In this world, polygamy was allowed. Just like Bai Jioga. His 2 concubines were also arranged by Bai Mu. They were princesses of the Bai family, so being a legal wife was acceptable. But how could they be concubines? Where are you thinking? They just met. And Bai He is not even of age yet. Bai Jioga was shocked. How could his wife's thoughts be so mysterious? It started with a few compliments, but it was heading in the least ideal direction. Anyway, don't worry about it. I will talk to her properly when she comes back. Lady Bai raised her chin and left directly. Bai Jioga could only sigh helplessly. The poor son-in-law had no say. If only he had 10,000 brothers. Oh well, he might as well be a good son-in-law. Isn't it nice to live off someone else's wealth? Why make a fuss about it? At the same time, the capital city. On a dark and brilliant moonlit night, a girl dressed in a black windbreaker, covering her slender figure completely, stood on a high building flipping through her phone, her eyes hidden in the darkness by the raised collar. And what was displayed on her phone was the test rankings for this training program, completely transparent and public, to prevent any underhanded tactics. Well done, Lin Chen. Lin Ming showed a rare smile. She was genuinely happy for her younger brother. So much so that her eyes were moist with self-moved emotions. It was hard to imagine that such a ruthless dragon slayer had his own vulnerabilities. It's a pity I can't come see you now, sigh, what a shame. Lin Ming fiddled with the phone screen. The last time she saw Lin Chen was at his school. She didn't expect him to grow up so quickly. Now she really wanted to fly over immediately, hug Lin Chen to her chest and give him a good squeeze. Meanwhile, at the villa area of the unknown training base, Lin Chen suddenly shivered inexplicably. It seemed like he recalled some distant unknown fear. Which enemy is thinking of me now? Lin Chen pulled the blanket and calmed his mind. He scrolled through the training camp's marketplace on his phone. After several tests, I now have over 12,000 points in my hands. But the points in the camp are a bit expensive if I want to buy a Lord-level creature. Lin Chen frowned slightly. The price of Lord-level creatures was tens to hundreds of times higher than Warlord-level ones. The reason for the high price was the difficulty of hunting them. With Lin Chen's current financial resources, it would take over 50,000 points to exchange little white scales for a Lord-level creature. Not to mention he hadn't even exchanged for all the Warlord-level ones yet. I still need about 300 more fierce beasts to hunt before I can evolve Little White with 1,000 kills. I'll save these points to exchange for a Lord-level creature before the end of the training. Lin Chen made up his mind. The next day, training camp. Students and instructors gathered under the camp's 100-meter-high city wall. The towering and heavy steel city gate was extremely awe-inspiring at such a close distance. The time is almost up. Instructor Leon finally spoke. You are now almost crystallized. Originally 100 students, now only over 70 remain, with over 20 students choosing to abstain on their own. Next, we will start the formal training for you. If you can pass the formal training, you will qualify to receive a disaster-level beast cub. And this training will last for about a month. As soon as disaster-level beast cub was mentioned, everyone present's eyes lit up. Isn't this why they came here? If they could get a disaster-level beast cub, maybe they could secure a spot in the legendary 5 academies. When they return from the training base, they can also shine in their own city and become a top scholar. As the saying goes, the best speech is a short one. I won't waste words. This training is very simple. Go out from the Chaotian gate towards the far north, where you will see an extremely high mountain. And on top of that mountain, there is a Lord-level creature guarding the dragon blood fruit. Bring back that fruit, and you will qualify to receive a disaster-level pet cub. The time will last for a month. There are no restrictions on the competition. Even if you only survive in the wild for a month, you can still earn a large number of points. And if you encounter danger, just press the communicator in your hand, and someone will come to rescue you immediately, but it also means you have failed. With these words, everyone understood. This is to let those without abilities survive for a month and earn some points. Those with abilities will go to deal with the Lord-level creatures and compete for the dragon blood fruit. I'd rather go out and survive. Luckily I've seen North Lord's wilderness survival. Seeing is one thing. Do you have a nuclear-powered knife and a lighter? I heard you have to sign a life and death agreement before anything happens. It seems the death rate is not low. I have to sign a life and death agreement. I'm panicking. If you're panicking, then just quit. I said I'm panicking. I didn't say I'm scared. You're tough. Although some students were a bit panicked, no one was cowardly. After all, opportunities for such a turnaround are rare. Open the city gates. As the city gates slowly opened with a rumble, some students rushed out with their pets eagerly. With their speed, it was simply too easy to get that dragon blood fruit. Why is Lin Chen so slow? His pet doesn't have an advantage in speed, not to mention its level is only in the mid-stage of Warlord. This competition is not just about speed, but also endurance, patience, and wilderness survival skills, explained Chief Instructor Gao Liang. Under these rules, the strength of the pets is formidable, but they do not have much advantage. Moreover, Lin Chen's white snake has not yet used its skills. Most pet battles are decided by skills. So, the outcome of this competition is hard to predict. I think Lin Chen is confident. Di Qian quietly spoke. Why do you always speak up for him? Is he your father? The bald instructor rolled his eyes. Ha ha, it can be understood, after all, Di Qian has placed a big bet. Chief Instructor Gao Lian laughed. At this moment, a figure jumped down from the city wall and landed directly in front of the three. Seeing this figure, the three did not dare to be negligent. They immediately saluted him with a standard military salute. Senior Ding, hello. The three had clear eyes, showing no signs of slack. And standing in front of them, the man in black clothes with a face full of stubble nodded seriously. He is the leader of this training program. The Dragon Kingdom's disaster-level beast tamer. Ding Long. How is it? Has the training started? As you can see, it has already begun. That's good that it has started. These days of constant testing have kept me from sleeping, and I can't even play games properly. Ding Long rolled his eyes. A group of kids with their pets in the training camp have been making a ruckus all day long. It's gotten to the point where he can't even hear his own footsteps clearly. He's been insulted by his teammates several times. He almost lost his temper and wanted to go over and beat someone up through the internet cable. Hearing this, the three instructors all awkwardly smiled. But Ding Sr., what do you think of Lin Chen's pet? Does he have a chance? Di Xian asked. Ding Long glanced at her. It seems like you really care about this student. But his potential is not bad, but to get that dragon blood fruit in this competition, the chances are slim. Ding Long shook his head. Upon hearing this, Di Xian became anxious. Ding Sr., Lin Chen has gotten first or top 3 in several tests. At this point, even the other two instructors were puzzled. How could Lin Chen not have a chance when he seems to be the most likely candidate to obtain the disaster-level cub as a beast tamer? I'm not saying he lacks talent, quite the opposite, his talent and pet are the most unpredictable to me. Ding Long said seriously. This statement left everyone even more confused. Ding Sr.'s words seemed to express great affirmation for Lin Chen, but he still didn't think he could get the dragon blood fruit. Why is that? Soon, Ding Long provided an answer. Haven't you noticed? The Du family's girl, as well as the Tsong family's, and several other beast tamers are suppressing their pets' levels. Their pets can break through to Lord level in just a few days. On the other hand, Lin Chen's white snake, despite good test results and strong talent, is the slowest to level up. If I'm not mistaken, his pet should have been contracted after awakening his talent, and it's an early-stage awakened pet. Upon hearing this, the three instructors were surprised. They hadn't noticed this. No wonder those few people have been slacking off in training recently. They initially thought it was because of Lin Chen's influence. Now it seems they were the ones pretending to be weak. Could it be that these geniuses all like to pretend to be weak and then surprise everyone? But it's true, Lin Chen's white snake should have started from the lowest level, while the pets of the others probably reached the early or mid-stage of Lord level at the time of contracting. Di Xian quietly interjected. After all, a king-level talent pet's leveling speed cannot be compared to her Lord-level Shadow Ghost. They are simply not in the same league. Based on their investigation of Lin Chen, it is indeed true that his white snake was contracted just as Lin Chen awakened his beast tamer talent. So even with talent, he can't fully utilize it. After all, Lin Chen's pet is only at the mid-stage of Lord level. Dreaming of leveling up to Lord level in a month is simply wishful thinking. Even if Ding Sr. were to go back in time, it would be impossible to achieve. So that's how it is. Di Xian fell silent. There's no way around it, that's just the rule. Ding Long also had no solution. After all, this disaster-level cub is not something he can snatch alone, but there's still a chance. Ding Long added. As long as he levels up to Lord level within a month. But, from mid-stage Lord to Lord level in a month? Dream on. Ah, the three instructors sighed. In the following days, they could only wait outside the training base to see who would return first. Meanwhile, in the jungle, just as Du Ning entered the wilderness, he did not head straight for the mountaintop. The location was far away, even at the fastest speed. Without the interference of wild monsters, it would take at least 6 or 7 days to get there. If disturbed, the number of days will increase. Moreover, even if you arrive early, you will have to compete with others. It's better to evolve the ice butterfly to the Lord level first. A faint white frost appeared in Du Ning's eyes. She sat with the ice butterfly under a waterfall. The waterfall that was originally rushing down had long turned into ice sculptures. And the ice butterfly gradually melted into a cocoon within these ice sculptures, emitting a hint of cold air. We are several kilometers away from the main route, so we shouldn't be discovered. Du Ning breathed a sigh of relief. Then she raised her fair chin. Lin Chen, it's best not to meet you again. And such scenes were happening all over the jungle. At least several beast tamers were upgrading their pets. It's really a lot of work. In an open space. Roar! The huge wild bull let out a painful roar. Wrapped around by a thick white snake, it collapsed directly on the ground with its spine bitten. Sequence extraction. Obtained wild bull gene bloodline. Obtained wild bull strength gene. Obtained wild bull horn gene. Under Lin Chen's skillful use, the wild bull in front of him instantly turned into a pile of white bones. Not bad. Lin Chen wiped the sweat off his forehead. This was already the 10th one. The reason Lin Chen hunted these monsters was simple. Besides helping Little White grow genes, it was to quickly elevate it to the Lord level. I kill 50, 300 a day, it only takes 6 days to kill them all. By then, Little White's level will also be close to the Lord level. Lin Chen felt slightly excited. After all, many creatures here were being killed for the first time. They could seize the strength from the opponent's bloodline. After evolution, Little White's horns would also grow out. It's hard work to run so far. With Little White's speed, it probably takes half a month to run back and forth. It's better to just guard the entrance. Whoever comes back, I'll beat them up. Lin Chen flashed a brilliant smile. The nearby Little White snake was also eager to try. Hiss, the master is so clever. I bet no one can guess what Lin Chen is thinking now. There are more than 70 participants. Beating up all these people, who can do it? After all, if you guard the entrance, you won't know who got the dragon blood fruit. Then you have to search everyone. But obviously, that's impossible. Because the beast tamers here are not ordinary people. They are geniuses among geniuses. But Lin Chen is not an ordinary person either. Next, just keep upgrading and wait for the opportunity. Lin Chen smiled even more happily. Who is the 6th king? Still up for debate. In the jungle, Lin Chen led Little White towards the mountain. Not to compete for the dragon blood fruit, but the deeper into the jungle, the higher the level of fierce beasts and the rarer the species. This would give Lin Chen more opportunities to obtain genes from higher level fierce beasts. Just as the man and the snake were moving forward, a strong wind suddenly blew in the jungle. Then a huge-eyed white-crested solitary tiger leaped out from the side. Fierce cautious tiger, level, warlord late stage, talent, lord early stage, skills, pounce, sharp teeth, ferocious omen, harden, proficient, intimidating roar, evolution path, fierce cautious evil tiger, introduction. Fortunately, a certain drunkard didn't encounter it back then, and fortunately it didn't encounter a mysterious person who could slide tackle. Warlord late stage. This was the first warlord late stage tiger that Lin Chen encountered. When he encountered that lord demon in the secret realm, it was only in the warlord late stage. However, he had just reached halfway into the jungle and encountered a warlord late stage tiger. The jungle is indeed dangerous. Don't say it's just an ordinary person, even a beast tamer in the wild could die at any time. Lin Chen frowned slightly. Roar! The huge fierce tiger let out a terrifying roar, and then charged straight towards them. Extending its huge tiger paw, the paw instantly turned into a steel-like black color. But before it could strike down, Xiaobai's snake tail also turned into a black color. With a swift stab, the snake tail pierced out in an instant. In just a moment, the snake tail pierced out from the back of the white tiger's neck. The huge white tiger's body was pulled out with the snake tail and crashed to the ground with a bang. Xiaobai has leveled up effortlessly. Lin Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Previously, it would have taken some time to fight. Sequence extraction. Acquired hardening, proficient, gene. Hardening, proficient, upgraded to hardening, mastery. Leveled up to late stage warlord. Mastery level hardening. Lin Chen felt delighted. After spending so much time, he finally acquired a mastery level skill. Now, when Xiaobai uses hardening, it can probably cover its whole body. Its combat power has significantly increased. Hiss, after absorbing the bloodline, Xiaobai's body gradually heated up. Its size also became larger, and its scales became fuller. A pair of less conspicuous horns even grew on its head. It could be said that beneath Xiaobai's scales at this moment, it was all muscle. Just by casually swinging its tail, it could easily defeat a warlord-level fierce beast on the spot. Just over 300 more, and it can evolve to lord level. Lin Chen rubbed Xiaobai's forehead with his hand. Hiss, keep going, master, Xiaobai wants to become stronger. So progressive? As the master, you make me very pleased. Lin Chen smiled and nodded, pressing harder on Xiaobai's forehead. Hiss, I'm afraid of being squeezed out by the second one. Xiaobai's eyes were very serious, sensing that the master was about to contract a second pet, feeling very alert now. Only the strong deserve to sleep on the bed. Oh, then you better work hard. Lin Chen thought Xiaobai would resist contracting a second pet. After all, it might make the initial beast feel betrayed. Usually, when a beast tamer contracts a second pet, they first spend some time training both pets together. After both sides have gotten to know each other well, they choose to contract. Otherwise, it could easily lead to conflicts within one's pets. If the beast tamer forcefully uses a contract command to suppress, it would be quite embarrassing. Continue. His Xiaobai's level was already sufficient. Lin Chen just needed to keep hunting fierce beasts. And in this wilderness, fierce beasts were abundant. Around each warlord level fierce beast, there were usually 2 to 3 awakened level beasts lingering. They were not only family members but also had a hierarchy. As for a lord level fierce beast, there were dozens or even hundreds of warlord level beasts surrounding it. Even though Xiaobai could now kill warlord level beasts instantly and even have a chance to confront weaker lord level beasts, it still couldn't face lord level beasts head on. A day passed quickly. Today, I've killed over 50. I'll have to work harder tomorrow. Otherwise, it will be difficult to evolve to lord level before they return. Lin Chen instructed Xiaobai. Hiss alright. The next day, they killed over 50 again. The third day, 62. The fourth day, 73. The fifth day, 120. Based on the habits of these fierce beasts, I can now confidently find corresponding beasts in specific locations, and the efficiency of killing them has also increased a lot. Lin Chen pondered silently. Xiaobai blinked its eyes, looking at its master. Its body had grown as thick as a water bucket. The pair of white horns on its head were also distinguishable. Apart from not having claws and the ability to fly, it had almost all the characteristics a dragon should have. During this time, Xiaobai even acquired 2 new skills. Danger Intuition. Healing Eyes. The Danger Intuition allowed Xiaobai to sense danger in advance. And the Healing Eyes enabled Xiaobai to heal others, and this skill could also cause damage to eerie creatures. In the future, maybe I can create a pair of holy eyes that can ward off evil spirits. Lin Chen remembered that dragons had a strong suppression power against eerie spirits. It relied on these dragon eyes that could ward off evil and disasters just by opening them. If he could obtain such eyes, he would have a great advantage when following the Dragon Slayer Bureau into dangerous dungeons in the future. It could also help his second pet, hunting for components. By doing so, he could achieve the position of Immortal Emperor by stepping on each other's feet. This had been verified by previous practitioners. Sigh, grinding monsters is always boring. Lin Chen shook his head helplessly. If other students living in caves heard this, they would probably curse him for being shameless. Being able to survive in the wilderness for a month already made one a top expert. But killing monsters in the wild for a month straight? They wouldn't even dare to think about it. Some hunter teams probably only go out to hunt dangerous beasts once a month. Even then, there was a risk of injury or disability. One could imagine how powerful Xiaobai had become by now. In the camp at this moment. It's been so many days. Are those students almost at the mountaintop? I'll go check. You two stay here. Ding Long couldn't sit still. After exchanging a few words with the 3 instructors, the 3 of them looked at each other helplessly. In the past few days, they had rescued more than 30 students from the wilderness. Besides those who were not strong enough, there were even many who were starving. I guess the remaining students are also having a hard time, right? The 3 of them thought subconsciously. Meanwhile, on the highest peak of a strange land, under a towering and extremely steep mountaintop, a huge butterfly with intricate patterns on its wings, its body resembling an ice sculpture, looked extremely fantastical and beautiful. Next to this butterfly were several cheese rock goats frozen into ice blocks. Cheese rock goats. Evolved from mountain goats, they were the first killers in mountain climbing. At this moment, these elite rock goats had already lost their lives in this ice sculpture. Ice Crystal Butterfly. Evolved from ice butterflies, its ultimate move is, Little Butterfly, let's take a different path. Du Ning's beautiful eyebrows furrowed. Although these elite cheese rock goats were not worth mentioning, it would be troublesome if they angered the master of this mountaintop. Du Ning didn't think that only her ice butterfly had evolved to the lord level. It's just a pity that I haven't encountered that Lin Chen guy. Du Ning slightly raised her beautiful chin. It was not for any other reason, she just wanted to spar with Lin Chen. She didn't think she couldn't beat him. Just a little white snake. The more Du Ning thought about it, the more frustrated she became. The more she wanted to see this guy, the less likely she was to find him. In the shadows around Du Ning, the little girl is not bad. Even this difficult-to-train pet has evolved to the lord level. It seems that the dragon blood fruit this time is a must-have. Ding Long nodded silently. It was rumored that once an ice butterfly evolved to a catastrophic level, just flapping its wings could freeze an entire city. It was an extremely dangerous and terrifying creature. But at the same time, because of its extreme fragility, it is very difficult to cultivate. If this ice crystal butterfly evolves to a disaster level, I'm afraid there will be no opponents left. Ding Long touched his beard. Then he left the place. On the mountainside far away from here, a giant figure 10 meters tall, wearing heavy armor, carrying a huge sword at the waist, and a giant wearing a mask that only showed his eyes, was climbing upward continuously. And on the shoulder of that giant, there was also a young beast tamer. Night Giant also reached the Lord level. Ding Long was slightly surprised. Now with weapons, the combat power of the Night Giant is incomparable to before. Compared to before, there has been a qualitative leap, and it is even harder to break through the armor on his body now. With this kind of combat power now, perhaps the owner of this mountain peak is no longer an opponent. I really underestimated these students, each one is a monster among monsters. Compared to my compatriots back then, my compatriots are simply rubbish. Ding Long complained. This is truly the best group he has ever led. Selecting a few disaster-level beast tamers to train from these people, he would also be pleased. I must get this dragon blood fruit. Strike the snake at its weakest point, the snake fears the sword. My Night Giant is the nemesis of snakes. Sang Yunzong exuded confidence again. Now he fears nothing, only seeking defeat. And the Night Giant also responded with a snort. Obviously, he still harbored resentment over his previous defeats. The honor of a knight does not allow him to keep losing, he must regain his reputation. Listening to Sang Yunzong's words, Ding Long couldn't help but feel a bit uneasy. How much does Lin Chen deserve to be hated? I have heard about him spreading rumors about the Du family princess. How did Sang Yunzong get involved? This kid really knows how to stir up trouble. If he really gets his hands on the dragon blood fruit, and causes trouble in the future, wouldn't it tarnish the reputation of his master? To be honest, Ding Long was a bit anxious. But it doesn't matter, being targeted by these two geniuses, trying to get the dragon blood fruit? That's even more impossible. Ding Long said slowly. Of course, he was just stating a fact. If Lin Chen could get the dragon blood fruit, he would spare no effort to teach him. De Huang, have you smelled the scent of Lin Chen and that little white snake on the road? Bai He touched the sturdy thunder lion beside her. At this moment, the thunder lion's fur had turned snow white. Its eyes seemed to contain endless thunder. Obviously, the level of this thunder lion has also reached the Lord level. Roar! The thunder lion growled and shook its head. Also, the name De Huang made it feel that its lion clan's dignity was insulted. Why does this name sound so much like a dog's name? Alright De Huang, let's go. De Huang, we're almost there, De Huang. Bai He smiled, turned around, and sat directly on the back of the thunder lion. The thunder lion felt as if its heart was being stabbed by knives. A series of data appeared on the screen. Real damage dash. Real damage dash. Real damage dash. It was about to cough up blood, but for its little master, the thunder lion could only endure it. De Huang is just De Huang. It's just a name. Only the master will call it that. At this moment, the thunder lion had not yet realized that there would be a second person calling it De Huang in the future. Similarly, many beast tamers have also come to the mountains. Almost everyone who has arrived here has pets at the Lord level. Because if a warlord level individual does not team up, they simply cannot reach this place. Just encountering the monsters on the road can stop them for a long time. And the Loki brother who owns the volcanic rockworm is a beast tamer. He also reached halfway up the mountain. I must get this dragon blood fruit. The Loki brother's gaze was firm. The reason he was Loki in the camp before was also simple. When he parachuted, he accidentally got stuck on the central iron tower. It was a passive low-key situation. If this matter were to spread, where would he put his face? In the future, if he became stronger, he might be dragged out occasionally for a beating. The thought of that scene was terrifying. It was better to keep a low profile for now. Wait until he obtains a disaster-level pet. By then, who would remember that he was stuck on the tower? That's the plan. He continued to step forward, climbing towards the mountaintop with the volcanic rock worm. Because this mountain was extremely high. To climb to the summit, it would probably take half a day. So all the awakened ones were making a great effort to rush upwards. Almost everyone dared not slack off. After all, if they were a few seconds slower, the dragon blood fruit might be taken by someone else, and it would be difficult to snatch it from him. No one wanted to let the fishermen profit. They wouldn't act unless it was absolutely necessary. However, what everyone didn't expect was that at this moment on the mountaintop, a beast tamer had already arrived there, and was currently in a battle with the owner of the mountain peak. Damn it, if I knew I couldn't win, I wouldn't have come up so quickly. A beast tamer with his own unicorn snow leopard, facing a group of fierce beasts. They were large white snow wolves. Among these snow wolves, there was a lord-level white wolf that was 5 meters tall, much larger than the other white wolves. It was glaring at him, and now these white wolves were guarding a fruit tree on the cliff. There was a gap between geniuses. Even with his unicorn snow leopard, it was very difficult to deal with so many warlord-level fierce beasts. Just as he hesitated whether to defend or take a risk, a cold voice came from above. "Move aside." Hearing this voice, he instinctively looked up and saw in the sky. The dazzling ice crystal butterfly was slowly descending to the ground with a cold-faced Du Ning, like a goddess from the heavens. This made the beast tamer stunned. "Little butterfly, freeze the miles." With Du Ning's soft pink lips opening, cold words came out. The ice crystal butterfly in the air slowly flapped its wings, but an invisible terrifying domain power spread out towards the surroundings. The first to be affected were several white wolves, instantly frozen in place. Their pupils dilated, but they had already lost any signs of life, and this destructive power continued to spread around. Those dozens or hundreds of white wolves, within seconds, lost their life breath, as if frozen sculptures left in place, and the beast tamer standing behind Du Ning. Seeing this terrifying scene in front of him, his pupils widened in shock. Damn! This is too abnormal, right? Killing dozens or hundreds of warlord-level fierce beasts in an instant. Is this the power of a domain? Unfortunately, his beast-taming talent level was too low. He couldn't awaken the domain at all. There was a huge gap between him and those with high talents in taming beasts. If you don't leave now, you will soon become an ice sculpture too. Du Ning's words were cold, devoid of any emotion. They were enemies now, there was no need for mercy. If they lingered here, it would be seen as an attempt to seize the dragon blood fruit. I understand. Snow leopard, let's go. The innocent youth was startled. He hurriedly rushed towards the foot of the mountain. Are you kidding me? This divine-like power was definitely not something his snow leopard could contend with. At this moment, Du Ning seemed like a snow woman from the extreme cold. The area around her was an absolute death zone. The area had just expanded, and all the surrounding warlord-level fierce beasts were frozen into ice sculptures. Ice cone spell. The ice crystal butterfly slowly flapped its wings. Dozens of slender ice cones appeared around it. In an instant, the stiff warlord-level snow wolf was frozen through on the ground. Blood stained the earth. The 4-4 white wolf lord had no power to resist. In the same level situation, creatures with king-level talents were enough to crush the lord-level ones. Well, it looks like I'm the first one here. Du Ning lifted her long, white legs and walked gracefully towards the front. Passing by the frozen white wolves one by one, she finally arrived at the fruit tree. Just as she was about to pick the red fruit, swish! A terrifying gust of wind rushed down from the sky. Du Ning was shocked, and the ice crystal butterfly swiftly carried its owner away. The next moment, boom! An explosion-like sound erupted in front. A large sword came straight down. It's not Lin Chen, but you who came first? Hee. Anyway, I want this fruit tree. Night Giant, bring me the dragon blood fruit. With the command of the Azure Cloud Zone, the Iron Armor Giant reached out its towering hand and directly pulled up the dragon blood fruit tree. Then, it leaped and jumped down the cliff. Let's go! Watching the young man walk away, Du Ning's eyes grew colder, as if covered with a layer of frost. Can you escape? In secret. Watching the dragon blood fruit tree being pulled out directly, Ding Long almost burst out. Damn it! Can't these little bastards be more gentle when they act? That dragon blood fruit tree was planted by him, pulled up directly. It almost gave him a heart attack. You know, this tree is worth billions of international currency. Just pulled out like pulling out weeds? If it dies, he would really spit blood. However, it seems that Lin Chen has no chance now. The dragon blood fruit tree has been taken away, and there is no movement. Ding Long thought of Lin Chen. Is it really like this? Getting first in all tests means you can't achieve good results in the wild. He has taught so many students, and it's like a curse. Now the dragon blood fruit has fallen into someone else's hands. With his warlord-level pet, Lin Chen has no chance anymore. And it's only been half a month. Upgrading to the lord level is just wishful thinking. Boom! 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 The huge night giant, holding a dragon blood fruit tree, running wildly in the jungle. Every step he took scared away the fierce beasts around him. And behind him, several beast tamers were chasing closely. Lin Chen probably knew that a warlord-level pet couldn't deal with a lord-level one, so he didn't come to snatch it. That's his style. But I guess it won't be long before those participants find out that the dragon blood fruit tree has been taken, and then come after me. Without Lin Chen as the biggest threat, as long as I rush back to the base, there won't be any problem. Azure Cloud Zone narrowed his eyes. The night giant's figure was too large to hide easily, but he should be the first to return now. As for fighting against the ice crystal butterfly, after seeing the terrifying domain, Azure Cloud Zone had no intention of doing so, and even if the two of them fought, the commotion would likely attract the others soon. It's truly Mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the Oriole behind. In the end, I still got the prize. Azure Cloud Zone just wanted to laugh out loud at this moment. Disaster level pet. And it's still a cub. Who else can contract a disaster level pet as their second one? Only me, Azure Cloud Zone. Only true geniuses are worthy of disaster level baby beasts. As everyone chased after them, not far from the base, Lin Chen's white snake had just completed its shedding. It had evolved completely to the Lord level. White snake, level, Lord early stage, talent, king mid stage, skills, coiling, master, waterspout, master, hardening, master, healing eyes, danger intuition, dragon might, black flame horn, hawkeye, visual enhancement, vision. Evolution path, flood dragon, introduction, devouring 1,000 life genes, the true king of nature. Lord level. His little white coiled around Lin Chen, its golden eyes exuding majesty. With the essence of 1,000 creatures, Little White gradually developed its own dragon might. Creatures within dozens of miles felt this aura and dared not approach. It is worth mentioning that Little White's water spout skill had also upgraded to master level. At this moment, it was circling around Lin Chen. It looked very intimate. Just shed its skin, out of the weak phase. Wanting a hug. They should be back soon, right? Lin Chen touched the small horn of Little White, which he had almost rubbed bald, grinning. He had already explored this path thoroughly. Wherever they went, they would have to pass through the main gate. This road is mine, and this tree should belong to me too. Ding Long was on his way back. He unexpectedly saw a familiar figure. Why is Lin Chen here? Ding Long was puzzled. In his view, the outcome was almost certain by now. It was hard to imagine a reversal. What was Lin Chen doing standing on the main road with his pet beast? Suddenly, a bad idea popped into Ding Long's mind. His eyes widened. Could it be that he plans to block others on the road? He's asking for trouble. With Lin Chen's high intelligence, he shouldn't do something so foolish. Doesn't he know that others' pet beasts have evolved to the Lord level? Ding Long suddenly realized. It was quite possible. After all, when those pet beasts were evolving, Ding Long hadn't noticed. When they parted ways, their levels and pet beasts were only at the warlord level. Should I remind this kid? After all, Lin Chen had many enemies. If he were to be beaten up, his invincible heart would be shattered. Even with great talent in the future, he would probably be frustrated. Forget it, training should be fair. If I interfere, it won't be fair anymore. Ding Long shook his head. He went straight back to the training base. Seeing this senior, the bald man who was squatting at the door eating his meal suddenly brightened his eyes. Senior, who has obtained the dragon blood fruit now? Hearing this, Di Xian, who was far away, also raised her white forehead. Did Lin Chen get the dragon blood fruit? She asked directly. Your precious subordinate didn't get it. The dragon blood fruit is now in the hands of Song Yunzong. If Du Ning doesn't catch up to him, he should win. What precious subordinate? I was just asking. It doesn't matter if he didn't get it. With his talent, he will get it later. Di Xian blushed slightly and coughed awkwardly. Then she looked towards the distant jungle. One failure doesn't mean anything. Thud, 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 thud. The giant night giant ran wildly in the woods. With each step, a huge armor boot print was left on the ground. At the outer edge of the jungle, there were only creatures at the warlord level at most, and the fierce beasts around fled upon hearing the news. Even a few fierce beasts ran towards Lin Chen. They should be coming soon, right? Lin Chen and Little White stood on a tall tree, looking towards the distant jungle. In the distance on the horizon, a huge head with armor gradually emerged. With Little White's vision, you could clearly see the armor holding a tree in its hand, with a sparkling red fruit hanging on it. It's you! Little White, hide and get ready to attack. Hiss. The two quickly jumped down from the tree, lurking in the jungle, waiting to strike. Soon, the giant night giant arrived here. Whoosh! Before that step landed, a wide stream suddenly rushed out from the side, instantly covering the feet of the night giant. Damn! San Yunzong was dumbfounded. Some bad memories suddenly appeared in his mind. But it was too late now. The night giant ran all the way without thinking of stopping. With one foot stepping down, his whole body suddenly lifted up. Fortunately, he still had a long sword in his hand. The night giant fiercely stabbed the sword into the ground to barely stabilize his posture, avoiding falling over again. But in the chaos, the dragon blood fruit tree in his hand had already been thrown out. I didn't expect the night giant to be so agile after evolving. Lin Chen took the bright red fruit from Little White's mouth and smiled slightly. However, it was a pity. Little White's water spray skill had reached the mastery level. He could instantly create a slippery stream on the ground. Damn it, Lin Chen, it's you again. San Yunzong was completely furious. The close call just now almost caused his armor to fall off. The Night Giant sheathed his sword and was about to chase after them. However, as Lin Chen turned around, a cold air suddenly rushed towards him. Little White. Lin Chen's expression changed. Little White opened his mouth and sprayed out a stream, which was instantly frozen into an ice wall. Behind that ice wall, a tall figure could be vaguely seen, along with a butterfly as large as an ice crystal. Run, why aren't you running? Du Ning's expression was cold. And the Night Giant behind Lin Chen also stood up. The huge shadow blocked the sunlight shining through. Give me the dragon blood fruit, and I might let you go. Du Ning reached out his fair right hand. Lin Chen looked back. The Night Giant had already gripped the long sword in his hand. Lin Chen, give me the dragon blood fruit. With your pet at the mid-level of the warlord, you are no match for us. Let me tell you the truth, my Night Giant has already reached the lord level. San Yunzong stood on the giant's shoulder and confidently spoke. His nose was almost pointing to the sky. Give it to me, and I may let you go. I can also help you deal with the pig head behind you. Du Ning tucked her hair behind her ear. Who are you calling a pig head? San Yunzong's forehead showed a pound sign. The inner dissatisfaction had reached its peak. At this moment, 3 more people arrived at the scene. Finally caught up. What's the situation now? On the left, a beast tamer with a flame-burning flame dog stared intently. Lin Chen. He rode on the thunder lion and involuntarily tightened her legs. The current situation made her feel conflicted. The dragon blood fruit was in Lin Chen's hands, but she didn't want to snatch it. But with Lin Chen's mid-level warlord White Snake, could she resist? This snake doesn't seem to have any obvious features. A masked beast tamer whispered with a completely black beetle on his shoulder. This situation meant that the opponent's pet had not evolved to the lord level yet. Don't be fooled by his appearance. He had studied many features of evolved pets, which could determine the opponent's race and level. This was quite useful in battle. And Lin Chen's pet did not exhibit any lord-level characteristics of any snake species. Let him hand over the dragon blood fruit, and then we can fight for it? Someone suggested. Ha ha, Lin Chen suddenly smiled gracefully. Hiss ha ha ha. Although not knowing why the master was laughing, as long as Xiaobai followed along with the laughter, it was all good. It would rather make mistakes than do nothing. This cheerful smile immediately made Baihe lose focus. To be able to laugh in such a dangerous situation, you truly are. While the people around frowned. Or, should you guys come and take it? Whoever can take it, it belongs to them. Lin Chen said lightly. These people were fighting each other, not even considering him, which made Lin Chen slightly displeased. Let us snatch it. Are you sure you can leave here unscathed? The masked beast tamer chuckled. But before he could continue laughing, Lin Chen shook his right hand. The fiery red dragon blood fruit in his hand was instantly thrown towards that person. All eyes in the room also focused on the fruit in the air. Hostility naturally shifted towards him. Damn it! The masked beast tamer felt anxious. He summoned his volcanic rockworm. This volcanic rockworm was the size of a basketball. Although it was already a giant among ordinary volcanic rockworms, it was much smaller compared to the other people's pets. The rockworm flapped its wings and flew towards the red fruit in the air. It was covered in fiery red magma. I dare anyone to come and snatch it. As soon as you touch it, it's over 1,000 degrees of high temperature. Xiaobai had already rushed to the front of the volcanic rockworm. The tip of its tail turned into a black color and swiftly struck out. Swish! How dare you? The masked beast tamer laughed. A mid-level warrior dared to fight against my lord-level volcanic rockworm? Aren't you afraid of getting your tail burned off? However, unexpectedly, a scene occurred. Crack! There was a loud sound. The volcanic rockworm flying in the air was hit head-on by Xiaobai. Its thick scales cracked open, and it was sent flying like a bullet. On the other hand, Xiaobai's tail was only slightly burnt. After a faint black fire spread, the wound disappeared without a trace. Puff! The masked beast tamer, whose pet was hunted, suddenly spat out blood. The beast tamer and the pet were spiritually connected. The shell on the volcanic rockworm was also part of itself. This direct hit caused it to suffer a heavy blow, losing the ability to compete for the fruit. And the red dragon blood fruit fell securely into Lin Chen's hands. Anyone else want it? Feel free to come and get it from me. Lin Chen held the red dragon blood fruit in one hand and scanned the crowd. Like the master of this place, he exuded great authority. The people present were still in shock. A basketball-sized volcanic rockworm was definitely at the lord level. But why? Why was it knocked out by a mid-level warrior, even before reaching the later stage? Could it be that Lin Chen's snake has already reached the lord level, but it doesn't look like it? San Yunzong was already a bit flustered. And most importantly, this was a one-hit kill. Although the opponent was careless and underestimated the volcanic rockworm, failing to react to this possibility, but being able to shatter its scales with a tail strike, it still proved that the strength of this snake in front of them was not to be underestimated. At least among them, it was already the strongest. How about we join forces? Song Yun-zong quietly spoke. By himself, he would definitely not be able to snatch the dragon blood fruit from Lin Chen. Even if he was arrogant, he could not underestimate the opponent based on the strength Lin Chen had shown just now. Moreover, there were not only Lin Chen here, there were also several other beast tamers present. He hasn't been foolish enough to let others benefit. Lin Chen. Bai He was still in a daze. Her beautiful eyes stared straight at the young man in the field holding a red fruit, with a huge snake coiled around him. How could you underestimate Lin Chen? I have set him as my target. I have already become so strong, how could Lin Chen be weak? Bai He, you must reflect on yourself. Seeing Bai He's appearance, Song Yun sneered. It seems that this girl has no hope. Forget about helping them join forces to deal with Lin Chen, it's good enough if they don't turn around and deal with them. And Du Ning in the distance remained silent. It seemed like he had no intention of talking to him. And at this moment, Song Yun finally couldn't help but take action. It was meaningless to drag on like this, he might as well make the first move. The Night Giant raised the huge iron sword in his hand. As he raised it to the highest point, he suddenly brought it down with force. Swish! The large sword oppressed and cut through the air. Under the immense power of the Night Giant, it seemed like it could cut through anything. If it were to strike the ground, it would be enough to split the earth. However, Bai He and Lin Chen did not dodge, showing no fear. Based on the power genes Bai He currently possessed, the only advantage the Night Giant had against him was its weight. Bai He could easily lift a 1,000-ton bronze tripod with the power he had now, indicating that his true strength was far greater. Thud! The large sword came straight down. Dust billowed up and swept around. The strong wind howled, and everyone squinted as they looked towards the field. Bai He also felt a sudden tightness in her heart. As everyone saw clearly, they were dumbfounded in an instant. In the middle of the forest, a snake's tail formed in omega shape. It had directly embedded the huge iron sword, which was 7 to 8 meters long, into its tail. No matter how hard the Night Giant tried, it couldn't be pulled out. It was as if the giant's sword and the snake's tail were originally one entity. Damn, how is this possible? How can there be a creature stronger than my Night Giant? Song Yun was completely dumbfounded. Strength was his only advantage. But now, he was being held back by a snake. Who would believe it if he told others? Who would believe it? In the strength test, many people could lift the tripod because it was light. But now, it seemed that he had truly lost in terms of strength. He hadn't lost yet, but it was even more unbearable than losing. In the next moment, Bai He's tail exerted force, directly pulling the Night Giant's sword from his hand, then flying into the air, spinning twice, and landing back on Bai He's snake tail. Then Bai He held the giant's sword and smashed it directly towards the Night Giant. Boom! In a deafening sound, the Night Giant was deeply smashed into the ground by the giant's sword. Its legs sank into the soil, looking quite comical. The technique of hammering nails still needs improvement. Lin Chen gave his evaluation. I've tried my best, master. Bai He felt a bit wronged. It had used all its strength for that swing. If it had to keep smashing, it probably wouldn't work. Hearing this, Song Yun, who was stuck in the dust, almost spat blood. Wow, is this the reincarnation of Hercules? The beast tamer of the flame hellhound standing not far away secretly swallowed his saliva. This giant snake was simply not something he could handle. Its strength was even greater than a dragon's. Now he was already thinking of giving up the dragon blood fruit. After all, there would be other opportunities later, so why hang himself on one tree? Wouldn't it be a waste if he really died? The huge commotion here had already been heard by the people in the training camp. Have they started fighting? The commotion sounds like the Night Giant, right? He's right. Besides the Night Giant of the Azure Clouds, which beast could make such a commotion? Looks like this guy was intercepted by Du Ning. It's hard to predict the outcome. The crowd's gaze drifted towards the depths of the jungle. The disturbance was so great, it seemed like the situation was quite intense. Should we go take a look? The bald instructor suggested. No need. If my estimation is correct, without Lin Chen as a threat, Du Ning should have the victory secured. Ding Long slowly sipped his wolfberry tea. Secured victory? Even if he can win against the Night Giant, there are still other beast masters. That's true. The more people there are, the more unpredictable the outcome. But if Ding Sr. says so, he must have his reasons. Ding Long was waiting for this statement. Seems like Di Xian has good insight. Although their overall strength is similar, after Ice Butterfly evolves into Ice Crystal Emperor Butterfly, it has its own domain. Domain. The group looked surprised. It awakened its domain so quickly? It's only at the Lord level. It seems Ice Crystal Emperor Butterfly's talent is indeed formidable. It's a pity. If Lin Chen were still here, perhaps he could confront it, but now only Du Ning's pet has a domain, so there's no suspense, right? Within the domain, beings of the same level are invincible. This is not just talk. Only pets with the qualifications of a king can awaken a domain. The earlier the domain is awakened, the greater the potential of the pet in the future. This is a skill that grows with the pet's level. At the same level, a pet with a domain has a win rate of over 90% against a pet without a domain. This is because the domain creates an environment favorable to the pet and exerts great pressure on the opponent. Each domain has extremely powerful effects. In the later stages, perhaps a pet without a domain could have some chance against one with a domain, but currently, both sides are only at the Lord level. The suppressive power of the domain on the enemy can be imagined. Boom! A burst of white light shone from the front of the jungle. It seems Du Ning has activated the domain. It won't be long before he returns with the dragon blood fruit. They finally looked over in amazement. In the forest at this moment, the Ice Crystal Emperor Butterfly floated in midair, its wings barely moving, emitting an indescribable chill that swept towards the surroundings. And her primary target was Lin Chen standing in the field. As for the flame hellhound beside him, influencing it would be enough. This icy chill only lasted for a moment, covering the surrounding plants and trees with a thick layer of frost, swiftly draining their vitality. In an instant, the world turned white. This reminded Lin Chen of a movie he had seen in his past life. A wave of cold air passed, freezing pedestrians on the road into ice sculptures. Without heat, there was only one way to go: the extreme cold domain. This belonged to the Ice Crystal Emperor Butterfly's domain. Within the domain, the air temperature would drop to the lowest, and the Ice Crystal Emperor Butterfly's frost ability would be pushed to the limit. In the end, I still won. Du Ning smiled rarely. Her clean and fair complexion made people momentarily lost in thought. However, Lin Chen just glanced at her. Laughing? Are you celebrating prematurely? Lin Chen also showed a faint smile towards her. The two stared at each other across the space, and Du Ning suddenly inexplicably wanted to look away. Did this guy see me smile just now? Before she could continue her thoughts, Xiaobai's pupils gradually lit up, emitting a faint golden light. Invisibly, an indescribable momentum spread wildly from Xiaobai's surroundings towards the surroundings. Just as it made contact, Du Ning's domain was instantly pushed out, unable to expand outward anymore. Even the initial domain is being continuously compressed. In Du Ning's mind, it suddenly exploded like a thunderbolt on a sunny day. Your pet also has a domain. Du Ning opened her mouth in disbelief, looking at the handsome young man in front of her. Lin Chen's domain power even seemed to surpass her Ice Crystal Butterfly. This meant that the opponent's pet had more qualifications to become a king than her pet. But she had never seen a domain used solely to suppress the opponent like this before. It almost returned to the true meaning of the domain itself, not relying on the momentum generated by the domain to make the opponent submit. Instead, the domain itself represented its own momentum and dignity. Du Ning could even feel it. When the Ice Crystal Butterfly faced the snake, it trembled inexplicably. The Flame Hellhound and Thunderous Lion in the distance were even more uncontrollable, crawling on the ground. Under Lin Chen's signal, the suppression on the Thunderous Lion was slightly reduced. The range of the domain was extremely vast. Du Ning was somewhat incredulous. How could a small white snake possess such a powerful domain ability? Before Du Ning could continue thinking, the white snake and Lin Chen had already walked towards her step by step. And at this moment, her domain was still being continuously compressed. The range at this moment was even less than a third of what it was before. Miss, the little princess of the Du family, don't block the way. You, don't call me princess. Little butterfly, ice spikes. Du Ning gritted her teeth lightly, her ears turning red. Dozens or even hundreds of sharp ice spikes appeared in the air in an instant. With a movement of the Ice Crystal Butterfly's wings, those dozens or hundreds of ice spikes flew towards the white snake like bullets. However, within the domain, the white snake's reaction speed, nerve reaction speed, and physical qualities were greatly enhanced. With just a flick of its tail, it shattered all those dozens or hundreds of ice spikes into pieces. At the same time, Lin Chen had already arrived in front of Du Ning. With a flick of the white snake's tail, the Ice Crystal Butterfly in the air was directly knocked to the ground. Under the tremendous force of the white snake, the Ice Crystal Butterfly was completely powerless to resist. But after all, it was a king-level talent. It couldn't be killed in one blow. Smack! With a flick of the white snake's tail, Du Ning fell to the ground. The little girl made a mistake, so she should be taught a lesson. And, I don't have time to spread rumors about you, I'm done talking. Lin Chen smiled at Du Ning on the ground. You. Du Ning touched her painful backside, her face turning red. Couldn't you pick a different place to fight? This guy. He's definitely doing it on purpose. Looking at that handsome face, Du Ning lightly ground her teeth, her face blushing with embarrassment. Not even her father dared to hit her. How about it? Do you still want to fight? Upon hearing this, Du Ning trembled. However, at this moment, Lin Chen did not look at her, but spoke to the beast tamer of the Hellhound. Fight! Fight! Want to fight? White, go, don't kill, just disable. Fight! Fight! Fight my foot! I said fight my foot, big brother. The beast tamer was suddenly startled. He almost knelt down and begged for mercy. Who dares to fight you? Although elemental pets are not physical, it doesn't mean they won't be harmed, nor does it mean that their beast tamer is not physical. Looking at Du Ning, Bai He rode on the back of the thunderous lion, her beautiful eyebrows slightly furrowed, looking cute. Humph! We just met, far from knowing each other as long as me and brother Lin. It's best not to fight, I don't like fighting and killing. That's very rude. Lin Chen smiled and nodded. The owner of the flame hellhound's mouth twitched, looking at the mess in the surrounding forest. You dare to say you don't like fighting and killing? Every tree and blade of grass here is related to you. Lin Chen. Bai He rode the thunder lion and came to Lin Chen. Smiling and waving, we are still in the middle of the competition, you shouldn't be this close. What's wrong with being close? There's no rule against teaming up. Bai He pouted. If those guys weren't so weak, I would have definitely helped out. In just the blink of an eye, Lin Chen almost suppressed everyone present, leaving Bai He no time to react. By the time she came to her senses, Lin Chen had already defeated the rest. These incidents only proved how powerful Lin Ge was, and as a disaster-level beast tamer. My parents won't be able to stop me then, right? Saying this, Bai He looked at Lin Chen with a hint of affection in her eyes, which quickly disappeared. Not in a hurry. As long as I can keep up with Lin Ge, there will be a chance to confess any time. Looking at this silly girl, Lin Chen smiled dryly. His current strength is still too weak to think about other things. There are actually many geniuses in this world. Many geniuses like him who upgraded their pets to Lord level within a few months and became Lord Beast Tamers. It's just that no one's pet can be like Lin Chen's. Constantly seizing genes, constantly getting stronger. The college entrance exam is approaching, and I will definitely meet other geniuses again. If I can upgrade my second beast to Lord level before the exam, then I will have a chance. Lin Chen planned to attend the Magic Capital Academy, the highest institution in his base city. His sister had entered the Imperial Capital Academy back then. That's why Lin Chen didn't go to the Imperial Capital Academy, to avoid being bullied by Lin Ming. She always liked to bully Lin Chen since childhood, almost suffocating him in bed several times when they were young. I don't know if it's a strong protective instinct or possessiveness. Anyway, Lin Chen just wouldn't go. You rest, I'm leaving. Lin Chen smiled at Du Ning. Losing is losing. Du Ning got up and turned her face away, unable to see her expression. But she was probably seething with anger at this moment. After all, she was the little princess of the core family in the magic capital. Having suffered a big loss in such a place, she couldn't retaliate. And being spanked, she must be very unwilling. Take me back. Lin Chen looked at Bai He. Okay. Bai He agreed immediately. Lin Chen turned over and sat directly behind Bai He. The two of them, one in front and one behind, arrived at the gate of the base in about 10 minutes. It should be about time, right? Oh, look over there, it seems like there's a figure, looks like Bai He's Thunder Lion. Several people stood up suddenly. Could it be that Bai He finally obtained the dragon blood fruit? The bald instructor spoke quietly. This was somewhat surprising. It even exceeded their expectations. The figure was getting closer. In a few minutes, it arrived in front of them. Lin Chen and Bai He dismounted from the Thunder Lion. How come you two are back? Seeing Lin Chen, Di Qian walked up in surprise to ask. The bald instructor and Ding Long also walked over. Oh, this is Ding Long, a senior. He is an honorary member of our Magic Capital Beast Tamer Association. Di Qian immediately introduced Lin Chen and Bai He. Honorary member of the Beast Tamer Association? Lin Chen and Bai He were both surprised. The number of honorary members of the Magic Capital Beast Tamer Association is very limited, and each one is a king level or above beast tamer. Now appearing in front of them, could it be the disaster level beast tamer? Lin Chen thought of many things for a moment, and the man in front of him, with a beard and a smile, exuded a faint aura. His muscular body, even through his clothes, could be felt with a strong sense of oppression. Although he looked friendly, he should not be underestimated. Hello, Senior Ding. Lin Chen greeted Ding Long and Bai He. The dragon blood fruit is on you now, right? Ding Long looked at Lin Chen with some surprise in his eyes. He didn't expect it. He actually misjudged. In the past, even without leaving the base, he could guess who would win the championship. But now, after going out to take a look, it affected his judgment. He didn't expect that it would be Lin Chen, whom he had never thought highly of, who would win the final championship. Of course, this lack of regard was temporary. He still valued Lin Chen's talent. However, when he said this, the three instructors around him were dumbfounded. They looked at each other, somewhat puzzled. What? The dragon blood fruit is on Lin Chen? How is that possible? In just half a month, Lin Chen was able to elevate his mid-level warlord pet to a lord level 1? But this was said by Senior Ding Long, so they had to believe it. A moment of indescribable excitement surged into Di Yan's mind. She had always believed in Lin Chen, and if he really could get the dragon blood fruit, it would be the greatest comfort to her. At this moment, Di Yan couldn't be sure, so she had to ask again, Lin Chen, did you really get that dragon blood fruit? Seeing the instructor's excited expressions, Lin Chen remained silent. He just silently took out the dragon blood fruit from the beast space. And in his hand, a completely transparent red fruit appeared out of thin air. At the sight of this fruit, a surge of electricity seemed to rush into Di Yan's mind. It made her excited again. Really? It's actually true. Although she didn't know how Lin Chen got the dragon blood fruit, the fact happened right before her eyes. It made her unable to believe it. But, isn't this too incredible? How did he do it? Remember, Lin Chen was facing Du Ning, who had a domain. High-level pets, when faced with low-level pets, once the domain is released, the suppression will be absolute. But even so, Lin Chen still got the dragon blood fruit. Could it be that Yangcheng is about to produce another genius who will be admitted to the 5 major academies? Wow! Even the bald instructor couldn't help but exclaim. And the students who had already been eliminated and returned to the camp also gathered around. Listening to the instructor's words, they looked incredulous. It's actually Lin Chen who got that fruit. I've seen even the pets of Sang Yunzong break through to the Lord level. So amazing. A disaster level pet cub. I'm jealous, but it seems like it has nothing to do with me. Lin Gu is awesome. I knew you could do it. How did you get this fruit? Ding Long asked again. Summon your pet and let me see. Ding Long couldn't wait. Xiao Bai. Lin Chen summoned Xiao Bai from the beast space. This slightly large snake had a pair of small horns on its head. If viewed from a distance, it might not be clear, but it was more obvious up close. It really has the aura of a lord level. How did you do it? Ding Long frowned. This snake had the aura of a lord level, but its momentum far exceeded that of an ordinary lord. At that moment, Ding Long even mistook it for a mid-level lord. Countless thoughts flashed through his mind, but he dared not say. No matter what, he couldn't upgrade a mid-level warlord pet to a lord level in such a short time. Could it really be an emperor-level talent? Or is the SSS-level beast space really so abnormal? Ding Long dared to say. Lin Chen was really the first top-level beast master he had ever seen in the beast space. Thinking about it, it was quite possible. That's right. Lin Chen's beast space is SSS level, and there was even a dragon's roar when opening the beast space. I was there at the time and can guarantee it, Di Qian vouched for Lin Chen. With Lin Chen's pet consuming so much, it can also be explained. The surrounding students listened to the instructor's discussion and were extremely amazed. This is the benefit of a top-level beast space. To raise a pet to the lord level in half a month, they dare not even think about it. But even at the lord level, the levels of the other beasts are also at the lord level. The bald instructor was somewhat puzzled. Moreover, Du Ning, the young lady from the Du family, her pet ice crystal emperor butterfly has awakened lord-level abilities. It is well known that pets with domains have a 90% chance of winning against the same level, and a 99.9% chance against lower levels. Could it be that Lin Chen's pet is at the same level? Is its combat power already 10 times that of the ice crystal emperor butterfly? It doesn't look like it, does it? The bald instructor looked at the little white one there, shaking its head and asking for attention. He was somewhat puzzled. It's simple because Lin Chen's pet also has its own domain ability, Di Qian said with a smile. What? He also has a domain. Another instructor on the side opened his mouth, somewhat incredulous. 2 beast masters. Both have their own domain abilities. This training plan is really a treasure trove. That's right, and Lin Gu was surrounded by those 4 guys at the time. In just an instant, he defeated all 4 of them. Bai he said somewhat proudly. It was like a little girl showing off her powerful brother. Damn! Did I hear that right? 1 against 4. Judging from the commotion just now, it's definitely not just one lord level, and daring to besiege a lord level, the opponent's level must also be at the lord level. Fighting 4 lords at the same level, plus 1 with a domain, isn't that too daring? Oh my god. This is not just a genius, it's a monster. Is this the disaster level beast master of the youth? Why do I feel like I've already seen a disaster level beast master rising? The students listening on the side were amazed. Sounds of admiration and gasps could be heard in the crowd. A beast with a domain can naturally deal with 3 beasts without a domain at the same time. There is no problem with that. But if one of them has a domain, then the outcome is unpredictable. But even so, he still fought 1 against 4. He even said it was taken down in an instant. And not just taking the dragon blood fruit and leaving. It's truly amazing. He's truly a young monster. The bald instructor touched his shining bald head in amazement. I didn't misjudge you after all. Di Qian smiled and looked at Lin Chen. Well, thanks for trusting me, instructor. Lin Chen smiled. Although the credit goes to the SSS Beast Space, the fast upgrade is also thanks to the talent of sequence extraction. Looking at the young man smile, Di Qian's heart inexplicably skipped a beat. Good. Since you won, this first disaster level pet is yours. Follow me. Ding Long also smiled rarely. Teaching geniuses always brings joy. And if Lin Chen can grow up, he will be at least a king level beast master. He can already stand on his own. In the future, when this is known, it will sound good on his face. Several minutes later, Lin Chen followed Ding Long to his office. What kind of pet are you looking for? I recommend you get a pet with auxiliary and healing abilities, like the Bright Emperor Butterfly or the Celestial Vine King. This way, you can coordinate and cooperate with your first pet. With a little training, your combat power will double. Ding Long expressed his thoughts. The General Beast Tamer, the second beast in the contract, usually chooses these pets. This can also be considered a standard match. Although standard, it can have a great advantage when dealing with other combinations. Are there no elemental pets? Lin Chen asked. The names of these pets are quite domineering. At least they sound like disaster level. But Lin Chen doesn't plan to go the support route. As long as he defeats all enemies, there is no need for support and healing. He wants to attack aggressively. Leave no room for the opponent to resist. Elemental type? 2 attack type pets? Ding Long's brow slightly furrowed. It's not impossible, but elemental pets are harder to capture, and disaster level ones are even rarer. But it's not impossible to get them. As long as there is a demand, it can definitely be arranged for you. Lin Chen believes this. Just look at who is behind the training plan. Who is the leader? If you dare to cultivate a disaster level beast tamer, then the other party must be one of those standing at the top of the mountain. Trying to get a disaster level cub, it may be difficult, but it's also quite simple. Are you planning to get an elemental pet? No, I was just asking. Ding Long found that this student seemed a bit mischievous. I want a supernatural type pet. Lin Chen's eyes were serious. Supernatural type. Ding Long was taken aback. Wow, do you really dare to ask for that? Supernatural pets are even rarer than elemental ones and harder to deal with. And a disaster level cub, that's even more unthinkable. Perhaps in the past 100 years of human history, there are only a few who have captured supernatural disaster level cubs. The main reason is that these pets are difficult to tame. Their danger and combat power are much stronger than other pets in the same category. Just like the late-stage supernatural lord of Di Xian. Even dealing with a king in the early stage has a certain chance of winning. You can imagine how powerful these pets are. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Lin Chen was puzzled. Obviously, he didn't know how rare supernatural disaster level pets were. Of course not. Ding Long nodded. Although difficult, it's not impossible. The leader of this training is the core organization of the Beast Association. Disaster. Its members are all disaster level beast tamers. It's quite simple to get a disaster level cub. That's good. Lin Chen suppressed his excitement. The evil god. He can start creating it soon. It will only take a month, and I will definitely give you a satisfactory answer. In addition, we will provide you with all the resources needed to upgrade your pet to a disaster level. But these resources are only for the pet we find for you. Listening to Ding Long's words, Lin Chen nodded. He knew this already. As long as you know. Ding Long finally relaxed. But you have to be careful, supernatural pets are the most difficult to tame, and many owners of supernatural pets have died at home in the past. Even if you have been training for months, you must not take it lightly. I understand. Lin Chen nodded. He had already checked this. But with Xiaobai around, the dragon clan specializes in evil spirits, is the lord of evil spirits. Can it turn the tables for him? If he can't win, he can just release Xiaobai directly. This is also why Lin Chen chose the supernatural type. Of course, the most important thing is that Lin Chen wants to create the legendary evil god, Nyarlathotep. one of the three pillars of origin, known as the chaos of the hidden path. And his image changes constantly. It can disguise itself as any form. Its image is closest to the demon in legend. And Lin Chen happens to have the genes of a demon. As long as he can recreate the legendary evil god, even if he exerts a little power, just enough to completely crush the gods worshipped by those demons in this world. Let them know what a true evil god is. After you eat this dragon blood fruit, the resources I applied for you should be coming soon, enough to support your training in the camp for a month. Resources for cultivating a disaster-level beast tamer. Lin Chen was slightly excited. He casually threw the bright red fruit into Little White's mouth. Little White swallowed the fruit in one gulp. A warmth gradually spread from the abdomen. This was the energy brought by the spiritual fruit. It could greatly promote Little White's genetic recovery and bloodline growth. The pair of small horns on its head visibly grew a few centimeters. Lin Chen sat in the room. Little White was digesting the energy from the dragon blood fruit on the side. Lin Chen was feeling the feedback coming from Little White. This kind of waiting was not torturous. Instead, it was quite comfortable. Over time, it could even become addictive. After several tens of minutes, the resources have been approved for you. You can have the qualification to use a level 1 blood pool for a month. Upon hearing Ding Long's words, Lin Chen silently opened his eyes. Blood pool? What is that? Why does it sound so evil? The blood pool is a good thing. It is condensed and gathered from the blood of various fierce beasts, purified by the top disaster-level nutritionists to remove toxins. As long as a beast and its tamer soak in it, it can stimulate the rapid growth of genes in the body. There is even a chance to awaken domain skills, enhance potential. In short, the benefits are endless. Using a level 1 blood pool for an hour would cost about 5 million dragon coins. So, for a day, it would cost over 100 million dragon coins. Using it continuously for a month, even the wealthiest wouldn't dare to spend so extravagantly. Lin Chen was stunned. But when he thought that these were the resources needed to cultivate a disaster-level beast tamer, it seemed somewhat reasonable. After all, it was quite simple for a disaster-level beast tamer to earn 100 million dragon coins. Just need to hunt down a king-level fierce beast. You could even earn several billion more. It's normal for it to be expensive, as the level 1 blood pool mostly uses the genes of lord-level fierce beasts, Ding Long explained. Even Ding Long couldn't help but feel emotional at this moment. Back then, he hadn't even used a blood pool. The blood of lord-level fierce beasts, does that mean their genetic bloodline is in it? Naturally, ordinary blood pools use fresh blood because over time, the blood will corrode and spoil. Listening to Ding Long's words, Lin Chen became excited again. Fortunately, he had nowhere to find lord-level fierce beasts to seize their genes. Now with this blood pool, as long as he soaked in it, he could absorb a large amount of lord-level fierce beast genes. Then, he could feed back to Little White, and it could immediately undergo a transformation. Follow me. Ding Long led Lin Chen to a room. The room was covered on all sides, with faint sunlight shining in from outside. As soon as they entered, a strong and mellow aroma hit them. It made people can't help but take a deep breath. In the 100 by 100 pool in front of them, there was a pool of light red blood. The smell emanated from the pool. There was no strong bloody smell as imagined, only a refreshing and irresistible urge to taste. This was the impulse from the genes. Go ahead. Ding Long closed the door. Lin Chen took off his clothes and entered the pool with Little White. In an instant, his skin felt a tingling sensation. It was as if something was trying to enter his body. But what followed was an extremely comfortable feeling. Comfortable. Lin Chen slowly lay down. Little White also rolled over in the pool. But Lin Chen didn't forget the task at hand. Sequence extraction. Lin Chen extended his right hand. Suddenly, a dazzling light burst forth in the original room. The water in the pool shrank by a third in an instant. Then, a series of sounds resembling a screen swipe echoed in Lin Chen's mind. Obtained gene of Heavenly Bull Demon. Obtained gene of Fiery Sun Divine Tiger. Obtained gene of Greenfield Ox. Obtained gene of Iron Blade Unicorn Leopard. Obtained gene of Lord of the Green Forest. Obtained Hardening, Proficient, Skill Gene. Obtained Claw Strike, Proficient, Skill Gene. Obtained Rainbow Dragonfish Whisker Gene. Data was crazily jumping. Lin Chen was instantly overwhelmed by this sudden happiness. Feels great. He really didn't expect that. Blood could actually be absorbed. After absorption, a wave of dizziness followed. It wasn't until Lin Chen clung to the edge of the pool that he recovered after a few minutes. It seems that there is a limit to how many genes I can extract each time. I must take some time to recover. Lin Chen touched his forehead. This time, he extracted genes from at least hundreds of creatures. It was somewhat unbearable for him. Let's stop here for today. I need to go back and digest these genes. These are Lord-level creatures. Lin Chen couldn't contain his excitement. And Xiao Bai, sensing his master's mood, also became excited. Although some were at the warlord level, the skills of these creatures were extremely high. If injected into Xiao Bai, many skills could be upgraded. Outside the door at this moment. Well, I probably won't have to see this kid for a month now. Ding Long chuckled, stroking his beard. Being with Lin Chen was a huge blow to him. Mainly because this kid was really extraordinary. Always doing unexpected things. But this time, he probably won't have the chance. This huge pool of first-level blood. It would take at least a month to absorb it all. But before Ding Long could continue his thoughts. Creak! The door behind him creaked. Lin Chen opened the door and walked out. He had already put on his clothes before that. Why are you out? Ding Long asked with some confusion. Can't absorb anymore, need to digest first. Lin Chen replied, touching Xiao Bai's forehead beside him. Can't absorb? Ding Long passed by Lin Chen and went straight into the room. His eyes, aided by the dim light, looked at the pool. By now, a third of the essence in the blood pool had been absorbed. You've already absorbed a third? Ding Long's beard was trembling slightly. How long had passed? Probably not more than a few minutes. To directly suck up a third of the blood pool, is he still human? Even if you drank it with your mouth, it wouldn't be this fast. But the fact was right in front of him. The room was designed to prevent the essence from leaking out. It was impossible to transfer the blood in a short time. So there was only one possibility. Lin Chen had already absorbed a third of the essence in the blood pool. Boom! Despite some speculation, Ding Long's mind was still struck like a thunderbolt. Exploded suddenly. This is the beast space that produces the Dragon's Cry omen at the SSS level. It actually has such a miraculous effect? Maybe this kid can really get into those 5 academies. Ding Long was extremely excited at this moment, his beard trembling slightly. It's hard to imagine how excited he was at this moment. It was as if he had found a rare treasure. It even made him forget the price of the blood pool for a moment. Although the blood pool is expensive, the disaster relief behind the training can still be afforded. If we can cultivate another disaster-level beast tamer, the association's power will once again receive a boost. The Disaster Relief Association will not help cultivate for no reason. They have received such great benefits. In the future, there will be a chance to absorb these strong individuals into the association. After all, they control 70% of the disaster-level beast tamers in the Dragon Kingdom. Even if you don't join, it's impossible to be enemies with them. Ding Long walked out of the room. You stay here for the next month for training. As long as the blood pool is not enough, come find me anytime, and I can supply it immediately. Okay. Lin Chen nodded. If he could still upgrade, that would be the best. After all, every time he absorbed a fierce beast, his blood might change. He could also gain the ability to upgrade from it. When the training is over, the National Beast Tamer exam will begin soon. Which academy do you plan to apply to? Ding Long looked into Lin Chen's eyes. Magic Capital Academy. Lin Chen responded immediately. Good. Ding Long smiled with relief upon hearing this. If Lin Chen only wanted to apply to those top-tier academies, it would indicate that his vision and ambition were not far-sighted enough. It would be difficult to become a top-tier powerhouse. Choosing one of the 5 major academies would make Ding Long take notice. But it's not easy to get into those top 5 academies. Although your strength is enough to easily get into a top-tier academy. But if you want to get into a top-tier academy, the opponents you face will be beast tamers with dual beasts that can complement each other. I know that. Lin Chen's expression was serious. Those guys trained both contracted beasts and uncontracted beasts together. The 2 beasts were like soulmates, assisting, attacking, and supporting each other in battle. Lin Chen had to immediately enhance his strength after obtaining the pet beast, while also ensuring it didn't resist. He also had to train and get along well with his first beast. The difficulty of this can be imagined. Moreover, the second beast was a highly difficult to tame spiritual beast that had just been acquired. The difficulty would inevitably increase significantly. This was also why Ding Long was surprised when Lin Chen said he wanted to choose a spiritual beast as a pet. Alright, continue your training. In the next few days, I will select 2 more geniuses from the camp. Ding Long left with these words. Lin Chen returned to his room with Xiao Bai. He immediately injected the Lord-level genetic bloodline into Xiao Bai's body. Obtained the gene of the Fiery Sun Divine Tiger. Obtained the gene of the Greenfield Yak. Obtained the gene of the Iron Blade Unicorn Leopard. Obtained the Hardening, Proficient, Skill gene. Obtained the Claw Strike, Proficient, Skill gene. Obtained the Rainbow Dragonfish Whisker gene. Hardening, Proficient, upgraded to Hardening, Perfect. Hawkeye Vision, Novice, upgraded to Hawkeye Vision, Proficient. A large number of skills and bloodlines surged into Xiaobai's body in an instant. In just a moment, Xiaobai's body became as hot as boiling water, emitting a faint mist. And his body continued to expand under this mist. A pair of long dragon whiskers gradually grew on both sides of Xiaobai's head. The antlers on his forehead extended and lengthened backward. His golden pupils became more agile and divine. Boom! The energy feedback into Lin Chen's body almost made him fall down in an instant. With just a casual press, he flattened the iron bed frame. Is this my power? Lin Chen looked at his hands in disbelief. The Lord-level genetic bloodline was indeed domineering. He turned to look at Xiaobai again. Antlers, whiskers, the appearance of a dragon is taking shape. But the dragon's unique 2 pairs of golden claws have not appeared. Drawing a snake and adding feet, it still belongs to the category of snakes, and it has not evolved into a dragon and cannot possess dragon claws. White snake, level, Lord early stage, talent, king late stage, skills, coiling, master, spitting water, master, hardening, perfect, healing eyes, dangerous intuition, dragon might, black flame horn, eagle eye, proficient, visual enhancement, visual. Evolution path, dragon, introduction, devouring 1,000 life genes, the true king of nature. The perfect level of hardening skill is enough to withstand all modern firearms. Except for nuclear bombs, there is nothing to fear. And White Snake also has the fish whisker skill. Able to breathe underwater, move quickly, and is an escape artifact. Check the conditions for evolving into a dragon, Lin Chen said. Then a string of data appeared before his eyes. Dragon, Lord level, devouring 10,000 lives, Dragon Soul, already owned, Dragon Soul, is that the little dragon shadow that ran out of the spirit stone before and was absorbed by me? Unexpectedly, there was a pleasant surprise. If missed, Lin Chen would probably have to search for Dragon Soul for a long time. Now it's just a matter of time. Several tens of minutes later, White Snake finished receiving. Its scales, various genes, and skills have been completely renovated. It can now fully withstand attacks from mid-level lords, and even demons in the later stages. Although it is in the early stage of the lord level, White Snake has already preliminarily possessed the combat power of the mid-level lord. If we add those skills, even in the later stage of the lord level, we are not without the power to fight, Lin Chen said with a smile. In the process of digesting these genes, Lin Chen took White Snake back to the deep mountains, killing fierce beasts to train, to become familiar with the use of skills and accelerate absorption speed. Almost every day after that, Lin Chen spent his time like this. After soaking in the blood pool, he would go out to hunt fierce beasts in the wild. When he had recovered enough, he would soak in the blood pool again. It takes about 3 to 5 days to absorb the bloodline of a pool of fierce beasts, and after consuming it all, Ding Long would refill it again. In that blood pool, Lin Chen once again used the sequence extraction skill. Obtained Pale Giant Crab Gene. Obtained Xingtian Yak Gene. Obtained Osseous Scarab Gene. This time, there are quite a few repeated genes compared to before. Lin Chen walked out of the pool with White Snake and said quietly, but there was no other way. Although there are many types of lord-level fierce beasts, they are actually limited within a certain area. Even if Lin Chen wants to obtain more genes for White Snake, he may have to leave the city and go elsewhere in the future. But for now, even around the Magic City, there are countless types of fierce beasts. The reason for the repetition of genes in this blood pool is likely due to the similarity of the bred fierce beasts. Everything in this world revolves around the service of beast tamers. Naturally, there are people who hunt, and even breed fierce beasts, and then profit from them. There is nothing to say about this, it is almost the same as the blue star in the previous life. But this is also good. Bloodline repetition means that their skill memory genes are also repeated. It can quickly improve White Snake's skill level. This is very important. The later it gets, the more important the proficiency of skills becomes. After all, apart from the domain, White Snake has very few skills of its own, and those it has are relatively weak skills. Improving these skill levels becomes a top priority. While thinking, Lin Chen walked out of the room with White Snake. However, as soon as he opened the door, a girl as white as snow came walking towards him. The two locked eyes for a moment. Lin Chen's muscular body was exposed. Du Ning was stunned for a moment, then a blush spread across her face. Pervert! After muttering this, Du Ning blushed and turned away. Her heart was pounding, unable to stop thinking about the scene she had just witnessed. The perfect muscular lines were even more perfect than some male stars she had seen in magazines. No! What am I thinking? This guy is a pervert. Du Ning was going crazy. Every time she saw Lin Chen, something bad would happen. Watching the girl hurriedly flee, Lin Chen didn't know what to say. After all, he was in the wrong. It seems Du Ning has obtained her second disaster-level pet. Honestly, Lin Chen hadn't expected this. After all, he kept to himself most of the time, and hardly anyone would come here. But he neglected the fact that someone else might pass the test and get a disaster level cub to train with him. As usual, he walked out without wearing a shirt. I should pay more attention next time, Lin Chen muttered. He wasn't surprised that Du Ning got her second disaster level cub. After all, her pet had leadership abilities. In the following days, Lin Chen often saw Du Ning around. Every time they met, Du Ning would sneak glances at him, seemingly curious about his growing strength. A few days later, the third person to obtain a disaster level cub was announced. To Lin Chen's surprise, it was someone he knew from Yang City. By he, I really didn't expect you to snatch a disaster level cub from them. Lin Chen was somewhat incredulous. It wasn't that he doubted Bai He's strength, but he knew the challenges involved. However, it wasn't impossible. After all, Lin Chen hadn't fought Bai He's pet before, and the most threatening night giant had been seriously injured by Little White and probably wouldn't recover in a month. This gave Bai He an opportunity. After all, everyone's pets had king-level talents. Why can't I do it? Since we separated from school, I've been working hard. Bai He chuckled. But Lin Chen, what type of contract do you plan for your second cub? I heard Du Ning wants to choose an elemental type, and I was thinking the same. After all, elemental types are very rare. Bai He was happy like a child. It's a secret, Lin Chen smiled. Mysterious. The more mysterious Lin Chen was, the more curious Bai He became. In the following days, the two would occasionally travel together in the wilderness, discussing training matters. Eventually, even Du Ning joined them. What started as a duo became a trio. Of course, this was purely a friendship among comrades. Their main goal was to find out what cub Lin Chen had chosen. It was truly intriguing. What kind of cub would someone like Lin Chen choose? An elemental type like them? Or a simple and unassuming defensive type? Although the relationship between the three became closer, it only made Du Ning let go of her prejudices. Bai He had other motives. As the saying goes, keep your enemies closer than anyone else. The relationship between the three was indeed delicate. Finally, after living a simple life with the two stunning beauties for a month, Lin Chen's white snake broke through to the mid-stage lord level. In the jungle, snap! Little White's tail moved, instantly killing a pre-stage lord beast. It was as simple as killing a chicken. So strong. Little White seems even stronger than before. Bai He stood by watching. Before, her thunderous lion and Little White both entered the lord level at the same time. The result was achieved in such a short time. Little White has already reached the mid-lord level. Their upgrading speed has far exceeded expectations. At that moment, a message was transmitted from the watch. Both of them received the message simultaneously. They looked down at the watch. Your cubs have arrived. Upon seeing these words, uncontrollable joy appeared on their faces. They exchanged glances and rode on the thunderous lion, rushing towards the base. In less than half an hour, they returned to the base from the jungle over 100 kilometers away. In a courtyard, 3 absolutely pitch-black cages were placed on the ground. Du Ning, Bai He, and Lin Chen stood in front of the cages. Even through the cages, they could feel the restless movements coming from within. This is the disaster level cub I helped you capture. You should know that this time, more than a dozen disaster level beast tamers from the disaster prevention group were mobilized. They infiltrated the territory of the ferocious beasts and demons, engaging in earth-shattering battles that shattered the void. It can be said that this is the largest operation in nearly 100 years since the establishment of the base city by humans. It continued until the Great Tao was about to be extinguished. Alright, Senior Ding, you don't need to boast, we all know. The three of them rolled their eyes silently. Has Senior Ding read too many novels? Even if the mountain is destroyed, it would be impressive. Ahem. Isn't it to let you know how difficult it was to get the cubs? Cherish this opportunity. Senior Ding explained quietly, seeming a bit guilty. After all, the words he said before were just something he casually wrote in his spare time. Next comes the main event. You must make sure your pets accept you. When these cages are opened, the first person they see will be you. During the contract and appeasement, make sure there is no one else around. It's best to cultivate a good relationship within a week and form a contract within half a month. Senior Ding's instructions were very detailed. After all, these were contract cubs. He definitely couldn't just stand by and watch, because some descendants of powerful bloodlines would actively choose powerful beast tamers. With him here, these students wouldn't stand a chance to contract these pet cubs. We understand. The three nodded at each other. 1 week's time, half a month for the contract. Time was indeed tight. But for the disaster level cubs, everything was worth it. They lifted the cages covered by the black cloth on the ground and then returned to their dormitory. Before leaving, Lin Chen was stopped by Senior Ding. "You have to be careful. This creature of yours has seriously injured my old friend's vitality." He didn't even have time to check if this cub was injured before sending it over. To obtain it, his pet would have to spend tens to hundreds of billions. It will take more than half a year to recover. Senior Ding glanced at the cage with deep fear in his eyes. But rest assured, it's still just a cub, and it doesn't even know anything. What's impressive is its disaster-level mother. Even in the end, that old monster only suffered minor injuries. "Don't worry, Senior." Lin Chen felt a touch of emotion. These seniors were indeed true to their words. It seemed that the organization called Disaster Prevention was not as dark as its name sounded. The beast tamers inside were quite humane. In Lin Chen's room, he sat cross-legged on the ground, looking at the pitch-black cage. Little White was beside him, also showing great curiosity. "I'm counting on you to help me get into the Magic Capital Academy." Lin Chen touched the pitch-black cage. "Speaking of which, you are the key to whether I can become the world's strongest. On the other hand, if I can't become the world's strongest, it's all your fault." Before opening the technological cage, Lin Chen began to earnestly instruct the creatures inside. Little Bai on the side was stunned. Lin Chen moved forward and looked around the cage, quickly finding a deep red button indentation. As Lin Chen pressed the indentation, the black curtain surrounding the technological cage disappeared. The scene inside also came into view. Looking at the creature in the cage, Lin Chen was stunned. Even Little Bai widened his eyes. Not even a word was spoken. Inside the cage, there was a ghost-like creature floating there. Its appearance was like a doll on a sunny day, with a hint of grievance on its face. Yes, the description of a ghost was enough to describe this creature. This isn't right, is it? Who is trying to harm my master?" Both the person and the snake were dumbfounded. Even Little Bai, who didn't understand much, could see that this was just an ordinary ghost. How could it match my master's tall, mighty, and handsome image? As for Little Bai's flattery on the side, Lin Chen ignored it. Could it be that the disaster-level beast tamer found this randomly to deal with me? "You damn disaster-level beast tamer. Can you get injured by catching an awakened-level ghost? And damn, seriously injured? Could it be that the wrong cub was taken?" Lin Chen often saw this kind of melodramatic plot in TV dramas. Could it be that this melodramatic plot was happening to him? No way. Lin Chen suppressed the uneasiness in his heart. He activated the skill to view data. The opponent's attributes instantly appeared before his eyes. Ghost, level, mid-stage warlord, talent, late-stage warlord, skill, curse, evolutionary path, none, introduction, extremely high-level Emperor Ziri. In its youth, it will hide its form and talent to ensure it survives until a strong enough period. Most of its disguised forms are creatures with the talent of a warlord, don't be deceived. Emperor level. Some pet cubs do indeed surpass their parents in talent, but most are not as good as their parents. I've hit the jackpot. 1 in a million, no. 1 in a billion talent. Lin Chen was instantly excited. What are you looking at? Hurry up and release me. The ghost looked at the person and the snake in front of it and cursed silently in its heart. However, the two showed no intention of releasing it. Impossible. Does my disguise not look like those commoners? The ghost was now in a strange environment, feeling helpless. It was extremely intelligent. It had reached the mid-stage warlord level as soon as it was born. Its talent was truly terrifying. Even its disguise took into account the identification skill. If it weren't for Lin Chen having the system, he would probably be deceived by it even if he had the ability to identify creatures. It seems that all the racial talent points are focused on disguise. As long as I survive, I will be invincible, right? The little ghost had not noticed this yet. Everything about it had already been seen through by the human in front of it. It could only continue to pretend to be helpless, weak, and pitiful. After all, the snake next to it looked terrifying. It made its heart tremble faintly, even though it didn't have a heart. This snake seemed to obey the commands of the two-legged creature in front of it. What kind of species was this guy who looked like a two-legged creature? As long as I obey, he won't feed me to this snake, right? Still pretending? Well, that's just perfect. This kind of pet with emperor-level talent was simply a pleasant surprise. Lin Chen forcibly suppressed his excitement and tried to keep his expression calm. He had heard of it before. The beings with emperor-level talents are the top existence in this world, disdainful of making contracts with any humans, if it really exposes it. I'm afraid this little ghost, even if it dies, wouldn't want to make a contract with him, right? Ah, poor child, your parents entrusted you to me before they died. My parents? Dead? The little ghost listened to Lin Chen's words without much expression. After all, it had never seen its parents. And among supernatural creatures, there is rarely parental affection. But you are too weak. I'm afraid no one would want a contract with you, right? Lin Chen turned his head sadly. The ghost heard this and became excited. These two-legged beasts really didn't see through me. Then release me quickly. But, if I release you, you probably won't get far before being killed. It's very dangerous outside. Isn't that right, Xiaobai? Hiss? Hiss hiss hiss. Xiaobai looked at his master and nodded quickly. Hiss hiss, even I almost died outside just now. Xiaobai cooperated well. The ghost in the cage trembled. But you are really weak, a little ghost like you. I have to feed Xiaobai hundreds of you a day. So should I contract with you, or let you go out and be eaten by fierce beasts? That scene would be too tragic, being eaten alive. Fear flashed in Lin Chen's eyes. But in his mind, he was thinking of being with Lin Ming. Woo 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 woo. The little ghost panicked. In its view, its disguise skill was impossible to be exposed. This was an instinct from the soul. And the terrified look in the eyes of the two-legged beast just now was too real. Ah, let's go. Get some fresh air outside. Lin Chen did not agree directly. Instead, he left the room with Xiaobai. The little ghost in the cage was puzzled after the two left. He doesn't seem like he's deceiving me. Could it be that he really doesn't intend to contract with me and set me free? The little ghost couldn't help but shiver at the thought of Lin Chen's terrified expression just now. That was definitely the expression of witnessing a great horror. As a ghost, it knew this very well. Outside the door at this moment. These guys, contracting these three pet beasts will probably take some time. Ding Long muttered quietly. He gave a 7-day limit, and half a month restriction. In reality, it was just to make the three feel a sense of urgency. After all, the earlier the contract, the less likely accidents would occur. Elemental beings are generally extremely irritable. Keeping them in one place for a long time easily leads to resistance and tension. However, just as Ding Long shook his head and was about to leave, Lin Chen's door opened again. Damn! Ding Long couldn't help but curse silently. This kid, contracted as soon as the cage opened? He wouldn't believe it even if he were beaten to death. The fastest record in the Dragon Kingdom for contracting a disaster-level cub was at least 3 or 4 days, even for those professional beast tamers. You succeeded in contracting? Ding Long asked nervously. How is that possible? We just met. Lin Chen shrugged. A look of disbelief crossed Ding Long's face. How could you ask such a question? It's all because you forced me, damn it. But this time, Lin Chen finally did something. So, how is that pet beast? Is it easy to tame? What talent does it have? Ding Long asked eagerly. It's a little ghost, quite good at disguising. With an emperor-level talent, Lin Chen said seriously, stroking his chin. Ding Long rolled his eyes. How could a disaster-level pet beast cub be a little ghost? And his old friend was seriously injured. It was impossible to catch a ghost. Not to mention an emperor-level talent? The entire Dragon Kingdom has imperial-level beast tamers with extraordinary talents, which can be counted on one hand. In the past, an imperial-level cub appeared in the Dragon Kingdom and was publicly auctioned. It was sold for a staggering price of 100 billion. Of course, this was just the amount on the surface. Who knows how many benefits were given behind the scenes. Watching Lin Chen walk towards the cafeteria, Ding Long suddenly thought of something and took out his phone from his pocket. He dialed a mysterious phone number. Hello? What's up again? I'm still recovering. I just wanted to ask, what species is the supernatural pet you captured? Ding Long asked directly. It's a supernatural species, you said it yourself, why are you asking? Did something happen? You didn't let that cub escape, did you? No, my student joked that the cub has imperial-level talent. Ding Long chuckled a few times, then shook his head. How could that be possible? His old friend was just a disaster-level beast tamer. Would he not be scared and run away when encountering an imperial-level fierce beast? Would he dare to steal someone else's cub? However, unexpectedly, the other party fell silent for a moment. It's actually an imperial-level cub. I said there isn't such a strong bond of affection between these supernatural creatures. Why did they chase me 900 kilometers after stealing its cub? So this kid is a thief too. If I remember correctly, not long ago, that black dragon, Nayak, attacked the lighthouse country because its cub was missing. This kid is quite bold, daring to steal even the cub of an imperial-level black dragon. Listening to his old friend's words, Ding Long was instantly dumbfounded. What did you say? Black dragon Nayak. Ding Long was stunned. Just a few years ago, a major event occurred on Blue Star. An imperial-level black dragon emerged from the territory of mysterious creatures and launched an attack on the nearby lighthouse country. That attack destroyed all the coastal cities of the lighthouse country. It provoked the top beast tamers, including imperial-level and disaster-level ones, to come out in force. They almost killed that black dragon in the Western Ocean. It was later discovered that the black dragon's cub had been stolen by someone. That's why it became so irritable. As the belief and leader of the mysterious creatures, the black dragon Nayak was already the top predator on Blue Star. Ding Long had seen it in some TV images, feeling the overwhelming dark aura coming from it. It almost drove him crazy. If it weren't for the lighthouse country severely injuring the black dragon Nayak, these disaster-level beast tamers wouldn't dare to go to that forbidden place to plunder cubs. But it's not certain. Many offspring of powerful species will hide their true form in their youth. How could this kid be so bold to steal the child of his boss? Ha ha, then what's the point? You got me all excited for nothing. Ding Long rolled his eyes. Didn't you just remember it suddenly? People should have dreams, right? Who knows where that cub is now? It's better if it doesn't fall into human hands. It's better to kill it. That's true. If it grows up to be our enemy, it will be a troublesome fellow. If this is really an imperial-level talented pet, it will be a big deal for the entire Dragon Kingdom. But he guessed that his old friend was dreaming again. This kid has always liked to dream since he was young, and he also likes paper people. The creatures in this world that can be called dragons represent the top of their kind. Even if it's true, making them bow down and make a contract with humans? Dream on. No one can make an emperor submit. In the restaurant, as soon as Lin Chen entered, a group of people surrounded him. It seems like we can only see you when you're eating, Lin Chen. Have your disaster-level cub arrived? Let me see. What's there to see? You want to see, so you can see? Lin Chen politely responded to everyone's enthusiasm. Then he came to the front desk of the restaurant. Do you have ingredients for supernatural creatures? Of course, this is what Instructor Di Qian's pet uses. The nutritionist brought out a few pieces of strangely colored, twisted pieces of meat from the back. This is what supernatural creatures love to eat. Should I buy it for Instructor D? The nutritionist asked secretly. Using one's own points to buy things for others is not allowed in the camp. Of course not, Lin Chen said mysteriously with a smile. Then he left the restaurant. Emperor level, I wonder when it will reveal its true form. It is indeed difficult to contract with an emperor level. Coax, can't just deceive without coaxing. Otherwise, even if contracted, it is easy to get angry. Just a few hits will do. Xiao Bai was eager to try. No, we must win over with virtue. Soon Lin Chen and Xiao Bai returned to the room. Lin Chen and Xiao Bai had just returned to the room. The little ghost in the cage smelled the scent. It became restless for a moment. Lin Chen didn't intend to tease it, he directly put those pieces of meat in the cage. Sure enough, although this ghost was impatient, it did not eat. You're not eating? Then I'll take it back. Lin Chen raised his eyebrows and took back the pieces of meat. The little ghost panicked immediately. It hadn't eaten for days. If it's taken away again, when will it get to eat? In the next moment, its original form changed instantly. Its body, like a clear sky doll, gradually melted. Then it condensed into a creature resembling a small deer, with a unique appearance and a strong body. This little deer was covered in black fur, with deep and dark eyes, and its antlers on its head did not fork but extended thickly to the back of its head. Even its hooves and short tail emitted black flames. Especially domineering. Just a bit mini. Mow! The little deer made a strange sound. Its front hooves kept lifting and stomping on the ground. Ha! Why is it different? Lin Chen pretended to be puzzled. But the information about the other party had already appeared in his mind. Black Flame Deer Cub, level, mid-stage warlord, talent, emperor level, skills, disguise, disappears when grown to king level, black fire, trample, body transformation, death domain, evolution path, Black Flame Death Deer, introduction, a powerful and domineering creature, at the top of the food chain, bestowed with the title of dragon. Lin Chen's mind was suddenly shaken. Wasn't this the cub of the black dragon Nayak? He had heard the legend back then. Creatures bestowed with the title of dragon were at the top of the food chain. And this guy actually had a domain too. They say that Qilin treads on auspicious clouds, dispelling all difficulties in the world. This black flame deer probably only brings death and disaster. Your talent is barely acceptable. Lin Chen opened the cage. The cub walked out and quickly finished the food in the plate. Obviously, it was very hungry. Are you willing to contract with me? Lin Chen asked directly. The little deer looked at the white snake beside it, nodded silently. The deer had to bow its head under the eaves. 30 years later, I will definitely. Before it could even make a bold declaration of ambition, an indescribable surge of energy and a strange sensation rushed into its body. Boom! In just an instant, the little deer instantly broke through to the later stage of the warlord. Even its black fur became more lush and shiny. Is this the ability of a bipedal beast? The little deer was stunned. "Don't worry, as long as you follow me, I will definitely treat you well," Lin Chen said with a smile, looking at the two-legged creature in front of him that provided him with benefits and food. The little deer, who had just experienced a rough and scary journey, suddenly had tears in its eyes. It seemed living off someone else wasn't so bad after all. It would take at least half a year to reach the level of a war general, but the two-legged creature just touched him lightly and instantly reached that level. This left the little deer a bit confused. Lin Chen successfully formed a contract smoothly, binding his soul with the spirit of this creature and bringing along a deer language translator. "I'll call you Xiaoling from now on," Lin Chen said. Because they first met in a ghostly form, the little deer didn't resist at this moment, just softly hummed. Its size quickly grew, resembling a wild horse in the end. "So handsome." Lin Chen stroked the lush and soft black fur on Xiaoling. If he rode out with it, he would definitely be the most eye-catching one around. He had heard that it was an emperor-level black dragon. Just one step could destroy hundreds of tall buildings in the coastal city. The power it possessed was unimaginable. "We are thousands of kilometers away from the territory of supernatural creatures," Lin Chen muttered softly. As long as he didn't leave the Dragon Kingdom or take Xiaoling to such places, his parents would never find them. With that in mind, Lin Chen placed Xiaolin and Xiaobai into the beast space and then walked out. He planned to take the two pet beasts for outdoor training and also enhance Xiaoling's level. As soon as he stepped out, he encountered several people talking. "The disaster level cub is too restless. No matter how I soothe it, it's always agitated." He furrowed her brows slightly. "Several times, that pet beast has injured me, but I am patient." Du Ning spoke quietly. There was no sign of impatience on her face. It takes time to cultivate a bond with a pet beast, especially at the disaster level. It's not easy to form a contract. Some relatively weak beast masters, even if their families buy them highly talented pet beasts, still can't form a contract with them. Both of them seemed a bit gloomy, but there was still time. As long as they succeeded in forming a contract before the end of the month, it would be fine. "Lin Chen, brother." Seeing Lin Chen, Baihe's frustration disappeared instantly. Even Du Ning, who was beside her, didn't notice that a smile had formed on her lips. "How is your pet beast contract going?" Du Ning asked. "I have successfully formed a contract. It's a cub with emperor-level talent, the offspring of that black dragon," Lin Chen said straightforwardly. It's not that he was afraid of exposure, but he was afraid that even if he said it, they wouldn't believe him. As expected, the two women rolled their eyes silently. "If you don't want to say, it's fine. But Lin Chen, a month from now, before the end of training, Senior Ding will inspect our progress. If we can't form a contract by then, these pet beast cubs will be taken back. If we can successfully form a contract, it will be much easier to get into a good academy, but if we can't, it will be very troublesome." Baihe's brows furrowed. All three of them had the opportunity to enter the top 5 academies. The condition was to form a contract with these 3 disaster-level cubs, but the difficulty was too high. Although the two of them were very strong, they were not powerful enough to instantly gain the allegiance of those pet beasts. "I'm going to train in the wilderness, you guys keep it up." Lin Chen bid farewell to the two. Watching Lin Chen's figure disappear into the distance, Du Ning's brows furrowed slightly. "I heard Senior Ding Long say that he formed a contract with a supernatural cub, which may be even more difficult to deal with than our elemental ones. Oh, is Lin Gu going to hunt down ferocious beasts? Isn't he going to spend time building a bond with that little cub?" He opened her mouth in surprise. The worry for Lin Chen was evident in the eyes. "There's less than a month left. Didn't Brother Lin say he still has to take the exams for those 5 major academies? Why would he be foolish enough to choose a spiritual pet, and not even take it seriously?" "Let him be," Du Ning shook her head, drifting away in the swaying of her hair. Du Ning speculated that Lin Chen's first pet contract was too simple, leading him to mistakenly believe the second one would be the same. In reality, the talent of a beast tamer's second pet is usually higher than the first. This can make the second pet feel resentful and more difficult to contract. She estimated that if Lin Chen didn't hurry to cultivate his relationships and continue to train in the wild, he would eventually reap what he sowed. In the wilderness, more than 30 wild boars gathered in groups, charging fiercely towards Lin Chen. Standing beside Lin Chen, the black deer only stamped its hooves. Invisibly, a pitch-black domain spread out around them. The plants, trees, and visible things on the ground gradually decayed and withered within a circle, until all 30 wild boars were enveloped. Sensing the fear of death, the wild boars showed terrified eyes and began to flee frantically. "But, when the King of Hell calls for you to die at the 3rd watch, will he let you live until dawn?" Under the rapid erosion of the domain, the skin of the wild boars aged rapidly, corroded, and eventually turned into a pile of white bones. The domain of death. A truly deadly domain. Anyone who enters it will quickly lose their vitality. Oh, little spirit shook its head, looking uninterested. Let's go. I'll take you to kill the Lord-level beasts. Lin Chen, dressed in black, rode on the small spirit with jet black fur. Little White circled around him and quickly dashed into the depths of the jungle. The speed of the little spirit was extremely fast. With extreme muscle bursts, it could reach the mountain in half a day. If Lin Chen had such a pet at that time, the outcome of the competition would have been without suspense. July 16th. Over the next few days, Lin Chen, accompanied by Little White and Little Spirit, ventured deep into the jungle to hunt Lord-level beasts. At night, they returned to the base to recharge and recover energy, absorbing energy in the blood pool. Soon, the two pets became extremely tacit, and their bond quickly warmed up. They were no longer as restrained as before. The college entrance exam is coming soon, and you must also advance to the Lord level. Lin Chen patted the deer's head. The accelerated time factor allowed Lin Chen's pets to quickly absorb the energy they received. It was a pity that there were no strange creatures in the jungle to provide the genes needed for the deer's hunting. Hurry up and level up, little brother. Moo! Who's your little brother? The deer raised its front hooves, looking angry. Unfortunately, it couldn't beat Little White at all. Little White's dragon eyes had a significant restraining effect on evil spirits. Moreover, this guy had its own domain. The key was that Little White was too favored, always being the first to be strengthened whenever the owner improved his strength. No! I must also make achievements quickly. At this time, the deer still didn't know that Lin Chen had to hunt demons and monsters to give them genetic enhancements. Since there were no strange or dark creatures here, the deer couldn't be strengthened much. But when they returned to Yangchang, there would be plenty of opportunities. Even the Dragon Slaying Bureau had many mysterious places. At 7:30 in the evening, Lin Chen returned to the base. Di Qian was leaning against the steel city wall at the gate of the base. As soon as she saw Lin Chen, she immediately got up and walked over, seeming to have something to discuss with him. Captain D, does our Dragon Slaying Bureau have any mysterious places with strange creatures? Lin Chen asked first. There are some, but in the future, you won't be under my control anymore. After all, you are now considered a Lord-level beast tamer. When you go back, apply for a promotion at the Dragon Slayer Bureau. Di Qian's face was full of satisfaction. Then she became serious and cautious. I heard you found a strange type of pet. Yes. Lin Chen had no intention of hiding it. He just didn't know why everyone knew about it. Let me tell you, strange pets are the most difficult to contract. They feed on the souls of evil people's resentment. You must invest a lot of energy and time, and not be careless. Di Qian's eyes were serious. She seemed to have heard some rumors and was worried about Lin Chen. How about this, starting today, come to see me every day, and I will tell you in detail the secrets of contracting these creatures. After all, I have spent several years with supernatural pets. Thank you, Captain D, but I have already completed the contract. The little deer was still sleeping in the beast space. Lin Chen turned and headed towards the cafeteria to get food. He wanted to cultivate the little spirit into a dark dragon, the master of the strange who can transform into any form. Watching the figure of the young man leaving, Di Qian's slender legs trembled, constantly tapping the ground with her foot, seeming impatient. This was indeed an opportunity. This child Lin Chen has too much pride. Sometimes you can't do without relying on others. The next morning, a helicopter, carrying several middle-aged men in luxurious clothes, they arrived at this base. These people were all disaster-level beast tamers. Ding Long personally welcomed them. Old Chen, long time no see. What brings you here from the capital this time? Just here to see an old friend. Ha ha. The man referred to as Old Chen by Ding Long responded with a laugh. Still trying to deceive me? You probably came this time for the special enrollment, right? You found out about that too. Ding Long was speechless. Almost every year, the top universities would send professors to recruit students from various cities. The students recruited did not need to take the college entrance examination. As long as they passed the specified tests, they could directly enter the university. The people in front of Ding Long were professors from the top universities in the Dragon Kingdom, such as Jiangnan University, Fengshan University, and Shanghai University. They were all very powerful and well-known figures. Ding Long, we heard that you have recruited many talented students this time. I remember there is a genius named Lin Chen, rumored to have contracted a disaster-level pet? Old Chen asked with a smile. This matter was well known in the city. The top student in the training camp, the first to obtain a disaster-level cub, was probably already targeted by major universities. Let me tell you the truth. Our Jiangnan University is willing to provide a complete set of black gold armor, plus a third dragon-level pet. just to recruit this student. Hearing this, Ding Long couldn't help but be tempted. A set of black gold armor was enough to withstand the attacks of disaster-level beasts. And a dragon-level pet, which one of them did not stand at the top of the food chain, just like the legendary black dragon. If it weren't for the strongest in the lighthouse country, Zeus, taking action, the coastal cities of the lighthouse country would have been destroyed by that black dragon long ago. When these two were added together, it would probably cost billions to acquire. I have to go ask about this. Ding Long agreed first. Ha ha, thank you. Remember to help promote our Jiangnan University. When you have time in the future, I'll treat you to. Lao Chen made eye contact with Ding Long. If this kind of talent can be recruited, it would be greatly beneficial for the Jiangnan academies and for him. Get lost. You want my wife to kill me, don't you? Ding Long said impatiently. In the following days, the top academies selected a few students from the rest of the trainees. They left the training base directly. Before leaving, Lao Chen deliberately revealed a piece of news to Ding Long. I heard that the 5 major academies will also come to your camp for enrollment. You must seize this opportunity. The 5 major academies of the Dragon Nation: Imperial Capital, Demon Capital, Holy Snow, Everest, and Dragon Slaughter. They are renowned throughout the Blue Star. Each academy has an Emperor-level beast tamer presiding over it. And among the students, there are also King-level beast tamers. It is the most coveted place for all beast tamers, those who can enter the 5 major academies. Coming out from there, at the very least, they will be disaster-level beast tamers. But I never expected that these 5 major academies would come for special enrollment. It is almost equivalent to ancient emperors visiting incognito. After all, the 5 major academies hold themselves in high regard and would never condescend to recruit students in the past. In the following days, beast tamer associations, dragon slaying bureau, and military personnel also came here. They almost cleaned out all the students here. Joining the Beast Tamer Association, Dragon Slaying Bureau, and entering those 5 major academies do not conflict with each other. In the academies, you can study, while the Beast Tamer Association and Dragon Slaying Bureau belong to different factions. Just like the Dragon Slaughter Academy, one of the 5 major academies, it is backed by the Dragon Slaying Bureau. Among these factions, the military is the largest. So many students also choose to join the military. This way, they secure their future and retreat. I heard that the top talents like Sangyun Zone have been recruited by Jiangnan Academy and other top academies. I envy them. If only I could be specially recruited too. Don't even think about it. Even if the top academies don't specially recruit them, they are almost certain to be able to get in. That's right, being able to elevate a pet to the Lord level so quickly and become a Lord Beast Tamer is already 1 in a million. I'll be lucky to get into a top academy. The people present are all top talents from major towns. However, they found out here that there are differences even among geniuses. Differences so great that they are impossible to catch up with. Just like the 3 beast tamers who obtained disaster-level beasts. They simply do not agree to the special enrollment of the top academies and plan to directly enter those 5 major academies through the entrance exam. And once they get in, they will at least come out as a disaster-level beast tamer. They don't have to worry about having no way out. No force or money is as important as one's own strength. Over 10 days later, on July 27th, Mao, the little deer let out a long cry. It was already close to advancing to the late stage of a warlord, coupled with the rich food and the powerful enhancement from Lin Chen's beast space, it quickly broke through. Black Flame Deer Cub, level, late warlord, talent, emperor level, skills, disguise, disappears when grown to king level, black fire, trample, body transformation, death domain, evolution path, Black Flame Death Deer, introduction, a powerful and domineering creature, at the top of the food chain, bestowed with the title of dragon. As time passed, the fur on the Black Flame Deer visibly lengthened. Its hooves, abdomen, and weak areas all grew black scales. The dark aura became even more intense. Even without Lin Chen's bloodline strengthening, the current Black Flame Deer is already the most top-notch existence at the same level. So cool. Just in the late stage of a warlord, this Black Flame Deer is so majestic and domineering. If it evolves to the same level as its mother, how strong will it be? Lin Chen's heart faintly anticipated. And most importantly, the ability of the little deer to hide its form has not disappeared. It can still change into a ghost form at any time. Very convenient. Night. A private luxury plane dedicated to the imperial capital. It was chartered tonight. The service staff on board may not know who it is, but they understand that their status is not something they can inquire about. Madam, do you need any special services? The service staff, with a sweet appearance, spoke to a woman lying in a chair. Even the service staff's appearance is enough to outshine most people. But compared to the red-haired woman slumped in the chair, it's a bit far off. No, I didn't notify, you don't need to come find me again. The beautiful and young red-haired woman waved her hand. She picked up her phone after the service staff left. Boss, do you think this will work? I feel a bit uneasy about doing this. What's wrong? Those rich kids can use connections, can't my brother? I'm taking this back door today. But this time is different. The red-haired woman raised her eyebrows slightly. This time they were representing the imperial capital to recruit special students at the training camp. But the captain wanted to open the back door for his brother. This is not a big deal, even if it's opening the back door, she is willing to do it for her own life. The only thing that bothers her is, how can a brother who is as excellent, strong, and beautiful as the captain be such a loser? Even if he can't get into the top 5 universities, does he have to use the back door to get into a top university? In a month, I will see my brother in front of me. Okay, I'll do my best. The red-haired woman closed her beautiful eyes and sighed. I hope that before I leave, this guy can be recruited by another university. Then she wouldn't have to be in a dilemma. He can't even inherit a bit of his sister's excellent genes, can he? Due to the limited information provided by Lin Ming, the red-haired woman thought of many things. In fact, she originally thought that as a captain, such a strong person would surely have strict requirements for his family members. How could he not let his own family members personally pass the top 5 universities and save face for himself? But she never expected that he would be so obsessed with his brother. Before this private plane arrived at the training camp, 2 black and gold fighter jets with dark seals landed early in the camp. And on those fighter jets, 2 proud-faced individuals walked down. But when the 2 saw Ding Long's figure, smiles immediately filled their faces. Old Ding, what good students have you cultivated for our dragon-slaying academy this time? What do you mean cultivated for you? Clearly, it's for our Everest Academy. Before the 2 people even came down, they began to banter. Ding Long just smiled. As the second of the top 5 universities, it's already good if a student can catch your eye. The 2 were joking, and he naturally didn't take it seriously. Those who can come here by special invitation are either representatives of the university or disaster-level beastmasters. Then it's better not to delay, introduce them to us, but our Everest Academy's requirements are the same as before, quite strict. A lean short man from the Dragon Slaying Academy spoke quietly. I know this naturally, even if one person can't pass, it's a common thing. Ding Long nodded. You understand, except for the 3 disaster-level beastmasters, the rest will not be seen. A sturdy man with a scar on his neck from the Everest Academy spoke. The beastmasters there are generally more robust. This almost wiped out almost everyone. Ding Long helplessly smiled. Those who can enter these 5 major academies are already geniuses among geniuses. And those who can be specially recruited by them must be the most outstanding among the outstanding. I guess this academy also heard about their training plan, so they came here specially. After all, there are not many young beastmasters with disaster-level talents. I wonder if these 3 have succeeded in forming a contract. Ding Long felt a bit uneasy. It hasn't been half a month yet. If possible, he really hopes that they all can be specially recruited by the 5 major academies. But the likelihood of that is very slim. The news of the arrival of 2 important figures at the camp spread quickly. Have you heard? 2 important figures from the 5 major academies have already come to our camp. Which 2? Is it the Holy Snow Academy? Could it be the Imperial Capital and Demon Capital? The Holy Snow Academy only recruits female students, so it should be the Everest and Dragon Slaughter Academies. It's these 2 academies, and I heard that the important figure from the Light State only met with those 3 who have disaster-level pets. That's for sure. If it weren't for them, these important figures probably wouldn't come here. I envy them. Just being able to pass the exam would be great for me. What special recruitment? I won't dream about it here. The students in the camp were discussing animatedly. Not to mention forming a contract with disaster-level cubs. Even rapidly advancing their own pets to the Lord level is very difficult for them. At this moment, everyone's gaze was fixed on the 3 individuals who were eligible to form a contract with disaster-level cubs. At the training camp, in a square, Du Ning and Bai He stood there nervously. In front of them were 2 envoys from the Demon Capital and Everest, as well as Ding and 3 instructors. The other students stood far away, watching from a distance. Damn, 3 disaster-level beastmasters. I haven't seen one in many years. That's the advantage of being strong, having a broad vision is like this. But Lin Gu is really ruthless, daring to stand them up. Ha, he's probably going to lose this time. We can't beat you, but there's always someone who can handle you, right? Oppressed for a long time. Seeing Lin Chen finally suffer a loss, the students on the side were somewhat pleased, while Bai He, who was waiting there, was worried. What about the other person? A sturdy man with a lion-like gaze asked. His sharp gaze swept around, and those who met his eyes quickly looked away, not daring to meet his gaze. He's training in the wilderness. He immediately answered in place. Still training in the wilderness? I haven't seen Lin Chen accompany his disaster cub these days? Ding Long was taken aback, feeling a bit embarrassed. How did he accidentally blurt out what he was thinking? Upon hearing his words, the brows of the two men furrowed even tighter. Training is important, but you also need to know what's more important, the sturdy man said as if giving a lecture. Since he hasn't returned yet, let's start with you two first. Yes. Du Ning took the lead. Although the Du family in the demon capital can be considered a big family, compared to the behemoths like the 5 major academies, they are still lacking. After all, behind the 5 major academies are the strongest in human society. The academies also gather the most talented students. And these students, after graduating into society, still have intricate connections with the academies. Passing the exams for these academies is not the same as being specially recruited. After all, every year, there are about 50 to 60, or even hundreds of people who pass the exams for the 5 major academies. But being specially recruited has never happened before. Shao Dai. Du Ning beckoned. The ice crystal butterfly fluttered its wings slightly, hovering behind her. Seeing this dreamlike creature, the surrounding students were all startled. Lord-level ice crystal butterfly. It's already a sure thing to get into a top-tier academy, and there's even a chance to challenge the 5 great academies. Release the skill and see. The strong man nodded. Then, under Du Ning's command, the ice crystal butterfly instantly unfolded its own domain, followed by countless ice spikes floating in the air. At this moment, a dead zone formed around the ice crystal butterfly. Seeing this scene, the surrounding students were instantly pale with fear. If their pets were to face off against the ice crystal butterfly, they would be killed in seconds. This is not even on the same level. The level of the pet is average, able to condense ice spikes, but the skill proficiency is not high, right? Yes, just reached the proficient level. Du Ning nodded silently. Hearing this, the students nearby were dumbfounded. Is a lord level considered average? Is a proficient level skill not high? With these conditions, it's easy to get into a top-tier academy. However, it still couldn't catch the attention of the 5 great academies. Your talent is very good. Based on your skill proficiency and pet level, you can probably rank around 120 in our academy. 120th place. There are probably only over 100 people in the entire academy. But the fact that there are king-level beast masters in the academy makes it all reasonable. How about the contract with the disaster-level cub? Not successful yet. Du Ning shook her head. It's only been less than a month. How could the contract be made so quickly? With your current strength, if you can cultivate the second pet to the rank of warlord or lord before the exam, you will almost certainly be able to enter our Zhufeng Academy. Although I also want to recruit you, the requirements for this special recruitment are very high. The strong man shook his head. He really hoped to recruit talents like Du Ning into his academy. If he gave up now, she might end up in another academy after the exam. But there's no way. The standards for this special recruitment made him speechless. He even doubted if the academy had any intention of recruiting students. That's why the standards were set so high. Unless the Black Dragon King comes, it's probably impossible to pass, right? The two then looked at Bai He beside them. I'm not as strong as Du Ning, and the contract with the disaster level cub hasn't been successful either. Bai He shook her head. She has a clear understanding of her own strength. What about the remaining student? A lean man who had not spoken all along said. They already considered Du Ning to be very strong, but she still didn't get the top spot in the training camp rankings. Naturally, the two were very interested in Lin Chen, who ranked first in the training rankings. Even if he couldn't pass the special recruitment, promising some benefits and building relationships would be good. Maybe they could bring this genius into their academy? I've sent him a message, he should be back soon, Du Ning said. Almost at the same time, Lin Chen returned to the training camp as usual. Today's harvest is quite rich. I hunted more than 90 fierce beasts, most of them in the late warlord stage. Lin Chen was very satisfied. It won't be long before the deer's level is raised to the lord level. By then, it will be a sure thing to get into the Magic Capital Academy. Lin Gu, someone is looking for you over there. A friend from Yangcheng saw Lin Chen return and hurriedly informed him. I know. Lin Chen nodded. He knew that the special envoys from Zhufeng Academy and Tulong Academy had come for special recruitment. But he wanted to go to the Magic Capital Academy. But he couldn't really stand up these two. Being too arrogant was not good either. By now, Lin Chen had returned to the training base. The two envoys' eyes lit up the moment they saw Lin Chen. Lin Chen's handsome appearance is one aspect, but more importantly, it is the subtle charm that emanates from him. This kind of charm is only found in true geniuses. However, Lin Chen's attitude towards nurturing young beasts, and making them wait for so long, has caused a slight resentment between the two. They have seen many geniuses who are arrogant and proud of their talents, and they have no objections to that. But if there is no corresponding strength, it is not arrogance but overestimation of one's abilities. I suppose this white snake is your pet? The muscular man asked coldly. Yes, Lin Chen replied, stroking the scales on Little White's body. The relationship between the pet and its owner seemed intimate, which slightly eased the tension between the two. Lin, it is important to cultivate a natural bond with your initial beast, but you must not neglect your second beast. Although he is usually quite foolish, what he says now is not wrong. After all, it is a disaster-level cub, definitely more potential than your first contracted pet. The lean man also smiled and said, the first pet, at most, has the talent of a king level, right? The difference between disaster level and king level seems to be only one level, but the number of beast masters at these two levels is vastly different. The lean man's words made the muscular man roll his eyes. What's the point of talking like that? And Ding Long and Di Xian also felt the same way. Since the first day, Lin Chen had not nurtured any feelings with that disaster-level cub. He spent almost every day in the wild. Anyone could see that Lin Chen didn't really care about the second pet. But with each additional pet contracted by a beast master, their combat power increases exponentially. It is impossible to compare with beast masters who have 2 or 3 pets by only contracting 1 pet. Listening to everyone's words, Lin Chen felt puzzled. Was his relationship with Little White not good? Thinking this, Lin Chen's action of stroking the snake's head accelerated. And the little deer in the beast space was also anxious. Mao! Damn two-legged beasts! They are trying to disrupt the relationship between me and my master. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west, wait until I grow up, I'll show you. You don't need to worry about this, I contracted my second pet more than 10 days ago. Lin Chen smiled and nodded, showing a bright expression. However, looking at his expression, Di Xian couldn't help but worry. Is this child stupid? Even Ding Long was stunned. Just a few days ago, didn't you just get the disaster-level cub? It's one thing to deceive the teacher, but how did you deceive yourself? The 2 envoys who had come here had already heard Ding Long's account of the matter and were somewhat intrigued. Are you saying you successfully contracted the disaster-level cub you just got? Yes, it was only an emperor-level cub. Lin Chen nodded seriously. Nowadays, no one believes the truth anymore? Hearing this, the 2 envoys couldn't help but hold back their laughter, looking like they were struggling to contain it. Alright, please release your emperor-level cub from the beast space to see if the contract was successful. Can't it stay in the beast space if it was successful? The 2 envoys were completely unable to hold back their laughter. Are you kidding? Do you know what it means to contract an emperor-level cub? There are probably no more than a handful of beast masters in the world who can contract an emperor-level cub at such a young age, let alone convincing an emperor-level cub to contract within a day. This is like a dream within a dream. Even the possibility of him eating shit is greater than this. The 2 were completely disappointed in Lin Chen. What good is strong talent? This kind of boasting, arrogant nature, and reliance on talent are destined to not go far in the future. However, before the 2 could speak, a strange sound suddenly spread from the sky and earth. The surrounding sunlight seemed to be blocked out in that instant, turning pitch black in an instant. And after the darkness around them completely disappeared, a creature standing 3 meters tall, muscular, and covered in black and gold scales, like a majestic qilin, appeared before everyone's eyes. As soon as this muscular creature appeared, some beast tamers around it were immediately scared and fell to the ground. This is the suppression from Bloodline. It is a higher-order creature, with absolute dominance over lower-order creatures. And at this moment, the dark, abyss-like eyes of the little deer were staring intently at the 2 dumbfounded envoys. The dark aura emanating from its body seemed to materialize at this moment, making everyone standing nearby shudder. How is this possible? The 2 envoys were completely dumbfounded. Even Ding Long was dumbfounded in place. The eyes of the 3 were fixed on the center of the scene, as if struck by lightning. It made them tremble uncontrollably, and dopamine in their brains was being secreted frantically, continuously flowing throughout their bodies. They simply couldn't believe what they were seeing. This muscular body, black scales, and the dark, corrosive aura emanating from it are the unforgettable features of any disaster-level beast tamer. The Emperor of Dark Creatures, the top predator in the world, Black Dragon Nayak. The 3 were completely tongue-tied, feeling like clowns at the moment. And Ding Long was even more dumbfounded, realizing that what Lin Chen had said before was true. It really is an emperor-level pet. and it is the offspring of the legendary black dragon Nayak. Most importantly, this pet was summoned from the beast tamer space, which means it has already been successfully contracted. Damn it! An emperor-level cub, and it is the top existence among the emperors. There are probably not even 10 creatures of this level in the world. I will never forget this dark aura. I have seen it in videos before. The sturdy man's voice was trembling. This is simply like finding a treasure. The first pet is almost as good as Du Ning, and with this second pet, they have already met the standards for their special recruitment, not to mention their academy. If this matter spreads, countless forces will probably extend an olive branch to Linchen. Lin student, the gates of our Jufeng Academy are always open to you. As long as you can join our Dragon Slaying Academy, we are willing to provide you with the right to use a second-level blood pool once. The two were excited. A second-level blood pool. The blood pool of a king-level creature. Using it once would probably cost billions. And at this moment, a special plane from the imperial capital was also about to land in the camp. The eyes of the 3 disaster-level beast tamers could not hide their shock. Since ancient times, there have been many beast tamers who have had the opportunity to contract with emperor-level pet cubs, but the ones who can successfully subdue and contract them are few and far between. Just the temperament and strength of the beast tamer alone are not enough. The talent level is too low. The first contracted pet is too weak. All of these factors can cause dissatisfaction in the hearts of emperor-level pet cubs. Many emperor-level pet cubs would rather die than form a contract with humans. What method did Lin Chen use to make this descendant of the black dragon willing to follow him? And this is the offspring of the black dragon that has been missing for years, and now it has appeared within their dragon country. The surrounding students were completely unaware of why the 3 disaster-level beastmasters showed such a shocking expression. After all, they had only heard of the name of the black dragon Nayak, but had never seen it. The video from back then only circulated among the higher-ups. In order to avoid causing panic in the base city, it was not widely spread. Apart from the disaster-level beastmasters, casually promoting such videos would lead to being hunted down by the Beastmaster Association. Brother Lin actually formed a contract with this disaster-level cub? Wow! And he did it within a day. No wonder he has been training outside all this time. Turns out he was fostering the understanding between 2 pets. Damn! This is a monster. How did Lin Chen manage to do this? That's not the key issue. The key is even so, it shouldn't make the 3 of them show that kind of expression. Exactly. Those who can become disaster-level beastmasters are treated as honored guests wherever they go. What kind of scenes haven't they seen? Contracting disaster-level cubs is not unheard of in the past. The hearts of the people were full of confusion. Although the black pet in front of them looked very powerful and majestic, its bloodline must be high. But to scare disaster-level beastmasters, it seems not enough, right? After all, no matter how talented it is, it currently seems to be just a warlord-level pet. How strong can it be? Could this really be an emperor-level cub? Someone said. The people present were instantly dumbfounded. And Di Xian, standing beside Ding Long, naturally thought of this too. I misunderstood him. In the midst of shock, Di Xian was also filled with self-blame. She had doubted Lin Chen before, but she didn't expect that everything the child said before was actually true. They just didn't believe it. For a moment, thinking back to when Lin Chen faced the suspicion of teachers and classmates, and trained the understanding between the 2 pets in the wild, Di Xian's eyes were a little sore. He must not want that cub to come into contact with others, affecting the contract, so he didn't clear his name in advance, right? Di Xian felt regretful. Why didn't she believe what Lin Chen said at the time? In fact, Lin Chen didn't release the little spirit because it was too mischievous. The little spirit's fighting spirit was too strong, wanting to kick anyone it saw. When they first met, it ambushed Bai in the jungle, stepping directly on Bai's scales. As a result, it only left a little dust on it. Instead, Bai grabbed it and beat it up. But that was all in the past. Now the relationship between the 2 pets has improved a lot, almost closer than real brothers. How about it, classmates? What do you think? As long as you agree, you can immediately become a special student of our Jufeng. The burly man spoke again. What's so good about Jufeng? The air there freezes people to death. It's not suitable for the black dragon to live there at all. The lean man retorted. His eyes kept scanning the black dragon, as if he had seen a rare treasure. The black dragon's survival ability can adapt anywhere. The burly man retorted again. His eyes were also shining, almost leaning towards the black dragon. Look at these scales. Look at this fur. Look at this explosive muscle-like power. This is the best horse in the world. If it evolves to the level of its mother, having such a pet, Just stepping into the disaster level can become the most difficult to provoke among the disaster level beastmasters. Once it grows into an emperor level, if the dragon country has such a national guardian beast, the two of them dare not even think about it. What lighthouse country? They probably wouldn't dare to mess around in front of the dragon country again. Did I hear correctly just now? Did the two envoys say this is the Black Dragon? Is it the legendary Black Dragon that attacked the coastal cities of Lighthouse Country? The one that can destroy hundreds of skyscrapers with just one step? Wow! The skyscrapers in the coastal cities are made of special materials. Even facing a tsunami, they shouldn't collapse easily. To crush them all with just one step? How powerful does it have to be? Now, there are even two envoys fighting over inviting him to join their 5 major academies. Am I dreaming? It's true. Not a dream. The geniuses on the side were drooling. They wished they could take his place. In the entire Yang City, there are tens of millions of people. Only a dozen or so can enter the training camp. And to be recommended to one of the 5 major academies, it might not happen even in a dozen years. The probability of being specially recruited by the 5 major academies is even lower. And now Lin Chen is not only specially recruited by the Marshall University, but he is even being fought over. What an honor is this? Perhaps even the top scorer in the college entrance examination wouldn't receive such treatment. What college entrance examination top scorer? I'm not familiar with it. To make the emperor-level young dragons voluntarily rank second, this snake's innate bloodline must also be extraordinary. The two's gaze fell on the little white one on the side, and for some reason, their hearts trembled. It seemed like they had seen this kind of pet beast in a certain painting, but couldn't remember. How about it, classmate? What do you think? Withdrawing their gaze, the two asked in a deep voice. Unexpectedly, Lin Chen shook his head. I want to go to the Magic Capital Academy. Even if I'm not specially recruited, I can get into that academy on my own. Hearing Lin Chen's words, the two were not surprised. Such a genius doesn't need special recruitment and will definitely be able to enter one of the 5 major academies. Being a bit arrogant is quite normal. It seems that he does have the capital to be arrogant. On the surface, our 5 major academies are ranked the same, but in reality, the Magic Capital and the Imperial Capital, these 2 academies are the most competitive and the strongest. And in previous years, there have been frequent conflicts between students from these 2 academies. Although we don't know if these 2 academies will offer special recruitment, just relying on the Emperor-level young dragons is not enough to get them to offer it. At least the proficiency of your pet skills must reach the mastery level. The two spoke quietly. This level of difficulty is already quite high. However, what the two didn't know was that Little White not only had many skills at the mastery level but even had skills at the perfect level. Miss Sue, the plane is about to arrive. In the private plane, the charming and beautiful service staff spoke to the girl with wine-red hair. I know. The girl nodded. She then stood up and put on a black coat. Accompanied by the sound of the plane landing, the private jet landed at the training camp. This is a plane from the Imperial Capital. The students present saw the logo of the Imperial Capital Academy on the plane and were surprised. Could it be that the Imperial Capital Academy also sent someone for special recruitment? Without waiting for the others to hesitate, a girl with wine-red hair and a beautiful face walked straight towards them with her full and firm legs. Her white arms were folded in front of her, and her eyes scanned the crowd. There was an invisible air of superiority about her. So it's Su Xin from the Imperial Capital. The two from Mount Everest and the dragon-slaying base immediately recognized her. Su Xin, the rising star of the Imperial Capital Academy, known as the Crimson Demon Shadow. Hello, both of you. Su Xin greeted the two. Although she was only at the peak of the king's realm now, she was still far from the two in front of her. But look at how old she is now. To reach the peak of the king's realm at this age, her future is boundless. And the two in front of her, as disaster-level beastmasters, due to age restrictions, have already found it difficult to make progress. Moreover, she now represents the Imperial Capital Academy, so naturally, she doesn't need to address them as seniors. The two of them also understood this principle. The Crimson Shadow, renowned in the Imperial Capital, once entered a secret realm where even king-level beast tamers would die, and she broke it. Any beast tamer who could reach the king level knew her. Who is Lin Chen? Su Xin asked straightforwardly. Her beautiful eyes scanned the crowd, and some timid boys couldn't even meet her gaze. Lin Chen was somewhat curious as he looked at the girl in front of him. Is this Su Xin, who used to wet the bed when she was in her teens? Lin Chen had heard his sister talk about this. At this moment, if Su Xin knew what he was thinking, she would definitely give him a beating. Finally, Su Xin's gaze met Lin Chen's. You are Lin Chen, right? Yes, Su Xin breathed a sigh of relief. He's quite handsome. Living together with 3 people seems pretty good, right? But Su Xian doesn't really like pretty boys. After all, she achieved everything with her own hands. Shall we go now? The 2 disaster-level beast tamers planned to leave. If they couldn't recruit Lin Chen, there was no need to try the remaining students. They didn't even meet the most basic requirements. Can't anyone pass the test? Su Xian asked seemingly casually. A hint of disappointment flashed in her eyes. This Lin Chen couldn't even pass the special admissions tests of the Dragon Slaughter Academy and the Everest Academy. How could he qualify to enter their top Imperial Capital Academy? The 2 girls standing beside him were quite pretty. Before coming here, Su Xian had seen a few people chatting and laughing there. For a moment, the image of a wealthy young man, who was idle and flirted with decent girls based on his appearance, emerged vividly. This image, compared to the person she considered the most perfect in her heart, was like heaven and earth. Yet these 2 people turned out to be siblings, can you believe it? But the eldest's command is fate. Come back to the Imperial Capital Academy with me. The boss wants to. No! You have to come back with me today. Su Xian almost let it slip. The people beside her were dumbfounded, their mouths wide open. The 2 who had previously vied to recruit Lin Chen could be understood. After all, they had emperor-level offspring. But they couldn't understand the scene in front of them. Special envoy? To recruit students, don't you have to pass a test? The bald instructor asked nervously. Su Xian gave him a cold look. In an instant, the bald instructor was so scared that he didn't dare to speak again. Is this the Crimson Shadow? Truly terrifying. Just the aura naturally emanating from her body made this Lord-level beast tamer fearful. No one else is allowed to speak. Can I take someone back to the Imperial Capital for testing? Su Xian said coldly. Are you kidding me? Can this playboy pass the special admissions of the Imperial Capital? Would the boss let her open the back door for him? What does opening the back door mean? Don't you understand? Su Xian suddenly found it difficult to communicate with these people. While Di Qian felt that something was amiss. This person clearly didn't know Lin Chen's talent, nor had he been tested, yet he wanted to take him to the Imperial Capital Academy. Moreover, the enrollment conditions of the Imperial Capital Academy were 10 times or even 100 times more difficult than the other 3 academies. Special Envoy Su, are you the only one coming? Di Qian asked. She was somewhat worried about Lin Chen. Yes, Su Xian frowned slightly. This backdoor seems different from what she had in mind. Isn't it just a matter of opening her mouth, and this kid comes running over? Living in the capital's academic institution all year round, Su Xian has almost developed a habit of being constantly approached by people around her, naturally forming a kind of aloof demeanor. However, when Lin Chen heard that the capital's academic institution wanted to recruit him, there was no hint of joy on his face. If some of the playboys she knew asked her to join the capital's academic institution, they would probably have to line up to come and lick her shoes. It's not surprising that Su Xian is arrogant. After all, the academic institution not only has money but also immense power. The students there are at least at the level of kings, and once they graduate, they are at least disaster-level beastmasters. Even the teachers there are at a disaster level, and who knows how many disaster-level beastmasters are standing behind them. They huddled together tightly. Everyone else is clamoring to join them. This is also why everyone wants to send their children to that institution. As long as you can get in, it's like a carp leaping over the dragon gate. Just like turning into a phoenix. It seems that a test is the only way. Alright, let's get on with the test, shall we? Su Xian said helplessly. The people around her were completely speechless. How did it come to us begging you to conduct the test now? Weren't you the one recruiting students? How about this, reaching the level of a beastmaster? Late-stage warlord. Having proficiency. No. Mastery level skills. As long as you can generate 10,000 tons of force on the strength testing machine, you pass. Su Xian carefully chose her words, seemingly afraid of raising the difficulty level. Everyone was left with question marks. The students on the side were even more dumbfounded. The 3 instructors were also completely baffled. Even Ding Long couldn't understand. Who in the training camp couldn't meet your requirements? Are you here for special recruitment or just to stock up? Are you sure you're not from an electronics factory here to recruit people? Oh my god. Mastery level skills. Are you serious? Even Lord-level pets would have this level of proficiency skill, right? Does that mean I could also get into the capital's academic institution? Something's not right, something's off, let's take a look first. The students didn't understand. And daring to say 10,000 tons of force. Fierce beasts have always had immense strength. With continuous attacks, late-stage warlords creatures could easily reach 10,000 tons or even 20,000 tons, and lord-level beings could effortlessly reach 100,000 to 500,000 tons. Su Xian hadn't tested in a long time and had somewhat forgotten the standards. Seeing that the expressions of the people were not quite right, Su Xian quickly had her assistant bring a strength testing device to the field. Lin Chen was about to speak but was immediately interrupted by Su Xian. Quickly test the strength of the pet. Su Xian spoke rapidly. Since they couldn't understand, it was better to cut to the chase. After the test was completed, she would directly say that only one spot was available, and then they would take the little brother and run. No chance for Lin Chen to explain. A machine covered with a thin film made of fierce beast skin was placed in front of Lin Chen. You really don't listen to people. Lin Chen smiled bitterly. It seemed that if he didn't test, Su Xian wouldn't let go. But it's also good timing. I haven't tested how strong Xiao Bai's power has reached yet. Lin Chen also felt a hint of competitiveness. His goal was to become the strongest beast master. If that's the case, he needed a clear understanding of his own strength to plan his future growth path. Xiao Bai. As Lin Chen spoke, Xiao Bai came to the large drum made of cowhide. Then, lifting its snake tail, it struck directly. Smack! This strike was extremely powerful. It produced explosive sounds in the air. 130,000 tons. The strength of a typical lord-level being is around 100,000 tons. 130,000 tons is considered quite outstanding. The students and instructors on the side were not particularly surprised. Instead, Su Xian, who had always been calm, was slightly surprised. It seems that this little brother doesn't seem so bad after all. Before everyone could continue to think further, Xiao Bai's body suddenly covered with a layer of black keratin, and then that black color gradually condensed at the tip of the tail. Swish! Xiao Bai exerted great force. As the snake tail whipped out, it emitted bursts of sonic booms in the air, then suddenly smashed onto the big drum. Boom! Suddenly, a thunderous sound erupted in the field. Accompanied by bursts of sonic booms, the surrounding people's eardrums were painfully shocked. They all looked at the field in disbelief. Full body hardening. And it can even concentrate on one point. This is a mastery level hardening skill. At this moment, even Su Xian's heart skipped a beat. Mastery level hardening. Although hardening skills are very common, they are also one of the most difficult skills to practice. It is impossible to reach the mastery level without 30 to 40 years of hard training. But now, has Lin Chen's contracted beast only had half a year? It is probably not even half a year, and he has already reached the mastery level proficiency. This can already be called a genius. 190,000 tons. The value finally stopped at 190,000 tons. The best value that a lord can achieve in the early stage is also around 200,000 tons. But remember, Xiao Bai has only struck once. To have a single attack power of 200,000 tons, this is no longer just excellent. However, it's not over yet. The value continued to jump, and Xiao Bai's snake tail, under the flow of the black keratin, gradually transformed into a black sphere. Perfect. Perfect hardening. Everyone in the field was completely dumbfounded. Even Su Xian's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at the young man in the field. How is this possible? Even her beast hardening skill is only at the perfect level. But her beast is already a king-level beast, and it's at the peak of the king level, about to enter the disaster level. But how can this young man's contracted beast achieve this level in half a year? Boom! With the support of perfect level hardening, Xiao Bai's tail swung with tremendous force. Under the perfect level hardening, it can flow the black keratin to any part of its body. It can even transform that part into any form, such as a knife, sword, axe, hammer, and so on. The power condensed together is twice as powerful as when it is spread throughout the body. When it struck the big drum, it directly created ripples one after another on the surface. Yet before those ripples disappeared, Xiao Bai's snake tail struck again. No! It smashed down. Boom! 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 Terrifying sounds echoed in the field. Even some beastmasters who were only at the warlord level were almost knocked down by the shock. Remember, they are not ordinary people. They are beastmasters with extremely strong physical qualities. Even so, they were almost knocked down. It's enough to imagine how powerful Xiao Bai's strikes are at this moment. What is this? Is it a bomber? The students beside them covered their ears forcefully. Their eyes widened, watching the crazy scene in front of them. Are you sure your beast is just a snake? Why does it show a more terrifying power than what they tested before? This kind of formidable power, if a night giant came, I'm afraid one tail could explode the armor on his body. Fortunately, Sang Yunzong is not here at the moment. If he saw the scene, he would probably be scared out of his wits. Lin Chen, Your progress is too fast. Ding Long and the three instructors stared at the field intently. They had the longest contact with Lin Chen, watching him step by step from the rank of battle general to the level of lord. This progress speed is truly terrifying. Su Xian was completely dumbfounded. She stared with beautiful eyes, slightly opened her mouth, and looked incredulously at the young man in the field. She felt her heart beating rapidly, as if it was about to jump out of her chest. This scene felt so familiar. Back then, the boss was also like this, using his strength to leave everyone speechless. Now, her brother, displaying such strength, was also terrifying. And it seemed like the young man just wanted to see how far he could go. If she hadn't forced him, Lin Chen probably wouldn't have made a move. Finally, Xiaobai stopped attacking. The snake tail gradually recovered. But the numbers on the drone skin just couldn't stop. 590,000 tons, 710,000 tons, 900,000 tons. The values on the power testing device skyrocketed. It only stopped around 900,000 tons. Looking at this terrifying number, the scene fell silent. 900,000 tons. Perhaps some weaker early-stage king's pets only have this kind of strength? Does this mean that Lin Chen, at the lord level, possesses combat power close to that of a weak king? For a moment, everyone looked at Xiaobai with fear in their eyes. The combat power directly crossed 2 levels. What kind of creature is this? Xiaobai's scales were extremely wide, exuding a breathtaking luster. The pale golden pupils had a strange beauty that almost entranced the soul if stared at for too long. And the most crucial were the pair of horns on its head, each about a few centimeters long. However, based on these, people still couldn't determine its species. Because in this world, snakes with horns on their heads are not uncommon. Like the unicorn python, the blue sky bull snake, which one of them doesn't have horns on its head? But people had never seen such beautiful scales before. And the leap in talent and combat power was far beyond what the trash like the unicorn python and blue sky bull snake could compare with. It took a while for everyone to recover from the shock. Good. With this kind of combat power, it's enough for us to recruit you specially. Su Xian's eyes narrowed into crescents, her face beaming with a smile. I knew it. There is a blood relationship between geniuses. Since the older sister is strong, how could the younger brother be weak? I'm not going to the imperial capital. Lin Chen was delighted with Xiaobai's strength and then spoke lightly. Su Xian's expression instantly froze. Not going to the imperial capital, why are you staying here? Be good and go back with your sister. Su Xian took a step forward, her voice chilling, making people's hearts itch when they heard it. I want to rely on my own strength to apply to other academies. Lin Chen started to talk nonsense with his eyes closed. Hiss, that's right. This snake doesn't eat what others give. Xiaobai chimed in. Su Xian's expression instantly turned cold. Her eyes, emitting a faint red color, looked at Lin Chen, making the surrounding air feel a bit colder. This was Su Xian's usual reaction after being rejected, and she couldn't suppress it this time. The Crimson Shadow personally invited someone. No one has dared to refuse before. But then, her expression returned. Since you insist on going to other academies, then go ahead. Su Xian's words seemed threatening, and without hesitation, she turned around and left. Why aren't you trying to persuade me? Lin Chen was a bit confused. Students from the demon capital and the imperial capital often compete, and the bets placed are huge. Famous people like the Crimson Shadow, even if she can't challenge you personally, she can find someone stronger than you. The two academies often use this method to force and snatch some students. Di Xian obviously knew some inside information. The biggest resource between these two academic institutions is the students with unlimited potential. And this kind of behavior of competing with each other is also allowed by them in secret, because it can cultivate the fighting spirit among students. After all, no one wants to be a traitor or a slave to two families. It does seem a bit troublesome. Just a little, who cares? Lin Chen shook his head. When the enemy comes, we will block them. When the water comes, we will cover the earth. Although Xiaobai's combat power is in the early stage of a lord, he can already deal with the fierce beasts in the later stage of a lord. He still has some confidence. Looking at this brave disciple, Di Xian couldn't help but smile bitterly. You have caught the attention of the Crimson Shadow. Even if a royal beast tamer in the early stage of a king is targeted by her, I'm afraid they won't sleep well at night. Not to mention Lin Chen, a newcomer? If he goes to the Magic Capital Academy without senior protection, he will probably be snatched away by the Imperial Capital before long. By then, he will probably suffer a lot. After all, everyone present can see that the Crimson Shadow seems to have a special interest in Lin Chen. Not only does she speak to him in a soft voice, but she also seems to be begging him to enter the Imperial Capital Academy. At the same time, the news in the camp quickly spread to the outside world. among the high-level officials of the Magic Capital Academy. You guys go and specially recruit this student named Lin Chen, a pet beast that has crossed 2 levels, plus an Emperor-level Black Dragon Cub. Our Magic Capital Academy has really hit the jackpot, exclaimed a man in a black suit. I understand, I'll go right away. A teacher nodded repeatedly. Such talent. It is truly rare. And it is said that this Lin Chen is also an S-class beast tamer, and has awakened the top-level beast space. If he can join their Magic Capital Academy, it will be a great help in dealing with the Imperial Capital Academy. In the city, in an extremely dark skyscraper, 4 or 5 top-level beast tamers are gathered around a round table. This Lin Chen, who is now just 18 years old, has just joined our Dragon Slayer Bureau. He was recruited by Di Xian from Yang City, 18 years old. To find a genius for our Dragon Slayer Bureau, he must be rewarded. Immediately promote Lin Chen and provide support for his growth fund. We must firmly lock him in our Dragon Slayer Bureau. I have already arranged for someone to transfer Lin Chen's household registration to the Magic Capital within half a day. I have no problem with that. Gathering such talent is also a blessing for our Dragon Slayer Bureau. Everyone nodded in agreement. There was no dissent in their hearts. And above the round table, there was only one empty seat. That is where the director of the Dragon Slayer Bureau sits. At this moment, various forces in the dark are somewhat restless, such as the military, the Dragon Slayer Bureau, the Beast Tamer Association, and its various internal factions. Even some private guilds and private chambers of commerce. They have all extended an olive branch to Lin Chen. The rewards are so generous that it is really hard to refuse. Any organization offers tens of millions of funds, and it is just the starting capital. If Lin Chen hasn't seen much of the world, he might easily be overwhelmed. But now his goal is very clear. First, enter the Magic Capital Academy. Then, through the resources of the Magic Capital Academy, hunt down powerful beasts, seize their genes. Today is the day the training ends, and Xiaobai has completely absorbed the blood pool. Lin Chen, in his own room, stroked the smooth scales on Xiaobai's body. Now Xiaobai's level has broken through to the mid-stage of a lord. And he has gained many lord-level skills. Gigantification, proficient, a skill that changes the body size of a certain giant rat for a short time. Cloud swallowing, proficient, which is Lin Chen's favorite, can make Xiaobai spew out clouds to cover the surroundings and block the line of sight. There are countless other small abilities as well. The more powerful skills are some racial specialties that cannot be inherited by novices. This is somewhat regrettable. But, the training is almost over. How is it? Did my brother pass the test? He passed, and Su Xian sat on a private jet, holding a phone, hesitating to speak. What's wrong? What's wrong? Lin Ming on the other end of the phone seemed a bit anxious. Well, he doesn't want to come to the capital, and Su Xian recounted everything he encountered at the training camp to Lin Ming. Lin Ming on the other end of the phone fell silent immediately. A faint smile appeared on her pink lips. The kid is quite good. I thought it would be difficult for him to even get into the top 5 universities. Lin Ming felt inexplicably moved. Then she felt relieved. In that case, let's wait for the school to start. I have a way to bring him to the capital. Lin Ming sounded cheerful, as if she was in a good mood. Su Xian was surprised to see the eldest sister in such a good mood for the first time. Rejecting me, this is going to be tough. Lin Ming is very good at dealing with unruly freshmen. Su Xian couldn't help but start looking forward to it. When that unruly kid arrives at the Magic City Academy, there will be plenty of time to play with him. You should know that Lin Ming is very good at dealing with the guys at the Magic City Academy. She has never failed in this regard to this day. Being targeted by her is even a kind of honor. Let's go. At the training camp, Di Qian took Lin Chen and Bai He on the plane back. After bidding farewell to the instructors at the camp, they left. On the way back, they still couldn't see the outside scene clearly. In just half an hour, the plane returned to Yangcheng. Banners were everywhere in Yangcheng. Welcome the top scholar Lin Chen back to his hometown. Lin Chen felt embarrassed all the way. There were also some outsiders who didn't know the truth. They hadn't paid attention to the news. Hasn't the college entrance examination started yet? Who is this top scholar? Lin Chen, don't you know? What's the big deal about the college entrance examination? He was specially recruited by the Magic City Academy. Specially recruited. Doesn't that mean you can enter the Magic City Academy without taking the college entrance examination? Every year, hundreds of people can enter the top 5 universities through the college entrance examination. But I guess there is not even one who is specially recruited, right? Of course. Not only can you enter the Magic City Academy, I don't know how many big shots want to win him over. A small city like yours, Yangcheng, can produce such a talent? The outsiders were surprised. And at this moment, Lin Chen had already returned to his doorstep. Outside the house, there was a large group of reporters and neighbors surrounding him. They wanted to bask in the glory of the top scholar at his doorstep. Oh, I've seen Lin Chen's intelligence since he was a child. His sister entered the Imperial Capital Academy back then, and now they are a pair of twin stars. Yes, I even held this child when he was young, but it's a pity that his fate has been so turbulent, with both parents deceased. Unlike my son who is so incompetent, it's difficult for him to even get into the lowest ranked academy. Yes, look at Lin Chen, even the mayor of our Yangcheng directly praised him on a TV show. Shy. I just don't know when this child will come back. The scene in front of the door was very lively. Lin Chen, who was thousands of meters away, could see it clearly. Held me when I was a child. Lin Chen was dumbfounded. How come he doesn't remember? When his parents died, he didn't see these neighbors being so enthusiastic. Only a few of them had helped them, but they had no contact afterwards. But Lin Chen could understand. It's difficult enough to raise one's own child. Where is the money to raise two others? To cultivate a beast tamer, it is already the limit that an ordinary family can bear. At this moment, Lin Chen finally realized what it means to be poor in a bustling city with no one to ask and rich in the deep mountains with distant neighbors. Human nature. Lin Chen had no intention of blaming. He took a detour and returned through the back door. Just as he returned home, Di Qian called him. The special envoys from the magic capital, as well as the commissioners sent by the Dragon Slayer Bureau, and some important figures from our city of Yangcheng all want to meet you. Should they come to your house now, or should we meet at the Yangcheng Noble Academy? Let's meet at the Noble Academy, Lin Chen responded. While on the plane, he had already received the information about the special invitation from the magic capital. After hanging up the phone, Lin Chen looked around the room again. This glance might be the last one, but this just shows that he has become stronger than before. Yangcheng Noble Academy. In a spacious office, the special envoys from the magic capital and the commissioners from the Dragon Slayer Bureau were exchanging with the mayor of Yangcheng. Thanks to the mayor for educating such outstanding students for our magic capital academy. Where, it's all thanks to the efforts of student Lin Chen, the mayor of Yangcheng humbly said. The principal of the Yangcheng Noble Academy also had a smile on his face. After all, Lin Chen had graduated from their school. He also had some credit, right? I am here this time to represent our Dragon Slayer Bureau and commend student Lin Chen. Of course. Our Dragon Nation will not mistreat students with abilities. Everyone kept praising each other. In the future, Lin Chen would graduate from the Magic Capital Academy and would at least be a king-level beast tamer. There was even a great possibility that he could grow into a disaster-level beast tamer. How could they not flatter him? Soon, Lin Chen also arrived in the office. Hello, everyone. Lin Chen greeted as soon as he entered. Everyone responded one after another. So young. Indeed, just as the director said, achieving such results at only 18 years old. He looks so majestic. The commissioner of the Dragon Slayer Bureau marveled. The special envoy from the Magic Capital Academy also stepped forward. Student Lin, this time I am here to offer you a special invitation on behalf of our Magic Capital Academy. We have evaluated your combat power, so there is no need for a test or entrance exam. You can come directly to the Magic Capital when the school starts. Would you like to join our Magic Capital Academy? The envoy was a bit nervous. Of course. Lin Chen nodded silently. The envoy's heart finally settled. Although he had heard before that Lin Chen intended to enter the Magic Capital Academy, it was just hearsay. Now that he had received a formal response, how could he not be excited? Our high-level officials at the Dragon Slayer Bureau have unanimously decided to promote you to a formal member of the Dragon Slayer Bureau and appoint you as the captain of the Yangcheng branch. And you are already qualified to enter the sea-level secret realm owned by our Dragon Slayer Bureau. Being able to enter the secret realm first was already a great privilege. The position of the captain of the Yangcheng branch was almost on par with Di Qian, Instructor Lu, and others. It was a position of real power in the entire Yangcheng. But what excited Lin Chen the most was the right to enter the secret realm. You see, in today's world, if there is something that money can't buy, it's the products from the secret realm. Before leaving, the special envoy from the Magic Capital reminded Lin Chen, you need to first certify your status as a Lord-level beast tamer. The college entrance exam will probably end in less than half a month, so you can certify your identity before that. As soon as Lin Chen left, he went straight to the Beast Tamer Association, the gate of the Beast Tamer Association. Most beast tamers certify their identities here. Welcome to the Sun City Beastmaster Association. May I ask what business you are here for? The beautiful service staff smiled at the young man in front of her. He's quite handsome. I'm here to certify my Lord-level Beastmaster identity. Lin Chen handed over his identification. Lord level. The service staff was surprised. To certify as a Lord-level Beastmaster at 18 years old? She didn't dare to delay and took Lin Chen's identification. When she saw Lin Chen's name, she covered her mouth with both hands in disbelief, looking at the handsome young man in front of her. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Lin Chen asked with a smile. No problem, no problem. Please follow me. The service staff, excited, led Lin Chen to the testing location. The process went smoothly. Lin Chen almost effortlessly obtained the certification of a mid-level Lord-level Beastmaster, becoming a registered mid-level Lord-level Beastmaster. Mid-level Lord-level Beastmaster. In the whole Sun City, there are probably only a few. Lin Chen couldn't help but feel excited. I never thought that one day I could become a mid-level Lord-level Beastmaster. After taking a photo as requested by the service staff, Lin Chen left the Beastmaster Association. He is now the captain of the Sun City branch of the Dragon Slayer Bureau. With his position, he has the qualifications to inquire about information on ferocious beasts at the Beastmaster Association. This information is not open to the public and is only available to Lord-level Beastmasters. And now, as the captain of the Dragon Slayer Bureau, he has even higher authority. Lin Chen opened his phone and started browsing through it. After a few tens of minutes, floating sky whale. It can fly without wings. Isn't this the ability that Little White needs? Even the weakest cub is at the king level, and the adult can reach the disaster level later stage? Lin Chen was surprised. But at least now he had a way to make Little White fly. He just needed to work towards this goal. Thundering Divine Rabbit. With a pair of sharp horns that can release lightning, it can instantly kill disaster-level ferocious beasts. Even the cubs are at the king level. Nine-headed Divine Python, found in the coastal jungles, each of its 9 heads can spew out 3 elemental powers. It's also a disaster-level ferocious beast. Even through the screen, Lin Chen could feel a hint of pressure coming from them. Not to mention facing those creatures directly. At least with his current strength, he was far from being able to kill these creatures. It seems I must become stronger. My current strength is far from enough. Lin Chen set a new goal in his mind. That is to become a disaster-level Beastmaster. Hunt down these ferocious beasts, and make Little White the strongest creature in the world. Lin Chen heard that almost 90% of the students graduating from the Magic Capital and the Imperial Capital become disaster-level Beastmasters. The remaining 10% either die during their school training. By graduating from the Magic Capital Academy, I can become a disaster-level Beastmaster. Lin Chen was confident, but also felt a sense of crisis. The Crimson Shadow will live up to its name. I will face a lot of pressure when I arrive at the Magic Capital. There are even many Beastmasters higher in level than me. And our Sun City does not have a sea-level secret realm belonging to the Dragon Slayer Bureau. I need to find some offensive means, see if there are ferocious beasts with attack skills in the wilderness around Sun City. Enter Sun City, Lord level, and other keywords in the search bar. Thunder Dragon Python. Probably at the Lord level, it is the leader of that group of lightning snakes. After the secret realms around Sun City were broken, there are still 7 or 8 Thunder Dragon Pythons roaming in the jungle, each accompanied by at least dozens to hundreds of lightning snakes. It's you! Lin Chen's eyes lit up. Although there are many Lord-level ferocious beasts deep in the jungles of Sun City, there are only about 7 or 8 that have mutated into Thunder Dragon Pythons. If you want to find it, you must join a team of hunters capable of entering deep into the jungle. Lin Chen returned to the Hunter Association once again. You, Lin team, why are you back again? The girl, upon learning that Lin Chen is now the captain of the Dragon Slayer division, couldn't help but feel nervous. The captain is in charge of the entire Dragon Slayer force in Yang City. To become the captain of the Dragon Slayer division at such a young age. In the future, his prospects are limitless. I don't know how many young ladies from noble families are following him. How could a mere junior staff member like her compare? But it's always good to build relationships. Is there a team in the Beast Control Association going to the wild to hunt the Thunder Dragon Python? Lin Chen asked directly. Thunder Dragon Python. This fierce beast killed a Lord Beast Tamer just 2 years ago. It's really dangerous. But there aren't many Lord-level beast tamers in Yang City, so few people team up to hunt the Thunder Dragon Python. Generally, creatures with dragon in their names are very fierce. Alright, do you know where Thunder Dragon Pythons usually are? Lin Chen asked again. The Beast Tamer Association may not have clear records, but as a local, she might have some knowledge. I've heard some old hunters say that if you keep going southeast in that jungle, you'll come across a lake. Once you see it, stay away. And he has seen the Thunder Dragon Python by that lake. The staff member seemed pensive. That hunter is a veteran Lord-level beast tamer. Even he said it's dangerous, so there must be a real risk to life. A lake? Sounds interesting. Lin Chen smiled. He guessed that the lake must have something special. Otherwise, it wouldn't attract creatures like the thunder dragon python. What could be inside to bestow the title of dragon on an ordinary creature? Lin Chen became more curious. But Captain Lin, please don't go alone. 3 Lord-level beast tamers once almost died trying to hunt the thunder dragon python together. Captain Lin probably just broke through to the Lord level, right? There's almost no way out when encountering a mutant creature like the thunder dragon python. Thank you. Lin Chen waved his hand. He didn't take the staff member's words too seriously. Little White's current strength is already among the top at the Lord level. He even has the opportunity to confront some weak early-stage king's pets head-on. There's nothing to fear at the Lord level. Leaving the Beast Tamer Association, Lin Chen casually hitched a ride and arrived at the edge of the jungle. Some hunters had already gathered there. As soon as Lin Chen got out of the car, several people walked towards him. Recognized? Well, Lin Chen doesn't like to be too secretive. He could only smile and wait for the other party to approach. Should I speak as a captain or be more friendly? Just as Lin Chen hesitated. Hey, you over there, yes, you. The pretty handsome one. Pretty handsome? Lin Chen was dumbfounded. Was he not recognized? And what's with the pretty handsome one? I wanted to rely on my own strength to make a living, but in the end, is it all about looks? Lin Chen sighed. We have a team led by a Lord-level beast tamer, and we need one more person. Come over. In front of him, a girl with some freckles on her face waved to Lin Chen. She did come over to recruit him because she thought Lin Chen looked handsome. To enter deep into the jungle, you must first have a Lord-level beast tamer leading the team, and the number of people must be sufficient. In other words, Lin Chen was brought in to make up the numbers. Lin Chen was dumbfounded. But it's fine. He was planning to find some fans along the way, but it's very troublesome to protect others' safety on the road. It's just as well to have someone invite him to go together. Have you found the person? A scruffy-looking beast tamer glanced at Lin Chen. Obviously, he was the Lord-level beast tamer in the team. Yes, Captain Hu. The freckled girl shouted. When we reach the depths of the jungle, everyone must obey Captain Hu's orders. Don't act on your own and risk your life. The young man beside them couldn't help but feel a twinge of jealousy seeing Lin Chen's handsome appearance and close relationship with the girl. But since they had no personal grudge, he kindly reminded, "Don't worry, I'm also a Lord-level beast tamer." Lin Chen smiled and replied, "You? A Lord-level tamer? Do you think you're Lin Chen?" The freckled girl rolled her eyes. "Good-looking guy, good at lying too. A Lord-level beast tamer? Can you really pretend to be one? Acting like a high-ranking scholar to deceive the wealthy is one thing, but pretending to be a beast tamer is asking for trouble, especially a young Lord-level one like you." Besides Lin Chen, she had never heard of anyone like that. "Let's go, not everyone can pretend to be Lin Gu." The young man left a remark. Watching the others, Lin Chen felt a sense of alarm. How could his reputation be so widespread yet no one knew what he looked like? Even the girl from the Beast Tamer Association only recognized him because she had seen his name when he visited the association before. Seems like they're doing a good job protecting the rights to Beast Tamer portraits, Lin Chen silently commented. He then followed the team. Since others didn't know, he wouldn't keep talking foolishly. His reputation was built by himself, not by boasting. The team consisted of about 6 or 7 people. Once they entered the jungle, each summoned their own beasts. Ironshell Road Turtle, Red Blood Wolf, Steel Blade Giant Mantis. The Lord-level beast tamer's pet was a black feather steel eagle. The eagle hovered in the air, searching and hunting down fierce beasts at a rapid speed. In less than half a day, they arrived at the depths of the jungle, killing dozens of high-ranking war beasts, most of them in the later stages. See that? Captain Hu is one of the few Lord-level beast tamers in Yang City. I heard Captain Hu is also from the Dragon Slayer Bureau, hunting down fierce beasts to earn money to cure his wife's illness. And Captain Hu has always been kind to people. You'll definitely benefit from it when we get out. The freckled girl chuckled. At that moment, the black feather steel eagle threw a thunder snake from the sky, killing it instantly. Someone in the team immediately went to retrieve the corpse. We're about to enter the depths of the jungle. We must be careful and cautious. If you encounter a Lord-level fierce beast, especially a snake with blue stripes, don't hesitate, turn around and run. Captain Hu explained seriously. Understood. How many times have we said this? Everyone responded. Obviously, this Lord-level beast tamer had explained this kind of thing many times before. Lin Chen, who was following the team, also nodded silently. This Lord-level beast tamer did have a good character. Although he was brought in as a filler, he wasn't treated as cannon fodder and was hardly asked to take action along the way. Some hunting teams often invite individual beast tamers to participate in extremely dangerous missions. Compared to that, this person was already considered good, and being from their Dragon Slayer Bureau made Lin Chen feel much better. As the group entered the forest area, they became more cautious. The late-stage war snakes that were not often encountered on the outskirts were as common as everyday encounters in this forest area. Although there were already 3 or 4 late-stage war beast tamers in the team, the actions were still quite difficult. Several times, Lin Chen requested to take action. It all ended in failure. Finally, let's rest here for a bit, then we'll head back. This trip has been quite fruitful already. There's no need to continue risking our lives. Everyone stopped in their tracks, taking out food and water from their backpacks. I'll go to the restroom, Lin Chen said before leaving. Be careful and don't go too far, Hu Dui reminded with a frown. Lin Chen nodded and disappeared into the jungle. Xiao Ling! Hiss, a pitch-black warhorse covered in scales exuding a dark aura. Lin Chen leaped onto it and rode off towards the southeast of the jungle. Along the way, they were attacked by a late-stage warlord thunder serpent. However, Xiao Bai and Xiao Ling were tied together, and one swing of their tails sent the serpent flying. The force of nearly 1,000,000 tons. Even a lord level would struggle to withstand it, let alone a warlord level? We're this deep and still haven't seen a trace? Lin Chen wondered. Xiao Ling's speed was 3 times the speed of sound, causing sonic booms in the jungle. They had probably traveled dozens of kilometers in just a few minutes. Finally, Xiao Ling crossed a patch of grass, and a lake suddenly appeared before them. Surrounding the lake were 3 giant pythons covered in blue patterns. 3 thunder dragon pythons, found them! Lin Chen exclaimed. However, as he approached the lake, he felt increasingly numb. There's something wrong with that lake. The closer you get, the more you can feel an electric current. No wonder these thunder dragon pythons like to stay by the lake. Hiss! The 3 lord-level thunder dragon pythons, who didn't like being disturbed, also noticed the human behind them. They immediately emitted terrifying thunderous sounds. Lin Chen's gaze pierced through the lake and saw something at the bottom. It was pieces of blue stones emitting lightning, numbering in the tens or hundreds. These are thunderlight stones. Each piece can sell for millions, and there are so many here. Lin Chen was secretly delighted. Thunderlight stones were crucial items for training lightning skills and enhancing pet defenses. No wonder these thunderlight pythons could dominate this jungle. They occupied this entire lake. Hiss, 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 hiss. These thunder dragon pythons also understood Lin Chen's intentions. Not long ago, 3 human beastmasters had taken away some of their thunderlight stones. Now, upon seeing a human beastmaster, their killing intent surged. In the jungle. Why hasn't he come back yet? Hu Dui frowned, suddenly feeling that something was amiss. It had been over 10 minutes, and Lin Chen still hadn't returned. Maybe he has prostatitis. I'll go check on him. The boy in the group stood up and headed into the jungle. After a few minutes, he hurried back. Captain, he's gone. The boy's expression revealed a hint of anxiety. Not because he was worried about Lin Chen, but because at a time like this, the sudden disappearance of a person likely meant they had been targeted by other ferocious beasts. Gone? Captain Hu stood up. Even if he's gone, he couldn't have made no sound at all. He's a beastmaster. From Lin Chen's physical qualities, Captain Hu could tell a thing or two. Could it be that he's an awakened-level beastmaster? If so, it's possible he was killed by a warlord-level beast without making a sound. No, it's getting late. We need to head back quickly, a team member said. Not yet, let's wait here for another half an hour. If he doesn't return by then, we'll leave. Black Eagle, scout the surrounding sky. If you spot any figures, inform me immediately. Hu Dui gave orders to his black feather steel eagle. Soar. The black feather let out a long cry and flew away. Roar. Boom. In the depths of the jungle, 3 blue thunder dragon pythons with blue electric patterns coiled around their spines, spewing out large bolts of lightning towards a white snake. As Little White approached the 3 thunder dragon pythons, it continuously dodged the thick lightning bolts. However, many still struck its body. The electric field generated around this thunder pool is really affecting Little White's movements. Even with Lin Chen's current physical fitness, it was difficult to approach the thunder pool. Moreover, Little White had to keep moving under the siege of the 3 thunder dragons. And those 3 thunder dragon pythons had clearly adapted to this environment, hardly affected at all. 3 late-stage lord-level ferocious beasts were indeed not easy to deal with. It was also thanks to Little White's scales at this moment, possessing the electric resistance of a deep-sea electric eel, that it was not completely overwhelmed. If it didn't have this ability, just the electric field alone would make it difficult for Little White to move an inch. But thanks to this electric field, those weak thunder snakes can't even follow the 3 Lord-level ferocious beasts. Lin Chen felt somewhat fortunate. Each Lord-level creature was followed by dozens or even hundreds of Warlord-level thunder snakes. 3 Lord-level beasts had 300 to 400 thunder snakes. If these thunder snakes all attacked with electricity at the same time, even Little White might not be able to withstand it. Roar! The 3 thunder snakes, seeing that they couldn't stop Little White from advancing, began to unite and spew out thick blue lightning to encircle Little White. The 3 blue lightning bolts formed a large net. If hit by such lightning, a Lord-level early-stage ferocious beast would probably die instantly. Hiss! Let me go and crush them. Little Spirit's violent temper flared up again, raising its front hooves impatiently. Alright, go ahead. Lin Chen patted its back. Hiss! Master, I was just joking. Little Spirit immediately calmed down. Just a joke, why take it seriously? Late-stage Lord-level ferocious beasts. Any one of those 3 snakes could now easily hang it up and beat it. But as long as I grow up, 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west, by then, won't I be able to easily kill these 3 snakes? Just then, Little White finally rushed forward. Its snake tail suddenly turned pitch black and condensed into a sharp blade. With a fierce swing, Little White cut through the air, emitting a sharp whistling sound. Puff! One thunder dragon python was instantly cut into 2 pieces. Then 2 more swings. Puff! Puff! With 2 sounds, the remaining 2 thunder dragon pythons were also cut into 2 pieces in that instant. 3 thunder dragon pythons were killed instantly. These 3 thunder dragon pythons were invincible in terms of attack at the Lord level, but their defense was lacking. Every time they faced a battle, they almost instantly killed or severely injured their opponents. But this time, they met their match. Their attacks only left some scars on Little White, far from being fatal. And then they were instantly killed by Little White's nearly million-ton strength. It seemed like a simple kill, but without strong resistance to lightning and attack power, these 3 thunder dragon pythons were almost invincible next to the thunder pool. Take out the gallbladders of these 3 thunder dragon pythons. Lin Chen, with Little Spirit, endured the tingling sensation and approached. He extracted the gallbladders of the thunder dragon pythons. Then he used the sequence extraction skill. Obtain thunder dragon python bloodline gene. Obtain thunder dragon python electric resistance scales. Obtain thunder dragon python thunder roar novice skill gene. Lin Chen then extracted the genes of the other 2 thunder dragon pythons and injected them into Little White's body. As the genes entered the body, Xiaobai's scales gradually underwent a slight change. The originally snow-white neck, under the influence of the genes, developed a blue-purple thunder mark, and successfully acquired the attack skill of Thunderous Roar, proficient. Roar! As Xiaobai used the skill, its pupils gradually emitted a captivating blue-purple electric light, and the blue-purple thunder mark on its back also began to emit a deep blue light. Xiaobai's mouth contained a fierce thunder, which struck violently into the pool of water. The thunder was extremely thick, with a diameter of 3 meters, instantly creating a deep pit in the water. Such powerful force. Lin Chen sighed. And most importantly, Lin Chen could train the Thunderous Roar skill using the Thunderlight stones in the thunder pool. These thunder dragon pythons, just feeling the thunderlight across the lake, can evolve to such a powerful extent. If Xiaobai directly uses these thunderlight stones, how far will it evolve? Lin Chen felt excited. He then had Xiaobai dive into the lake and collected the dozens or hundreds of thunderlight stones into the beast space. A total of 139 pieces. I'm afraid the entire Yang City's inventory does not have this many. Meanwhile, at the campsite. How is it? Black Eagle, have you found the person? Yes. The Black Eagle let out a long cry. Captain Hu, on the other hand, just nodded, his expression gradually becoming serious. It then turned into shock, mixed with a hint of disbelief. What's wrong, Captain Hu? Seeing the captain's expression, the other team members asked. He is fighting with 3 thunder dragon pythons. It's not accurate to say it's a fight, he is confronting those 3 thunder dragon pythons. Because the thunder dragon python's ability to spew thunder was too terrifying, the Black Eagle only dared to watch from a distance in the air and did not see the scene clearly. So Captain Hu's knowledge was also not very clear. Thunder dragon pythons are rarely seen, and 3 of them gathered together, even a Lord-level beast tamer wouldn't be able to save them. The people looked at each other, not knowing what they were thinking. Indeed, with the Black Eagle's strength, encountering thunder dragon pythons would result in being struck by that thunder and killed instantly. They are not on the same level at all, Captain Hu said quietly. The people were even more surprised. No wonder Captain Hu said that when he saw a snake with blue stripes on its body, he ran away. Even Captain Hu's Lord-level Black Eagle would be killed if it encountered them. It shows how ferocious and domineering these thunder dragon pythons are. And now the young man has encountered 3 of them. I really don't know if he's lucky or unlucky. I'll have the Black Eagle take me to observe from a distance later. If there's no chance, we'll leave. Captain Hu quickly made a decision. He had been saved by a senior from the Dragon Slayer Bureau in the jungle years ago. The current situation was so similar. If he, Hurue, escaped now, how could he face that senior from the Dragon Slayer Bureau in the future? So he had to go. As Captain Hu left with his Black Eagle, the people nearby showed envy. The captain's strength is so strong, and his character is so good, why hasn't he thought about finding a girlfriend? Don't you know? The captain hunts down ferocious beasts so desperately just to earn money to treat his wife's illness. A team member on the side spoke quietly. The people were somewhat shocked. But those are 3 thunder dragon pythons. I think this young man is basically doomed. And thunder dragon pythons should be deep in the jungle. How did he run such a long distance in such a short time? The minds of the few people were filled with confusion and incomprehension. Meanwhile, Hurui had flown on the back of the Black Eagle for dozens of kilometers and finally saw the lake in the scene below. 3 lay-long pythons, skeletons. Are they already dead? What is that white thing? At this moment, the pure white snake with a faint electric light on its body turned its head and glanced at the sky. This sight made Huerue break out in a cold sweat. Too terrifying. Even at such a distance, just being stared at gave him a sense of imminent death. This distance is something even the lay-long python couldn't achieve. Moreover, the lay-long python would never leave the vicinity of the thunder pool. In other words, those 3 lay-long pythons were killed by that white snake. Killing 3 lord-level lay-long pythons at the same time, could it be that this is a king-level fierce beast? Huerue was shocked to the core. And when he saw the snow-white snake heading towards a figure, the shock in his heart escalated even further. Who is that guy with the explosive hair? Could it be the Grand Beast Tamer of our Yang City? Huerue quickly ran through the Grand Beast Tamers in Yang City in his mind, but none of them had the appearance of explosive hair. Not only the explosive hair, but the clothes of the figure below were also charred and tattered, even the face was covered in dust, clearly having just gone through an extremely intense battle. Huerue dared not delay and immediately ordered the Black Hawk to land. There was a strong presence around, and flying high in the sky was disrespectful to the strong. Senior, I am Huerue from the Dragon Slayer Bureau, may I ask who you are? Huerue landed in front of Lin Chen, bowed respectfully, and then cautiously inquired. Lin Chen was momentarily stunned. He then touched his own hair. When he had approached the thunder pool earlier, his hair had been electrified. He hadn't paid much attention to it, but he didn't expect Huerue not to recognize him. Just as Lin Chen was about to confess, he suddenly heard the words Dragon Slayer Bureau. Are you also from the Dragon Slayer Bureau? Yes, I am a formal member of the Dragon Slayer Bureau. Well, that's a coincidence. I am the newly appointed captain of the Dragon Slayer Bureau in Yang City. A new captain. Huerue was surprised. He had indeed heard that a new captain was coming to Yang City, and the inauguration ceremony was scheduled for tomorrow, but he never expected to meet him in the jungle today. No wonder he had never seen the figure of this senior before. It turned out he was newly appointed. Hello, Captain. Have you seen a young man around here, tall and handsome, probably around 18 years old? Yes, I have rescued him. Lin Chen nodded. Being new in the position, he had to raise his profile a bit to gain respect. Huerue breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you very much, Captain. It's also thanks to that young man's good luck to meet you in this jungle. I wonder if the captain. My surname is Lin. Captain Lin, I will definitely attend the inauguration ceremony tomorrow on time. A few minutes later, Huerue returned to the camp. How is it, Captain? Is the person still alive? He is alive, and his luck is really good. He actually met the newly appointed captain of the Dragon Slayer Bureau in this jungle. What? Everyone looked at each other. This luck was indeed extraordinary. If he had encountered an ordinary lord-level beast tamer, he probably wouldn't have been saved. Only the 3 strongest members of the Yang City Beast Tamer Association could do it. And he happened to meet one of the 3 strongest, the head of the Dragon Slayer Bureau. But this new captain is really strong. Can one person really kill 3 Leylongs? And it's near the Thunder Pool. Huerue's eyes filled with admiration. It was an aspiration for strong individuals. He had thought that the new captain coming in this time was a weakling, but he never expected such formidable strength. He is willing to help ordinary people. It seems that we in Yang City have really struck gold. The freckled girl giggled. Yes, so I plan to join the Dragon Slayer Bureau in the future. The boy next to him also spoke, setting a goal in his heart. Kid, you better work hard. Joining the Dragon Slayer Bureau is not that simple. You should know that Captain Hu is one of the rare Lord-level Beastmasters in Yangchang. Even he is just a senior member of the Dragon Slayer Bureau. Several team members continued to laugh. And after several tens of minutes, Lin Chen found a relatively peaceful and tranquil place in the jungle. He directly took out a piece of Thunderlight Stone from the beast space. The Thunderlight Stone emitted strands of lightning, making Lin Chen's palm feel a tingling sensation. It seemed like an invisible energy wanted to penetrate into his flesh and blood. After a while, there was even a sense of comfort. Let me check how to use this Thunderlight Stone on the network of the Beastmaster Association. There are 3 ways to use the Thunderlight Stone. The first is to use it as food for lightning elemental creatures. The second is to combine it with a special material to train the defensive ability of a pet, with a certain probability of awakening a strong lightning resistance and even mutating into a lightning attribute skill. The third is to directly absorb the lightning energy from the Thunderlight Stone to enhance the level of lightning attribute skills. The first method is rarely used because it is too extravagant. After all, the Thunderlight Stone is rare and extremely expensive, with a price reaching millions for just one piece. I don't need the second method. Xiaobai doesn't lack lightning resistance and skills, so I'll go with the third method. Directly absorb the lightning attribute energy from the Thunderlight Stone. Lin Chen picked up a piece of Thunderlight Stone and threw it to Xiaobai. His Xiaobai curiously approached the Thunderlight Stone. Then, the lightning energy inside it unconsciously surged out and directly entered Xiaobai's body. At the same time, the lightning mark on its back spread slightly, emitting a faint blue light. Since it can be absorbed, let's absorb it all at once. Lin Chen waved his hand, and 100 pieces of Thunderlight Stone instantly piled up on the ground in front of him. For a moment, the surrounding jungle shone with a lot of blue-purple light. The nearby trees and bushes withered instantly. Birds and beasts fled into the distance. It was evident how powerful the lightning attribute energy was. The energy from the Thunderlight Stone turned into a substantial airflow in the air, directly entering the mark on Xiaobai's neck. Xiaobai felt a tingling sensation in its body. The cells all over its body were stimulated crazily, continuously growing. The pair of dragon horns on its head instantly doubled in length, and the scales on its body also emitted a faint blue electric light. At this moment, Xiaobai seemed like a giant dragon bathed in thunderlight. Thunder Blast, Proficient, mutated into Thunder Dragon, Master. Acquired skill Electric Discharge, Novice. Electric Discharge, Novice, upgraded to Electric Discharge, Master. 2 more skills, and it even mutated. Lin Chen was delighted. This was simply a windfall. It would take decades for a skill to reach the master level. Some Beastmasters only had 1 master level skill, and they could become a powerful force in their own right. And now Xiaobai had countless master level skills. Most importantly, the Thunder Blast was already powerful enough. The 3 Thunder Dragon Pythons took a long time to reach the novice level near the Thunder Pool. Xiaobai not only evolved to the master level by absorbing all the Thunderlight Stones but also mutated into a new skill. Let's try out the skill's effect. Outside the jungle at this time, a team of 7 or 8 people had just left the jungle. A group of people immediately surrounded them. Old Hu, what fierce beast did you catch this time? Just sell it to me, I'll give you the highest price. Ha, let's stick to the old rules. Hu Rui took out the bag. And in the next moment, the people in front of him were indeed stunned. Instead of reacting, they looked up and stared into the jungle. Dragon! Dragon! Suddenly, someone pointed in terror towards the forest. And then more people's gazes shifted over. Even Hu Rui and the others immediately turned their heads, not knowing what was happening. And when everyone's gaze was completely on the jungle, they were instantly shocked by the scene in front of them. In the deep forest that was originally clear and sunny, suddenly a dark cloud appeared. And what was even more terrifying was under that dark cloud. A huge thunder dragon, towering tens to hundreds of meters high, emitting extremely terrifying blue-purple electric light, rampaging madly in the jungle. Its body seemed to be forged from thunder from the heavens above. Tyrannical, majestic, terrifying. Just one strike was like a nuclear explosion. Boom! The explosive sound and shockwave even swept over from the jungle to hear. The terrifying light made everyone unable to open their eyes. It wasn't until a few seconds later that the light finally disappeared. But it seemed that the jungle had already been turned into a wasteland. What happened? My goodness, what on earth is that thing? How can it be so terrifying? Could it be the Thunder Dragon Python? Has the Thunder Dragon Python transformed into a dragon? That thunder light is too terrifying. If released in the city, it would be enough to level an entire block. It must be some king-level beast tamer releasing a skill. Could it be that senior? Hu Rui instantly thought of many things. This terrifying skill. Besides that senior, who else could release it? Is the senior really a king-level beast tamer? No wonder even the late Lord's Dragon Slayer Captain Di Qian could be replaced. Hu Rui was shocked. The team members beside him were also shocked. This is too terrifying. It's like a divine power. So strong. Can I become a beast tamer like that in the future? The young men and women were full of longing. Captain Hu, we have to go to the Dragon Slayer Bureau tomorrow. I also want to meet the new captain. The young men and women were excited. If they missed the chance to meet such a strong person, they might not have another chance in the future. Well, but when we get there tomorrow, you will all follow my orders. After hesitating for a moment, Hu Rui agreed. With the arrival of the new captain, the members of the Dragon Slayer Bureau could bring their families. Since he was alone, he might as well take these two little ones to see the world. Great! The two were excited. Meanwhile, in the jungle, Lin Chen looked at the wasteland in front of him that he had flattened, not knowing what to say. This skill is too terrifying. It's almost comparable to the killing skills of a king-level pet. Even the little spirits in the beast space were shocked. What kind of race is their big brother? Why is he so terrifying? Hiss. Humph. Little White looked at his owner's surprised expression, seeming very proud. If it could raise its hand, it would be patting its waist right now. Well done. Lin Chen patted Little White's very conspicuous dragon horn, feeling very satisfied. It could spew clouds and mist, and also spit out thunder and lightning. How is this any different from the dragons in Legends? Soon, Lin Chen returned home and put the 3 Thunder Dragon Python gallbladders up for auction online, and within 15 minutes, they were all sold. The average price for one was around 90 million, and the buyer paid Lin Chen 300 million for all 3 Thunder Dragon gallbladders at once. A total of 300 million. This was simply a huge sum of money. But faced with this huge sum of money, Lin Chen was able to remain calm, showing no signs of excitement. Because compared to the 3 Thunder Dragon gallbladders, the Thunder Light Stone in the Thunder Pool was even more valuable. The next morning, Lin Chen got up early, washed up, and put on clean clothes. Then he took a taxi to the headquarters of the Dragon Slayer Bureau in Yangchang. The headquarters of the Dragon Slayer Bureau is located in the central building of Yangchang, separate from the Beast Tamer Association. Although they belong to the Beast Tamer Association, the internal management and division are separate. The Beast Tamer Association is more like a conglomerate that integrates various organizations to counter the financial groups and organizations of various countries. Inside the Dragon Slayer Bureau, there are executives and important figures from various industries in Yangchang, including Instructor Lu, the mayor of Yangchang, and Di Xian. I heard that the new captain who just arrived is a recent graduate. Can he handle it? Doubts were heard among the guests. You probably know who the successor is this time. There is no doubt about his strength. Although he just graduated, he was specially recruited by the Magic City Academy, and his strength can be said to be the strongest among us. Di Xian explained in her black attire. The voices below quieted down. It's really Lin Chen. I heard he was personally appointed by the headquarters. It seems they want to win him over and tie him to our Dragon Slayer Bureau. To be recruited by one of the 5 major academies at such a young age, this level of strength and talent deserves this honor. But after he hangs his name, he will probably leave our Yangcheng again. Who will take over the affairs of the Dragon Slayer Bureau in Yangcheng then? It should still be Captain D taking over. After all, in a sense, she even has a mentorship with that genius. The questioning voices in the crowd had completely disappeared. In a corner of the hall, is that person really Lin Chen? No wonder he looks so young. Hu Rui was somewhat surprised. And beside him, the girl with freckles and the boy were even more excited. They never thought that their 2 idols would appear together. Lin Chen is the captain of the Dragon Slayer Bureau. Such a young person actually has this kind of strength. This was beyond what the 2 of them dared to imagine. At this moment, Hu Rui saw a familiar figure. Isn't that the person we met in the wilderness yesterday? Hey, kid, what are you doing here too? The freckled girl waved at Lin Chen. Let me tell you. The new captain who came to the Dragon Slayer Bureau this time is the same person who saved you in the forest before. You are really lucky to have such a person personally help you. The boy raised his eyebrows and looked around. I wonder when Captain Lin will arrive. Seeing the expressions of the group, Lin Chen blinked. He felt a bit embarrassed, touching his nose. At that moment, Di Xian, wearing a black tailcoat in the distance, saw Lin Chen and walked over. What are you doing here? Why don't you come with me? Di Xian smiled slightly and pulled Lin Chen's hand without hesitation. It was a way to help him out of an awkward situation. Hello, everyone, this is Lin Chen, the new captain of our Dragon Slayer Bureau. Di Xian introduced Lin Chen to everyone. There was a sparse applause from below. Hello, Captain Lin, truly a talented individual. Of course, he's so handsome, I wonder if Captain Lin has a partner. I think my niece would be a good match. Top tier academy, top looks in the class. Oh, come on. Can't you see the occasion? Don't start matchmaking here. Let's forget about it. We can meet if there's a chance in the future. Ha, look at the emotional intelligence of this young man, then look at you. Everyone laughed heartily. The high official who introduced his niece blushed. The whole scene was filled with a cheerful atmosphere. Only the three people standing in the distance were completely stunned. He is Lin Chen? Previously in the jungle, I claimed to be a lord-level beast tamer, but no one believed me. And I even called him a kid just now. The freckled girl muttered softly, suddenly feeling a chill. The faces of the other two showed expressions of shock. Soon, the succession ceremony ended. The process was uneventful. It was just various important figures from different industries constantly praising Lin Chen and introducing potential partners. He politely declined each one. You're about to go to the Magic City, so let me help you manage things here in Yangchang. Whenever you want to come back, you can take over anytime. Di Xian patted Lin Chen's shoulder with a smile. There's a bunch of troublesome things, I don't want to stay here. D-Team, it's better for you to take over. Lin Chen scratched his head. You're someone of status now, don't call me D-Team anymore, just call me by my name. Okay, Di Xian. Lin Chen softly called out Di Xian's name. Di Xian blushed slightly. Alright, I won't keep you any longer, it's more important to go to the Magic City. This is a major event in life. Di Xian said solemnly. I understand, but Captain D, there's something I need to tell you before I leave. Half an hour later, Hu Rui still felt a bit lingering fear. At that moment, a striking woman in a black tailcoat walked straight up to him. Nico Hu Rui, a half-blood? Yes, Captain. Hu Rui nodded quickly. Although he was a half-blood, he had lived in the Dragon Country since he was young. But because of this, he had been unable to advance. Very well, from now on, you will be in charge of managing and rescuing the secret realm of the Dragon Slayer Bureau in Yangchang. Remember to take over early. After leaving these words, Di Xian turned and left. Hu Rui was left alone, standing in a daze. He thought of many things, and even his eyes felt a bit sore. 10 days later, the domestic college entrance examination was completely over. Lin Chen also used the teleportation array to arrive at the Magic City base. Phew! With a flash of light, Lin Chen arrived at the Magic City base, took a deep breath, and looked around. Here gathered the top experts of the Dragon Country. The three major base cities of the Dragon Country, Magic City, Imperial City, and Mount Everest, were established on the vast wilderness. And around the three base cities, there were dozens or even hundreds of small base cities. Yangchang was a small city on the outskirts of the Magic City. Each major base city had a main array, while the small bases had subarrays. It was naturally impossible to create such teleportation arrays with human technology alone. There was a saying that these teleportation arrays were obtained from the secret realms of those spatial rifts. At this moment, the main array was built in a nest-like structure, with different cities being teleported to different locations. Friend from Yangchang, please come down first, someone else will be teleporting soon, a service staff member said from the side. Hearing the staff member's words, Lin Chen nodded and walked down from the array. He then went straight to the outskirts of the main array building. It was crowded with people and tall buildings everywhere. Each building was made of dazzling alloys and black gold. Where are you heading, young man? Today, the Magic City offers free transportation. A blonde female driver, speaking broken Chinese, winked at Lin Chen. Beside her was a luxurious sports car. Today was really lucky to encounter such a fine specimen. Looks like a student, fair and clean. As the blonde beauty thought to herself, she waved at Lin Chen. Such a big, white car. In the beast taming space, the little spirit began to chirp, curious about human transportation. No need, someone is already here to pick me up, Lin Chen awkwardly refused. It was not surprising for Lin Chen to see foreigners in the Magic City, as he had already seen many foreigners among the crowd. Quite vigilant, muttered the blonde girl. However, when she saw Lin Chen heading towards the specialized shuttle vehicle for the Magic City Academy, she was suddenly taken aback. In the crowded crowd, a space cleared out. And in that space, there was a black and gold hovercar parked. The black and gold hovercar reflected a peculiar luster in the sunlight, measuring 9 meters in length and about 6 meters in width. It stood out like a crane among chickens. Although it occupied a large space, no one dared to object. At that moment, a man wearing glasses got out of the vehicle. Are you Lin Chen? This is your student card. After arriving at the academy, you can only enter the campus using the student card. The man handed Lin Chen a black-purple card. It felt ice cold to the touch. Lin Chen placed the card into the beast space and then boarded the hover car. The vehicle quickly left amidst the envious gazes of the crowd and arrived at the gate of the Magic City Academy in less than 10 minutes. Is this the school? Lin Chen looked at the gate of the school that seemed endless. He opened his mouth, unsure of what to say. You will get used to it in the future. The man with glasses replied with a smile. What surprised Lin Chen even more was the 6 large characters engraved on a stone outside the gate. Eradicate all evil in the world. The words were powerful and sharp, exuding a hidden killing intent. It made Lin Chen start to doubt whether this was a school or a military base. Those are the words left by the first principal who established our Magic City Academy. He was a king-level powerhouse. The man with glasses spoke with reverence for the principal. Several minutes later, Lin Chen presented his campus card and entered the campus of the Magic City. He quickly found a teacher belonging to his Huaxia class. He was a man with sharp eyes and eyebrows, his entire face as sharp as a chiseled blade. You must be Lin Chen? You are my 103rd student, with 93 seniors who have already graduated. My name is Chen Dao, you can call me Teacher Chen, or just Old Chen. Chen Dao was easy to talk to. Of course, this easygoing attitude was only for outstanding students. As the only special enrollment student in the Magic City, Lin Chen was obviously someone with the potential to become an outstanding student. Hello, Old Chen. Lin Chen greeted. Oh, Old Chen, you're quite something. The little spirit in the beast space was getting impatient again. Alright, next I will introduce you to the rules and facilities of our academy. Old Chen led Lin Chen around the Magic City Academy. This is the place for training pet beasts' attack power. Currently, the top in attack power is your senior, Hu Kun, who ranks 3rd in the academy. This is where students' points are recorded, and where points can be exchanged for hunting fierce beasts. The student with the most kills in a single month is Chang Sun Kangen, who killed 376 fierce beasts in 1 month. He ranks 17th in the academy. This is for sparring among students. This is the training room for improving the resistance of pet beasts against attacks. The central cylindrical tower is where students can exchange points for items. After Old Chen introduced the surrounding buildings, Lin Chen finally had a good understanding. What are the points used for here? Lin Chen asked. Old Chen smiled slightly at this moment. Points are the most important thing in the Magic City Academy. I'm sure you have already learned about the role of points in that training camp. It can be said that the points system in that camp, to some extent, imitates the Magic City Academy. And the point ranking rewards in the Magic City Academy are even more generous. As long as you can rank in the top 10, you can use a 3rd level blood pool every month. If you can rank in the top 50, you can use a 2nd level blood pool every month. 3rd level blood pool. And it's for monthly use. Lin Chen was surprised. The 1st level blood pool uses the blood of Lord level fierce beasts, and the 2nd level blood pool uses King level blood, so wouldn't the 3rd level blood pool use the blood of disaster level fierce beasts? Lin Chen was dumbfounded. This reward is too generous. No wonder some students in the academy, even if they become disaster level beast tamers, are unwilling to leave. And the effect of this blood pool on him is more important than others. After all, he can directly extract the genes from that blood pool. I must quickly improve my strength in order to get the right to use the 2nd level blood pool as soon as possible. Lin Chen set a new goal in his heart. Top 10 in the academy? There are nearly 500 students left in the entire Magic City Academy, and each one is an elite from all over the country. It is imaginable how difficult it is to get into the top 10. The blood pool is just the most basic reward, there are even more generous rewards. Old Chen added with a smile. Even the blood pool is just the most basic reward? Lin Chen was surprised. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the Magic City Academy, it was quite lively. I am Wang Kong from the Imperial Capital, here to challenge the special recruits of your Magic City Academy. A slender young man stood at the entrance of the Magic City Academy. The day for our 2 major academies to exchange pointers hasn't arrived yet, but the Imperial Capital can't wait? What? Didn't the Crimson Shadow personally come, and send a dog instead? I wonder if you can still say that if Lord Su comes in person. The young man smiled and retorted directly. And the man's face changed. Su Xian's reputation had long been known between the 2 major academies. He was the right-hand man of the Imperial Capital Academy in the annual exchanges and competitions with the Magic City Academy. Last year, the Imperial Capital Academy won 3 sets of SSS-level resources from the Magic City Academy. As well as the rights to explore many secret realms, the 2 major academies have always been at odds. Who is making noise here challenging us? Chen Dao asked with a smile. Teacher Chen. Old Chen, this student from the Imperial Capital Academy is here to challenge the new students of our school as soon as the school year starts. The Imperial Capital is becoming more and more unruly. Old Chen's sharp gaze turned towards the young man. The cold sweat on the young man's forehead immediately began to flow down. Senior Chen, I'm just here to challenge the new special recruits of your academy. I doubt whether he is qualified to be specially recruited by your prestigious academy. The young man blurted out nonsense. In fact, he was just looking for a reason to challenge Lin Chen. If he was specially recruited by the Magic City Academy, did he still need to doubt his strength? Doubting Lin Chen was almost equivalent to doubting the Magic City Academy. Whether he has the strength to be specially recruited is not for your Imperial Capital Academy to test. If you don't leave now, I'll kick you out immediately. Do you believe me? The two sides were at loggerheads. Lin Chen was completely bewildered. There seems to be a deep-seated grudge between these two major academies. He suspected that if Old Chen wasn't there, they would have already started fighting. Let's hear the terms of the bet. Chen Dao interrupted the conversation. The students on the side became anxious. Old Chen, Lin Chen has just entered our Magic City Academy. This kid has been in the Imperial Capital for several years, always stuck at the late Lord level. We all know what he's up to. Lin Chen, don't agree to him. Some seniors from the Magic City Academy spoke quietly. What do you want to bet on? Lin Chen spoke directly. Lord level? After Xiao Bai obtained the offensive skill Thunder Dragon, he is not just at the Lord level. Even facing a monarch in the early stages, he has the power to fight. Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, the senior students beside him immediately changed their expressions. More of them shook their heads. Chen Dao smiled and didn't say much. The young man from the Imperial Capital smirked slightly. A hint of joy flashed in his eyes imperceptibly. Only beast masters of the same level between the two major academies can challenge each other. He could have broken through to the monarch level several months ago, but he is still at the lord level, just to challenge the lord level beast master. Now, in his eyes, Lin Chen agreeing to his challenge is simply seeking death. Even if you have talent, the level of your pet beast is only at the mid-lord level. How can it compare to my bullhorn panda? The young man seemed to have the victory in his grasp. Lord level, I am invincible. It seems that I will soon be able to complete the task that Sister Su gave me. I am Wang Kong from the Imperial Capital Academy. Now, I formally challenge Lin Chen from the Magic Capital Academy. If I win, you must drop out of the Magic Capital Academy. As soon as these words were spoken, the people present changed their expressions drastically. This is almost the most serious bet. If they fail, it means they have to leave the Magic Capital Academy and join the opponent's academy. Will a loser fare well in the opponent's academy? Obviously, the Imperial Capital side also noticed Lin Chen's talent. Chen Dao did not expect the other party to propose such a condition. Originally, he just wanted to hone this new special student and see his true strength. But he never expected Wang Kong to be so decisive. Wasn't it just a friendly match? What? Are you afraid? Wang Kong smirked slightly. His face was as gentle as a spring breeze, as if he had just casually asked a question. But it made some senior students from the Magic Capital Academy frown. Sure, but if I win, I want all the points on you. Lin Chen spoke lightly. After staying in the Imperial Capital for so many years, the other party must have a lot of points on them. And that was the case. Wang Kong did indeed snatch a lot of points from the Lord-level Beast Masters. Upon hearing this, Wang Kong hesitated for a moment. This is a fair trade. You can choose not to agree, but you must come up with a corresponding valuable bet. A Beast Master from the Magic Capital Academy in the crowd spoke up. Okay, I agree. Wang Kong gritted his teeth. After all, he wouldn't lose, so what was there to fear? At the Lord level, he was confident of being invincible. A few minutes later, on the arena of the Magic Capital Academy, Lin Chen and Wang Kong stood facing each other. Standing beside them were the onlookers from the Magic Capital Academy. Who do you think will win between the two of them? Wang Kong, he is known as the invincible Lord level, and indeed he is. So, are you just going to watch the Imperial Capital Academy take away your school's students? What can we do? Once the duel is agreed upon, no one has the right to change it. Moreover, Lin Chen was specially recruited by our Magic Capital Academy, so he must not be foolish. Everyone wanted to see what tricks this new special student had up his sleeve. What made him so arrogant to challenge Wang Kong, who was considered invincible at the Lord level, to a one-on-one duel? Most people leaned towards Wang Kong winning, but that didn't mean there was no hope for Lin Chen. Then I will make a move, but remember, only the first beast can be used on this arena, don't forget that. Wang Kong kindly reminded him. Then a bear panda, 3 meters tall, with steel covering its shoulders, abdomen, and hands, landed heavily on the arena. On top of the panda's head were a pair of extremely sharp bull horns. Bullhorn Panda level, Lord Peak talent, King Peak skills, ironization, gigantification, ramming evolution path, Demon Devil Panda introduction, a beast of immense power, no longer a protected animal. It's the first time I've seen a Lord Peak level pet. Lin Chen smiled slightly and summoned Xiaobai. A white snake with sharp horns on its head and extremely sturdy body appeared next to Lin Chen, and behind the white snake's head, there was an inconspicuous thunder mark. What kind of pet is this? Hiss, why do I feel like this pet looks so much like the legendary dragon? Are you kidding me? It just looks similar, right? After Lin Chen summoned the pet, everyone started discussing. Mainly because this pet looked so much like a dragon from the legends. Especially the pair of deer horns on its head and the golden eyes, they were almost identical. The only downside was that it didn't have legs. Even Wang Kong was stunned for a moment, then quickly recovered. Bullhorn Panda. Ram! Wang Kong immediately used his ultimate move, intending to win with strength. But it wasn't over yet. As the Bullhorn Panda charged, not only did its body continue to enlarge, but it also had a faint yellow film covering it. Wang Kong used his talent skill. Defense greatly increased. He intends to decide the outcome with one blow. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the Bullhorn Panda charging towards the center of the field. The entire training ground trembled slightly under this immense power. Xiaobai, harden, give it your all. Lin Chen said calmly. The first move must be made with momentum. Strike with one punch to avoid 100 punches. His Xiaobai's eyes instantly became serious. The pair of snake tails suspended in the air kept swaying, gradually covered with a layer of black keratin. Even on that keratin, there were faint traces of lightning constantly moving. Roar! The Bullhorn Panda's body continued to enlarge, like a moving mountain, charging madly towards Lin Chen and Xiaobai. Is Lin Chen planning to face it head-on? A snake-like pet facing the Bullhorn Panda, which wins by strength and doesn't dodge, actually intends to confront it head-on? Everyone was dumbfounded. They thought Lin Chen had some tricks up his sleeve. Isn't facing it head-on seeking death? The next second, the white snake with deer horns on its head also began to enlarge continuously, growing 3 to 5 times its original size. In the end, it was almost the same size as the Bullhorn Panda. Gigantification. How could a snake possess such a skill? What kind of creature is this? The senior students from the Magic City Academy who were watching around couldn't remain calm. Even Wang Kong was dumbfounded. He really didn't expect this scene. But what about gigantification? With you at the Lord mid-level, trying to confront me at the Lord Peak, it's simply a dream. In the wilderness, a Lord Peak beast even commanded 2 or 3 Lord mid-level beasts under its command. Although it was only a small realm difference, the strength was vastly different. The Lord Peak was known as invincible at the Lord level. It could even kill Lord mid-level beasts in seconds. The two sides made contact. The Bullhorn Panda raised its huge claws and fiercely slapped towards Xiaobai's head. At the same time, Xiaobai's gigantified snake tail also swung over. A force of 1,000,000 tons. It heavily struck the Bullhorn Panda. Boom! With a loud noise, the Bullhorn Panda was directly knocked back. Yes, it was knocked back. The huge Bullhorn Panda, like a ball, was struck by Xiaobai into the air and slammed hard under the arena. This thunderous sound stunned everyone around. And Wang Kong was even more dumbfounded. Was his Bullhorn Panda killed in seconds? And it was killed by a Lord mid-level pet? My points. Wang Kong, who realized it, felt extremely uncomfortable. The points he had accumulated over the years could rank in the top 100 in the imperial capital. Overnight, he lost everything. Good. The junior brother indeed has strength. A mid-level lord can defeat the invincible Bullhorn Panda, who is at the peak of the lord. No wonder he was specially recruited by our Magic City Academy. Truly abnormal. Impressive. At this moment, everyone's gaze towards Lin Chen was completely different from before. It was a level of respect they had never shown before. Only the strong could earn their admiration. A mid-level lord with the strength of a peak-level lord. Bloodline talent is at least in the late stage of the disaster. Chen Dao's eyes were filled with excitement. He truly hit the jackpot. When he was assigned Lin Chen as a special recruit, he was somewhat unhappy. Now, if Lin Chen were to be taken away, he would truly be unhappy. Apart from the excitement of everyone present, the most uncomfortable person was Wang Kong. I give you my points. Wang Kong gritted his teeth and walked away. As he listened to the mocking laughter behind him, Wang Kang's expression gradually turned ugly. The title of Invincible Lord might have to change hands from now on. A few minutes later, Lin Chen also received a message on his phone. 370 points? Is that so few? Hearing Lin Chen's words, everyone around him was wide-eyed. 370 points are still considered few? Is that a lot? Seeing Lin Chen's question, everyone was completely dumbfounded. It was simply unbelievable. You really don't know how lucky you are. 370 points are enough to rank you in the top 150 of the entire school. You should know, the top 100 in the Magic City Academy are all king-level beastmasters, and you, a lord-level beastmaster, can enter the top 150 as soon as you enter the school, which is already incredible. Everyone's eyes were filled with envy. Perhaps only Wang Kong, who had the ability to break through to the king level long ago but had not done so, could have so many points. Although they were envious, they also understood that Lin Chen had earned these points through his own strength. But Lin Chen, I advise you not to spend these points casually. Save them up to get the rewards on the monthly rankings, it will be more worthwhile. Everyone gave Lin Chen some advice, and Lin Chen nodded. That was his plan as well. You can't exhaust all your resources, right? First, get the right to use the level 1 blood pool by entering the top 100. Boss, I'm back. Wang Kong used the teleportation array to return to the Imperial Capital Academy. Seeing his distressed look, Su Xian's heart skipped a beat. Lin Chen didn't accept your challenge? In Su Xian's view, as long as Lin Chen accepted, Wang Kong couldn't possibly lose. At least at the Lord level, he couldn't lose to anyone. He agreed. Wang Kang's expression became even more distressed. You lost? Su Xian's red lips were slightly open, somewhat incredulous. Wang Kong had spent at least a few months at the Lord level. Although his Beastmaster skills were not at the pinnacle, he was still in the top tier of the Lord level. Yet he lost to Lin Chen in a one-on-one battle. According to her previous investigation, Lin Chen's beast was only at the mid-level Lord stage. Could it be that a mid-level Lord already had the strength of a peak-level Lord? Humph. I can only say that he truly lives up to being the boss's brother. Su Xian snorted. Su's sister, why do you seem so happy? Wang Kong was dumbfounded. He had come to Su's sister seeking comfort but ended up feeling even worse. It's okay, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Moreover, in 6 months, we will have another exchange with the Magic City. Let's talk about it then. 6 months later? So soon? Wang Kong was surprised. At the same time, in the Magic Capital Academy. Why is there such animosity between our Magic Capital and the Imperial Capital Academies? Lin Chen asked, somewhat puzzled. He thought there might be some minor conflicts between the two academies at most. He never expected it to have escalated to this stage. That's because the two academies control the most secret realm resources in the Dragon Kingdom. Once those large-scale secret realms are discovered, who gets to exploit them first? Chen Dao was very satisfied with his student, so he decided to elaborate more. Last year, our Magic Capital Academy lost to the Imperial Capital, directly losing 50% of our resources. 50% is a huge number, enough to establish a small base city anywhere. Hearing this, Lin Chen was once again stunned. So, you better gear up. In 6 months, we'll probably start a new round of competition, and this time, the large-scale secret realms involved will be much more than before. Chen Dao had high hopes for Lin Chen. Lin Chen nodded silently. 6 months? Enough time for him to elevate Little White to the king level. And Lin Chen heard that the large teleportation arrays in the base cities were found in those large-scale secret realms. Naturally, Lin Chen was a bit envious. If he could enter those secret realms, who knows how many benefits he could gain. That's right. Let's strive to defeat the Imperial Capital. Lin Chen estimated that his sister would also participate in the competition between the two academies. After all, the interests and amounts involved were too significant. Even some large spatial secret realms were involved. Soon, Lin Chen arrived at the central building of the Magic Capital Academy. In that building, there was a real-time electronic leaderboard, and the leaderboard was full of unknown names. Lin Chen was ranked quite high on that leaderboard. 137th place? Just a little over 30 places to go. Lin Chen's gaze continued to move up the leaderboard. The top 150 were all Lord-level beast tamers, mostly in the late Lord stage. The top 100 were filled with a large number of king-level beast tamers, with a few at the peak of the Lord level. The top 50 were almost all in the late king stage. What's even more terrifying is that among the top 10 of this academy, 8 were disaster level. And that's not counting the students who intentionally hid their strength. Doesn't this mean they are higher in level than my teachers? Lin Chen was amazed. There were indeed many geniuses in this world. Just in the Magic Capital Academy, there were so many beast tamers in their 20s who had reached the disaster level. And there were countless more at the king level. Lord-level beast tamers were everywhere. Then what about those who were truly exceptional? So, does that mean Su Xian in the Imperial Capital Academy is also around 50th place? Su Xian, known as the Crimson Demon Shadow, was probably in the late king stage, and among the stronger group at that stage. Then what level has Lin Chen's sister, Lin Ming, reached now? Lin Chen's heart skipped a beat. No wonder his sister became the new student chief in the imperial capital back then, attracting widespread attention in Yangcheng. Now it seems that this is indeed a prestigious title. What are you looking at here, classmate? In the hall, a sweet-looking girl with a ponytail smiled and asked Lin Chen. Oh, I'm a new student, just looking for ways to earn points. Oh, you're a new student. If you want to compete for the position of new student chief, you can go to various training rooms to break records, which is a faster way to earn points. Or, you can directly challenge students ranked higher than you. If you defeat them, you can swap rankings with them. The girl with the ponytail spoke quickly. New student chief? Yes, as long as by the end of the month, your points are the highest among the new students, you can get the title of new student chief. Besides the ranking, you will also receive an additional resource. The girl smiled slightly. I advise you to work hard, as even the seniors in the top 50 or even top 30 rankings envy the rewards that the chief receives. Are they even envious? Could it be something better than a second-level blood pool? Lin Chen became interested. Alright, the first goal upon entering the academy is to become the new chief of the Magic City. Seeing the new junior brother so excited, the girl also smiled slightly. Wanting to obtain the chief's resources is not that simple, but freshmen need to be energetic. You must have the courage to surpass those old folks in order to go further. Several minutes later, Lin Chen arrived at a training room specifically designed to test strength. Just then, several students from the Magic City approached. You reached a strength outbreak of 700,000 tons so quickly. Maybe you can really get the resources of the new chief this time. However, the student who achieved an excellent score of 700,000 tons had a troubled expression. It's not good enough. The current highest record for freshmen on the strength device is a 1.3 million ton outbreak. And the special student before that even defeated the peak lord of the Imperial City with a single blow, and his pet strength outbreak is probably over 1 million tons. Are they all so abnormal? Of course. At 18 years old, he already has a peak lord level pet, and it's a strength type. I heard his name is something like Zhang Quan. He's really bold. The group was shocked. They thought that being able to achieve 700,000 tons at the lord level was already outrageous. They never expected someone to achieve over 1 million tons of strength. Is he even human? 1.3 million tons? It seems higher than the score my little white achieved in the training camp. Lin Chen rubbed his chin. At that time, Little White's strength had just exceeded 1 million tons. However, at that time, Little White was only in the early Lord stage, and now he has reached the mid-Lord stage. On the other hand, the opponent's pet is at the peak Lord level of the strength type. In a sense, Little White even has an advantage. Open a room. Lin Chen handed over the card. It's not the end of the month yet, so you haven't received the free use of the ranking reward, but as a freshman, you can still use it for free for a month. The staff quickly opened a room for Lin Chen. Lin Chen picked up the key and entered the room. It was filled with various training equipment, and he summoned Little White, heading straight to the strength testing device. New freshman ranking first, Zhang Quan, 1.3 million tons. New freshman ranking second, Zhang Liuxin, 970,000 tons. Overall ranking first, Anonymous, 130 million tons. Overall ranking second, Anonymous, 100 million tons. Geniuses are indeed plentiful. And the new freshman ranking and overall ranking are separated. It seems to be a way to protect the new students of the Magic City. Lin Chen rubbed his chin. If they were directly pitted against the old students for the rankings, it would almost be a guaranteed loss. Little White, give it your all, don't hold back this time, use all your skills. Hiss. Several minutes later, the room was filled with explosive sounds. If it weren't for the soundproofing of the room, the noise would probably have spread throughout the entire Magic City Academy. Soon, the best test result was announced. 1.37 million tons. Congratulations to student Lin Chen for achieving first place in the new student strength test. At the end of the month, 100 points will be automatically sent to your account. 100 points. So many. Lin Chen was excited. However, this was not the final result yet. He had to maintain this score until the end of the month. And during this time, the growth of other people's pet strength might surpass him. Lin Chen also needs to constantly raise this limit to prevent being stolen from the list in the end. After leaving this strength testing location, Lin Chen came to the speed testing room. The room was filled with various laser instruments. The pet needed to dodge back and forth between these lasers. The longer they persisted, the better the result. But the lasers in this room are getting faster and faster. It's fortunate that Xiaobai's nerve reaction speed is considered its strongest. The test ended a few minutes later. Congratulations to student Lin Chen for achieving first place in the new student nerve reaction speed test. Total persistence time of 176 seconds. A total of 176 seconds of persistence. By the end, the speed of the lasers had almost reached the speed of sound, and there were about dozens of them. As the lasers flew by, they made no sound at all, requiring observation with the naked eye to dodge. Being able to persist for 176 seconds in this situation was already incredible. Even the second place only lasted around 120 seconds. It seems like this result is secure. On to the next one. Lin Chen smiled, planning to break the record today. Not aiming for the limit, but at least securing a position. His Xiaobai was also very excited. It had been a long time since it had moved its muscles. Just as Lin Chen had left the training room, several students escorted a boy into the room. How about it, Zhang? Are you confident in becoming the chief of this year's new students? Yes, Zhang, I heard that a special student has arrived in our magic city, and even the king of the imperial city, Wang Kong, is not his match. The people around spoke with great importance. The muscular man they surrounded smiled. You guys, are you all hoping for me to compete with others? Zhang shook his head arrogantly. On the other hand, the new beast masters smiled awkwardly. But Zhang, the identity of the chief of the new students this time is crucial for the support of resources from the families in Magic City. Yes, even in fair competition, we cannot slack off. I know naturally, when have I ever slackened? Just give it my all. Zhang's eyes were sharp. He had reasons he must become the chief this time. After all, it involved the support of resources from the major families. Becoming the chief of the new students in Magic City would receive financial support from the major families, while the second place would be forgotten by everyone. But he would not make enemies with the other students in the academy because of this. Being able to enter the Magic City Academy meant there were some forces behind them. And that special student Lin Chen was a local big shot in the Yangcheng base city. Rumor had it that even the youngest daughter of the Du family from the three major families in Magic City had a close relationship with him, and the Du family was the one supporting him from behind. If Lin Chen heard these rumors here, he would probably be furious. When did he become a local big shot in Yangcheng? Those rumors were even more ridiculous. Besides Lin Chen, there are other enemies I need to pay attention to. There were many strong individuals among the new students this time. Zhang thought of many things in his mind. He then went straight into the strength testing room. Zhang is really ruthless. Clearly, his strength has long surpassed the second place by so much. Yet he comes every day to test his strength and break records continuously. It's impossible for him to be stolen from the list, right? Nowadays, those who haven't tested their pet strength are all agile-type pets. Maybe this is stability. People discussed one after another. It seemed like they greatly admired Zhang. This was a common phenomenon in the academy, where strong individuals were followed by some people more or less. Just like Lin Chen's sister, Lin Ming, who had her own influence and connections in the imperial city. In the training room at that moment, Golden Ape, roar! As Zhang spoke, a huge golden-haired ape suddenly appeared beside him. The height of the monkey is about 5 meters, and its large hands almost occupy half of its body size. Boom! The golden monkey's arm exerted force violently. Like a siege hammer, it directly smashed onto the strength testing device. Even the fist made up of the golden monkey's palm is larger than the drum on the testing device by a circle. Boom! A huge sound rang out. The testing device seemed to have been pushed back by a centimeter. Phew! Just got a portion of the blood of a fierce beast from the family. Now the strength of the golden monkey should be stronger. This should be enough to break the record, right? The corners of the arrogant mouth began to rise uncontrollably. And just at this moment, the sound of the device also came out. Ding! 32 million tons. 32 million tons. Not bad. After drinking the blood of the fierce beast, it increased by more than 20,000 tons. The arrogant kept nodding. Don't underestimate this small increase of 20,000 tons. The further you go, the harder it is to increase strength. Just a difference of 10,000 tons may require a lot of resources and weeks of hard training. It's almost stable. Let's try to break through other tests. The arrogant was in a good mood. However, when he turned around, congratulations on ranking second on the new life leaderboard. Increased strength from the last test, but ranking dropped. The sound of the device was extremely harsh. It made the arrogant abruptly stop, then quickly turned around, staring firmly at the new life rankings. Lin Chen, 37 million tons. How could the gap be so big? The arrogant took a step back abruptly. Don't underestimate this small difference of 50,000 tons. The arrogant knew that this was a huge gap like a chasm. The more non-strength-based pet beasts, the more difficult it is to increase strength. But isn't Lin Chen's pet beast an agile snake? How can its strength be so powerful? The arrogant's face turned pale. If he can't even win in strength, wouldn't he be even more miserable in agility? I think this time Zhang will definitely break the record. That's for sure, in terms of strength, not to mention that special student, even in the school rankings, Zhang probably won't be low. Look! Zhang is coming out. Everyone smiled as they watched Zhang arrogantly rushing out of the room. However, his expression at this moment was very wrong. Ignoring everyone, he walked straight past them. Everyone looked at each other, not understanding what was happening. How could he be in a good mood when he went in, but look like this when he came out? Could it be that Zhang's record has been broken by someone? It's impossible. The golden monkey has reached the peak of the Lord. Very few fierce beasts can surpass it in terms of strength. Quick, let's go and see. Several people were filled with disbelief. They quickly followed Zhang's footsteps to the agility testing room. But by the time they arrived, Zhang had already left the room. Exactly as I expected. 176 seconds. It's really abnormal. Zhang looked shocked. It was a look that the others had never seen before. What 176 seconds? What's going on? The others had no idea what was happening. And on this day, Zhang seemed to have gone crazy, visiting all the training locations. From the initial shock, to later confusion, until finally numbness. Strength test, reflex test, gravity test, defense test. Zhang muttered lightly. His eyes seemed a bit lifeless. Zhang, what's wrong? The others were really puzzled. How did Zhang change so much all of a sudden? The previous arrogant demeanor seemed to have disappeared. But listening to the others, Zhang seemed to regain his confidence. Right. There are some things you are destined not to compare with, so you might as well do your best. Starting today, I will spend 16 hours in seclusion every day. I won't do anything except eat, sleep, and practice. Treat every day as if it were the last, and then you won't be afraid of losing. Hearing the bold words, the few people looked at each other. How did they go from being listless just now to suddenly starting to strive again? What stimulated them? Oh, isn't this Zhang Quan? A young man with long hair smiled at Zhang Quan in front of him. I'm going into seclusion. On the last day of the test, I will come out to top the rankings. Zhang Quan avoided the crowd and went straight into the training room. From this day on, a legend of the extremely hard-working Zhang Quan spread in the Magic City. The young man was stunned. Zhang Quan was faintly the number one among the freshmen. He was also the biggest stumbling block for him to become the chief of the Magic City freshmen. But who would have thought that Zhang Quan would now not even consider him? Well, since you're not competing, I won't compete either. Let's see who will ultimately get the title of chief freshman. After Lin Chen made it to the leaderboard, this news also quickly spread throughout the circle of Magic City freshmen in less than 2 days. On the exclusive forum of Magic City. Have you heard? That special student broke Zhang Quan's and other students' records. Maybe he can really become the chief of the Magic City freshmen. Indeed. I also went to the training room to test, and that record is really hard to break. But we also have a chance. There are still more than 20 days, right? Will you train for more than 20 days? Won't Lin Chen train either? People were discussing one after another. They were somewhat shocked by Lin Chen's achievements, but they didn't necessarily think he would definitely get the title of chief freshman. After all, in these days, they often saw Zhang Quan going in and out of various training places, and the leaderboard hasn't been updated for a long time. This is to make a name for oneself, to directly surpass Lin Chen in one go. Besides Zhang Quan, there were also a few relatively low-key freshmen in the Magic City, just quietly practicing. Perhaps they also planned to sneak onto the leaderboard on the last day. Hu-kun, how is it? Is your new junior brother strong? In the room reserved for teachers, Chen Dao smiled at a man who was about 160 meters tall, as sturdy as a black iron dwarf. Hu-kun, currently ranked 3rd in the entire Magic City. He was undoubtedly the number 1 in terms of attack power. This attack power referred not to just one beast, but 2 beasts. Choosing 2 attack-type beasts as his pets, Hu-kun could be considered a legendary figure in the Magic City. Not bad, but his strength is a bit inferior to mine back in the day. Hu-kun glanced at his phone, seemingly indifferent. If it were him back in the day, he could easily have become the chief freshman. Among the top 50 in their school rankings, probably more than 10 were former chief freshmen. And the remaining 40 or so were not even the strongest of their year. Becoming the chief freshman didn't mean much. Is that so? What if I say his pet is only at the mid-level of a lord right now? Chen Dao smiled at the man in front of him. When Hu-kun heard this, he was stunned. But after just a moment, he recovered. Help me arrange a battle with the first place. I've been itching for a fight lately. At the same time, in the central cylindrical tower of the Magic City. "Young man, why haven't I seen you for 2 days?" The girl with a ponytail asked Lin Chen with a characteristic smile. "Oh, I've been busy topping the leaderboard these days. I've already gone through the entire leaderboard. Is there anywhere else I can earn points?" Lin Chen asked the girl with a ponytail. "Points? Relying solely on the points from the rankings, it may not be enough to achieve the top position." The girl smiled and spoke. "You can also go hunting dangerous beasts in the wilderness, or enter the secret realms of the Magic City Academy to earn some points." The child seemed to know how difficult it was to climb the rankings, so she wanted to start from somewhere else? She didn't think much about it. Entrusted to manage this cylindrical building, her purpose was to provide convenience and various information to the students in the academy. Secret realms? Lin Chan's eyes lit up. Of course. Our Magic City Academy has our exclusive resource secret realms. However, there are certain requirements for entering the realms based on your ranking. With your current ranking, you should be able to enter a Lord-level dangerous beast spatial realm. The resources you obtain from hunting in the realm can be exchanged for points at the academy, or you can keep them for yourself. The girl smiled as she spoke. Are there Lord-level, eerie creature realms? Eerie creatures? There are, but that realm. Take me there now. Lin Chen hurriedly spoke. Originally, he was thinking about how to help Xiao Ling hunt those eerie creatures, and now the opportunity had come. Alright, but you'd better bring a few more students with you. It's dangerous to enter the realm alone, especially if it's of the eerie type, the girl said as she walked and introduced Lin Chen. Creatures in the eerie realm were particularly troublesome. Soon, she led Lin Chen to the underground of the building. The underground space was very spacious, with several teleportation arrays. She took Lin Chen to one of the teleportation arrays. Ghostly River. Recommended for a team of 3 at the Lord level to enter. As long as you stand on the teleportation array. Before the girl with the ponytail could finish her sentence, Lin Chen had already stood on top of the teleportation array. The girl was suddenly flustered. You come down quickly. How dare you enter that realm alone? But before she could finish her sentence, black mists enveloped Lin Chen's body. When the mists dissipated, his figure had disappeared. The girl was stunned. A person entering a realm recommended for 3 people, and it was the eerie type of Ghostly River realm. It could even be life-threatening. The girl didn't hesitate, quickly walked to the elevator and pressed the button to go up. Meanwhile, the scenery around Lin Chen had changed. What came into view was a space filled with darkness, decay, and dilapidation. The sky was pitch black, and nothing could be seen around except for a black river next to Lin Chen. And around that black river, numerous eerie creatures roamed. Hey! It's my turn to make an appearance. Amidst a series of neighs, a jet-black giant horse covered in scales appeared next to Lin Chen. And the ghosts wandering by the river in the distance also noticed the 2 of them. He. A carnivore dares to come to our territory. Attack, cut it into pieces. I'll use your bones as toothpicks. Those terrifying creatures floated down from the sky. Draped in black robes, wielding scythes longer than their own bodies, they resembled Grim Reapers. Ghost Scythe, level, late-stage warlord, talent, early-stage lord, skills, curse, Grim Reaper strike, evolution path, none, introduction. The creatures wandering in the ghostly river will curse any living being they touch, and killing them will also incur a curse. You're asking for death. I'll kick you to death. Before Lin Chen could speak, Xiao Ling charged forward, hooves raised high, directly stepping towards the ghostly creature. He. Do you think physical attacks are effective against us ghosts? The ghost scythe made a sinister sound, as if mocking the black horse in front of it. But in the next moment, those pitch-black hooves seemed to infinitely enlarge in front of it. It seemed impossible to even dodge. Before it could show a look of fear, crack, a crisp sound. The ghost scythe was directly crushed into pieces by Little Spirit's hooves. After its death, a resentment emanated from the ghost scythe, as if trying to attach to Little Spirit, but the next second it was absorbed into its body. Oh, how bold! At this moment, Little Spirit seemed to have regained the confidence lost on Little White from these ghosts and monsters. Standing proudly there, enjoying the terrified gazes of the eerie beings around. Meanwhile, Lin Chen directly used the sequence extraction skill. He naturally wasn't worried about whether Little Spirit's attack would be effective. As a top descendant of the Dark Empire, how could he fear these eerie creatures? Just at the mid-level of a warlord, he could instantly kill the late-stage warlord eerie beings. He could even be completely immune to the curse after the opponent's death. Extracting the resentment aura of the Ghost Scythe. Obtained the curse skill of the Ghost Scythe. Obtained the Ghost Scythe's ethereal ghost feature. Obtained the 130-year soul imprint of the Ghost Scythe. Soul imprint? Lin Chen was somewhat astonished. The soul imprint, a mark possessed by all eerie creatures that would continuously elevate with age. However, it was extremely difficult to seize the imprint from other eerie creatures, as one could only make the other voluntarily reveal it. And now, Lin Chen could forcibly take these eerie creatures' soul imprints. I remember that legendary black dragon, which lived through long ages, with a soul imprint in its body lasting for millions of years. If Lin Chen could continuously seize the life path of eerie beings, Little Spirit would only become stronger and stronger. For a general lord-level eerie creature, having a 1,000-year imprint in its body was considered good. A 10,000-year imprint could be called a ghost king in its own right. A 100,000-year imprint would be an existence that no one could provoke. Even Di Xian's lord-level late-stage eerie creature had only a 1,000-year soul imprint in its body. Lin Chen was excited. Injecting genes. As Lin Chen used his innate skill, a refreshing feeling surged into Little Spirit's body. Little Spirit's energy also skyrocketed in that instant. And the black scales that originally covered weak parts of its body began to spread outward again. A few minutes later, it had almost covered half of its body. Compared to before, it appeared even more extraordinary and powerful. After obtaining the 130-year soul imprint, the eerie aura emanating from Little Spirit's body became even more terrifying. It frightened some weaker eerie creatures around, causing them to retreat. Comfortable. Little Spirit stood beside Lin Chen, feeling somewhat excited. Master, I want more. Let's kill all the eerie creatures around this black river. No, let's save them all. Little Spirit busily shook its head. Looking at those floating eerie creatures, it seemed that it didn't dislike them as much anymore. That's the plan. Lin Chen smiled faintly. These eerie creatures were born from absorbing human grievances. The two sides were destined to be mortal enemies. There was no need for pity. Not exterminating them all would be the greatest sin. Just like the motto of the Magic Academy, eradicate all evil in the world. The bold and powerful characters depicted in those few words, Lin Chen could still feel the sharp will emanating from them. Soon, Lin Chen, accompanied by Little Spirit, began to slaughter the eerie creatures around the Black River, and then absorbed all the genes of those eerie creatures, obtained the 79-year soul imprint of the Ghost Scythe, obtained the 17-year soul imprint of the Blood-Red Ghost, obtained the 120-year soul imprint of the Cursed Doll, obtained the Curse skill, obtained the Etherealization skill, obtained the Evil Thought Perception skill. Caw caw caw. A black crow flew past Lin Chen's head, emitting a sinister and mournful cry. These eerie creatures are too low level, and it seems they are all insubstantial eerie creatures. Lin Chen shook his head. I need to find the owner of this ghostly river in the underworld. The genetic skills on his body. That's what Xiao Ling needs. Meanwhile, the girl with a ponytail had already anxiously arrived in the hall. What's wrong, Tianxin? Why are you in such a hurry? A deep voice sounded. Tianxin was stunned for a moment. And when she saw the short man in front of her, her face lit up with joy. Senior Hu Kun. Lin Chen entered the Ghost River space alone. Upon hearing this, Hu Kun's expression changed immediately. He went in alone? Yes. Tianxin nodded repeatedly. You wait here, I'll go get teacher Chen Dao right away. Hu Kun turned and left. A few minutes later, he and Chen Dao arrived at the cylindrical building together. This kid is simply causing trouble. That's a lord-level secret realm for 3 people. The owner of the space, the Eerie Crow, is extremely difficult to deal with, Chen Dao said as they walked. Even with talent, you can't be so reckless. Entering a lord-level secret realm alone. Even the former top attacker, Hu Kun, had to think twice before entering. Soon, the two followed Tianxin to the underground of the original building. And indeed, someone had already entered the Ghost River space. Hu Kun, didn't you enter this Ghost River secret realm back then? How strong is the Lord inside? Hearing this, Hu Kun shook his head. The Lord suppressed his own strength at the Lord level, surpassing it, making it impossible to enter his space. Once you force your way in, it will only lead to space collapse, followed by explosion, and no one will be spared. When I entered that space back then, I walked along the Black River for 3 full days and still couldn't find it. Hu Kun had one more thing to say. That is, if he had found that Lord back then, the outcome would have been truly unpredictable. After all, the Eerie Crow had always suppressed its strength at the Lord level. It probably wanted to break through to the mid-king level in one fell swoop. By then, even a king-level beast tamer might not be able to handle it if they entered. It was extremely cunning. So we can only wait for this kid to come out? Want to come out? Unless the owner of the Black River is willing to let him out. Hu Kun shook his head. Lin Chen really provoked the most unprovocable existence. If he hadn't been strong enough back then, the owner of the Black River wouldn't have let him out either. Now that Lin Chen is out, he's probably going to be hungry for a few days. If he doesn't absorb enough negative emotions from him, that guy won't let him go. Well, a genius needs to be tempered. This kid. I didn't expect him to cause so much trouble. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have brought him to see it. Tianxin felt somewhat guilty. If the tempering doesn't work out, and instead makes Lin Chen's mentality explode from being tormented by ghosts, she might find it hard to get over her self-blame for years to come. Meanwhile, on the Black River, wherever a horse passed, there were corpses everywhere. The terrifying black horse, still shouting, "Why cling to the hardships of life? Let me help you transcend, dear benefactor. I will carry your soul imprint and live on for you. What's there to fear?" With Lin Chen's current strength, the owner of the Black River may not really be able to control him. He's probably going to have a tough time, but the blade tempered this way will be even sharper. Chen Dao and the others were helpless. They had to leave this place. Once inside a secret realm, it's hard to get out unless the owner of the realm is willing. But the owner of the secret realm wouldn't resort to deadly measures. It is clear that once the deed is done, the consequences will be dire. It will invite the relentless pursuit of the devil day and night. "How are you doing, Hu-kun? What happened?" A friend who was a beast tamer in the dormitory asked Hu-kun with a smile. "Why do you look a bit off?" "It's nothing, just a junior accidentally entered the secret realm of the Ghost River alone." "Someone went in alone? That's not good. You know, the time inside the secret realm and the flow outside are different. I remember the time in the Ghost River secret realm is twice as fast as reality, right? And at the end of the month, the new freshman leader will be selected. This kid probably won't make it in time, right? That's what I'm worried about." Hu-kun scratched his head. Lin Chen was also taught by the same teacher as him. He never thought that he couldn't help him yet, and another incident happened. If this matter gets out, his face as a senior brother won't look good. But there might still be a chance. If he can benefit from the Ghost River secret realm, he will have practiced for an extra month compared to other students. Hu-kun spoke again. "I think it's difficult, right? Many seniors who entered the Ghost River secret realm at the Lord level came out looking like skin and bones. The title of newbie graveyard is not given for nothing." His roommate shook his head beside him, not optimistic. "That place is indeed the newbie graveyard. Just having that title is enough to explain the situation. Although time is doubled, let alone improving strength. It's already a huge advantage not to weaken when coming out." Meanwhile, the new special recruit defeated Zhang Kuang and achieved high rankings in all tests, which also spread. I wonder why Zhang Kuang was training so hard in seclusion. Turns out his ranking was surpassed by someone. But this record is a bit abnormal. Even if all the previous freshmen were brought in, he would probably still rank quite high. Could it be that the identity of the new freshman leader is already confirmed this time? Don't say that. Many organizations in the Devil City have started trying to contact this special recruit. But he seems quite aloof. I don't know why he hasn't been answering calls these days. His phone is also unreachable, and his whereabouts are unknown. The new students on the Devil City campus are amazed by the strength of this special recruit. Just at the Lord level, he can display the power of an early king. People are becoming more curious about the special recruit's beast companion. But one thing is certain. The position of the new freshman leader this time is almost certain for Lin Chen. After all, he has a full score of 100 points in the rankings. Getting the first place in so many rankings, even in the past, it was almost unheard of. Even some old students in the Devil City are paying attention. This kid has good potential. Maybe he can really become a great help for us to resist the Imperial City. Maybe he can become the next disaster-level beast tamer in our Devil City. Indeed, ever since the chief student from the Imperial City came, we've been losing. When people think of that figure, they feel a bit fearful. Lin Ming, although she is not the strongest in the Imperial City yet, but she is the most troublesome. After all, she can't resist her extremely high talent and rapid growth rate. It's probably only a matter of time before she becomes a major threat to the Devil City. By then, if they keep losing half of their resources every year, the balance of power between the two academies will be disrupted, and the Imperial City Academy will become stronger and stronger. This seems to be a struggle between the two academies, but behind it, there are countless organizations involved, and even the military is participating. A few days later, when the enthusiasm of the discussions among the people was almost about to disappear, the news of Lin Chen entering the secret realm finally spread like wildfire. In a gravity room, a giant golden monkey was continuously lifting an iron block weighing several tons. Lift, drop, lift, drop, lift, and drop again. At this moment, the number 30 was marked above the room, indicating 30 times the gravity of Earth. Ha ha, it seems that my hard work and cultivation is not in vain. Lin Chen, you can't blame others for this wave. The arrogant smile couldn't be stopped. As long as Lin Chen did not continue to improve his strength, he had a chance to surpass his previous record. Even with his current training intensity, the chance was still high. Increased the gravity by another factor. As he spoke, the number on the gravity room jumped from 30 to 31. Meanwhile, a foreign young man with golden hair was controlling his own white eagle to practice evasion skills. The white eagle's speed was extremely fast, creating sonic booms in the air with each movement. Its sharp wings seemed capable of cutting through steel. Yes, yes, good. The blonde man kept commanding his pet. The strong of Dragon Country, if you don't enter the secret realm, I wouldn't have a chance. But now, everything is uncertain. A smile crept up on the young man's face. Originally, he was very confident. But seeing the speed of a snake reach such levels, a hint of panic arose in his heart. But now he was back at full strength. As long as he could get the resources reward of the top student, the other students in the future would find it even harder to catch up with him. Perhaps even the specially recruited student would no longer be able to catch up, only able to look up to him. Beast cultivation, one step faster. That was step by step faster. Scenes like this were happening in many training rooms. This month, almost all the beast training rooms in the Magic City were fully occupied. In the Magic City Forum. This scene seems familiar, doesn't it? I remember that in previous years, some old students were almost guaranteed to be the top freshmen, but they insisted on exploring the secret realm, choosing the newcomer Toon Ghost River. Isn't that so? I heard that the Ghost River was a graveyard for newcomers, which made it even more exciting. Damn! Isn't that Chen He ranked 37th overall? The top freshman for 26 years. Can the expert explain why the Ghost River is a graveyard for newcomers? Listening to everyone's questions, Chen He, also bored, began to talk. The more people listened, the more shocked they became. The most eerie thing about the Ghost River was that its path seemed endless. No matter what, one could not find the trace of the Lord. Logically, a small secret realm space could not have such a large range, yet it was inexhaustible. And the ghosts and monsters within seemed to endlessly emerge from the dark river. People were increasingly shocked by the difficulty of this secret realm space. In the current secret realm, smack! Emitting black energy, a giant horse covered in pitch-black scales stomped on a ghost, crushing it. Then it continued to advance along the dark river. I've been here for over 30 days, and I thought the strange creatures in the dark river were endless. How come they're gone now? Lin Chen was somewhat helpless. For over 30 days, he had been hunting these strange creatures, and each day there were fewer of them. However, after injecting all the genes and soul imprints into the little spirit, it was also a very large amount. The number of soul imprints needed for the black flame deer to level up was much higher than that of other weaker strange creatures. This was also why the black flame deer, at the same level, could crush other beasts of the same level. Black flame deer level, warlord late stage talent, emperor level skills, disguise, disappears when grown to king level, black fire, trample, shapeshifting, death domain soul imprint, 3800 years evolution route, black flame death deer introduction, a powerful and domineering creature, positioned at the top of the food chain, bestowed with the title of dragon. Warlord late stage, just one step away from breaking into the lord level. By then, Lin Chen will have 2 lord level pets. Entering the top 100 of the rankings will be a piece of cake. Xiaoling, aren't you supposed to be familiar with the way? Do you know where the owner of this secret space is? I don't know. Xiaoling shook his head. And I'm not a horse. I just haven't evolved yet. Lin Chen was puzzled. He was hunting the strange creatures of the Black River. Along the way, a spatial door appeared, seemingly trying to send him out. But this is heaven. How could he leave? Hiss, I can try. Xiaobai, who had been watching the show in the beast space all along, suddenly spoke up. Okay. Lin Chen nodded quickly. As soon as Xiaobai appeared in this space, an invisible domain spread out around him. And those dragon eyes also emitted bursts of golden light. The light shone out, even Xiaoling took 2 steps back. Just then, bubbles suddenly began to rise from the black river in front of them. And then, with a swoosh, a huge monster flew out from it. But the monster stopped in midair, and only then did Lin Chen get a clear look at its form. Eerie Crow level, King early stage talent, Disaster early stage skills, Dispersal of Crows, Blood Eyes, Curse, Eerie Song evolution route, Death Crow introduction, creatures living in the river Styx, favored by the Emperor in the dark. Kid, you're asking for death. You're pushing me too far. The huge body of the Eerie Crow floated in midair. Its blood-red pupil stared fixedly at the young man and 2 pets below. It had originally suppressed its own strength by the Black River, thinking it could quietly pass the time like this. But it never expected the young man to barge in, and the weird creatures under its command were not its match. Even the 2 lord-level weird creatures were killed by the deer using its domain. As an eyeline of the weird emperor, how could it not recognize the noble breed of the black flame deer? I don't care, after all, this is human territory. After I devour this black flame deer, maybe my talent can break through to the emperor level. This is an opportunity. The eerie crow dove straight down, its huge body covering the sky and sun. So what if it's only king early stage? Xiao Bai is not without the power to fight. Giant python level, lord late stage talent, disaster late stage skills, coiling, proficient, gigantification, skilled, cloud swallowing, skilled, water spout, proficient, hardening, perfect, healing eyes, danger intuition, dragon's might, black blazing horn, eagle eye, skilled, enhanced vision, vision. Evolution route, flood dragon introduction, devouring 1,000 life genes, the true king of nature. Xiao Bai's talent level had already reached the disaster late stage. And after more than a month in the beast space, his level had skyrocketed. He had already devoured all the rat strips Lin Chen had bought before. In the mid-lord stage, he could withstand the ferocious beasts of the king early stage. By the late lord stage, he had the power to fight. Hiss! As Xiao Bai opened his snake mouth, a thick fog instantly spread around. In just a few seconds, the fog seemed to cover everything between heaven and earth. And the eerie crow also rushed into the fog in an instant, losing its target. What ability! But so what? You're just at the lord level. King kills lord. Nothing more common. The raven didn't wait to hesitate. A huge shadow suddenly appeared in the white mist. The shadow resembled a towering giant snake, even larger than itself. Swish! The snake's tail whipped towards it suddenly. The raven was scared out of its wits in an instant. Its whole body dispersed, turning into countless small ravens, evading the attack, then gathering back together. But 3 or 4 dozen of them were too late to dodge, and were beaten into a bloody mist. And then the shadow disappeared. How is this possible? The power of that last strike was above me. The raven was shocked. Wasn't that snake at the lord level? Even the lord level black flame deer shouldn't be its opponent at this moment. Without waiting for the raven to hesitate further. Smack! 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 The snake tail in the shadow kept collapsing like a skyscraper at night. Its vision was obstructed in the thick fog, so it had to disperse its body into countless ravens to evade. However, after a few strikes, hundreds of the dispersed ravens were killed. This can't go on like this, you force me. The raven suddenly looked towards the black river behind it. Then it opened its big mouth. The black river instantly turned into a stream flowing into its mouth. Like an endless black river, it was directly swallowed by it. This black river was also a treasure it obtained from this space. Not only could it conceal its own aura, even after absorption, it could also transform into a suit of armor covering its body. Caw! 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 With 3 cries, the black river diffused from its body, covering its body. Forming an extremely black scale armor, even its wings were strengthened, turning into an extremely black color. Hiss! Master, the dark aura on this raven has become even stronger. Xiao Bai reported in the thick fog. The dark aura has become stronger? Lin Chen frowned. This raven must have used some means, or revealed its trump card. And as Xiao Bai struck again, instead of dodging, the raven turned into a sharp blade, passing directly at 3 times the speed of sound over Xiao Bai's body. Puff! This strike directly split open 2 of Xiao Bai's snake scales. Even Lin Chen was surprised. Such strong defense and attack power. Being able to withstand such an impact without injury, but instead scratching Xiao Bai. It should be noted that the scales on Xiao Bai's body were the hardest parts of all lord-level creatures combined. This means that the opponent's attack, no lord-level creature could withstand. Caw! The raven made another eerie cry, then suddenly saw the towering snake shadow in the thick fog. It floated over with a swoosh. Die! However, when it rushed closer, what greeted it was not a body, but a huge thunder dragon. Roar! The thunder dragon let out a terrifying roar. The raven was scared out of its wits. It turned around to flee. However, the next moment, boom! The huge thunder dragon directly drilled into the raven's body. Even the layer of black scale armor covering its body could not isolate the electric current. It was instantly charred, and fell to the ground. Sequence extraction. Lin Chen couldn't wait to use his talent skill. Obtained Raven Soul Imprint 1700 years. Obtained Skill Group Raven Dispersal. Obtained Skill Death Zone. Obtained Skill Blood Eyes. Obtained Black Feather Gene. In an instant, the black raven was completely absorbed, leaving only a pool of black sticky fluid dropping on the ground. Moo! Xiaoling stepped forward and stepped on the sticky fluid. The black sticky fluid was instantly absorbed into its body, although it was unclear what it was. But Lin Chen knew that this black river must be priceless, and it's the most precious thing in this secret space. Injecting genes. Lin Chen placed his hand on Xiaoling's body. Successfully obtained the 1,700-year-old soul imprint. Successfully obtained the skill dissipation. Successfully obtained the black feather gene. With the injection of gene energy, Xiaoling comfortably spun in circles on the ground. Finally, it could also receive the strengthening from its master. Every time Little White got stronger after each enhancement, Xiaoling saw it all. It had been envious for a long time, and today its wish was finally fulfilled by its master. It immediately exclaimed in excitement, "Absorb this gene well, in the future, I will elevate you to become the most mysterious and unpredictable existence in the world." Lin Chen stroked the fur on Xiaoling's body, feeling that it had become thicker than before. It also became more supple, reducing resistance when running. Obviously, it was the effect of the gene. After completely absorbing the 700-year-old soul imprint from before, Xiaoling's body suddenly swelled up again, with black scales appearing all over its body. The pair of black horns on its head also became larger. Even on its back, a pair of black wings grew out. Black Flame Death Deer, level, Lord Early Stage, talent, Emperor level, skills, disguise, disappears when grown to King level, Deathfire, proficient, Undead Trample, proficient, Body Transformation, Death Domain, Dissipation, Death Zone, Soul Imprint, 5,500 years, Evolutionary Path, Black Flame Death God Deer, Black Dragon King, Introduction. The Black Flame Death Deer, when it reaches adulthood, will automatically reach the King level. Evolved. Xiaoling's level has grown to the Lord Early Stage. Lin Chen was delighted. And the proficiency of the skills actually increased automatically. Is this the benefit of talent? And there are two more evolutionary paths. It seems to be the effect of the gene. Lin Chen decided to temporarily set Xiaoling's main form as the Black Dragon King. Puff! Before Lin Chen could continue thinking, Xiaoling in front of him actively used the dissipation skill. Its body instantly turned into countless little ghosts, floating in the air like Qing Tian dolls. Wow, this is an escape skill. Lin Chen scratched his head. And most importantly, these little ghosts could help monitor for him. Since the good stuff has been obtained, let's leave first. Hiss alright. Moo. Nothing to steal. Let's go. Let's go. The place where this secret space is located is not in the Magic Capital Academy. When Lin Chen leaves, it will naturally dissipate somewhere and merge with reality. At the same time, the Magic Capital Academy is about to reach the end of the month. The academy is also bustling with activity. I heard that Zhang Kuang broke another record. His pet strength has reached over 1.3 million tons. You don't say. There's also Owen from the Lighthouse Country, who broke Lin Chen's nerve reaction speed test. One after another, the top spots on the leaderboards were being taken down. The points Lin Chen gained were also decreasing indirectly. With this back and forth, the possibility of becoming the chief was reduced. While Lin Chen had been staying in the secret space, other students were constantly hunting and selling ferocious beasts to the Beast Control Association in the central building. The number of points was also growing rapidly. It's been over 20 days already, it's almost the end of the month, and he hasn't come out of the secret space yet? Could he have died in there? Don't joke around here. Two people guarding outside the Ghost River secret realm chatted and laughed. When one of them inadvertently looked at the sign, he suddenly shook. The light of the Ghost River secret realm has gone out. What? The two of them were shocked. The light on the secret realm had indeed gone out. This also means that the Ghost River secret realm will completely disappear from the Magic City. And the owner of that space was also killed. At the same time, a figure emerged from the teleportation array. Although there was some dirt and even a smell emanating from the body, the muscles and lines on the body were extremely perfect, and the eyes were resolute. The aura emanating from the whole body was even stronger than before. It made the two uncontrollably take a step back. You came back from hell? The two blurted out. Lin Chen smiled at them but did not speak. He walked straight past them. The reason for not speaking was simple. Lin Chen just wanted to hurry back and take a shower. Soon, Lin Chen returned to his room. He hurriedly cleaned himself in the bathroom. With a refreshed face, he opened the computer in the room. There were several messages from Bai He and Di Yan, as well as some friends from the training camp. Lin Chen often chatted with Bai He via voice and video calls out of boredom. The little girl's strength was also impressive. Although she was not specially recruited, she still managed to get into the Saint Snow Academy, which only accepts female students. As for Du Ning, she went to the Imperial Capital Academy. After all, the Magic City often failed in the academy competitions. Her family probably considered this and sent Du Ning to the Imperial Capital Academy. With her top 3 ranking in the training camp, it was more than enough for her to get into the Imperial Capital Academy. Lin Chen smiled and initiated a voice call with Bai He. Zhang Kuang, 927 points, ranked 83 in the school. Owen, 916 points, ranked 92 in the school. Zhang Qiliu, 867 points, ranked 91 in the school. The current total ranking in the school with 100 points is 300, and Lin Chen has 773 points, currently ranked 97 in the school. Of course, without the bonus points from the new student ranking list, these new students would not be able to enter the top 100. Someone summarized everyone's points ranking on the forum. The premise was to maintain these rankings by the end of the month, and today is the last day. This record was also obtained by Zhang Kuang and others after refreshing various rankings. However, the situation has changed now. Lin Chen actually came out of that secret realm before them. If he could defeat these people and get first place, it was highly likely that he would surpass them. What am I panicking about? Even if he came out, his body must be exhausted now. Zhang Kuang and others kept tapping their toes. However, when they saw Lin Chen kill the Lord in the Ghost River secret realm, everyone was completely shocked. Is it true? That secret realm, known as the Graveyard of Newcomers, was actually cleared by a newcomer. Of course it's true, the lights in that secret realm are all out, and the owner must have died. The Ghost River secret realm is a top 10 realm that even the big shots of the past couldn't clear. Specially recruited students are indeed extraordinary, their talent is really strong. It seems that he will refresh those records again when he comes out. Let's go and see. The people on campus were extremely excited. Apart from some new students, the old students also rushed over. At this moment, Lin Chen obviously did not know about these things. I have to go now. Our academy is competing for the top spot among new students. These people are too abnormal, almost on par with you. In the video, he was wearing a white outfit, her face blushing as she smiled. To be honest, Lin Chen hadn't answered her calls for a month, which made he feel inexplicably upset. But fortunately, it was just an accident. I should go out too. Lin Chen ended the video call. Then he went straight downstairs. The dormitories in the Magic City were also independent, with their own exclusive areas. Lin Chen quickly opened a training room. Boom! A casual tail flicked out. The huge power of the late lord was transmitted into the cowhide drum. 7 million tons. Congratulations on achieving first place in the new life power test. 290 seconds. Congratulations on achieving first place in the new life nerve reaction speed test. 57 times Earth's gravity. Lin Chen passed through 5 levels effortlessly. Among peers, Xiaobai had almost no opponents. After all, even the king-level Guecros in the secret realm were not Xiaobai's match. Now, with its strength combined with those skills, it had already reached the king level. It just needed a bit more evolution. It required the bloodline genes of 10,000 species to evolve into a dragon. Look, the rankings have changed again. Lin Chen has refreshed those new life rankings again. Directly defeated Zhang Kuang and gained 1,300 points, now ranked 63rd in the whole school. Today, someone was constantly observing the rankings. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. The Guecro not only did not bind Lin Chen but instead became a stepping stone for his continuous advancement. The current points ranking overflowed. Even the second-place Zhang Kuang was lagging behind by hundreds of points. There was no turning back. Damn, how can this guy be so abnormal? Zhang Kuang was almost dumbfounded. No wonder he became the first special enrollment student in the history of the Magic Capital Academy. He could even pass through the Black River secret realm of the newcomer's grave alone. He should have realized that his opponent was him. Nowadays, there were probably no peers who could be his opponents. Oh my god, this Longboy guy is too abnormal. Even the foreign students from the Lighthouse country were considering giving up. They were not opponents. They were simply not opponents. The gap between the two sides was simply not in the same dimension. With the points rewarded by this new life, Lin Chen was about to squeeze into the top 50 of the whole school. Even if you pass the level, the secret realm's ranking is only 63rd? Lin Chen seemed somewhat dissatisfied. But it was not bad. After all, being 63rd could grant him the right to use a level 1 blood pool. With these blood pools, Lin Chen was enough to fill the gap of those 10,000 beast bloodlines. Otherwise, it would take him a lot of time to hunt them down. But now he could do it simultaneously. And when Xiaobai reaches the king level, he can challenge the top 50 and get the right to use a level 2 blood pool. A level 2 blood pool was simply priceless in the market. The corpse of a king-level beast could be sold for a price in the tens of millions. And a blood pool formed by the bloodlines of over 100 king-level beasts would be even more valuable. If it weren't for the abundant resources of the Magic Capital Academy, any force that brought out such resources would feel the pain. If others knew about his thoughts, they would definitely call him abnormal. Not to mention a newcomer. Even students who had been in the academy for years might not be able to enter the top 70. But Lin Chen reached the top 70 within a month. And after Lin Chen secured the position of the chief student of this year in the magic capital, countless olive branches followed. Just like back in the training camp. But this time, those who came to recruit him were higher-level individuals and forces, such as the Du family of the magic capital, who contacted Lin Chen directly through Du Ning's relationship. They wanted to tie Lin Chen to their Du family's chariot after graduation and promised the resources to use a level 2 blood pool. This was simply a big deal. In addition, the other two major families also extended olive branches to Lin Chen. Even some families in the Everest and Imperial capital were showing goodwill. Being the chief newcomer of the magic capital would definitely introduce him to a large number of strong individuals after graduation. As long as you can establish a relationship with Lin Chen in the future, when the family encounters difficulties, just one word can attract countless kings and even disaster-level beast tamers. This is the foundation on which families can thrive. It is also the reason why the resources owned by the academies are becoming increasingly vast. The conditions given by the military and the Beast Tamer Association seem even more enticing. Those conditions made Lin Chen unable to resist salivating. No wonder those senior students in the academies are improving their strength so quickly. With so many people rushing to provide resources, it's hard not to become stronger. Lin Chen felt somewhat fortunate. From the beginning, he had been striving to enter the 5 major academies. A casual word from others could bring resources that a beast tamer might never see in their lifetime. This kind of platform and vision is something that can never be obtained elsewhere. But everything is earned through one's own efforts. After politely rejecting those olive branches, Lin Chen was still sent the highest grade food needed for Xiaobai and Xiaoling. It could almost sustain his needs at the Magic Capital Academy for several years. Damn, these guys are really rich. Master, should we rob them? Xiaoling stuffed pure feed into his mouth in the beast tamer space, muttering to himself. His inherent bandit nature almost revealed itself. Not now, not ever in the future. Lin Chen reprimanded Xiaoling. The day ended without any surprises. Lin Chen became the new freshman chief of the Magic Capital. This was normal, as those points were almost impossible to surpass. And as the representative of the new freshman in the Magic Capital, Lin Chen officially obtained this status on the Academy's official website. Every new freshman chief of the Magic Capital needs to do this. In the video, Lin Chen appeared well-dressed, with his black hair loose and a slightly sharp look in his eyes. He picked up the script in his hand and began to read. I am very happy to become the new freshman chief of the Magic Capital this year. This is the result of my personal efforts, hard work, and cultivation in beast taming. The video lasted about 5 minutes. Its content was aimed at shaping Lin Chen's positive image in the eyes of the public. After all, the representative of the new freshman chief is the face of the Magic Capital Academy, so the style must be high. So handsome. Is this the new freshman chief of the 5 major academies? Really handsome. Especially those eyes, they make my heart race, and he's so powerful. Don't even think about it, just watch here. He is the only special enrollment student at the Magic Capital Academy this year. If I remember correctly, Lin Chen seems to be the younger brother of that genius from the Imperial capital back then. They are truly a pair of twin stars. Both became the new freshman chiefs of the Magic Capital and the Imperial capital. Could it be that we are going to witness a scene of sibling rivalry? So exciting! Discussions were abound on the internet. They were all discussing the relationship between Lin Chen and Lin Ming. Some even started shipping them online. With Lin Chen's fame, almost everything about him in the training camp and in Yangchang was dug up. Suddenly, the popularity of having 2 top geniuses from a humble background skyrocketed. Even Lin Chen's sister, Lin Ming, was brought up again. Imperial Capital Academy. Both of them have the surname Lin. No wonder the boss values him so much. I thought she only saw his talent and appearance. The Crimson Demon Shadow, Su Xin, murmured softly. Indeed, recently the boss has been staring at her phone and smiling foolishly. I thought she was looking at something else. A somewhat sturdy-looking man beside her spoke quietly. Could she be into younger guys? I see the boss often flipping through those shipping posts. This is against morals. Su Xin blinked. Her brother had a good appearance, was comfortable to look at, and had strength. It wasn't impossible after all. That's just your imagination. The boss just found it funny and asked us to improve our skills quickly to prepare for the competition in 6 months. You're right. I was just joking. A little guy who just became a beast tamer not long ago. What can he compare with the super geniuses in the Imperial capital? Su Xin touched her white chin. Suddenly she felt like she had watched too many soap operas. How could someone as cold-blooded as the boss be a brother complex? I remember when the boss just entered school. Some older students from wealthy families used to make fun of her on the school forum, but after the boss confronted them, they never spoke again. Since then, they would avoid Lin Ming when they saw her. It can be said that when she first entered school in the imperial capital, she had a fearsome reputation. She just hasn't been active recently. As for Lin Ming at this moment, she was wearing tight-fitting clothes, her perfect figure outlined clearly. She was lying on her bed, covering her face with a pillow, her body shaking slightly, laughing until her stomach hurt. How about that? My junior brother's strength is not bad, right? Hu-kun, wearing training clothes, asked his companion with a smile. What junior brother? Have you taught him? How shameless can you be? The companion rolled his eyes. Hu-kun felt a bit embarrassed at the desperate situation. Should we invite him to join us? Sure, we can't get enough of such a genius. But we need to act fast, in case our enemies snatch him away first. The companion smiled. Lin Chen and Hu-kun had the same teacher and were considered to be from the same school. In Lin Chen's room at this moment, Mao, the huge little spirit, was manipulating the black river on his body. The black river turned into a viscous liquid, clinging to the little spirit's body. Only creatures close to darkness could control it. Snap! A long tentacle separated from the viscous liquid on the little spirit's body, directly grabbing a plastic bottle on the table. It instantly melted and absorbed it. Then it transformed into spikes, ghostly hands, constantly causing destruction around. The little spirit was using it skillfully. I'm so lucky. I even got this treasure. Lin Chan's eyes lit up. The moment he came out, he searched for detailed information about this item on the internet. The Black River, originally called a parasitic spirit, was a parasitic creature born in a dark place. It could inhabit the body of dark creatures, and the stronger the host, the more exaggerated the power of the Black River. A dark emperor with a parasitic spirit could easily defeat an emperor without one. This was something even disaster-level beasts coveted. There were only a few records in human networks. No wonder that cunning crow didn't know. That crow probably thought it was just a defensive tool, but defense is its weakest function. Lin Chen was excited. It could cover the body and hide its own aura. Its attack power could break through any lord-level defense. Even Little White couldn't resist much. Of course, part of the reason was that the user was a king-level beast. If it were the little spirit using it, it wouldn't be as sharp. But even so, it was still abnormal. A priceless treasure. Activate. 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 All systems, start. Beep. Lin Chen's phone rang. It was Chen Dao calling him. Teacher Chen. Haha, not bad. But when you benefit, you call me Teacher Chen, and when there's no benefit, you call me Old Chen, right? Chen Dao laughed heartily on the other end. Lin Chen fell silent instantly. Joking, you can call me teacher and I'll be happy. Come to the central building now, it's the end of the month and time for resource distribution. Of course. And there are exclusive resources for your special admission. Great. I'll go right away. Lin Chen put down his phone. The two pets were also very excited. They were highly intelligent and naturally understood what was going on. A few minutes later, Lin Chen arrived at the central building of the Magic City Academy. The building towered high into the sky, but Lin Chen's mood was more wonderful than ever before. It was the first time he received resources from the Magic City Academy. Any student would be excited today. Here. Chen Dao, with a determined face, also smiled today. He waved to Lin Chen from afar. Tian Xin, standing next to the counter, also looked over. She couldn't believe that Lin Chen was the special admission student. In the past few days, she had always thought that Lin Chen was just a regular student who got into the Magic City Academy through the normal process. Thinking back to how she had taken care of Lin Chen like a younger brother, Tian Xin felt a bit embarrassed. Of course, this was just due to the awkward situation. In all the years in the Magic City, she had never made such a mistake. First is your points ranking. Your final ranking is 72nd, although you dropped a few places, you still get the right to use a level 1 blood pool, as well as free accommodation and training room fees, but the gravity room still requires payment. In addition, there are the chief resources for new students at the Magic City, covering all your pets' food for 5 years, if your pets can reach King, Disaster, or Emperor level during your time at school. The school will also provide all the materials needed for pet evolution. These rewards made Lin Chen and his two pets gleam with excitement. The two pets only heard about the 5-year supply of food, while Lin Chen heard about covering all the materials needed for upgrades. This meant that as long as he kept improving his pet's strength, he wouldn't have to worry about evolution materials. It was known that once a pet advanced to King or Disaster level, the required materials would be extremely expensive. For example, the materials needed for a king-level talented pet to advance would cost billions. And if no substitute materials were used, opting for the best materials would cost several times that amount. No wonder those old hands are eyeing this spot, their pets probably should have evolved long ago. Lin Chen rubbed his chin. Many students had found reasons not to leave the academy. It was all to get the pet evolution materials provided by the academy, and the academy would gain more powerful beast tamers as a result. In the long run, they would only earn more. When can I use the level 1 blood pool? Lin Chen couldn't wait. I know you're eager, but hold on, you still haven't used points. Chen Dao stopped Lin Chen with a raised hand. Lin Chen's eyes lit up immediately. Right. The points ranking would be recalculated in the second month, and the points from the previous month would only be retained for 1 day. Today was the deadline to spend the points. Soon, Lin Chen arrived at the counter. What can points be exchanged for? Or what is the most cost-effective exchange? You can exchange for anything. Most beast tamers exchange for the highest level, highest quality food for their pets. Tian Xin explained to Lin Chen. The highest quality mixed meat for snakes, taking the most valuable gram from each fierce beast. 10 points can be exchanged for a meal's worth, while it would cost 1 million outside. 1 million. That price was quite expensive. After all, Lin Chen's pet was different from others. Due to its fast digestion speed, it needed to eat almost every day. Ha ha. You are the president of this year's new students in the Magic City, so the Magic City will naturally take care of all your food. Chen Dao looked at Lin Chen's tangled expression and couldn't help but want to laugh. Even geniuses have times when they worry about their pet's food. Right. Getting everything for free means I can freeload 30 million from the academy every month. Lin Chen clenched his right fist and slammed it on his left palm. And the little white in the beast space also got excited. Finally, it's time to improve the food. Tian Xin and Chen Dao blinked at each other. 30 million? The highest quality pure meat, 1 meal can last almost half a month, right? You can't possibly eat every day, can you? Do you have food for strange or dark pets? Pick the highest grade for me. Yes. Pure souls, the favorite of strange creatures. 1 meal costs 30 points, and the price elsewhere fluctuates between 1 to 3 million. After all, the total amount of pure souls is different. And this kind of food can comprehensively improve the quality of pets. Good ingredients can also improve the mood of pets, and most importantly, eating this kind of food evolves pets more than 10 times faster than ordinary food. 100 to 300 million. This means freeload 3 to 9 billion a month. The two pets together will eat up the food expenses of the Magic City Academy in a month. Lin Chen's mouth slightly curved. So cool. Lin Chen was excited. And Xiao Ling was also happy. The food bought online before had too many impurities. If it didn't eat, it would starve to death. As a noble emperor, it wouldn't eat such garbage. Now it's finally time to improve the food. Listening to the voices here, the students who spent points also looked over in surprise. After hearing what everyone said, they looked envious. Chief student, as long as you get this position, even if you do nothing, you can get a large amount of resources provided by the Magic City Academy every month. The resources consumed in just 1 month could create several millionaires outside. However, in the academy, it's just a simple food expense. But if they want to do the same, they need to spend millions, even tens of millions. Even if the beast masters earn money faster than ordinary people, they can't afford such expenses. It's really envy-inducing. Your new student chief identity has been recorded on your student card. As long as you are in the academy's cafeteria, you can get the food you need for free, and of course, you can also go there every once in a while, usually leaving a lot of stock. Listening to old Chen's words, Lin Chen nodded. Then what should I exchange my 1300 points for? Since food is no longer a problem. Do you have the corpse of a floating whale? Lin Chen asked. No. Not to mention that the floating whale is rare, even the cubs can reach the level of a king. The hunting difficulty is too high, and it's not cost-effective. And each floating whale can be sold at a very high price. Obviously you can't buy it with your points, and the Magic City Academy doesn't have that channel. It's not that the academy is not strong enough. It's just that there's no need for the corpse of a fierce beast. In the future, Lin Chen should go kill them himself. That's true. Can I exchange all my points for Thunderstone? Yes, a total of 1,300 points can be exchanged for 260 pieces of Thunderstone. The exchange prices for each item are different. Thunderstone is very rare in Yangcheng, but in the Magic City, it can only be considered rare. With his Thunderstone, Lin Chen returned to the dormitory. In a room in the dormitory dedicated to training, 260 pieces of Thunderstone piled on the ground, emitting a dazzling light. The arc of electricity floated out, pecking a black hole in the wall. The energy in this thunderstone is richer than what I got in the wild before. Lin Chen looked at the pile of thunderstones on the ground like a small mountain. It is indeed a major force in the Dragon Kingdom. The shop is big but does not deceive customers. Although the items are expensive, what is exchanged for must be the best. Hiss! Xiaobai walked slowly forward. Traced by the lightning mark on its back, a stream of water flowed out of the 260 thunderstones. The water formed a vortex in the air, all rushing into the lightning mark. Thunder Dragon, proficient, upgraded to Thunder Armor, perfect. Boom! The terrifying thunder spread over Xiaobai's body. The lightning roamed, but did not harm it at all. The lightning on its body connected to the ground and formed black marks on the iron plate, but did not splash on Lin Chen's body. At this moment, Xiaobai's whole body was covered with scales made of lightning, horns made of lightning. Even the teeth were armed with lightning. The layer of lightning armor covered its body, just like wearing armor. Even the claws extended several meters, made of lightning. Moo! Master! Bai Gu is targeting me. All its skills are of the Yang attribute. Xiaoling stared in the beast space, eyes widened. It's impossible to surpass it in this lifetime. This wave is definitely countered. Well, very strong skills. This time the ranking was not in vain. No wonder everyone longs for the 5 major academies. Truly, the strong will only become stronger. I must accumulate enough resources. Starting from the new month, I will enter the top 50 in the rankings. Lin Chen set his goal. Without hesitation, he took Xiaobai and Xiaoling directly onto the teleportation array and arrived at a small city on the edge. In the following days, Lin Chen would wake up every morning and take the 2 pet beasts to hunt fierce beasts in the wild. The level of the beasts hunted was almost at the Lord level. If it was below this level, it would not have any training effect. At night, he would return to the academy and soak in a first-level blood pool. The skill library and genes of the 2 pet beasts were rapidly improving. Xiaobai was fine, having absorbed a lot of genetic energy before. Xiaoling, in less than half a month, directly broke through from the early Lord level to the mid-Lord level. Its body became larger, from a height of 2 to 3 meters to 4 to 5 meters. The pair of pitch-black wings could also be displayed on its back, and the parasitic creatures in its body were used more skillfully. This improvement was from battle experience, far beyond what genetic energy could provide. Only through continuous training in fighting fierce beasts in the wild could one improve. In mid-March, Lin Chen once again took Xiaoling into the Lord-level secret realm space. Then, in the secret realm space, he hunted strange creatures and extracted their genes. But this time, luck was not as good as before. He did not find the owner of the secret realm. Sensing the presence of a stronger entity entering, the owner of the secret realm had long since disappeared. In a month's time, Lin Chen's ranking was 56th. His points were originally within the top 50, but he never expected to be bumped off the list at the last moment. This was common in the Magic Academy, but Lin Chen was a newcomer and did not expect so many people to cheat on the rankings. Next time, I can't slack off. The Lord-level beast tamers squeezing into the top 50 caused quite a stir on campus. At the beginning of the second month, Lin Chen had to be even more crazy than the previous month. Every morning, he would wake up early and take the 2 fierce beasts to hunt in the wild. Every 3 days, he would enter the secret realm space. By noon, in the middle of the third month, he successfully achieved the goal of hunting 10,000 fierce beasts. I absorbed nearly 7,000 bloodline genes in the first-level blood pool, with about 3,000 of them hunted in the wild. Exactly 10,000. It's time to evolve. Lin Chen's eyes were like electricity. With Xiaobai, he arrived at a river outside the magic city. Lin Chen's naked upper body was sitting on Xiaobai's body. At this time, Xiaobai's body had become extremely large, able to easily stir up a large boat in the river. 1 person and 1 snake, flowing downstream along the river. Along the way, dark clouds covered the sky. Countless strong winds and lightning struck from the sky. It seemed that Xiaobai, this kind of creature, was envied by the heavens, and even the heavens wanted to take its life. The fierce thunder struck Xiaobai, exploding one wound after another, and attracting countless fierce beasts to bite. Lin Chen sat firmly on its forehead, staring ahead without wavering. Finally, after half an hour, the river gradually widened. Almost all the scales on Xiaobai's body had fallen off. As it rushed into the sea, huge and incomparable scales grew on its body again. The white scales were engraved with intricate patterns, even harder than before. Fins like fish fins also grew on its back. Its body also sprouted 2 pairs of 3 sharp claws. The light in its pupils became even more terrifying. There were not many whiskers on its neck, but rows of sharp teeth grew in its mouth. Jialong. Success! Lin Chen stood up suddenly. The Jialong is over 10 feet long, with 4 legs like a snake, and a white baby on its neck. The chest is red and flying. Roar! Xiaobai roared to the sky. It moved freely in the river. Its speed even exceeded 5 times the speed of sound, but it could only be so fast in the river. What is that? The crew on the surrounding ships were shocked. But the figure was like lightning, disappearing in an instant. By the time they took out their cameras, it was already too late. Mao! The little spirit in the beast space widened its eyes. In the depths of the little spirit's memory, it seemed that something had been awakened. Following Lin Chen for so long, the little spirit had naturally heard of the legendary creature, the dragon. Could it be that Xiaobai was really? The little spirit was dumbfounded. It had some reluctance to be the second in command before. Now it was completely convinced. Even with its strong talent, it was no match for the legendary dragon. With the huge power feedback, Lin Chen felt that the power contained in his body was even stronger, and it seemed to have a natural affinity with water. Jelong is good at water, although it cannot fly, it is also a dominant force in the water. Lin Chen was excited. Several days later, in the center of the Magic City base city's building, bang! Watching Lin Chen throw out the huge tooth from the beast space, Tian Xin covered her mouth, her eyes filled with shock. You really killed the king in the abandoned city. That was a mid-level king creature. After the shock, Tian Xin suddenly reacted. Has your beast reached the king level? Tian Xin looked at Lin Chen, who smiled but remained silent, and her heart suddenly jumped. He had only been at the school for less than 3 months and had reached the king level. This speed of improvement was too terrifying. This tooth is the most precious part of its body, and can be exchanged for about 300 points. 300 points plus your 2,600 points. 2,900. Tian Xin was shocked. He knew exactly what this meant. It meant that Lin Chen had just arrived at the academy. In less than 3 months, he had reached the 36th place in the academy rankings. He could now use the second-level blood pool. After losing the protection of the newbies, achieving such a ranking was enough to explain many things. Damn it! You kid are really F***king abnormal. Zhang Quangren was dumbfounded. I have been trapped in the Lord's Peak for at least half a year. I thought I would break through to the king level and be able to suppress Lin Chen for a while, but I never expected that this freak would break through before me. How can there be such a big difference just because of one letter when I am an SS level beast tamer space? You're amazing. Several senior sisters have been asking me for your contact information in private. Lin Chen. Chen Dao's serious face was almost smiling like a chrysanthemum. How could such a genius fall into his hands? Lao Chen, the competition is in over 3 months. What level do I need to reach to participate? Lin Chen asked. Oh, you want to participate in the battle between the magic capital and the imperial capital? Chen Dao stared. This competition requires both of your pets to reach the king level. Our magic capital academy has both pets above the king level, probably only about 20 people. Chen Dao said. Don't be fooled by his current first pet being at the disaster level. The level of the second pet is only in the early king level. Not to mention those beast tamers who only have one king level pet. Training one king level pet may be affordable for some families, but training two? Unless you're a young master of a Fortune 500 company, who would dare to be so extravagant? I understand, I will work hard. Lin Chen smiled and nodded. What are you working hard for? You didn't even understand what I was saying, did you? Chen Dao blinked his eyes. The resolute expression on his face was starting to crack. But if you really want to, there is still a chance. I'll call Hu Kun later and let you meet Du Qianxiu. Du Qianxiu? Lin Chen had naturally heard of this name. He was always in the top 5 of the Magic Capital Academy's points ranking. His strength was even stronger than Hu Kun's. At his best, he ranked first in the Academy's points. He was also the largest faction among the several major factions in the Magic Capital Academy. Alright, but I'll go use the second level blood pool first and come back to talk later. Lin Chen waved his hand and left. Soon, he arrived at the location to collect his rewards. The guard outside the door glanced at Lin Chen's student ID number, then looked at him with some surprise. Then his face was filled with a smile. Lin Chen, right? Come in. Lin Chen nodded and entered. Although he had been here countless times, Lin Chen's heart still raced a bit this time. And as he pushed open a door, he was instantly shocked by the sight inside. The room was filled with various huge and terrifying creatures. Golden apes with thorns all over their bodies. Giant crocodiles with teeth made of steel. Blue wolves with 6 wings on their backs. Each one was much stronger than any Lin Chen had encountered in the base city before. Just the overwhelming pressure coming from them could suffocate a person. However, this was just an illusion. As Lin Chen shook his head, those shadows disappeared. What appeared before him was a jar of essence of king-level beast blood. It emitted a fragrant smell that made one's appetite soar when smelled. Is this the essence of king-level creature blood? The essence of king-level creature blood is very rare, so the quantity is much less than that of the lord level. Sequence extraction. Obtain 6-armed golden ape gene bloodline. Obtain iron-toothed 9-tailed crocodile gene bloodline. Obtained winged blue wolf gene bloodline. Obtain 6-armed golden ape strength gene. Obtained iron-toothed 9-tailed crocodile bite gene. Obtained golden armored tortoise defense gene. Obtained assault, proficient, skill gene. A large number of genes were extracted by Lin Chen. Preliminary estimates show that there are more than 60 king-level bloodlines among them. This is already an extremely exaggerated number, and Lin Chen's current physique is already strong enough to withstand the extraction of so much blood at the same time. Inject. A large amount of genes were injected into Xiao Bai's body. Xiao Bai's body also became hot and feverish. It could even cook an egg directly on its body. It wasn't until half an hour later that it was considered completely over. Clang! Lin Chen picked up a machete and directly slashed at Xiao Bai's scales. The specially made stainless steel knife was directly split in half. The defense had been greatly improved compared to before, and as time passed, after converting all these defense genes, it would only become stronger. And this is only the first day. After I inject a large amount of king-level genes into Xiao Bai will almost be able to deal with a king-level pet in the early stage of the king. Xiao Bai had just broken into the early stage of the king and could already deal with the mid-stage of the king. At that time, there were no king-level biological genes in its body, relying solely on its own skills and talents. Jialong, level, king early stage, talent, emperor's peak, skills, coiling, perfect, enlargement, perfect, cloud swallowing, perfect, water spouting, perfect, hardening, perfect, healing eyes, proficient, danger intuition, proficient, petrification, proficient, thunder armor, perfect, dragon might, black flame horn, eagle eye, skilled, visual enhancement, vision. Evolution path, true dragon, introduction, devouring countless creatures, standing at the top of the biological chain. Previously absorbed a large amount of blood from first-level blood pools. Most skills had reached the perfect level. Now it had also gained the king-level skill of petrification. Xiao Bai's foundation was now very solid. Coming out of the room, Lin Chen once again arrived at the cafeteria. Still taking a month's worth of food? The cafeteria's beast nutritionist stared at Lin Chen. He couldn't understand how this kid's pet could eat so much. Others came every few days, but Lin Chen could eat a month's worth of their cafeteria food in just 1 month. Even if the academy had money, it shouldn't be wasted like this. But he had asked Chen Dao during that time and got Chen Dao's permission. This was also the key to the rapid improvement of Lin Chen's pet. Even the food they ate was of the highest quality, with unlimited supply. How could it not evolve quickly? Probably even the Du family's side door wouldn't dare to do this. Bringing his own food, Lin Chen had just stepped out when he ran into Hu Kun. Lin Chen, I've been looking for you for half a day. Come with me to see Du Qianxiu. Hu Kun smiled at his junior. He was also very satisfied with Lin Chen. Understood. Lin Chen responded, also smiling. He and Hu Kun often discussed pet cultivation and were already familiar with each other. Both were disciples of Chen Dao. Naturally, Lin Chen was eager to meet this senior who had once ranked first in the magic capital. A few minutes later, following Hu Kun, Lin Chen arrived at the villa area where he lived. The Magic Capital Academy was vast, with areas specifically for student residents. The place where they usually gathered was at Hu Kun's home. Just treat it like your own home, don't be polite. Before Hu Kun could speak, the little spirit in the beast space spoke first. Treat it like your own place, don't be polite. Hu Kun extended his strong and powerful arm and opened the door. The iron gate was made of a special alloy and was very heavy. But Hu Kun could still easily push it open. It was a testament to the physique of a disaster-level beast master. And this is only the case with one disaster-level pet. If 2 pets both reach disaster level, the power will be very terrifying. The 2 entered the villa along the stone-paved path. At that moment, Du Qianxiu, along with several other beast masters, was standing in the living room. Du Qianxiu. Lin Chen stared at her for a while. The first impression she gave was that she was very beautiful, very cold, and that kind of innate coldness. Speaking of which, you have some connections with Qianxiu, right? You should know her younger sister, right? Although they are not born from the same mother, they are considered the sisters of the Du family in the Magic City. Are you talking about Du Ning? Lin Chen immediately thought of that girl who pretended to be aloof. Different from the current Du Qianxiu. Du Ning pretended to be aloof, but Du Qianxiu exuded a cold elegance from the depths of her soul. Don't be fooled by Qianxiu's cold appearance, she is actually very warm-hearted. Hu Kun chuckled. You talk too much. Du Qianxiu interrupted Hu Kun. Hu Kun quickly shut his mouth. She is a tough master, a person who owns 2 disaster-level pets. In terms of strength in the Magic City Academy, they are considered the top tier. Generally, a disaster-level beast tamer can have 3 pets. Having 1 disaster-level pet can be called a disaster-level beast tamer. And having 2 disaster-level pets gives a certain reputation and status among disaster-level beast tamers. Having 3 disaster-level pets, one can almost be considered invincible among disaster-level beast tamers. These pets are also divided into early, middle, and late stages. The difference in a small realm is huge. There were a total of 5 people present, including Lin Chen. 4 of them were disaster-level beast tamers. And perhaps only Du Qianxiu had 2 disaster-level pets. Lin Chen, I have already heard about your situation from Teacher Chen. If you want to quickly upgrade your pets to disaster level, you must go to the disaster level secret realm. Du Qianxiu went straight to Lin Chen's side. Even at close range, there was still no flaw to be seen on Du Qianxiu. She was like a statue of ice, untouchable. But wouldn't I be seeking death by going to the disaster level secret realm? Lin Chen raised a question. Of course, I won't let you go alone. As long as you join us, I can take you to the disaster level secret realm once every month. Du Qianxiu stated her conditions. She also hoped that Lin Chen would join her. Among the several organizations in the Magic City Academy, Du Qianxiu was not the strongest. In fact, 2 of her rivals even had 2 disaster-level pets each. For her, recruiting this new chief student of the Magic City would be a good thing. Isn't this equivalent to seeking protection and letting others take you to higher-level secret realms? Lin Chen thought to himself. This kind of thing seems to be common everywhere. Of course, Du Qianxiu added, the points obtained in the secret realm will be fairly divided based on the effort put in. If you earn them through your own efforts, you can have 100% of the share. Okay, I'll join you. Lin Chen nodded. As a lone wolf, his current strength was far from enough. To survive, he must rely on a stronger force. Du Qianxiu rarely smiled. The 3 people beside her also smiled. The new chief student of the Magic City, and the only special recruit. Lin Chen's joining was undoubtedly great news for everyone. We are all students of Teacher Chen Dao, so let's not have too many barriers. Hu Kun laughed. Yes, I heard about your reputation when I was hunting fierce beasts in the wilderness. You are quite famous in our Magic City. A young man next to him praised. Even people in the Magic City know about it? Of course, you are the new chief student of the Magic City. Many beast tamers in the Magic City base know you. When you go out, remember to cover up a bit. Don't succumb to temptations too easily. A senior student winked at Lin Chen. Lin Chen blinked, pretending not to understand. Alright, Du Qianxiu interrupted everyone. Lin Chen, go back and prepare, we will set off tomorrow. Yes. This time, the secret realm we are going to is a new intermediate space. I'm afraid others from different academies might also go. Be careful when you enter the secret realm, the young man said with a serious expression. I know. Lin Chen naturally understood. He had just stepped into the king level, but in the eyes of those disaster-level beastmasters, he was just a small seedling. But don't be too serious. After all, our Magic Capital Academy is one of the top 5 academies. Those people probably wouldn't dare to mess with us, huh? The young man patted Lin Chen's shoulder and laughed. Having power means being willful. If they don't provoke others, those people should consider themselves lucky. Who dares to come looking for trouble with them? Several minutes later, Lin Chen returned to his room. 2 pet beasts were there eating their food. It looked incredibly delicious. Xiaoling is at the mid-stage of the Lord rank. In the secret realm, it will benefit from evolving quickly to the late stage of the Lord rank. Then he could obtain resources from the academy. He could easily advance to the king level. He could become an invincible presence at the king level. 2 king-level pet beasts could become city lord-level beings in any small base city. In the newly opened intermediate secret realm space, it is rumored that someone has seen the gene fruit. I heard that our Imperial Capital Academy already has people planning to enter that space tomorrow. Not only the Imperial Capital, but also other top-tier academies are sending people. Gene fruit. Each one can be sold for billions, capable of awakening the bloodline talents of pet beasts. I'm also going to join in tomorrow. Maybe with some luck, I can get a lost one. Otherwise, just follow the Imperial Capital Group into the space. At worst, take a little less profit. Someone suggested. At this moment, Lin Ming, accompanied by Su Xian and a few others, was discussing strategies. Sister Lin Ming, are you planning to go in person this time? Su Xian's eyes flashed with excitement. If Lin Ming entered personally, who could compete with them? Yes. Lin Ming said a word. She wanted to obtain the gene fruit in the secret realm space. This thing was not something a disaster-level lord was qualified to possess. The next morning arrived quickly. In the underground of the cylindrical building, in front of a teleportation array, Du Qianqiu, Hu Kun, and Lin Chen were fully armed. Yesterday, someone from Jiangnan Academy brought back a gene fruit and auctioned it online for 13 billion. The group exchanged glances. They could see the eagerness in each other's eyes. The target is the lord of that space. Find it, then kill it. Du Qianqiu's words were cold. The air around them seemed to drop a few degrees. Understood. Got it. Lin Chen, you stay with us and deal with those small monsters. I know. Lin Chen nodded, thinking about many things. A gene fruit worth 13 billion. If he could get one, he could help Xiaoling break through to the king level at any time. With a flash of light, the group disappeared from the teleportation array. Then, they appeared in a jungle. Obviously, the owner of this world preferred the wilderness environment. The weather around was extremely dark, and dangerous vibes kept emanating from the jungle. However, there was one less person in the team at this moment. Lin Chen is missing. Hu Kun's face was full of shock. Not only Lin Chen, but Lu Song is also missing. A team member nervously looked around. Now let's find the lord of this space immediately and kill it. Du Qianqiu frowned slightly. Hu Kun was stunned for a moment, then quickly nodded. This was an intermediate secret realm space, almost the size of a small base city that could accommodate millions of people. Trying to find a person here was like finding a needle in a haystack. It was better to quickly kill the Space Lord here and take the gene fruit. By then, Lin Chen would naturally be out of danger. Lin Chen, you have to be careful. The danger in this jungle is not just ferocious beasts. A king-level beast tamer fell into a disaster-level secret space. As long as he acted a little more cautiously, it wouldn't be too dangerous. Where are the people? Lin Chen landed in the jungle and looked around. How come there was no sign of people? Could this be a random teleportation space? It was possible. When too many people entered the space, the owner of the space would sense the danger and activate the space's self-protection function, dispersing these people. Lin Chen had read about this knowledge in books before. His Xiaobai appeared from the beast taming space. Moo! Xiaoling also followed, roaring loudly as if declaring its arrival. Xiaobai directly flicked its tail on Xiaoling's head. You're shouting so loud, afraid that others won't hear you, right? Lin Chen rolled his eyes. Xiaoling immediately whimpered a few times in grievance. Then its eyes lit up. Master, I smell the scent of the gene fruit. You smell it? How did you smell it? Lin Chen was somewhat puzzled. I can't explain it. It's an impulse in my bloodline, urging me to go in a certain direction. I feel it too. Both pet beasts seem to have this kind of feeling. After all, Xiaobai's talent had reached the emperor level now. Both pet beasts became more sensitive to these resources than before. They instinctively rushed towards things that could make them stronger. Then lead the way. Lin Chen flipped over and directly rode on Xiaoling. Since Xiaoling's height was now about 4 to 5 meters tall, Xiaobai could barely coil around its body. So, one person, one snake, and one horse headed west. Roar, roar, roar. Roars continuously echoed in the jungle, and occasionally branches by the roadside would extend to attack Lin Chen. But they were all instantly killed by Xiaobai. Did they not consider where the genes in Xiaobai's body came from? Those terrifying creatures, even at the king level, were the top existence. But Lin Chen also encountered many fierce beasts that were not easy to deal with on the way. Their ranks were around the late king level. Xiaobai dared to fight in the early king stage. It was a bit difficult in the middle stage. The late stage was completely out of its league, so they could only avoid them. A wriggling sound came from Xiaoling's body. The black parasites, like skin, attached to the bodies of the two pet beasts and Lin Chen, completely isolating their breath. During the sprint, there was even a time when they rushed past a mid-stage king-level creature without being noticed. More and more king-level creatures, it's estimated that they're coming soon. Generally, under a disaster-level fierce beast, there would be about 5 to 6 king-level creatures. Lin Chen's eyes lit up. He hoped to get 1 or 2 gene fruits. Soon, a huge mountain appeared in front of Lin Chen. On top of the mountain, there was a crawling creature covered with large bone spurs. The crawling creature did not notice Lin Chen, seemingly in a deep sleep, but there were still 3 early king-level fierce beasts patrolling around. Just looking from such a distance made Lin Chen and the 2 pet beasts tremble. Is this the disaster-level fierce beast? Lin Chen had never truly seen one before, and being able to control 3 late-stage king-level fierce beasts meant its level was at least in the mid to late stages of disaster. Brother? Suddenly, a voice came from beside Lin Chen. Lin Chen turned his head abruptly. In front of him, there was a man looking around suspiciously. Did you also get separated from your team? And when the man's eyes fell upon the badge of the Magic Capital Academy on Lin Chen's body, a look of envy immediately appeared on his face. I have first-hand information, do you want it? While speaking, the boy's eyes kept darting back and forth on Lin Chen's pet beast. Damn! People from the Magic Capital Academy are rich. The talent level of these two pet beasts is definitely not low. Some beast tamers would enter the secret realm in advance to observe the situation inside. Then they would sell the information they obtained to those who entered the space later. Do you have any valuable information? Lin Chen asked. I know that the gene fruit is in that mountain. The man pointed to the mountain under the huge lizard's body. Kid, are you kidding me? Trying to fool us? Xiaoling stepped forward fiercely. A dark aura swept over. At this moment, two more people suddenly appeared behind the man, glaring at Lin Chen and the others. The man smiled, no bodyguards, and he dared to sell information here? Of course, it's not this information, I have something more valuable, I never deceive. And this secret space is about to be in chaos. I guarantee it's worth every penny. Just 50,000. The man reached out his hand. It's not too expensive. Lin Chen rubbed his chin. Hee, of course, and I don't sell to just anyone. The man's eyes glanced at the badge of the Magic Capital Academy on Lin Chen's body. Alright, tell me. Lin Chen handed over 50,000 casually. This amount of money could be earned from the scraps of a fierce beast. Hee, brother, you've made a big profit. If it weren't so dangerous here, I wouldn't have sold the information so cheaply. I'm not afraid to say that those people before I sold them information for millions, made a killing. The man seemed somewhat proud. Xiaoling just wanted to kick him in the face. Unfortunately, there were two burly men standing behind him, and Xiaoling didn't dare to act. Damn it! Making me pay, this is a great humiliation. Xiaoling swore silently. When it becomes stronger, this will definitely be the last time. It will never pay anyone again in the future. Listen to me. Several minutes later, Lin Chen's eyes lit up. Indeed, it was information worth the price. As the man said, Lin Chen did make a profit. This is my business card. Contact us anytime you enter the various spatial realms around the world, and you will always get first-hand information. The man left a business card and quickly departed. They were information merchants who entered various spatial realms as soon as they opened. They also had their own organization within the Dragon Kingdom. As he said, the major academies are planning to take action tonight. Lin Chen's eyes lit up. 3 out of the 5 major academies have come here. They had already discussed and planned to start the robbery tonight. By then, this space would naturally become extremely dangerous. However, the information merchant did not sell to Lin Chen cheaply because of this incident. It was because he saw that Lin Chen was a student of one of the 5 major academies and thought he might know this information, so he didn't dare to overcharge. But he didn't want to leave empty-handed, so he could only offer a very low price. Just find a place to wait. Use the cover of night and the parasitic spirit's hiding ability to sneak in. Lin Chen lurked around the mountain range. Soon, night fell. Let's do it. Hu Kun summoned his pet beast, and Du Qianqiu did the same. Hu Kun's pet beast was an elemental creature made of hurricanes, which would continuously grow in size during battle, with extremely destructive power. Du Qianqiu is a snow-white snow wolf all over, with no special features visible, but Hu Kun does not dare to underestimate. Another person in the team also summoned their own pet. At the same time, in a place closest to the mountain peak, Lin Ming wore a black combat suit, outlining her body vividly. In her hand, she held a double-edged sword that was almost the same length as her body. The width of the sword handle could cover her slender waist. Above the sword handle, 2 blue-green pupils opened, representing the thunder element and the wind element. Special class pet. A weapon with self-awareness. This is a type of pet rarer than elemental pets. It has the strongest attack power among all types of pets, but it is extremely dependent on the user. So strong. Su Xian on the side was secretly surprised. A hint of fanaticism also arose in her heart. That sword. Every time it appears, there will be a disaster-level fierce beast bloodbath. Let's go. With dual elemental power, I can only support for 5 minutes at most. Lin Ming picked up the large sword with one hand. Even a few strands of strong killing intent emerged in her eyes. 5 minutes to kill that thornback dragon is enough. But the thornback dragon is not the key. The most dangerous thing here is the students from other academies. Finally, at that moment, countless extremely terrifying auras emanated from the surroundings of the mountain peak. Roar! The thornback dragon clinging to the mountaintop suddenly opened its crimson eyes. Its angry roar echoed throughout the entire secret realm space. A large number of early, mid, and late king-level fierce beasts all rioted. The entire secret realm space instantly descended into chaos. Roar! Countless fierce beasts' cries of agony resounded from all around. With the help of the dark moonlight, Lin Chen couldn't see clearly either. Is it this intense? Lin Chen, hidden in the dark, was secretly shocked. At the same time, there was a hint of excitement. When that thornback dragon comes down from the mountaintop, it will be almost time for me to take action. Mao! At this moment, Xiaoling finally realized the seriousness of the situation. Even king-level creatures could die here. What's the point of a lord-level like itself getting involved in this mess? Let's go! Follow me! Lin Chen directly rode on Xiaoling's back. Then the two of them concealed their breath in the void. Xiaobai was then taken back into the beast space. In an instant, Lin Chen rode on Xiaoling and charged into the open space ahead. With the cover of the night and hiding their own breath, they were almost unnoticed. Lin Chen's heart raced faster as they approached the mountains. Fortunately, Xiaoling was fast enough. In less than a moment, they had covered half the distance. However, just at that moment, roar! The huge thornback dragon suddenly emitted a purple light from its body. That light instantly illuminated Lin Chen's figure. With crimson pupils, the thornback dragon looked at this audacious human, momentarily unable to move. But there were still a large number of kings who, under the thornback dragon's command, rushed towards this place. Woof woof! A three-headed early king-level dog suddenly rushed forward, seeking death. Xiaoling sneered disdainfully. Then a snake tail suddenly appeared from the void. The tip of the tail turned into a hammer, directly smashing the three heads of the dog. Boom! The huge body of the three-headed dog fell directly to the ground. Lin Chen took advantage of the situation and used the sequence extraction skill. Obtained Iron Bone Three-Headed Dog Gene Bloodline. Obtained Three-Headed Gene. Obtained Bite Force Gene. Obtained Ripping Skill. Obtained Fire Breathing Skill. In an instant, the body of the three-headed dog turned into a pile of white bones. Little White, a lord level, could kill an early king. Now, the breakthrough early king's strength was equivalent to the peak of the mid-level king. Obtaining a large number of royal genes, killing an early-stage fierce beast king is as simple as that. The other fierce beasts couldn't keep up with Xiaoling's speed at all. However, along the way, there were still other beast tamers controlling their beasts attacking each other. Even Lin Chen was accidentally hit several times. But after witnessing Xiaobai's terrifying attacks, no royal-level beast tamers dared to provoke it. And those beast tamers all rushed into the mountain peak. Damn it! How can so many people compete? Xiaoling's eyes were red with anger. 30 years in the east of the river, 30 years in the west of the river. When I become stronger, each and every one of you will pay, none of you will survive. Don't worry about them for now. Can't you sense where those genes are? Yes. Xiaoling suddenly realized. I am an emperor. Who can match my ability to find things, especially compared to those ordinary beast tamers? Swish swish. Xiaoling bent down slightly and sniffed the ground. Then suddenly his eyes lit up. Over here, on the mountain peak where the thornback dragon was lying, there were many different sizes of openings. Lin Chen entered one of the openings and went directly into the mountain peak. At the same time, roar! The huge thornback dragon spewed out a purple laser from its mouth. The laser swept past, injuring several beast tamers' pets severely. But what made it angrier was the figure in front of it, the human holding a large knife. It's about time for you to die, Lin Ming said quietly. The killing intent in his eyes did not diminish. He raised the large knife in his hand, and the blade was instantly covered with blue and purple thunder. As he swung the knife, the thunder turned into a sharp blade flying diagonally. Puff! The blade passed through. One of the thornback dragon's hind legs was directly cut off. The intense pain instantly sent it into a frenzy. It turned its head and tried to escape, even killing one of its own royal subordinates along the way. Trying to escape? Lin Ming held the knife, a hurricane appearing under his feet. In an instant, he flew to the back of the thornback dragon's body. Then he grabbed the handle of the knife with both hands and chopped down heavily from above, accompanied by a burst of lightning and a terrifying sound. Boom! Lin Ming's entire figure pierced through the back of the thornback dragon and landed below its abdomen. The giant disaster-level fierce beast thornback dragon collapsed with a bang. A bit weak, using 2 elemental powers. I overestimated you. Lin Ming put away the long knife, his tone still indifferent. However, the onlookers were shocked by what they saw. A mid-level disaster beast died like this? Hu Kun still couldn't believe it. Not dying would be strange. Lin Ming overextended his power and was able to reach the late stage of disaster in an instant. Do Qianqiu on the side seem to know something? Frowning, he looked at the figure holding the knife. Go to the mountain, bring back all the gene fruits, kill those who refuse to cooperate. Lin Ming's eyes were filled with a cruel aura. Even Su Xin at this moment didn't dare to approach her too much. Of course, killing is impossible. Although the wilderness is not under government jurisdiction, incidents of beast tamers killing each other often occur. But once caught, it's not so easy to get away with it. Just beat up those who don't cooperate. Lin Ming is influenced by the weapon. She's not usually like this. Su Xin explained to the people around him. The new students from the imperial capital who were brought in by them also nodded nervously. Then everyone headed towards the mountain. In the mountains at this time, the outside battle is about to end. Grab the things and run quickly. Don't let the imperial capital people see you. Lin Chen listened to the nervous voices in the mountains. He turned to Xiaoling. Can your parasitic spirit create custom-made items? A few seconds later, inside the cave, several students from the Jiangnan academies were rushing forward, holding a pure white fruit in their hands. However, Lin Chen's figure suddenly blocked their path. Hand over the item. Lin Chen reached out his hand. The students looked at the imperial capital emblem on Lin Chen's chest and their faces changed instantly. What should we do? If we don't agree, that crazy woman will definitely come. But this was a genetically valuable fruit worth billions. They were unwilling to just give it away like that. A white snake appeared behind Lin Chen, glaring at the group. The students trembled at the sight of this creature. In the darkness, Xiaobai looked so much like the legendary dragon. Are you giving it or not? Lin Chen smiled. Xiaobai's pupils became more vibrant. We are. The students gritted their teeth, threw the genetic fruit in their hands towards Lin Chen, and walked away. They couldn't beat him in a fight, and they couldn't outsmart the imperial capital. They could only blame the lack of a strong leader in their academy. Lin Chen felt excited holding the snow-white, transparent genetic fruit with tiny blood vessels. Billions worth, now in his hands. It's not time to be happy yet. There must be others here. Lin Chen exchanged a glance with his two pets. Xiao Ling became excited. Beating people with a stick was its favorite thing to do. In the following time, Lin Chen continuously pretended to be a student from the Imperial Capital Academy and seized genetic fruits inside. Sensing human presence was much easier than sensing those genetic fruits. Whenever he encountered students from the Imperial Capital Academy, Lin Chen struck mercilessly. With the help of the parasitic spirit, he launched surprise attacks from behind. With Xiaobai's power, even mid-level or late-stage beast tamers had no chance to resist his attacks. Moreover, these people seemed to have no guard up. In just half an hour, he had snatched nearly 20 genetic fruits. Finally, someone noticed that something was amiss. On the outskirts of the mountain peak, next to the huge body of the hedgehog dragon, Du Qianqiu and Lin Ming faced each other. By their side were Hu Kun, Su Xin, and others. The two had agreed not to personally intervene, letting their subordinates compete in the mountains and seize as much as they could. However, at this moment, someone suddenly rushed out. Their head was swollen with a huge red bump, grimacing in pain. Sister Lin Ming, someone is impersonating our imperial capital students and knocking us out from behind. They've stolen at least a dozen genetic fruits from us. As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere on the scene became tense. Everyone's beasts appeared behind them instantly. I can guarantee it wasn't someone from my demonic capital, at least not the ones I sent. Du Qianqiu's eyes were cold. If it came to a fight, she wouldn't back down either. Is that so? How about I go and drag that person out? Lin Ming spoke quietly. As you wish, Du Qianqiu shrugged. But I must accompany you. Who knows if you're planning to take away what we found? Lin Ming didn't say a word, she just walked towards the mountain peak, with Du Qianqiu following closely. Just as the two reached the foot of the mountain peak, another figure emerged. Upon seeing Du Qianqiu, the figure trembled. Sister. Du Ning touched the bump on her head, looking somewhat aggrieved. Humph. Du Qianqiu snorted and didn't respond. Although Du Ning and herself were not from the same academy, how could she be so incompetent? She even got knocked out from behind? I want to see which kid is so bold and reckless. The two unexpectedly found a common enemy at this moment. Inside the cave. These are all good things. The collection of fierce beasts is indeed impressive. Lin Chan's eyes lit up. In the cave, there was a huge hollow space filled with eggs of various colors. These were definitely not the eggs of the thornback dragon, as the higher the rank of the fierce beast, the more difficult it was to breed offspring. Lin Chen estimated that these eggshells were left by the thornback dragon for itself to eat or for its offspring to use. It's a pity to have stored so many, only to be used as wedding clothes for others. Lin Chen looked at the endless giant eggshells in front of him, his eyes getting a bit hot. The price of one eggshell was estimated to be around 100,000 to 1 million. If they could cultivate a young beast to contract with a beast tamer, the price would only be higher. But the essence contained within was the most important. It could greatly accelerate the growth rate of the pet, stimulating the potential of genes and cells in the body. Xiaobai, Xiaoling, swallow all these eggshells. With Lin Chen's command, the two pets immediately rushed towards the storage room ahead. In the wild, it was extremely common for fierce beasts to devour the offspring of other fierce beasts. Xiaoling used its hooves to crack open the eggshell and sucked out all the essence liquid inside in one gulp. Xiaobai, on the other hand, swallowed the eggshell whole. Not a single bit of nutrition was wasted. If outsiders were to see this, they would surely be furious. Why not sell them instead? It's too extravagant to eat them directly. But Lin Chen didn't care about that. Clatter clatter. Hello, two seniors. Two students from the imperial capital and the magic capital greeted Lin Ming and Du Qianqiu with nods. Have you seen the troublemaker in the cave? Du Qianqiu asked. No, but several of my companions were knocked out and robbed of the genetic fruits we found by him. This guy is too ruthless. Even the mid-level king beast tamer was knocked out by him. Hearing this, the two students felt a bit scared. If even the mid-level king could be knocked out, then his strength was at least at the late king level, or even possibly a disaster level threat. Upon hearing this, Du Qianqiu glanced at Lin Ming. Just finished overdrawing, the bloodthirst and killing intent in the body have not completely faded. If he can't control his rationality and ends up killing someone. Du Qianqiu was a bit nervous. If Lin Ming really killed someone here, it would be troublesome. And it's for a king-level beast tamer, it would be even harder to explain later. But fortunately, they were in a secret realm. As long as they lied and said they were killed in a battle with fierce beasts, no one would find out. White Wolf. Du Qianqiu summoned his pet. The two students from the imperial capital and the magic capital looked at the giant white wolf with trembling legs. A disaster-level pet. Not to mention them, even their own pets would be instantly killed. Hurry up, I have things to do back in the imperial capital. Lin Ming calmly spoke from the side. Got it. Do you think the two of us can't catch him? Du Qianqiu smiled slightly. The white wolf, with its snow-white fur, just sniffed the ground and then ran into the darkness. Lin Ming quickly followed. Wow! Who could have provoked them to make the two big shots take action together? He's in big trouble now. The two looked at each other with a hint of pity in their eyes towards the darkness. Crunch crunch! From the depths of the dark cave, the sound of gnawing continued. Roar! Xiaobai excitedly patted its belly with its front paws. It lay on the ground, not wanting to move at all. Xiaoling, standing beside it, was the same, with both pets' bellies bulging high. With their emperor-level digestive abilities, they could eat like this. It was imaginable how much energy was contained in those eggshells. Roar! Someone was coming. Xiaobai suddenly opened its eyes wide. In an instant, the black parasitic spirit enveloped all three of them. So many eggshells? Looks like they were just eaten. Quite a big appetite. Du Qianqiu looked around. Unexpectedly, this little thief has quite the appetite. In that direction, the two of them sensed something faint in the darkness. And in that instant, there was a sudden sound of cracking behind the two. Gotcha! The two turned around abruptly. They saw a young man with a snake and a strong horse, looking awkwardly at them. Hello, I was just passing by. How did he accidentally step on the eggshells? This is a big mistake. Due to tension in the darkness, Lin Chen did not see the appearance of the two clearly, but could feel an extremely dangerous aura from them, something he couldn't contend with. However, the two could see clearly. Lin Chen! Du Qianqiu was delighted. She quickly stopped the ice wolf's movement. Since they were allies, there was nothing more to say. On the other hand, Lin Ming, who was standing aside, was stunned and then directly walked up. Du Qianqiu's heart tightened instantly. In her view, someone as ruthless as Lin Ming had no sense of family affection. Is she trying to kill her own younger brother? Wait! Before Du Qianqiu could speak, Lin Chen was already being held by Lin Ming. His face was almost smothered against Lin Chen's, making it hard for him to breathe. Ugh! Damn! What sorcery is this? Lin Chen struggled to break free with all his might. Finally, he managed to escape the restraint. But when he saw the peerless beauty of the woman in front of him, Lin Chen was almost scared to death, sweating profusely. It was even more terrifying than the scariest horror movie he had ever seen. Lin Ming, Xiaoshang, why didn't you tell your sister when you were in such a dangerous place? What if something happened to you? How could I live with myself? Lin Ming played with Lin Chen's hair affectionately. The ferocity and killing intent on her face had not faded, making Lin Chen look particularly terrifying. I was wrong before, causing you to suffer, but you should also understand your sister's difficulties. When she said these words, Lin Ming's teeth clenched tightly. Let's go. Come back to the capital with me. She grabbed Lin Chen's hand, ready to leave. Although her touch was gentle, Lin Chen couldn't care less. I'm not going. Lin Chen quickly refused. Du Qianqiu, watching this scene, was dumbfounded. Was this the same Lin Ming who didn't blink an eye when killing ferocious beasts? How come she looked like a mother in front of Lin Chen? However, when Lin Chen said those words, the air around them seemed to drop a few degrees suddenly, making Du Qianqiu nervous. Be good. Come back with me, I'll teach you how to train step by step. Lin Ming's eyes curved into a beautiful crescent moon shape, her voice sweet as she kissed Lin Chen on the cheek. The kiss was fleeting. Du Qianqiu blinked. If this kiss was on anyone else, they would probably be hunted down to the ends of the earth by the people of the capital. Countless heirs of major conglomerates had pursued Lin Ming, only to end up disappointed. Oh no, am I really going to become a servant of the three families? Lin Chen didn't pay much attention to the touch of the red lips. He had been kissed countless times before. No, I've already promised Sister Du to participate in the competition between the two schools with her. Lin Chen had a sudden inspiration. Du Qianqiu played along? Yes, this time I brought Lin Chen to the secret realm to help him upgrade the level of his second pet. Du Qianqiu admitted generously. That was the truth. It was indeed the purpose of everyone's trip, just that there were some unexpected events along the way. Hearing this, Lin Ming's clenched fists creaked, but Du Qianqiu just stood there smiling, not afraid at all. After being bullied for so many years, it's finally my turn. Let's go, Lin Chen Jr., come back to the magic capital with me. Of course, those genetic fruits you obtained belong to you. Du Qianqiu was in a good mood. The words he said to Lin Chen today were almost more than all the previous ones combined. Lin Ming, watching the two figures, fell into contemplation. Could it be that my little brother prefers someone more aloof and arrogant? Too much warmth is not good? Lin Ming nodded involuntarily. Indeed, young boys were like that. They liked the desire to conquer. Yes, that's how it is said. But Du Qianqiu, I wonder if you can stay calm during the competition. Lin Ming caught up and pulled Lin Chen back to his side. Xiaosheng, where did you get your pet from? It looks quite handsome, like it was carved from the same mold as you. It looks like a legendary dragon, but the one next to it looks more like a horse or a donkey. Xiaobai enjoyed listening, while Xiaoling was almost angry. Unfortunately, this ruthless person dared to kill even the thornback dragon, so why would he be afraid of it? The two of them talked continuously along the way. Lin Ming's words were gentle, like a mother. Du Qianqiu sighed as he listened. Lin Ming probably said more on this journey than he had since joining the Imperial Academy. This little brother is a handful. I finally caught a handle on him. The three of them left the cave together. This space is about to collapse, we must hurry back. Someone said. Everyone dispersed. Lin Ming, do you still want the body of the thornback dragon? Lin Chen looked at the huge disaster-level beast beside him, his eyes shining. You want it? Lin Ming looked at Lin Chen curiously. The body of the thornback dragon could fetch over 13 billion in the outside world. But even so, it's still not worth as much as the genetic fruit in your pocket. Du Qianqiu said coldly. Lin Ming remained silent. She felt a bit embarrassed to ask Lin Chen for it. Otherwise, with just this fruit that could sell for over 100 billion, Lin Chen wouldn't be able to keep it all to himself. I want it. If you want it, just call me sister, and I'll give it to you. Sister. Hee, it's yours now. Looking at the two silly figures, Du Qianqiu was speechless. Where is the disaster-level beast tamer, the image of a strong student from the Imperial Academy? Watching the two of them, Du Qianqiu's heart tightened, and his gaze fell inexplicably on Du Ning. But when his own sister saw Du Qianqiu, she suddenly became nervous, her body trembling involuntarily. Well, let's go. Du Qianqiu sighed. Lin Chen came to the front of the thornback dragon and gently touched it with his hand. Sequence extraction. In an instant, the body of the thornback dragon collapsed like a pile of slime. Obtain thornback dragon bloodline gene. Obtain thornback dragon black death purple light skill gene. Obtain thornback dragon spike gene. Cool. This is a disaster-level beast. If Xiaobai could obtain skills surpassing its own level, it could be used as a trump card. It could even be invincible at the same level now. Alright, sister, I'm going back too. But in the competition 3 months later, I won't show any mercy. If you lose, you'll have to follow my arrangements for everything. Lin Ming issued the final ultimatum to Lin Chen. Got it. Lin Chen was a bit impatient. His sister was good in every way, but she was always nagging, always wanting to control him. It's hard for even the top 10 strong students of the Imperial Academy to have a word with you, and you're still not satisfied. Hu Kun was a bit resentful. If he had such a strong sister, he would have clung to her long ago. Saying some outrageous things, he would want to sleep together every day. This kid really doesn't know how lucky he is. It's none of my business, old Hu. Lin Chen shook his head. Sister is just a sister. There is no connection with the kind of aloofness of the strong in the imperial capital. As long as you are willing, you can talk and play with your sister at any time. After several tens of minutes, Lin Chen returned to the Magic Capital Academy. And after everyone left, the news of the conquest of the secret realm spread quickly. Even the video of Lin Ming descending from the sky and instantly killing a midterm disaster beast was posted online. It attracted countless followers and admirers. In this era, people are more longing for powerful women. With such a stunning appearance and strong abilities as a student in the imperial capital, Lin Ming naturally attracted the envy of many. But the gene fruit in that secret realm was nowhere to be found. There are rumors that the imperial capital and the Magic Capital Academy privately divided it and do not intend to sell it to the outside world. Even if major organizations know that the two academies intend to keep the gene fruit for themselves and not sell it, they dare not pressure the two academies, so the matter can only be left unresolved. At the same time, in Lin Chen's basement, people would never have expected. The gene fruit that attracted countless envy was now scattered on the ground like watermelons, piled up like small mountains. Each fruit was crystal clear, and you could even see the genetic veins inside the fruit. There was only a faint fragrance emanating from the fruit, but it was also very tempting. Xiaobai swallowed one in one gulp, chewing it clean in 2 or 3 bites. Now Xiaobai's mouth was already full of sharp teeth, no longer like a snake before, relying only on stomach acid to devour. As for Xiaoling, although it looked like a horse, its mouth was full of rows of sharp teeth. It quickly took effect. The blood vessels of the two pets slowly expanded. With the accelerated flow of blood, the cells in their bodies were also working frantically. A large amount of black viscous liquid was excreted from the surface of the two pets. These were impurities in blood from other creatures that had not been converted. This gene fruit could make the blood of the pets purer, like the blood Lin Chen injected into the two pets. Those that had not been converted or could not be forcibly converted were expelled. Moo! Xiao Ling roared angrily. Its body gradually began to change. It's reached the advancement condition. Xiao Ling's energy surged again, and this was just after eating 5 or 6 gene fruits. There were still 7 left on the ground. Xiaobai's hands were now very agile, with 4 claws grabbing 1 fruit each and stuffing them into its mouth. Moo! Leave some for me. After tasting the sweetness, Xiao Ling became anxious. Xiaobai looked at its owner with a face full of grievances. It seemed to be trying to act cute and coquettish again. However, Lin Chen, looking at the 2 fruits in Xiaobai's mouth and the 4 fruits in its hands, didn't know how to speak up for it. Don't eat any more for now. Look at how bloated your stomach is, like you've been pregnant for 10 months. Lin Chen sighed. Xiaobai had not yet fully digested the essence from the eggshells in the cave. Yet it came back and stuffed more than 10 gene fruits into its belly. A majestic Chinese dragon, as fat as a Western dragon, probably couldn't even walk properly. Wu Xiaobai looked pitiful, but Lin Chen ignored its act and collected the remaining 7 gene fruits from the ground. Then he sent Xiaobai into the beast taming space to accelerate energy consumption and took Xiao Ling to the central building of the Magic Capital Academy. Lin Chen, how come you have time today? I heard you got a lot of benefits in the secret realm space. Some students greeted Lin Chen with a smile. They were all Qindao's students, and Lin Chen responded to each one. Indeed, there were many benefits. He had taken all the valuable things in the intermediate secret realm. How could he not benefit from it? It's just that it will be very difficult to have such an opportunity in the future. My second beast is about to advance to the king level, and I need the following materials. Lin Chen handed a paper listing various precious materials to Tian Xin. Tian Xin was instantly shocked, his mouth wide enough to fit a golf ball. So fast? Lin Chen's previous pet was still at the warlord level. It seems that he really gained a lot of benefits in that intermediate secret realm. Alright, this is the privilege of being the chief student, but these materials are quite expensive and will take some time. Tian Xin looked at the materials listed on the paper. The shock in his heart reached another level. Even the materials needed for the advancement of a pet with a disaster-level talent in the academy are not as expensive as what Lin Chen needs. Some of them are even priceless and cannot be bought with money. They must be entrusted to the Dragon Slaying Bureau or the Disaster Relief Organization. What level of pet is Lin Chen's second pet? Why is the requirement so high? Lin Chen certainly knows. When he listed those materials, he couldn't help but be amazed. Among them is a fruit that grows on a dark cliff. And there are disaster-level fierce beasts guarding it. There are even some materials that are almost as valuable as the genetic fruit. They are all valuable things that cannot be bought. If Lin Chen were to find them himself, Little Spirit doesn't know how many years it would take him to reach the Lord level. Now with the privilege of being the chief student, it's much simpler. Write down the things, leave, and in a few months, someone will immediately bring them to you. The quality of this service is impeccable. After handing over the materials to the central building, Lin Chen returned home and injected the genes of the Thornback Dragon into Xiaobai. Obtained Thornback Dragon Bloodline Gene. Obtained Black Death Purple Light Gene. Obtained Thornback Dragon Spine Gene. With the injection of genetic energy, successful injection prompts sounded one after another. Black Death Purple Light. This is a disaster-level ability. Lin Chen saw it with his own eyes at that time. The Thornback Dragon emitted a lush purple light all over its body, and a laser shot out. Several king-level beast masters' pets were knocked unconscious by the shock. And that was just the ones affected. The power can be imagined. As time passed, under the influence of genes, the scales on Xiaobai's body became sharper and sharper. A purple light slowly merged into the dragon fin on Xiaobai's back. The dragon fin emitted a faint purple light, making Xiaobai look even more terrifying. And for the next 2 days, both pets stayed in the beast space to digest the energy in their bodies. Lin Chen did not continue to take them out for wilderness training. After all, in Xiaobai's current condition, it was difficult for it to even walk with a big belly, let alone fight with fierce beasts. But as the energy continued to be consumed, the levels of the two pets also slowly progressed. Little Spirit has almost reached the limit of the Lord level. That is, the peak of the Lord level. Xiaobai, on the other hand, gradually advanced towards the mid-king level. The aura emanating from its body is much stronger than before. Now, just a glance would probably be enough to scare a Lord-level fierce beast to death. At the same time, in the distant northern part of the Oxycontinent, in a dark territory, a huge crawling monster with a huge body and spines almost piercing the clouds, exuding an extremely dark aura all over its body. It was covered with sky-reaching thorns, and its wings spread out, enough to cover a small base city. Those crimson eyes, just staring at them, sent chills down one's spine. Nayak, the Black Dragon King, the Emperor of Dark Creatures. Its strength is at the peak even among emperors. And now, in front of the Black Dragon King Nayak, there are two equally terrifying creatures crawling. If someone were here, they would surely recognize that these two creatures are also equivalent to emperor-level beings among fierce beasts. And now, facing the Black Dragon King Nayak, he could only bow down, not daring to lift his head. Dragon King, I have found information about your child. One of the huge red birds with 9 heads trembled and said. Although both were emperors, the Black Dragon King in front of them could kill it instantly. Humph. White mist sprayed heavily from Nayak's nose. The first movement. Seeing this scene, the two fierce beasts hurriedly continued. Your child was left with a late-stage disaster-level fierce beast. We have received information that it was taken away by several people with Asian faces. Another fierce beast with an unclear figure responded quickly. At this moment, the Black Dragon King Nayak received this news and suddenly stretched out his body. Those large wings instantly covered the dark territory, causing countless creatures in the darkness to bow down. Roar! The thunderous roar of anger echoed, indicating the anger of the emperor. When the emperor is angry, corpses will lie for miles. At this time, the surveillance satellite of the lighthouse country captured this scene, causing the entire country's security center to fall into extreme panic. After several years, the Black Dragon King, who had once devastated the lighthouse country and pulled them down from the pinnacle of humanity, took action again. 2 months had passed. The preparations for the competition between the two major academies were in full swing. In a wilderness area, Xiaoling, entangle him. Receiving Lin Chen's command, Xiaoling's body extended numerous large hands made of black sticky fluid. It firmly locked the huge skeletal giant wolf in front of it. However, with just a slight effort, the skeletal giant wolf almost broke free. But suddenly, a building next to it was pierced through. A purple death light shot straight into the head of the skeletal giant wolf and pierced through. The skeletal giant wolf, the king-level late-stage fierce beast, dead. Phew! Extract the genes. Lin Chen placed his hand on the skeleton of the giant wolf. Obtain skeletal giant wolf bloodline gene. Obtain skeletal giant wolf bone gene. Obtain skill bite, perfect. Obtain skill bone armor, perfect. Obtain skill charge, perfect. Finally dead. Lin Chen breathed a sigh of relief. For the past 2 months, Lin Chen had been hunting fierce beasts in the border forest between the Everest base city and the magic capital base city. And this skeletal giant wolf was the strongest fierce beast in this border forest. Due to its tough bones and the ability to summon bone armor to protect itself, it was difficult to kill. In the end, Lin Chen and his two pets found an opportunity. Good cooperation. Lin Chen patted the foreheads of his two pets. Then, the bone armor skill of the skeletal giant wolf was instantly injected into Xiaobai's body. Obtain skill bone armor, perfect. Perfect level. and it was an exclusive skill of this creature. With this skill, Xiao Bai would find it much easier to kill king-level late-stage fierce beasts. Now Xiao Bai's level had reached the mid-king level, approaching the late stage, and his true combat power was at the late king level or even the peak. Relying on this huge skill power, even when encountering early-stage disaster fierce beasts, if he couldn't win, he could run. Xiaoling, on the other hand, was still at the lord level, but her true combat power had reached the early king level. Lin Chen was now among the top beast tamers at the king level. After all, among the king level beast tamers, there were no more than 30 people with 2 pets at the king level. Lin Chen, are you still in the wilderness area? Suddenly, a message popped up on Lin Chen's phone. Yes. What's up, little girl? Lin Chen smiled and replied, sending the message back. In less than 2 seconds, the other party sent another message. Isn't that very close to the Holy Snow Academy? Why don't you come find me? Below that paragraph, there was also an adorable emoji attached. Okay. Lin Chen shook his head. Very close? By relying on the teleportation array, it would take less than 10 minutes to get there. This girl, is becoming more and more incapable of lying. But in Lin Chen's heart, he had long regarded Bai He as his own younger sister. It's normal for an older brother to indulge his younger sister a little, right? Several tens of minutes later, Lin Chen arrived in front of the famous Saint Snow Academy in the Zhufeng base city. Saint Snow Academy was established on the edge of Zhufeng base city, originally built as a fortress to defend against outer savage beasts. It was known as the Impregnable Wall. At this moment, with the military's background and the academy's uniqueness, it was ranked as one of the 5 major academies alongside the imperial capital. At a glance, the academy gave off an extremely clean feeling. There were many young people lingering outside the gate. Lin Chen, with his handsome appearance, was approached as soon as he arrived. Brother, are you here to check out the beauties too? Check out the beauties? Lin Chen was puzzled. It's slang. The boy leaned in and whispered to Lin Chen, it means beautiful thighs. Layers upon layers, can't get enough. The boy chuckled twice. You're quite handsome yourself. Let me advise you, don't have any ideas about the students here. Although the students inside are all fair and clean, making people itch to look, but if you really have any ideas, you'll end up in a miserable state. The boy spoke with a serious tone. Meanwhile, a car arrived in front of Saint Snow Academy. See that? The brand new Black Gold series. Full price of 70 million. Tisk TSK. Nowadays, finding a good wife costs so much money. The boy's eyes showed envy and nostalgia. Why bother? What belongs to you is the best. Lin Chen advised. Let me ask you, do you have a girlfriend? Lin Chen suddenly felt he was being too nosy. He should let this brat figure things out on his own. Who doesn't say they don't have a girlfriend? Look, school's out. The boy grabbed Lin Chen's arm and shook it. Lin Chen didn't mind, but the shaking attracted attention from others. It made it seem like they were close allies. Although that was the case, it was quite embarrassing. The students of Saint Snow Academy all looked like princesses. Not only were they clean and beautiful, but their ethereal aura also gave off a feeling of being unattainable. At the same time, the wealthy young man driving the $1 million sports car also picked up the person he wanted. The two of them could be considered a perfect match. However, when the girl glanced at them, she noticed the guy next to Lin Chen staring at her legs, causing her to furrow her brows. After whispering a few words to the young man, they walked over. We've been spotted. Let's walk slowly, don't rush. The boy next to Lin Chen panicked. If caught, his legs might be broken. Why run? Lin Chen glanced at him. The boy was almost dumbfounded. Let's go. What are you standing there for? Do you think you're some big shot with powerful connections? If you upset those top beast tamers, killing you would be a piece of cake. You two are quite bold, much better than the small thieves I've seen before. The young man smiled slightly. However, when he looked at Lin Chen, he gave an extra glance. The small thief is next to me. I'm just here to pick up my sister. Lin Chen spoke quietly. The trouble others caused had nothing to do with him, and he didn't need to help this kid. Oh, I know almost all 270 people in Saint Snow Academy. May I ask which student's family you are? The girl, who was considered pretty, raised her chin to ask Lin Chen. The two of them spoke politely. They had the demeanor of a big family. Unfortunately, the Magic City Academy did not teach etiquette like the Holy Snow Academy. And Lin Chen, being one of the best, had been hunting fierce beasts in the wild for years, so his temper was naturally influenced. If he hadn't been in a good mood today, he would have already told them to get lost. Do I still need to report to you? Lin Chen's gaze stared directly at the girl. There was a faint golden light in his pupils. You. The girl met his gaze and couldn't help but shiver. Sorry. My girlfriend is just ignorant. The young man's face changed, quickly pulling the girl behind him, looking at Lin Chen with a smile on his face. "What are you doing?" the girl protested, but she was pulled back. The boy next to her was shocked. "Damn! Are you someone important? Why aren't they dealing with you?" Lin Chen then returned to his gentle expression. "That was admiration, do you understand? I only choose what suits me. Have you forgotten what I said before? Only what suits oneself is good." The boy blinked his eyes, but the other two didn't pay attention to him. "Why did you pull me just now?" The girl in the car seemed angry. "He's not a thief sneaking into the academy. When I got closer, I realized I knew that person." The young man became nervous and stepped on the gas pedal. "Who? Lin Chen? Is that from the Magic City?" The girl covered her mouth. She had also heard that the special students of the Magic City Academy had to hunt hundreds of fierce beasts in the wilderness between the two major base cities every day. But she never expected to see him in front of the Holy Snow Academy today. No wonder meeting his gaze made her feel a bit frightened. She just didn't know. Who was the sister of this god of slaughter? Why had she never heard of her in the Holy Snow Academy before? At this moment, wearing white long socks and casual white clothes, he saw Lin Chen's figure from afar. "Brother Lin Chen, long time no see. I have heard about your glorious deeds at the Magic City Academy. You little girl, how dare you tease me?" Lin Chen smiled and patted Baihe's head. Baihe was not tall. She had to lift her head to see Lin Chen. She had a kind of cute and immature charm. "Are you really her brother?" The boy was dumbfounded. Impossible. The two of them looked nothing alike. Was this sponsorship? "Ignore him, let's walk and talk," Lin Chen said with a slight smile. A few minutes later, the two of them sat on the back of the Thunderous Lion, strolling in the wilderness. The Thunderous Lion walked slowly, but it was about to break through to the king level, not something ordinary beasts dared to provoke. Lin Chen and Baihe sat on the Thunderous Lion, chatting as they walked, talking about the training camp at the Yangcheng Noble Middle School, and the two of them unconsciously got closer. Baihe deliberately pulled her hair to the front, revealing her white neck. Lin Chen was taller than Baihe, and he could clearly see the perfect line from her neck to her back. Just coming of age, but already exuding a feminine charm. Lin Chen felt a surge of heat for a moment. Then both of them were stunned. "Hee, this is a normal physiological reaction, don't mind it." Lin Chen awkwardly smiled. "Hee." Baihe placed her hands on the Thunderous Lion's body, turned her head up to look at Lin Chen. This view. Lin Chen suppressed the fire in his heart. "Should I turn around?" Baihe suddenly said. "You little brat, how dare you flirt with me?" Lin Chen rolled his eyes. Baihe just chuckled. The two of them chatted and laughed all the way, strolling through the dangerous wilderness like siblings. At one point, a remark about a big yellow dog almost made the electric light bulb under the crotch fall off. The time to part also came quickly. After all, they could meet any time they wanted. At the same time, inside the octagonal building of the lighthouse country, chaos had already erupted. "Where is that black dragon now?" They have urgently summoned all the Imperial-level beast tamers and disaster-level beast tamers in the country to go to the border city and stand by. "What? What's the use of disaster-level beast tamers? A sneeze could kill dozens of you. We must go ask Zeus." "I have already asked, but Lord Zeus said that the black dragon from last time was severely injured by them, and it will take at least 30 years to recover to its peak. And in that battle, an Imperial-level beast tamer was indeed killed." "Then, where did that black dragon go? What explanation do you have? Are you disregarding the lives of our lighthouse country people?" A middle-aged man in a suit's forehead bulged with veins. The people around him were also busy and flustered. Imperial-level ferocious beasts. Any Imperial-level ferocious beast only needed to make a small movement or action to cause chaos in the octagonal building. An Imperial-level ferocious beast represented endless disasters and troubles. It was not easy to kill the black dragon's cub in its cradle back then. Could it be that the cub had been discovered again? The people of the lighthouse country were extremely nervous. "Oh no, the beast is heading southeast," someone said. The man in the suit hurriedly ran over to look at the monitoring screen. In the satellite image, there was a huge red dot surrounded by endless small red dots, representing ferocious beasts in the wilderness. But there were also two equally large red dots around the huge red dot. The large red dot was very conspicuous, constantly moving towards the southeast. This direction is towards the 9 provinces. And all 3 Imperial-level ferocious beasts had moved. The people were sweating profusely. With this level of power, if not defended in time, an entire base could be destroyed at any moment. Inform the Dragon Country about this. But isn't it a good thing that the 3 Imperial beasts are leaving our lighthouse country? If you don't inform them, the Dragon Country's strength can still detect it in advance. I see. I understand. Several days later, in a virtual space, several Imperial-level beast tamers from the Dragon Country arrived in this space. The director behind the Dragon Slaying Bureau, the president and vice president of the Beast Tamer Association, the leader of the Disaster Prevention Organization, all were familiar figures, a total of 5 people. At this moment, they were gathered here for the highest level meeting in the Dragon Country. That cub is now a child named Lin Chen. The leader of the Disaster Prevention Organization spoke first. He's a good seedling. I've been following him for a long time in the Dragon Slaying Bureau. To be able to form a contract with an Imperial-level cub, this young man indeed has a bright future. It's a pity that the Dragon Slaying Bureau took him away. You really got lucky. That's not the key point. No matter what, it belongs to our Dragon Country. But how should we deal with that Imperial beast? Haha, a crawling little bug dares to be arrogant on our turf? The people's eyes were sharp. If the ferocious beasts dared to come and seek death, there was only one way to go: kill. And they were not here to discuss better strategies. The best strategy was already in front of them. If the ferocious beasts dared to invade, the only thing waiting for them was a dead end. Lin Chen returned to the Magic Academy, and he finally got the materials for Little Spirit's advancement. Red Bloodstone, Millennium Soul, Dark Origin. Items with unknown names were placed in a small box. Tianqin then handed this box to Lin Chen. The moment Lin Chen received the box, he couldn't wait to return to the basement. Upon opening the box, a strong resentment and dark aura rushed out. However, Xiaoling seemed to be intoxicated by it. Several long tentacles extended from its back and directly pulled the thing into its mouth. Xiaoling's strength had already reached the advanced level. After consuming these items, it felt like the shackles in its body were being released, and a surge of energy rushed in. Roar! As the energy rushed into its body, Xiaoling's body gradually began to evolve towards its spine. Its disguise skill also disappeared. The forehooves gradually transformed into huge four-toed claws. Its black wings behind it suddenly spread open, creating a fierce gust of wind. Its pupils turned crimson. At this moment, its form almost completely transformed into a dragon-like shape. This immense power feedbacked into Lin Chen's body. It felt like having dragon blood, making its bones and muscles more resilient. Its heartbeat slowed down, but each beat became stronger. My lifespan has increased. This was Lin Chen's most direct feeling. The higher the level of a beast tamer, the longer they could live. Xiaoling was extremely excited. Looking at the black scales covering its body, it just wanted to vent. Black Dragon King, level, Early King, talent, Emperor level, skills, Deathfire, Master, Undead Trample, Master, Poison Mist, Master, Death Chain, Master, Body Transformation, Death Domain, Dissipation, Death Song, Soulmark, 7,300 Years, Evolution Path, Black Dragon Emperor, Introduction, an adult Black Dragon, the top existence in the food chain at the same level. I gained 2 more skills, and they are already at the Master level. Lin Chen silently marveled. This talent was really amazing. At that moment, a phone call came in. Lin Chen, come over now. Du Qianqiu's cold voice came from the other end of the line. Okay. Lin Chen nodded. He then left the basement with his 2 pets. In the past 2 months, besides hunting fierce beasts, he had also sparred with Du Qianqiu frequently. This was why the cooperation between his 2 pets had improved so quickly. Soon, Lin Chen arrived at Hu Kun's villa, where the 4 of them were already inside. Both of your pets have reached the king level? Du Qianqiu was slightly surprised. The others also looked over. How did you know? Lin Chen asked in surprise, indirectly confirming Du Qianqiu's words. The others widened their eyes in shock. To have 2 king-level pets so quickly. You can be considered top-tier among king-level beast tamers. Indeed, with your strength, you could easily become a leader in a small base city. Listening to the compliments, Lin Chen awkwardly smiled. These people were probably influential figures in his hometown, maybe even the top 3. If he were to return, he would likely receive all kinds of flattery. Compared to these people, Lin Chen's achievements didn't seem significant anymore. Alright, for the next month, I will increase the training intensity. Lin Chen, since both your pets are attack-oriented, you will spar with Hu Kun. The other 2, I will face off against you. Upon hearing Du Qianqiu's words, the 2 looked bitter, while Hu Kun and Lin Chen grinned. After training together with Du Qianqiu and enduring a month of hardship, it was finally their turn. And so, the next month began. Apart from enhancing his own strength, Lin Chen began to fight with Hu Kun in the training hall. Of course, Hu Kun naturally couldn't use his full strength. He only used his disaster-level pet to compete with Lin Chen, and didn't exert full force. 3 days passed. Kid, your 2 pets cooperate quite well. Under my bursting hurricane attack, you can actually hold on for a minute. 10 days passed. Your progress is quite fast. With just my king-level pet, you are definitely not a match for you, kid. Hu-kun was somewhat surprised by Lin Chen's progress. And so far, after more than 30 battles, Lin Chen has not won a single one. 20 days passed. Damn! You even forced my bursting hurricane to use skills. After the battle, Hu-kun was somewhat stunned. His bursting hurricane, as a disaster-level pet, almost fell into a disadvantage just by physical confrontation. Even though Lin Chen's two pets can use skills, isn't this a bit too much? Especially that pet that looks like a small dragon. Each attack directly targets the vital points, and can keenly perceive the trajectory of his bursting hurricane's attacks. It can be said to be more keen and cunning than any wild beast Hu-kun has encountered so far. Although its level is only in the middle of the king level, its combat power is already close to the disaster level. You know, there is a difference of 2 whole levels between them. Hu-kun was shocked. This kid, why are both of his pets like dragons from Legends? Hu-kun couldn't help but shudder. No, I can't continue fighting this kid. If a disaster-level pet can't even beat 2 kings, won't Hu-kun end up being nailed to the shame pillar of the Magic Capital Academy? In the future, when students are in class, it will be like this. Teacher, is it really impossible to surpass levels? Of course it's possible. I know of a special case. Then blah blah blah. He exaggeratedly said. I have some urgent matters recently, you should go train with Du Qianxiu. Hu-kun waved his hand. And then he ran off. Watching Hu-kun's figure disappear into the distance, Lin Chen awkwardly scratched his head. At this time, Du Qianxiu and 2 other members were coming towards them. I wonder how the training between Hu-kun and the other 2 is going. I hope Hu-kun doesn't beat them too hard. After all, there is a 2-level difference between them. They chatted as they walked. Du Qianxiu was looking straight ahead. At that moment, Hu-kun happened to slip out of the sparring area. Isn't that brother Hu? The 2 of them brightened up. They directly stopped Hu-kun. How's it going, Hu-kun? How's the training with Lin Chen going? Did you beat him too hard and he doesn't want to train with you anymore? After all, Hu-kun is the top attacker of the Magic Capital Academy. It's normal if the king level can't handle it. Brother Hu, why do you look so bad? The 2 looked at Hu-kun's face, which was as pale as a pig's liver. After hearing everyone's words, Hu-kun quickly waved his hand. It's fine. He's a good seedling. Do we need you to say that? Exactly. Now in our Magic Capital Academy, who doesn't know that Lin Chen is a good seedling? The 2 blinked their eyes. With Lin Chen's talent, he has the potential to become an emperor-level beast tamer. There's no doubt about his talent in this aspect, right? I'm asking about the training process. How is his combat awareness? This question was asked by Du Qianxiu. Hu-kun had to tell the truth. Very strong. Strong like a monster. Hearing this, the 2 people behind Du Qianxiu looked at each other. Strong like a monster? This sentence can be said from Hu-kun's mouth, which has already proved the value of Lin Chen. After all, Hu-kun is considered a top genius in the Magic Capital Academy. However, being praised by such a genius is enough to explain the problem. You didn't come out because you couldn't beat him, did you? Who? What nonsense are you talking about? I haven't lost yet, okay? If you haven't lost, why are you so flustered? Get lost. Hu-kun waved his hand. But the 2 became more curious. Is Lin Chen's strength really so outrageous? Has he really confused Hu-kun, who is known as the top attacker in the Magic Capital Academy? Soon, the 4 came to Lin Chen's side. Seeing the 2 pets of Lin Chen, they couldn't help but hold their breath. Dear Horn Eagle Eye, how come this pet looks so much like a dragon? And the one next to it looks a lot like the dragon of Western legends. It seems to have a purer bloodline than Nayak. The 2 became more frightened. Dragons are legendary creatures. In any case, they are at the top of the food chain in Legends. After all, they have the strongest abilities accumulated from all living beings. What other fierce beasts can do, dragons can do. What other fierce beasts cannot do, dragons can do. But things that do not exist in the world cannot come into reality. However, the 2 couldn't help but ask, Lin Chen, are you sure this pet of yours is not a dragon? Hearing this, Lin Chen looked at Bai and then touched Bai's forehead. Being touched in public, Bai suddenly felt a little shy. It's okay to touch privately, but it's embarrassing to be touched outside. It's barely considered one, but it will be soon. Lin Chen smiled. The 2 looked at Lin Chen and Bai's figures and nodded silently. I think so too, even if it's not a dragon, it's probably similar to one. What do you mean similar to a dragon? Legendary creatures are definitely not limited to this level of strength. Du Qianxiu suddenly spoke. But Lin Chen's pet is indeed strong enough. I'm only comparing it to legendary creatures. And the people in the large space we are going to this time have a strong belief in legendary creatures. The people there? Lin Chen was puzzled. And Du Qianqiu naturally understood. She came here to explain these things to Lin Chen. Large secret spaces suddenly appeared all over the world. And in those ancient times, some humans settled in those large spaces, rarely coming to the main world, Blue Star. That's it. Lin Chen suddenly realized. And the large secret space we are going to this time has been determined. It was the Global Beast Control Association that reached an agreement with the owner of that secret space. Shilin Space World. The people in that space believe in a mythical beast that can bring good luck by stepping on auspicious clouds. I've heard that it's a belief not weaker than the divine dragon. But compared to dragons, those who believe in Shilin are ultimately a minority. Hu Kun had obviously heard of this too. And upon hearing this, Lin Chen's heart skipped a beat. Isn't the Shilin mythical beast the auspicious beast he wants to evolve into? He never thought that in this world, there would be records of Shilin, a mythical beast, and there is a clear belief in it. Maybe in this world, Lin Chen can find a pet suitable for evolving into a Shilin mythical beast. In 10 days, we will enter that world, and the rules will be revealed at that time. Prepare for the remaining time, as we may have to stay in that large space for a long time. Du Qianqiu looked at Lin Chen. Lin Chen nodded in response. He naturally knew all this. In the last battle between the two major academies, countless king-level fierce beasts died. Although it is a struggle between academic institutions, each confrontation is no weaker than some major decisions. Even in a single thought, a disaster-level beast nest that is about to destroy a small base city can be eliminated. This is also why the country did not intervene. Being able to hunt down ferocious beasts is always a good thing. And at this moment, the 5 major academic institutions are all taking action. In the Imperial Capital Academy. How about it? Are you confident? I heard that the new freshman chief of the Magic Capital Academy is not to be underestimated in strength. A bald scholarly-looking person said to the young man sitting cross-legged on the ground with a somewhat sinister appearance. With just a thought, the young man released an invisible black gas that spread around. Countless poisonous insects crawled on his shoulders. Is that so? I heard his pet beast has the form of a dragon. As a dragon slayer, I hope he really has the form of a dragon. The poisonous insects on the young man were then retracted. The bald scholar smiled. Quite confident, aren't you? The chief student of the Magic Capital Academy is currently in the limelight. If he can really slay that giant dragon, our Imperial Capital Academy will always suppress the Magic Capital Academy. It might even become the top academy in the Dragon Kingdom. Are you ready? Lin Ming suddenly spoke to Du Ning beside her. Upon hearing this, Du Ning immediately nodded obediently. I'm ready. To be honest, her feelings towards this senior of hers were quite complicated. On one hand, it was because Lin Ming was Lin Chen's sister. On the other hand, the personality gap between the two was too big. These 4 words were probably the first words Lin Ming had said to Du Ning this week. That's good. Your strength is good. You might get a lot of resources. Of course, my brother is also strong. Lin Chen is indeed quite strong. Du Ning echoed. And a slight smile appeared on Lin Ming's lips. For Lin Ming, this competition was about winning back her brother. She planned to firmly bind Lin Chen to herself and never let him leave her side again. Just thinking about it made her happy. Soon, the final time passed. The 6-month deadline had arrived. Meanwhile, on the day the competition began, both the Magic Capital Academy and the Imperial Capital Academy, each with 2 beastmasters with royal level or higher pet beasts, qualified to participate. 29 from the Magic Capital against 33 from the Imperial Capital. In fact, this competition had already begun the moment the schools opened. The preparation process was just a formality. This competition had garnered the attention of the entire nation. After all, it was an unprecedented event in the Dragon Kingdom. I remember over a decade ago, the competition between the 2 academies was held outside Arpine City, killing all the ferocious beasts in the vicinity. Now, the city's threats have decreased, and development has improved. That was in the past. Nowadays, the goals of the Magic Capital and Imperial Capital Academies are even greater than before. This time, it's a large-scale secret realm. It's a pity this competition won't be broadcasted live. We'll have to watch the official edited videos later. Of course, it can't be broadcasted live. These people are the future pillars of our Dragon Kingdom. How can information about Beastmasters be casually revealed to outsiders? Indeed, some ferocious beasts also have high intelligence. There might be ferocious beasts lurking among humans disguised as ordinary people. The online discussions were intense, and after the list of participants was released, it caused quite a stir. Oh my god, this Lin Chen guy is just a freshman from the Magic Capital Academy, right? And there's Du Ning. And this person named Pu Chang. They all seem to be freshmen from the two major academies. To be able to elevate two pet beasts to royal level in less than a year, this upgrade speed is really unbelievable. I know. Lin Chen is a genius in our Yangchang. He was the first in the training program back then. I haven't heard much about his opponent's name. The crowd had high expectations for Lin Chen. After all, Lin Chen's popularity far exceeded that of the other contestants. And naturally, his support rate would also rise accordingly. Similarly, a few old students also sparked heated discussions, especially the siblings Lin Chen and Lin Ming. There were even novels written about them online. It was a love-hate relationship with countless conflicts. There were also things that couldn't be posted online. The principals of other academies, military personnel, the director of the Dragon Slaying Bureau, and even a few Emperor-level beast tamers all gathered in a virtual meeting room. The screen displayed images from another secret space. It will be a long time before that black dragon arrives here. These are the seedlings of our dragon nation. When we are old and can't move, it will be up to these little guys to protect the safety of our human race in the future. Ha, you old immortal, you're over 700 years old this year, right? The eyes of the crowd were eagerly fixed on the faces of one young person after another in the image. Back in their youth, weren't they just like these young men and women? Fighting each other for their own academies. But this also drove these geniuses to have their own goals and directions for struggle. At the same time, in a large teleportation array in the central building of the Magic City, the 29 beast tamers of the Magic City Academy stood on the large teleportation array, looking at some familiar yet unfamiliar faces around them. Lin Chen couldn't help but feel excited. At least 9 of the people around him were disaster-level beast tamers, and Du Qianxiu, Hu Kun, and others next to Lin Chen accounted for 4 of them. They were also the strongest group in the Magic City Academy. The rules of this competition are very simple. We will calculate by points. Killing a Lord-level fierce beast earns 1 point. Killing a King-level fierce beast earns 5 points. Killing a disaster-level fierce beast earns points according to the level, which are 10 points, 20 points, and 30 points respectively. Killing an Emperor level. You can get 100 points. Hearing this, the people on the platform couldn't help but laugh. Killing an Emperor level. Are you kidding? If they encounter one, if they are not completely wiped out, they should burn incense to their ancestors every day. Or rather, not just them. Everyone in the Qilin secret space will be in trouble. Of course, there is another important rule. Tian Xin looked at the people in front of him. You must send one person out every day to have a one-on-one duel with a student from the Imperial Capital Academy. If this person loses, the points will go to the other side. This rule was extremely dangerous. It meant that a student would be eliminated every day. The detailed details are explained in the embassy we set up in the secret space. As Tian Xin activated the teleportation array, a hazy white mist emanated from the array. In an instant, everyone in the field disappeared. At the same time, the scene in the Imperial Capital Academy was the same. As soon as everyone was teleported over, a strange man approached them with a smile on his face. He looked at everyone with a smile. Welcome, distinguished guests from the main world, to visit the Qilin city. This should be the native of this space, right? Lin Chen silently observed. Although his attire was somewhat unique, it was not much different from reality. And the common language was the same as theirs. After all, even if they could be self-sufficient in this space, they could not completely avoid interaction with the outside world. The Lord of Qilin City and the owner of this secret space have reached an agreement with a disaster-level late-stage fierce beast. Both sides did not attack each other, but also did not pay attention to the disputes between the descendants, Hu Kun explained. Lin Chen nodded silently. Before anyone could speak, the man in strange clothing walked out with exactly 33 beautiful local women behind him. They were dressed in luxurious and strange clothes, exuding extraordinary charm. They could be considered the most beautiful group anywhere. These are the maids I have prepared for you all. You can command them as you wish, and they will obey any order. The man in strange clothing smiled. Of course, you can also request male servants. He had to serve these 33 people well. After all, the Lord of Qilin City was only a disaster-level beast tamer. And among the crowd, there were 9 disaster-level beast tamers. The beast tamers of the main world were incomparable to those in this small space. I'll leave first. Du Qianxiu's eyes revealed imperceptible disgust. Then, she lifted her fair legs and left straight away. Hu Kun awkwardly smiled. This space is not governed by laws, so don't judge the people here with the standards of the main world. Hu Kun continued, Lin Chen, I don't care about others, but you must not fall into a trap, unless you want Qianxiu to beat you to a pulp. I know, do I look like that kind of person to you? Lin Chen spoke quietly. Soon, a Chilan city woman about 170 meters tall came to Lin Chen's side. These girls had a white ribbon wrapped around their arms. Mr. Lin, I am here to serve you at the Lord's command for all your daily needs. You can command me as you wish. You can call me Xiaoyan. The girl bowed slightly, her face showing a hint of excitement. Being assigned to such a handsome and mature boy was rare. Not long ago, a sister was taken away by someone from the main world who visited here. She then escaped her lower status and removed the ribbon from her arm. Serving those who came from the main world was also an opportunity for them. It was heard that these people also held high status in the main world. Even the Lord had to personally receive them. This made the girls a little excited, and they started to think about many things. I must serve well and not make any mistakes. Lin Chen nodded. Please follow me. Xiaoyan led the way ahead and quickly brought everyone to a palace. In the palace, there was a middle-aged man with white hair exuding a faint aura of power. The attendants below did not dare to look up. Ha ha, welcome to our Chilan city. I have been waiting for you for a long time. The middle-aged man lost his previous momentum upon seeing the students from the academy. After all, there was mutual benefit between him and the main world. The main world gained some resources from this space, while they helped clear the savage beasts. With so many disaster-level beast tamers, the clearing process was much faster. The area where the savage beasts live in this space is located to the north of the city. The strongest among them is a late-stage disaster wolf. It may not necessarily attack you, but you must be extremely careful. The arena for your battles is built in the central area of the main city. The middle-aged man kept introducing. As they were about to leave, he tried to persuade Lin Chen and the others to stay by praising them. If you can stay in this space, I will recognize you as my godson in the future and appoint you as the deputy city lord. It can be said that he exhausted all means to keep them. After all, in the main world, they had countless people trying to win them over. However, the group did not pay attention to his words. Instead, they headed to the residential area specially prepared for them by the Magic Academy, to store their belongings. On the way back, Xiaoyan looked curiously at the young man beside her. Even the high and mighty city lord has to be so reluctant. You should know that the deputy city lord here is already equivalent to the position of a prime minister in ancient times. Don't be too attached to this place. Some talented disaster-level beast tamers, just because they covet the power here, end up staying in the small space, unable to make progress in their entire lives. The disaster-level beast tamers who stay here are nothing but cowards. Do Qianxiu's words were cold? Only the people in these small spaces would think of living in harmony with the ferocious beasts. The main world has always been ruthless, with no other way to go. They would not entrust their lives to the mercy of the enemy. Listening to Du Qianxiu's words, the several maids beside him trembled. My God, are the city lords considered cowards in the eyes of these main world people? But in their small space, they are already extremely powerful. They are even greater than emperors, able to decide the life and death of the weak at will. For a moment, several people became more and more yearning for the main world. There, it should be much safer than this place, right? After all, there are rumored emperor-level beast tamers there. At the same time, on a desolate land. Great Emperor! That aura disappeared. It seems to have entered the crack. A strange bird with 9 different heads flapped its wings and cawed. Crack? Yes, it's a disaster-level crack. The 9-headed bird continued. Then find a way to enter that crack. The crimson pupils of the Black Dragon King revealed a hint of coldness and cruelty. But with your body, if you forcibly enter the crack, it is very likely to destroy it completely. A monster with an unclear figure on the side continued. 9-headed bird, you are now at the emperor level. I will cut off a few of your heads, only then will you fall to the disaster level? The crimson pupils looked at the 9-headed bird beside him. The strange bird immediately broke out in a cold sweat. Caw! Great Emperor! I can enter it, but it will take some time. Very well, I will wait for you for 2 months at most. If you haven't entered in 2 months, I will cut off your head. Caw! I understand. The 9-headed bird was terrified. It is truly like accompanying a tiger. The Black Dragon King is also a top existence among their emperor level, and it has just entered the emperor level, not even a match for the Black Dragon King. As the diamond-like head of the 9-headed bird closed its eyes, after a few seconds, it opened them again. The entrance is in that direction. Meanwhile, in a large secret realm space, the Mo City and others had already set their targets for hunting and killing ferocious beasts. On the first day, Hu Kun was sent to fight one-on-one with the opponent. Lin Chen followed the team to the wilderness to hunt and kill ferocious beasts. With the experience from before, in just one day, Lin Chen killed more than 20 lord-level beasts. 1 king-level beast. He earned a total of 25 points. Even more points than some disaster-level beast tamers had earned. Wow, no wonder people say you are a god of killing. No one is better than you in hunting and killing ferocious beasts. I guess those ferocious beasts tremble at the sight of you. Hukun sighed silently. But you are not weak either. Didn't you eliminate the opponent's disaster-level beast tamer today? Haha, we complement each other. The two complemented each other. Time passed quickly. The first few days were fine. There was no interference between Mo City and the Imperial City. Later, both sides started attacking each other while hunting and killing ferocious beasts. Some even deliberately lurked in the wild, waiting for enemy beast tamers. The smell of gunpowder became stronger, and the battles became more intense. In a wilderness. Snow-Song Wolf. Catch him for me. Lin Chen, hand over all the points you have, and we can spare you once. Two king-level beast tamers chased after Lin Chen relentlessly. However, they couldn't catch up no matter what. Damn it! How can that black lizard run so fast? It's even faster than the Snow-Song Wolf, known for its speed. Could it be that even a lizard with wings can outrun the Snow-Song Wolf? Hee. Lin Chen chuckled on the back of Xiaoling. The points he held in his hand ranked in the top 3 in the Magic City, even more than some disaster-level beast tamers. It's impossible for those guys in the Imperial City to let him go. He is now a thorn in their side. That's why he was ambushed in the wilderness. Two king-level dare to come after me? They really don't take me seriously. Lin Chan's eyes narrowed. He must teach those guys in the Imperial City a lesson. Damn, he really got away. The two of them felt a bit frustrated. In order to carry out this ambush plan, they had been watching Lin Chen's movements in the city for over half a month. Now Lin Chen has over 300 points in his hand, while they each have around 50 points. If they could snatch all 300 points, the Magic City would have no hope left. The current total score, Imperial City 7130 points, Magic City 6200 points. Being able to get such a high score is also thanks to the one-on-one matches. In those matches, Lin Ning eliminated 2 disaster-level beast tamers in a row. But since then, no one else was willing to accept Lin Ning's challenge. However, just as the two were wondering where Lin Chen had gone, whoosh! A clear spring suddenly surged from the side. Waves? How could there be waves on the shore? It startled them. Not good, this is a skill. Just as the two were about to flee, a white dragon with snow-white scales suddenly emerged from the rushing sea waves. Roar! Little White roared angrily at the two. The two were first stunned. Then they became angry. How dare a king-level pet beast confront the 2 king-level beast tamers? They were not just entering the king level. They each had 2 king-level pet beasts. This behavior was simply contemptuous of them. Snow-Song Wolf. The two instantly summoned their other pet beasts. In an instant, 4 king-level pet beasts rose up. In front of these 4 king-level pet beasts, the waves were as insignificant as a stream. Roar! The 4 creatures attacked the white snake fiercely, and they all used hardening skills and enhanced attack skills. This attack, no king-level creature could withstand it. At this moment, the two's faces already showed a look of joy. As long as they could eliminate Lin Chen, it would be a great achievement. They could get more resources after it's over. However, the next moment, boom! Little White's body suddenly covered with a thick layer of white bone armor. And on top of that white bone armor, there was an extremely brutal and terrifying thunder armor. Bone armor plus thunder dragon armor. These 2 layers of reinforcement directly withstood the attacks of the 4 king-level creatures. Impossible. The two were dumbfounded in an instant. The average combat power of their 4 limbs, although in the early king level, when combined, their attacks were already equivalent to the late king level or even the peak king level. How could they not leave a single scratch on him? This snake is not a real dragon. However, before the two could continue to be surprised, a purple light gradually appeared on Little White's dorsal fin. And that purple light condensed into Little White's mouth. Swish! The black death purple light instantly sprayed out. The ability of a disaster-level fierce beast instantly broke the arms of 3 king-level beasts, and then pierced a huge hole in the leg of another king-level beast. 4 king-level creatures lost their combat effectiveness in an instant. The 2 beast tamers also had pale faces. Suddenly, they spat out blood. Cough! We lost. Although still somewhat incredulous, the 2 pale-faced individuals obediently handed over their points. 4 king-level creatures. United, they were almost equivalent to the peak of king-level existence. Even if a real king-level peak came, it was not impossible to fight. However, in front of that white snake, they seemed so powerless. The two looked at the eyes of the little white one, becoming even more fearful. Yes, with the points from these two, we have caught up a bit. The points between the Imperial Capital Academy and the capital were more than 1,000 points apart. These two people together only made up a difference of just over 100 points, but there should be more opportunities later. Because tomorrow morning, everyone planned to go hunt disaster-level beasts in the mountains and forests. After all, next to a disaster-level beast, there were also a large number of king-level and countless lord-level creatures. Soon, Lin Chen spread the news of the elimination of the two king-level beast tamers to the capital. The manpower is becoming increasingly scarce. Now, the elimination of two people, both strong players among the kings, immediately caught the attention of the students in the Imperial Capital Academy. We must ensure a 100% flawless victory in this competition. Should we send someone to have a one-on-one battle with Lin Chen tomorrow? A one-on-one battle? Do you think there is anyone among the king level who can defeat him? Everyone fell silent. It seemed to be true. Now both sides only had just over 20 people left. Lin Chen's over 400 points in hand became extremely precious. But there was no opponent among the king level. Didn't that mean he was invincible at the king level? And sending a disaster level beast tamer to challenge him, the other party probably wouldn't agree. After all, they were not stupid. It's probably not realistic to ambush again. I guess after the other party notices they will be ambushed, they will send a disaster level beast tamer to follow him. Following him, the people were not worried. It's just that the strongest force in their capital probably wouldn't want to take action. They thought Lin Ming would value honor and interests more than sibling affection, but now they realized. In Lin Ming's heart, the competition came second, and friendship came third. Who comes first doesn't need to be said, right? However, just as everyone was at a loss, I'll go. Suddenly, a voice came from behind the crowd. Someone turned around. Next to a bald young man was a gloomy man. Lu Qing. The people were surprised. That bald man was also one of the top 3 strong men in their capital. He just didn't often take action. And the gloomy man next to him was the new chief student of their capital academy. It's just that Lin Chen's brilliance was too dazzling. The people almost forgot about him. Are you really up for it? The students from the capital were still a bit worried. After all, Lin Chen was currently in the limelight. No problem, trust him. Lu Qing smiled slightly. And the people looked at each other and agreed to this decision. It wouldn't hurt to try. Moreover, Lu Qing had been in the top 3 of the capital's points for several months in a row. If he believed, there shouldn't be any problem. Soon, they sent a battle invitation to the Magic Capital side. And the people from the Magic Capital Academy, seeing that the other side was also a king-level beast tamer, were almost bursting with joy. A king level coming to challenge Lin Chen, isn't that handing over their head? Don't say that, since they dare to come challenge, they must have their own confidence. Although they said this, they couldn't help but smile uncontrollably. Isn't this a gift? And listening to the people's sarcastic remarks, Lin Chen also felt a little embarrassed. After Xiaobai finished digesting those energies, his level officially reached the intermediate level of the monarch. He was no longer afraid of the late-stage monarch's beasts. But the people in the imperial capital were not fools, they must have their own plans. The next day arrived quickly. It was time for Lin Chen's solo match, as scheduled. The central arena in Qilin City. It could withstand the attacks of the beasts in the late stage of disasters. But now, the arena was pitted with several sword marks. Only the strongest from the 2 academies could leave a mark on it. In the shadows of Qilin City, bets were being placed. Every time 2 people dueled here, it attracted countless onlookers. But what was surprising today was that besides the people of Qilin City, many from the academies also came here. Mr. Lin, good luck, a maid said to Lin Chen with clasped hands. Lin Chen politely smiled. This girl reminded him inexplicably of Bai He. Every time before his own matches, there would always be such a voice. Is it starting again? The strength of these people from the main world is really formidable. Yes, it feels like as long as they are willing, they can wipe out all the beasts in the Wild Wolf Mountains at any time. Compared to the young generation in our Qilin City, it's like comparing a horse to a Qilin. The eyes of men, women, and children below were fixed on Lin Chen as he was about to step onto the stage. His appearance and temperament were extraordinary. Compared to his peers in Qilin City, he was truly a Qilin cub. The young man who walked onto the stage opposite Lin Chen also had a good appearance, but seemed a bit gloomy. Generally, powerful beast tamers would not have a bad appearance. After all, their genes had been altered, and Lin Chen was becoming more and more handsome. From his previous pure handsomeness to now having a subtle sharpness, cultivated through years of killing. Lin Ming in the crowd looked at Lin Chen and felt a sense of satisfaction. Pu Chang, I now have the same amount of points as you, 419 points. The young man smiled and spoke. Lin Chen, me too. As long as he won this match, he could catch up in the overall score. Looking at Lin Chen in front of him, Pu Chang felt a hint of jealousy in his heart. He envied him for having such a good sister. Even if he had worked hard to reach his current position, he could only watch that senior from afar. And now, even though that senior had come to the scene, his gaze remained on Lin Chen's face. But everything will change after this match. Pu Chang's lips curled slightly. He believed that it was because of Lin Chen's strength that Lin Ming valued him so much. But now that his venomous insects had evolved, no living being could withstand his attacks. He was sure to win this match. If Lin Chen knew, when someone finally acknowledged that he had achieved everything through his own strength, he might feel a little happy. As for being noticed by his sister? Forget it. The farther, the better. And at that moment, a large number of venomous insects suddenly emerged from Pu Chang's body. Each of my venomous insects carries toxins that can harm different creatures. As a monarch level, no one can stop me. The venomous insects surged towards Lin Chen. The people below were stunned. What kind of pet is this? It's too terrifying. A body-feeding beast. To form a contract with such a beast, it must be nurtured from a young age. The people from the two academies had changed their expressions. The bald man from the imperial capital smirked. Victory! The best way to defeat a venomous beast tamer was to attack before they fully released the venomous insects. Concentrate these insects in one place and eliminate them together. But now, look at this overwhelming tide of venomous insects. What do you use to eliminate them? After all, you are young. What does it matter if your level is lower than yours? In the battle of beast tamers, information is important. The two were confident. Lost. Du Qianqiu and the crowd spoke quietly. Hu Kun also nodded. Of course, it wasn't Lin Chen who lost. It was the opponent who lost. With the training Lin Chen had received in the past half year, they already knew that Lin Chen's beast was not afraid of poison at all. Not to mention poison, even paralysis attacks, mental attacks, and a series of abnormal attacks were almost ineffective. Using poisonous insects to deal with Lin Chen's beast, isn't that seeking death? Let's go, get ready to go to the Wild Wolf Mountains. Du Qianqiu closed his eyes and turned to leave. This match was without suspense. The bald man saw Du Qianqiu leaving, and a smile appeared on his lips. In his opinion, what else could one do in such a desperate situation? At this moment, Lin Chen's beast was also summoned. It's not that Lin Chen didn't want to summon it, it's just that it was too early and not useful. Roar! A roar sounded. A creature as white as snow and resembling a dragon appeared on the ground. The surrounding people covered their mouths instantly, widened their eyes, and looked at it in disbelief. Is this a dragon? The shock in their hearts at this moment was beyond words. Although it was the Kirin city, they had also heard of dragons. It was a legendary creature almost opposite to the Kirin in their minds. Yet such a creature appeared before them at this moment, and it seemed to be this young man's beast. It should just look alike, right? This is too unbelievable. Before everyone could recover from their shock, Xiaobai rushed towards Pu Chang directly. Although Pu Chang was stunned for a moment, he acted quickly. The airborne poisonous insects had already spread around, immediately starting to block Xiaobai. Buzz buzz buzz. Countless poisonous insects flapped their wings, shaking the surrounding air continuously. Pu Chang also summoned a second group of centipede-like beasts from the ground to stop Xiaobai. Mao! But the next moment, a crawling giant dragon soared into the sky and plummeted down. The resulting huge shockwave directly lifted all the centipedes on the ground. By this time, Xiaobai was covered with countless poisonous insects. But the venom sprayed by these insects couldn't even penetrate its scales. How is this possible? Is this poison ineffective? Pu Chang was shocked, but it was too late. Xiaobai reached out its paw and lifted him up from the air. Then it raised its right hand and gave him a big slap. Smack! A crisp sound echoed around. Roar! Sorry, I was too quick, I wanted to strangle you. Xiaobai felt a bit embarrassed. Pu Chang was even more dumbfounded. The bald man below also no longer had his previous calm demeanor. Opening his mouth, he looked at the stage in shock. Is it over just like this? And he was killed in seconds. The key is, why didn't the poison have any effect? Even if it could withstand 90% of the toxins, shouldn't 10% be effective? Could it be that he could resist 100% of the toxins? The bald man completely didn't understand what had happened. Lu Qing, let's forget it. The people you taught are no match for my brother. Lin Ming smiled as he passed by the bald man. Ha, well done. The little spirit behind him laughed and clapped. It used to think Xiaobai was stubborn, but now it seemed to have some of its style. Dare to oppose them, just go all out. No need to show mercy. TSK. The intricate patterns on these scales are exactly the same as the legendary Kirin divine beast. The people below crowded around, curiously looking at Xiaobai. Xiaobai couldn't stand it and wanted to go to Lin Chen's beast space. What are you afraid of? Looking won't cost you a piece of meat. Roar! Roar! Listening to Xiaobai's protest, Lin Chen completely ignored him. Instead, he was a little curious. If one wants to believe in a certain mythical beast, then it must have a prototype. Maybe there are creatures in the Wild Wolf Mountains that are similar to the mythical Qilin beast. Lin Chen, victory. Pu Chang eliminated. A total transfer of 419 points, a total of 838 points. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen was delighted. The gap in points between the two sides had already reached around 900 in these few days, adding his own back and forth 838 points. The situation in the Magic City faction was no longer as tense as before. Upon hearing this news, the students of the Magic City Academy below also relaxed a bit, but the other side obviously didn't look as good. Let's go, we're going to the Wild Wolf Mountains. Suddenly, Lin Ming, who had been silent all along, spoke quietly. The students of the academy were delighted. Finally, they were planning to take action. No wonder they had been preparing for these few days. The enthusiasm of the people also rose. It was beneficial for them if the ferocious beasts died. Of course, the students of the Magic City Academy, upon seeing the Imperial City Academy, would not miss out on this opportunity. They immediately left the city and arrived in the Wild Wolf Mountains. Remember not to stray too far later. Once attacked by the other side, press the bracelet immediately. Du Qianqiu instructed everyone? The remaining dozen or so students of the Magic City Academy also nodded. Every time they hunted and killed ferocious beasts in the wilderness, they needed to return to the city, confirm the quantity and points at the embassy. By killing enough ferocious beasts, they would have a chance to surpass the Imperial City Academy. The area of the Wild Wolf Mountains was extremely vast. It was estimated that it would be difficult to encounter each other even after several months of wandering in the mountains and forests. After Lin Chen hunted and killed those ferocious beasts, he only left specific parts to claim points. The rest were all absorbed and transformed into genes. Obtained Blood Fawn Wolf Gene Bloodline. Obtained Jungle Tree Spirit Gene Bloodline. Obtained Bullhorn Rabbit Gene Bloodline. Lord-level ferocious beasts were also rare in this jungle. Since there were no points below the Lord level, Lin Chen quickly delved into the mountains. At this rate of hunting, it's probably difficult to catch up in points. There were too few Lord-level ferocious beasts in this mountain range. Compared to the main world, it was like finding a needle in a haystack. The king level and above had hidden away upon hearing the news. Even if they wanted to hunt, it was difficult to find them. Just as Lin Chen was at a loss while riding on Xiaoling. Yo! Suddenly, a long deer cry rang out. Xiaoling reacted quickly and immediately ran madly towards the mountaintop. And just as they were about to approach, a pure white figure flashed by. It was a deer. It was only about a meter tall, but its body was pure white and radiant, emitting an incredible light. In an instant, it leaped into the canyon between the two mountains. Run! Xiaoling immediately chased after it. It was annoyed by such a sacred creature. It felt uncomfortable polluting it. As Lin Chen and the others entered the canyon, the pure white deer seemed to glance back at them and then ran towards the depths. Hey, little guy, don't let me catch you. Xiaoling laughed heartily. Lin Chen grabbed its two dragon horns. Hurry up and chase, don't fool around here. Lin Chen was slightly excited. Little Qilin should be nurtured from a young age. This creature looked extraordinary. How could it survive in such a dangerous place if it wasn't extraordinary? As Lin Chen delved deeper, the gaps in the canyon grew larger. It's foggy. A misty fog enveloped the surroundings. Suddenly, a huge beast claw reached out from the mist. Xiaoling was extremely fast, dodging abruptly. With a swift wing, it directly cut off its head. Obtain Unicorn Bloodline Gene. Obtain Unicorn Gene. It startled me to think that there would be Lord-level fierce beasts in a place like this. As Lin Chen went deeper, he became more and more shocked, because there were more and more Lord-level fierce beasts along the way. And these fierce beasts were obviously more difficult to deal with than those outside, and their intelligence was higher. They even encountered 3 king-level fierce beasts halfway, all of which were killed by Xiaobai. The number of fierce beasts inside is actually much more than outside. Lin Chen felt a little pleased. If that's the case, maybe he could really surpass the Imperial Capital Academy. But at the same time, it also aroused Lin Chen's curiosity even more. That little deer could enter such a dangerous place and survive, truly extraordinary. Maybe this little deer, seeing Lin Chen's talent, wants to be his beast companion? Obediently let the master ride you. Lin Chen inexplicably self-indulged. Following Lin Chen into it, the fierce beasts inside became more and more ferocious. In the end, Lin Chen encountered 3 king-level fierce beasts in a dead end. Tower Freak, Abyss Worm, Cold Crow. The 3 king-level fierce beasts were all in the late king stage. Even Xiaobai and Shaoling had to fight desperately before finally killing the 3 fierce beasts. Obtain Tower Freak Bloodline Gene. Obtain Abyss Worm Bloodline Gene. Obtain Cold Crow Bloodline Gene. Obtain Squirming Skill Gene. Obtain Icebound Mile Skill Gene. At this moment, Lin Chen's points for killing fierce beasts had reached several times the average value that 2 academies could get in a day. If I return to the base city, I should be able to easily surpass the Imperial Capital Academy. Lin Chen extracted the bodies of the 3 huge fierce beasts, which gradually dissipated. Both pet beasts were engulfed in black flames, rapidly healing their injuries. Roar Xiaobai came to Lin Chen's side and rubbed his forehead against Lin Chen's body. Grabbing a dragon horn, Lin Chen pressed Xiaobai's head to the side, staring intently at the wall ahead. The images on the wall were relatively simple and easy to understand. In a blood basin, the blood of countless different species of creatures was sacrificed, and then the gods bestowed rewards. Sacrifice of different species of life? This is a real treasure trove. Lin Chen immediately understood. He had seen many such plots in books. Is the blood of countless creatures enough in Xiaobai's body? After all, Xiaobai's bloodline had accumulated the essence of countless lives. Lin Chen took a drop of blood from Xiaobai's body. Then he smeared it on the wall. In an instant, the blood was completely absorbed by the wall. Then, boom! The stone wall in front of him slowly cracked open to reveal a dark hole. The crack was small enough for Lin Chen's arm to reach in. After confirming that there was no danger, Lin Chen went in and took out what was inside. It was a grass about a meter long, with a white ball hanging on it. What is this? Lin Chen couldn't recognize it. But something that required the sacrifice of blood from tens of thousands of species of creatures must be valuable. Let's try again. Lin Chen took another drop of blood from Xiaobai and smeared it on the wall. Boom! As expected, another opening appeared. This time, Lin Chen didn't hesitate to reach his hand in. In the following time, boom! 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 As Lin Chen continued to sacrifice blood, one opening after another appeared. This is not bad. There's even something like a necklace. Why is this hole full of ashes? Where did the things inside go? It's unknown how many years this wall has stood here. Some items in some of the holes have disappeared over time. In just a few minutes, Lin Chen and his companions took out about 5 items. 2 grasses that looked like lanterns. A white necklace that could be wrapped around the neck. A very sturdy iron box was taken out from the other 2 holes. But in reality, this box was very hard, and it was unknown what material it was made of. The rest of the holes were all filled with ash. Why is there no reaction even after wiping blood several times? Is it still not enough? Lin Chen's gaze turned to the aggrieved Xiaobai beside him. Looking at his master, Xiaobai bit his lip. Roar, come on, master, Xiaobai is not afraid of pain. Hearing this, Lin Chen's brow twitched slightly. With just this bit of blood, even if it was drawn from Lin Chen himself, there would be no problem. Moreover, Xiaobai's body was so large that it could compare to more than 10 Lin Chens combined. This really made Lin Chen feel a bit distressed. After a few seconds, smack! Lin Chen's bloody palm print slapped on the wall. Swoosh! The blood was instantly absorbed clean. However, this time, it was not the small holes that opened, but a large central hole. The size of the hole was big enough to accommodate several people. Xiaobai on the side looked aggrieved. Shaoling was laughing secretly there. Serves you right. Letting you act coquettish. Yo yo yo. Suddenly, a deer's cry came from the hole. Lin Chen and the 2 spirit beasts rushed in. A small deer with a faint glow all over its body and white fur was pacing back and forth deep in the cave. Its eyes occasionally glanced towards the entrance, looking somewhat suspicious. To think that the sacrifice of so much blood would result in this deer? Lin Chen's eyes flickered. Then he was shocked by the stones and weeds under the deer's feet. Life stone. Dragon whisker grass. There are actually life stones and dragon whisker grass here. Lin Chen was completely shocked. When he searched online before, he had seen these 2 things. They were both rare items in the world. The preciousness of the lifestone was many times higher than that of the thunderstone. A lifestone had once fetched a high price of 300 million in the outside world. And a dragon whisker grass was also worth as much as 30 million. Now, under the deer's feet, there were not just 1 lifestone and 1 dragon whisker grass, but more than that? Even Lin Chen couldn't carry them all. Probably the wealthiest person in the world couldn't even hold a bundle of dragon whisker grass. The number of life stones was enough to fill a toilet. But who would dare to be extravagant enough to build a toilet with life stones? These were items that could enhance the level of life and provide life energy. Lin Chen couldn't help but breathe quickly. Even the place to live is so extravagant. Lin Chen's gaze turned to the deer in the corner. The deer's eyes were fixed on Lin Chen, not panicking or hiding. Because someone had told it. Open your eyes and see the first person, then follow him. The deer woke up early, left the stone cave, and saw many people. Now it didn't know what to do. And the human in front of it seemed to look unfriendly, always smiling and staring at it. Colorful deer, level, Lord early stage, talent, skills, concealment, life growth, cloud domain, evolution path, light deer, introduction, a creature left in this space, possessing extremely profound knowledge. Unknown talent? Lin Chen had never seen a creature with an unknown talent before. Even for emperor-level beings, this situation had never occurred. With such profound knowledge, maybe it can recognize the things I've obtained. Lin Chen thought to himself. Come on, deer, it's dangerous here, come with me. Lin Chen smiled and approached the colorful unicorn deer. The colorful forest road did not resist either. It obediently walked in front of Lin Chen. It seemed to be more friendly towards Xiao Bai. Oh no, another ancestor has arrived. Xiao Ling rolled her eyes. Xiao Bai curiously looked at the little guy in front of him. Lin Chen took the opportunity to collect the life stones and dragon whisker grass on the ground. Why does it feel like this little deer is a bit disdainful of me? Lin Chen suddenly felt a bit embarrassed. Don't worry, follow me and I'll make sure you eat well and drink spicy. Lin Chen touched the unicorn deer's forehead. The deer still ignored him, but did not resist either. Normally, a creature of this level should be able to speak for itself. I guess this little guy is shy and not willing to talk much. Lin Chen didn't think much about it. His current level was not enough to contract a third pet. It's better to keep it by his side. And the most urgent task now is to return to the city and hand over the bodies of those ferocious beasts. He had been here for at least half a day. It is likely that the others in the academy have already returned to Kirin City. Meanwhile, inside Kirin City, in an embassy, clatter. The items in the bag were poured out. There were scales, teeth, horns, fur, etc. of ferocious beasts. A total of 2 monarch level, 1 mid-level disaster level, and 32 lord level. Total points, 62. Now the total points of your Imperial Capital Academy are points, Magic Capital Academy points. Looking at the remains of so many powerful creatures, the staff were also shocked. The people of the main world are indeed beyond ordinary in strength. In the past, if a monarch was killed in a month, Kirin City would make a big deal out of it. After receiving this information, the people below were also excited. The boss's actions are extraordinary. All of us together have earned over 200 points this time. If we hadn't been robbed of 400 points earlier, we would have been stable by now. It's a good thing the boss has a keen sense of smell and found the nest of a disaster-level ferocious beast. Ha, those people from the Magic Capital Academy are probably in a panic now. As long as we stay steady in the future, even if they find a disaster-level creature, it will be hard for them to turn the tables. The crowd was excited. 500 points is not something you can catch up to just by wanting to. I still have 133 points in my hand, plus some of your scattered points, totaling only 300 points. There is still a gap of over 200 points to reach 500 points. Du Qianqiu bit his lip. Hu Kun and the others fell silent. The atmosphere suddenly became somewhat tense. Those 200 points felt like a mountain pressing on their backs. This is not just a matter of victory or defeat. It involves 2 academies, who can become the #1 academy in the Dragon Kingdom. The Magic Capital Academy had already failed in the last competition. If they fail again, the entire academy will be plunged into an abyss from which they may never recover. Where is Lin Chen? Why hasn't he come back yet? Du Qianqiu looked around the crowd. He didn't see Lin Chen's figure. I don't know, his signal was cut off halfway, and we couldn't find him after searching for a long time. The crowd shook their heads. They weren't too worried about Lin Chen's safety. 2 monarch-level pets in that jungle were enough to protect him. It's just that it seems unlikely to catch up with the points obtained through Lin Chen. Even with the points in everyone's hands, there is still a gap of over 200. What does over 200 points mean? It requires hunting down 200 lord-level creatures, 40 monarch-level ones. It's simply impossible. While it is true that you can hunt down 200 lord-level creatures in the main world in a day, it's not that simple. And in the Wild Wolf Mountains, there aren't that many lord-level creatures for you to kill. In the mountains of the main world, there are dozens of disaster-level beasts lurking. At most, over 100 are killed there in a day. In the secret realm space, killing 30 to 40 in a day is already quite a lot. The others are still unaware. The lord level encountered by Lin Chen in that canyon. There are even more than he usually encounters in the main world in a few days. At this moment, in a desolate area, crack, A giant bird with a body covered in fur and 9 different heads is using its body to open up a space. And in this mountain range, the original ferocious beasts and over a dozen disaster-level lords have long since disappeared. I have sealed 5 heads, and still cannot enter the lord's space. The 9-headed bird is getting anxious. The deadline of 2 months is about to arrive. It can only enter that space with the energy of the last 3 heads. That should be enough. Even if the power is suppressed at the peak of disaster level, it is far from something those disaster-level beasts can handle. In the next moment, the energy of the 6th head of the bird continues to decline. And at this moment, in the Chilan space, deep in the Wild Wolf Mountains, a huge creature resembling a snowball-like monster is crawling beside a small hill. If you look closely, you can see that this is a creature resembling a wolf, but its fur covers its eyes, limbs, and even its double eyes, making it look like a white ball. And around this ball, there are several early-stage disaster-level beasts. They are nervously watching the central white ball. However, the white ball seems to be filled with great fear, trembling uncontrollably. Among the thick fur, 2 cloudy and old eyes are revealed, staring tightly at a certain spot in the sky. Fear. A feeling of imminent disaster. Even when facing several disaster-level beasts in the past, it never felt this way. This is a feeling of almost despair, a fear of being close to the Grim Reaper. But those beasts around it, only in the early stages of disaster, obviously cannot feel this fear. Because this invasion is aimed at the owner of this space, the white ball. Lin Chen is back. Hu Kun saw Lin Chen's figure and his eyes lit up. Upon hearing this, Du Qianqiu also couldn't help but relax a bit. With Lin Chen's speed in hunting beasts, maybe he can catch up with some. After all, among them, Lin Chen's pet beast is the most sensitive to the aura of the beasts. What is this? Where did you find a deer? Are you preparing to treat us to a deer meat feast? Its level is not low, doesn't look like a regular deer. It looks quite agile, even among those deer herds, it stands out. The crowd stared at the milky white deer beside Lin Chen with some confusion. I caught it in the wild, I plan to form a contract with it as my 3rd pet beast. Lin Chen explained to the crowd. The 3rd one. Right, with your strength, entering the disaster level is just a matter of time, early cultivation is the right choice. But you can't be so hasty. Planning to form a contract with a random one found in the wild? And this pet beast doesn't look like a species on my blue star. It's probably from this secret realm space, but even the highest talent in the secret realm space is only at the disaster level. The mother of the beast has a talent that reaches the disaster level. It does not mean that its offspring can also reach the disaster level. After all, its mother also evolved by devouring the flesh and blood of other beasts. But with Lin Chen's current talent, how could it be possible? As long as he says the word, there will probably be countless people sending him disaster peak talent offspring. Who wouldn't be tempted by this level of offspring? The seniors of the Magic City Academy keep advising Lin Chen. Helpless, Lin Chen can only temporarily agree. But the concern of these predecessors still brought some warmth to Lin Chen's heart. Alright Lin Chen, you've been out the longest. You must have earned a lot of points, right? Du Qianqiu stared at Lin Chen's face with excitement. Everyone also looked over with anticipation. As long as Lin Chen could earn enough points, their Magic Capital Academy would have a chance to surpass the Imperial Capital Academy. I found a canyon where life energy is overflowing, and there are a large number of fierce beasts inside. Lin Chen spoke truthfully, and the description of a large number was already quite conservative. It was like encountering a lord every 10 steps. In the end, he even encountered 3 late-stage king-level fierce beasts. Just the points from these 3 late-stage king-level fierce beasts were worth 15 points each, not to mention the other early-stage king-level ones along the way, and a large number of lord-level ones. Hearing this, everyone exchanged glances, realizing that the opportunity was much greater now. With a bit of luck, there was still a chance. Lin Chen, you usually earn 30 to 40 points in a day when you go out. This time you must have earned 70 to 80, right? Some people boldly guessed. 70 to 80? I think you shouldn't hold on to that fantasy. Earning 70 to 80 points would mean hunting down 70 to 80 lords. Hu Kun shook his head. One shouldn't be too greedy in life. I'll just say a number. How about 50? Hu Kun held out 5 fingers. The others were immediately stunned. It was like the pot calling the kettle black. They had just thought that Hu Kun was somewhat practical. Well, Lin Chen himself wasn't too sure about the exact number, but what he could confirm was that it was definitely more than just 70 to 80 points. After all, a king-level fierce beast usually led 10 to 30 lords under them. Clatter! Lin Chen poured out the remains from the beast space. The remains of fierce beasts fell to the ground with a crisp sound. Like pearls falling on a jade plate, the sound was continuous. It piled up on the ground like a small mountain before finally stopping. The students from the Magic Capital Academy, who had been calm and somewhat expectant, looked at Lin Chen with eyes that gradually shifted from anticipation to shock. So many. Hu Kun was taken aback. It doesn't seem like they were taken from just one fierce beast. Du Qianqiu's mouth curled slightly. He had a feeling that Lin Chen had gained a lot during his long absence. Otherwise, why would he take such a risk? But they didn't expect him to have obtained so many remains of fierce beasts. The aura emanating from the remains indicated that many of them were at the king level. Each king level remains could earn 5 points, with so many piled together. At this point, everyone couldn't help but feel a bit excited. Even the personnel responsible for receiving the remains were shocked. It was the first time someone had brought so many at once. A few minutes later, there are a total of 23 king level, 190 lord level, totaling 305 points. As soon as this was said, everyone gasped in shock. My goodness! 23 king level beasts! This was enough to match the amount they would have hunted for days. It was normal for Lin Chen to kill so many king level beasts. After all, ordinary kings couldn't withstand a single attack from that white snake. The mid-level kings could barely hold on. But where did he find so many king-level fierce beasts? You really gave us a surprise. I bet the people from the imperial capital must be pale with fear. The newcomers are still looking at faces, while the old folks are already looking at lips. We were only 200 points behind, but now we have 305, surpassing the opponent by over 100 points. In a few days, this competition will end, and it won't be easy to maintain this lead of 100 points. The people of the Magic Capital Academy looked at each other and smiled. Among them, Lin Chen definitely deserves a lot of credit. The earlier you are eliminated, the fewer points you get, so the rewards you receive later will be less. Lin Chen, you have grabbed so many points. If you can hold on until the end, you will definitely get a large amount of resources. Hu Kun laughed and patted Lin Chen's shoulder. It's really tempting. Maybe Lin Chen can even get some personal secret spaces. If it's undeveloped, the rewards inside will be even more generous, because no one knows what's inside that secret space. But no one is jealous. This is all well-deserved for Lin Chen. At this moment, in the direction of the Imperial Capital Academy, 2 people were closely watching the points screen. A full 200 points. The people in the Magic Capital must be busy now, right? That's right, as long as we hold on for the last few days, it will be our turn to soar. How many resources do you think Senior Lin Ming can get? She contributed the most this time. One person turned to a student next to him and asked. However, at this moment, the other person did not respond to him. Instead, he stood still, staring intently at the points comparison screen in front of him. Oh my god! This person was suddenly puzzled, turned his head to look, and instantly showed a shocked expression. Then he rubbed his eyes with both hands. He was instantly stunned. Imperial Capital Academy, Magic Capital Academy, overtaken. And by more than 100 points. Oh my god, didn't the people from the Magic Capital all leave? At most, 1 or 2 people might have stayed behind. Not good, we need to inform them about this. The 2 people, with pale lips, hurriedly left the embassy. 10 minutes later. What did you say? Is it true? It can't be. The people of the Imperial Capital Academy gathered together, looking somewhat incredulous. Logically, only Lin Chen did not return to the city with those people. But how could Lin Chen alone hunt down fierce beasts and get so many points? Panic arose among the people, and at that moment, suddenly, a violent tremor spread through the sky. Sensing this tremor, the people of the 2 academies were stunned, then quickly rushed out of the room to look up at the sky. Not only the people of the 2 academies, but also the residents of the city, the fierce beasts lurking in the forest, and the Lord of Kirin City all looked up at the sky. This tremor indicates that this space is under attack by external forces. There are creatures far exceeding the limit this space can bear, trying to enter the space. But the owner of this space is a disaster-level top-tier fierce beast. Could it be Emperor level? The Lord of Kirin City was full of disbelief. Why would an Emperor-level creature come to this small space of his? There is nothing here that any Emperor-level creature would want. Roar! In the mountains and forests, the Wolf King, covered in thick white fur, roared angrily towards the sky. It seemed to be venting its dissatisfaction and anger towards the invaders. However, the other party ignored it and continued to shake this space. The repeated impacts caused cracks in the sky like glass. Finally, after a few seconds, boom! A violent shockwave spread out. A huge 9-headed giant bird, almost reaching the clouds, fell from the sky. 6 of the bird's 9 heads were motionless. Gaga. The bird made a joyful and pleasant sound. Its gaze immediately locked onto the owner of this space. Just as the old white-furred wolf was about to resist, one of the bird's heads instantly swooped down. Puff! The heavy blow directly pecked a big hole in its body. It wanted to seize the position of the Space Lord, and then restore its strength to the Emperor level. But this heavily furred white wolf is obviously not easy to provoke. Several disaster beasts in the early stages of disaster attacked together towards the nine-headed monster bird. The roar of the beasts and the terrifying aura constantly emanating from the mountains. The people in the city were all pale with fear. Even during the duel, the nine-headed monster bird, with a crystal-like head, looked towards the town. Found it! In that instant, Lin Chen was in great danger. It felt like he was locking eyes with the other party. Even the little spirit in the beast space felt a shiver from the depths of its soul. This is an uncontrollable reaction when being targeted by a creature far superior in level. The whole city was in chaos in an instant. A few minutes later, everyone in the space gathered around the city lord. Everyone! If we can't stop that disaster beast, you better run. Once it obtains the position of lord, this space will naturally rise to the emperor level, and then no one can escape. The city lord of Qilin City was pale. After all, Qilin City was the hard work of his ancestors for many years. Giving up like this was very uncomfortable for him. Can't leave. A cold voice came from beside Lin Chen. Lin Chen, come here. Lin Ming, standing in the crowd, frowned slightly. A voice as pleasant as a silver bell came out of his mouth. However, at this moment, Lin Chen was staring at the deer beside him. I only follow my brother. Why? Why do we have to deal with it? As long as you give the order, all the people in Qilin City will be teleported out, right? Lin Ming looked calmly at the city lord of Qilin City. Du Qianqiu did the same. Mid-disaster and peak disaster. There was a difference of 2 whole levels between them. It was definitely not enough for the 7 of them to kill such a creature. Lin Ming also didn't want Lin Chen to lose his sister at a young age. Cold sweat dripped from the city lord of Qilin City's head. Obviously, his little scheme had been discovered. At this moment, a figure ran to the side of the city lord of Qilin City. City Lord! The highest decision-making level of the Dragon Kingdom Beastmaster Association demands that you open a portal immediately and teleport all the students from the 2 academies out. If any student has an accident. The figure hesitated. The city lord of Qilin City was even more shocked. The highest decision-making level of the Beastmaster Association. It was a meeting composed only of Emperor-level Beastmasters. With such high-level orders, how could he dare not obey? Everyone, you better leave this space first. Saying that, the city lord of Qilin City opened a portal without hesitation next to the people. He had a certain right as he had made a contract with the beasts in this space. Although the people from the Imperial Capital Academy were somewhat unwilling, they still entered the portal one by one. Compared to points, their lives were more important. Moreover, even if they stayed here, the gap of 100 points could never be made up. As one figure after another left, it was finally Lin Chen's turn. Let's go. Lin Chen shook his head inside. It was just a pity for Qilin City. He didn't have much to lose. However, when Lin Chen stepped into it, the spatial door suddenly fluctuated and bounced him back. What's going on? Lin Chen looked at the space in surprise. He tried several times, but still couldn't enter. Even the city lord of Qilin City was dumbfounded. Wait, let me open another one for you. However, no matter if it was round, square, flat, or various shapes of portals, Lin Chen couldn't pass through. As time passed, the lord of Kirin City became increasingly anxious. Lin Chen's sense of crisis also grew heavier. Occasionally, there were violent beast roars coming from outside the city behind him. If this continued, once that fierce beast grew to emperor level, it would be over. Master, you should hand me over. Suddenly, the little spirit in the beast taming space spoke softly. It could sense that the fierce beast was coming for it. Impossible. Lin Chen decisively replied. Don't mention this again in the future. Hearing the master's words, the little spirit was immediately touched. Damn it! Why are you so good to me? If I hand you over, I'm doomed. Do you think your parents will spare me? The feeling of the little spirit was instantly shattered. And Lin Chen directly looked at the little deer beside him. Why didn't you say earlier that I couldn't get out alone? Hearing Lin Chen's words, the little deer blinked its eyes. After all, logically speaking, Lin Chen should be the first person it saw. Not helping indeed seemed a bit. If you had said earlier, I could have left the others behind to save me together, right? Lin Chen was speechless. Now, relying on his king-level beast tamer alone, isn't it just waiting to die? By then, everyone in the city would have fled. Hearing this, the little deer was stunned. Is it not about being few in number but about being unequal? You can hide in my house first. The little deer spoke. The voice was ethereal and elegant, gender-neutral. Let's go. Lin Chen's eyes lit up, and he stood up and walked straight towards the city gate. The Lord of Kirin City, who had been listening on the side, was dumbfounded. Are they just leaving like this? Outside the city. Summon the parasitic spirit, it can block perception. The little deer spoke again. Even the parasitic spirit knew. Lin Chen was surprised. The aura disappeared. The 9-headed monster bird stopped moving. 3 heads frantically looked around. How is this possible? At this point, the space had long been locked by it, and that kid was never supposed to get out. Once a disaster-level skill locks onto someone, it is impossible to eliminate it without its awareness. But now, the human's aura really disappeared suddenly. Ga. For a moment, the 9-headed monster bird became furious. Seizing this space was a secondary task. The main task was to find the offspring of the Black Dragon King, but under the suppression of strength, it was difficult to determine the outcome in a short time. Damn it! This old wolf has hidden his strength. While the 9-headed monster bird was besieged by several disaster-level fierce beasts, the old wolf covered in white fur also felt greedy. Emperor-level blood. If he could kill it at this opportunity, he could also step into the Emperor level. Meanwhile, outside the stone cave, with the arrival of the little deer, the stone cave slowly opened. Don't worry, even the Black Dragon King can't break through here, the little deer said leisurely. You know about the Black Dragon King too? Lin Chen was surprised by the defense of the stone cave and curious about how much the little deer knew. Of course, the Black Dragon obtained ancient relics to evolve to the top of the food chain. The little deer's tone was calm. Ancient relics? What kind of thing could make a creature evolve to the top of the food chain? You didn't get some? The little deer glanced at him. You mean those in the caves? Lin Chen's heart was pounding. He didn't expect those things to be the reason for the birth of the Black Dragon King. The Black Dragon King was already so powerful that there were few opponents even among the Emperor level. But its strength was actually due to those few plants? And now, Lin had this kind of thing on him. And not just one plant. Don't get too excited too soon, that's not just one thing, its value varies, the little deer said as it entered the cave. Lin Chen suddenly felt like he had been doused with cold water. Well, it's not bad either, after all, it's free. Boom! As the crowd entered, the stone door of the cave closed with a bang. Little deer, where are you from? Lin Chen was in the stone cave, using a glowing stone to illuminate. He used to not believe in aliens, but he had also heard of some leaked secret files about the existence of aliens. In ancient times, there were people who had photographed huge remains in the deep space of the universe. But at that time, it was all considered a publicity stunt. Think about it, the universe is so vast, who can be sure that they are the only life in this world? I am a blue star deer. The little deer shattered Lin Chen's fantasy directly. Let me see if there are any treasures left for you in this cave. Lin Chen played with 2 pet beasts in the deer's cave. The pure white deer looked at the man and 2 dragons, and fell silent once again. Meanwhile, in the outside world, in a high-level conference hall, a figure was projected, standing upright reporting information to the people in front of him. This was due to tension, as he was facing some of the most powerful beast tamers in the Dragon Kingdom. The people of Qilin City have now been transferred to the base city we previously recaptured. The students from the 2 major academies have also been transferred back, and there are currently no casualties. Upon hearing this news, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. To be honest, when they saw that 9-headed monster bird on the monitor, they were really shocked. 9-headed fiery sun bird just became an emperor less than 100 years ago. Among the emperor-level fierce beasts, it was considered a young generation, but its strength was definitely not to be underestimated. Especially with its 9 heads, each with its own unique functions and consciousness, it was particularly difficult to deal with. I didn't expect the black dragon to not come, but we encountered the 9-headed fiery sun bird first. This is an opportunity. This 9-headed fiery sunbird has just been promoted to the emperor level. When it completely transforms this space, we will enter together and kill it. I wonder why this 9-headed fiery sunbird, as an emperor, would go to that space? Could it be because of Lin Chen's pet beast? What pet beast? Hearing the words of the dragon-slaying Bureau chief, the 2 newly arrived emperor-level beast tamers were puzzled. Obviously, some of them were still unaware of this matter. The black dragon Nyax cub accidentally fell into the hands of the disaster relief organization and has now become Lin Chen's second pet beast. What? An emperor-level cub has been contracted? After the surprise, there was joy. Some of the emperor-level beast tamers present had only reached the disaster level with their strongest pet beasts. After devouring countless treasures and fierce beasts, they broke through the limits and forcibly ascended to the emperor level. Only a few could directly contract emperor-level beast tamers. And now someone could directly contract an emperor-level beast. It was almost certain that he would become an emperor beast tamer in the future. The disaster level was maintained at 100. But how many years had it been since the entire Dragon Kingdom had seen an emperor-level beast tamer? And it was the Black Dragon Nyack, an extremely powerful presence even among emperors. Upon receiving this news, how could the people not be excited? But this has also brought us a lot of trouble. A disaster-level beast tamer from the Disaster Relief Organization complained. But there was joy on his face, as he hadn't flexed his muscles in a long time. Since he had someone to succeed him, why not have a good fight? Just as the Dragon Kingdom's high-level officials were preparing to hunt down the emperors, in the Magic City Academy, the students were still immersed in the joy of winning the competition. Then, they received extremely bad news. Lin Chen hasn't returned? Du Qianqiu frowned. He looked around at the crowd again. Yes, it's been half an hour already, and still no sign of him. Hu Kun's forehead was sweating. If only Lin Chen had come out earlier. Now that even the Lord of the Qilin City has slipped away, how will they come out again if they go back? At a loss. Just then, a piercing phone call came at an inappropriate time to the Magic Academy. It's from Lin Ming. Chen Nao and the others exchanged glances. Don't tell her, Du Qianqiu quickly spoke up. She knew how much Lin Ming valued her brother. Once she found out, she would definitely go back to that space without hesitation. If she really went back, things would become more and more complicated. I understand. Chen Dao also pressed the answer button. Since the matter could not be stopped, there was no need to make another person nervous. Has my brother come back? The voice on the other end of the phone, calm but with a hint of urgency. He's back, but he's a bit tired, so he went back to sleep first. After all, he killed so many fierce beasts in a day. Chen Dao said with a smile. The lie was seamless. Really? I called him. Why didn't he answer? Lin Ming's voice relaxed. Teacher Chen, please help tell him to rest early. Beep beep, the call ended. However, Chen Dao and the others did not look good. It can be hidden for a while, but not forever. It's probably only a matter of time before the news that Lin Chen hasn't returned spreads throughout the city. I must tell the principal about this. Chen Dao left the place. Only the principal of the Magic Academy was qualified to say he would save Lin Chen. Roar! Gaga! Stupid pig! If you don't want to die, stay away from me. A bright red head of the nine-headed bird spewed flames. The flames turned into lava, instantly burning off the arm of a disaster-level fierce beast. The 5 disaster-level fierce beasts were now in a passive position while trying to surround and kill the nine-headed sunbird. The nine-headed sunbird appeared extremely relaxed and at ease, effortlessly handling the situation. Its pair of crimson and terrifying eyes kept scanning the surroundings. Where are you hiding? My spatial marker hasn't disappeared yet. He must still be here. Gaga! Roar! The white-haired old wolf had most of its fur burned off. It now realized the huge gap between disaster level and emperor level. Even though the opponents suppressed their strength, even though they outnumbered them, they could not gain any advantage. Even in the midst of their battle, one of the crystal-like heads of the nine-headed sunbird was still using spare energy to explore other areas. Obviously, the target of the nine-headed sunbird was not it. But, it was not to be trifled with. As long as it devoured this nine-headed sunbird, it would evolve into a more powerful existence. No longer would it have to shrink in this small space. This was a fight where either you die or I perish. Boom! In the next moment, the white-haired old wolf's body suddenly swelled and grew larger, its snow-white fur turning into a breathtaking purplish-black color in an instant. And the aura within its body was rapidly rising. Stop looking. The little deer in the cave couldn't bear it anymore. All the knowledge is in my mind, I can't bear it, but as time goes on, my memories will continue to recover. The little deer interrupted the three's search. It was the biggest treasure here. Why didn't you say so earlier? Little White couldn't help but say. Why do I feel like giving you a big slap in the face? The little deer seemed to have a good impression of Little White and didn't want to make it dislike him. Seeing that Little White was like this, he felt a little embarrassed. Let me think for a moment. A few minutes later, I remembered a part of it. The creature you and I saw in our minds looks very similar, the little deer said to the little white. It is a towering giant dragon that soars through the endless stars, and one of its scales is larger than millions of stars combined. With each breath it takes, countless beings are buried with it. But you only resemble it, far from reaching the level of even one of its scales. The little deer's eyes seemed to show a horrifying image. Then, he went on to tell Lin Chen and others about several terrifying creatures. All of them were exactly the same as the creatures in Lin Chen's past legends. Is that all? I already knew that, Lin Chen said casually. Who doesn't brag? Are you deliberately mocking me? The little white said silently. What do you mean not even measuring up to a single scale? No, little white. At the moment, this is all I can think of. Oh, and there's also skill fusion. The little deer's eyes suddenly lit up. I can merge the skills of creatures together to evolve into even more powerful skills. But the skills of ordinary creatures are very few, probably not very useful. Skill fusion? Lin Chen's heart rate increased. He could bestow a large number of skills on creatures. And now, how many skills did the little white have? But for now, he had to put this matter aside as he had more important things to ask. Lin Chen took out 2 small wooden boxes from his pocket. These were obtained by sacrificing the blood of the little white. Just as he was about to ask what they were, the little deer unexpectedly spoke first. Heavens! You actually kept this thing. The little deer widened its eyes. Even its expressionless face showed a look of shock. Lin Chen's curiosity was piqued. What is this thing? It's a dragon eye. Do you remember the creature I told you about before? The blood of that dragon is stored in this small box. Dragon eye? Exactly. After its death, the dragon eye was obtained by someone. Once a being can devour the dragon eye, it can evolve to the highest level. I didn't expect the dragon eye to be left with me in the same place. Really? Lin Chen's heart pounded. This was a real dragon. If the little white devoured this dragon eye, wouldn't it become an immortal on the spot? Don't get too excited yet. With your current strength, forcibly devouring the dragon eye will only lead to a dead end. Even the usually calm little deer couldn't hide its excitement in its words. Can this box be opened? Lin Chen asked. He had the skill of sequence extraction. He didn't need to directly extract the life energy of the dragon eye. Just extracting a trace of energy would be enough to help the little white undergo a transformation. After all, they couldn't stay in this cave forever, and without food, they would eventually starve to death. It was better to let the little white undergo a major upgrade before the 9-headed bird occupied the space. Of course, only I can open it, the little deer said as it approached and tried to open the box. On the wooden box, there was only a seam that was so small, not even the width of a cell. Instantly, a domineering and majestic aura filled the entire cave. However, this aura seemed to have been stripped of its killing intent, leaving only an energy that even Lin Chen and the 2 pets found hard to bear. Extract! Lin Chen quickly closed the box. The terrifying and ancient aura disappeared instantly, extracting a trace of dragon blood gene. Success! Lin Chen was sweating profusely, but he couldn't contain his excitement on his face. The power in this box was too terrifying. Just this tiny amount could probably defeat many 9-headed bird monsters. The little white beside him was equally excited. The little deer was dumbfounded. Oh, did you really absorb the energy that escaped from the box? The little deer could clearly feel that the scattered energy had been absorbed by Lin Chen. What kind of supernatural ability is this? Extracting the essence from the longan is definitely not something that can be done so easily. Forget about that, let's first see how effective it is. Roar! Master, Xiaobai is ready. Xiaobai obediently lay on the ground. Lin Chen skillfully grabbed Xiaobai's dragon horn, and then used his innate skill, obtained a trace of dragon blood gene. In the next moment, Xiaobai let out an extremely painful roar. His whole body curled up tightly in a ball. Every scale on his body was twitching frantically. His golden eyes were filled with blood vessels, gradually turning blood red. At this moment, the blood in his body was operating frantically, digesting this immense energy at a speed tens or hundreds of times faster than usual. The deer and the spirits on the side were dumbfounded, but there was also a sense of anticipation in their eyes. They could clearly feel Xiaobai's strength skyrocketing. At the same time, due to the different flow of time between the 2 realms, half a day had already passed in the outside world. The news of Lin Chen not being able to come out had also spread. Dragon Country's highest council. What should we do? This is a big problem now. Our pets can't forcibly suppress their strength to a catastrophic level. Why did it have to be Lin Chen locked inside? It seems that the target of the 9-headed monster bird is indeed him. It's useless to talk about this now. We must quickly rescue him. Rescue him? Unless we wait for the 9-headed bird to be promoted to the emperor level, then we can enter. The mood of the crowd was heavy. They should have thought of this long ago. Since the 9-headed monster bird has a way to enter the space, naturally it has a way to block the space. Now the initiative is completely in the hands of the other party. But no matter what, they must not let the black dragon cub return to Nayak's side. There must not be another powerful emperor-level creature on Blue Star. It would completely disrupt the balance of power between humans and beasts. Now that Lin Chen has not returned from that space, and the news of the invasion of emperor-level beasts had spread like wildfire. But the media had already been controlled, so people only received bits and pieces of information, unable to distinguish between true and false. In the Imperial Capital Academy at this time. Open the teleportation array. Lin Ming stood on the teleportation array, veins bulging on his forehead, his face full of killing intent. That delicate face now looked like a demon from hell. No! It's difficult to come out once we go in now. The Lord of Qilin City refuses to go back no matter what. Su Xian tried to persuade. It was the first time she had seen Lin Ming so angry. Last time, Lin Ming had fought desperately to kill a late-stage disaster beast, but had never been so angry. Open it. Don't make me say it a second time. Lin Ming stared fiercely at Su Xian and the manager of the teleportation array. After receiving the news that Lin Chen had not come out, her nerves were already stretched to the limit, on the verge of breaking down at any moment. Open it. Lin Ming stared into Su Xian's eyes. Besides anger, there seemed to be a hint of moisture in her eye sockets. She couldn't let Lin Chen die in there. Otherwise, she would feel guilty for the rest of her life. Boss Lin. Su Xian fell silent. It was also the first time she had seen Boss in this state. In Su Xian's eyes, Lin Ming had always been the person she most wanted to become. The strong one who always faced danger calmly. Su Xian had also investigated Lin Ming's past in Yangcheng out of curiosity. She could understand her. Buzz. Su Xian opened the teleportation array. Senior Su. The staff responsible for managing the teleportation array here looked panicked. You don't need to worry, just say it was me afterwards. Su Xian said calmly. But the staff was completely flustered. Originally, Lin Chen was trapped inside and couldn't get out, and this matter had already caused enough trouble. If the top genius of the Imperial Capital Academy, Lin Ming, a disaster-level beast tamer, was also trapped inside, the seriousness of the situation would escalate to another level. But it was already too late. As the array emitted bursts of light, Lin Ming's figure gradually disappeared from the spot. Su Xian's expression changed from calm to angry. I'll go and bring the Lord of Qilin City here. Su Xian's tone was unfriendly as she left the place, leaving only the staff with a straight back and astonished expressions. This is going to be a disaster. How could things escalate so much because of Lin Chen? Xiao Bai, how do you feel? Lin Chen touched Xiao Bai's scales with some concern. Xiao Bai had been curled up there since just now. No matter how Lin Chen asked, there was not much of a reaction or movement. Roar. Finally, Xiao Bai let out a weak roar. It made Lin Chen feel a bit heartbroken. He wondered if he had injected too many genetic elements, but this was already the minimum extraction of genes from a dragon's eye. Roar. Master, don't worry about Xiao Bai. Sensing Lin Chen's mood, Xiao Bai spoke again to comfort him. But this time, it seemed to touch a nerve, eliciting a sharp intake of breath. Lin Chen's brows furrowed slightly. His heart skipped a beat. It's fine, even if the cells are damaged, it's not that serious. A ethereal voice came from behind. Xiao Bai immediately rolled over cleverly. Damn it! Stop pretending. Lin Chen was completely speechless this time. He had been so worried just now. Phew! Forget it. After all, it had really endured a lot of pain this time. Let's settle the score later. This kid. Xiao Ling looked on with a grin. It was vying for attention, making it want to join in the fun too. But it really didn't know how to. Maybe ask Xiao Bai how to act cute in the future? How do you feel now? Little deer asked, its eyes shining brightly. Roar! Stronger than before. Roar. But a bit hungry, Xiao Bai rolled around a few times again. After swallowing the dragon's blood, its muscles became tighter. Its eyes also became more majestic, transitioning from light gold to blood red. Little deer nodded slightly. Pure-blooded dragons have blood-red pupils during battles, while they are light gold in normal times. It has indeed become much stronger. I can clearly feel that my power has increased several times more than before. Lin Chen was also very excited. Xiao Bai's level had definitely jumped up by more than one rank. Let me see. Lin Chen eagerly looked at Xiao Bai's panel. Jialong, level, King late stage, talent, Emperor's extreme realm, skills, coiling, perfect, enlargement, perfect, cloud swallowing, perfect, water spout, perfect, hardening, perfect, healing eyes, proficient, danger intuition, proficient, petrification, proficient, thunder armor, perfect, dragon might, skilled, black flame horn, eagle eye, skilled, visual enhancement, vision, evolution path, true dragon, cloud dragon, introduction, devouring countless creatures, standing at the top of all living beings, Emperor's extreme realm, another new talent realm, and King late stage. The power of the true dragon gene is indeed formidable. Previously, Xiao Bai's level was about to reach the mid-stage of the king, but now it had jumped to the late stage of the king. And there was a faint feeling of reaching the peak of the king. For a normal pet beast to advance from the king mid-stage to the king late stage or even reach the peak, who knows how many years it would take. Some might even take hundreds of years. Because from now on, for a pet beast to advance, it would not just rely on the growth period, but the bloodline and physical qualities of the pet. All of these have to meet the standards. The difficulty can be imagined. And the domain has reached proficiency. Lin Chen exclaimed. The domain is the most difficult skill to improve. It is difficult to achieve training effects solely through continuous release. It tests the pet's understanding. If the understanding is not good, there may be no improvement in a lifetime. But with good understanding, it is very likely to have a breakthrough in an instant. Lin Chen is already satisfied with reaching the proficient level, and this only consumes a little energy from that box. If it could absorb all the life energy in the dragon eye, Xiaobai could definitely become the strongest creature in the blue star. This also made Lin Chen unable to help but think, how strong should the original owner of this body be? However, such a powerful existence was killed by people and their eyes were stored in a small wooden box. How should humans deal with such creatures? A sense of crisis arose in Lin Chen's heart. Don't be afraid, with the dragon eye, you have already surpassed many people. The little deer, very spiritual, seemed to guess Lin Chen's thoughts and comforted him. Unfortunately, its current strength is not enough. There are not many memories it can hold in its mind, so it can't help Lin Chen much. Let me help you integrate the pet skills. Anyway, there are not many skills. The little deer spoke quietly. Even those extremely powerful beings in its memory, the number of active and passive skills they possessed did not exceed 30. It is very simple to integrate them, and the skills that are integrated will become stronger, even undergo a transformation, achieving an effect where 1 plus 1 is greater than 2. Of course. Lin Chen nodded quickly. Xiaobai has too many skills, making it difficult to manage. But if all these skills could be integrated into one, it would be much more convenient to have a more powerful ability. Oh! The little deer slowly walked to Xiaobai's side. Slowly lowering its head, its whole body emitted a faint light. The light was so beautiful and holy. Unfortunately, the little deer knew that it was still far from those top bloodline creatures. It probably couldn't even compare to a single cell of the legendary Kirin. Its help to the owner is limited. Just at this moment, Xiaobai's skills rushed into the little deer's mind like a flood. Skills detected: entangle, perfect; enlarge, perfect; swallow clouds, perfect; water spray, perfect; harden, perfect; healing eyes, proficient; danger intuition, proficient; petrification, proficient; thunder armor, perfect; dragon might, proficient; black flame horn, eagle eye, proficient; visual enhancement, visual. A massive amount of skills flowed into the little deer's mind like a data stream. It made its head dizzy from the impact. So many. The little deer shook its head twice, and the skills kept pouring in continuously. How could there be so many skills? Even the dragons it knew of in legends couldn't possibly have so many skills. Living beings have a limit to the skills they possess. No matter how high your talent is, you won't have too many skills, because genes will concentrate your abilities. But everything in front of it completely shattered the little deer's understanding. 120, 157, 198, directly breaking through 200. What concept is this? A creature now has the skill level equivalent to the entire group of ferocious beasts. And this is not counting the passive skills it possesses, which will be even more. You. The little deer looked at Xiaobai with a bewildered look. You have no idea how extraordinary you are. It feels like it was wrong. Xiaobai may not be as good as a single scale of that giant dragon right now, but if it grows up, that would be too terrifying. The owner is lucky to pick up such a creature. The little deer obviously doesn't understand. All of Little White's skills were infused by Lin Chen. There are quite a few skills. It will take some time to integrate. Then help me integrate as well. Little Spirit on the side also came over. It had also obtained some skills in the secret realm following Lin Chen. Alright. The little deer came to the side of the Little Spirit. This time shouldn't be too much, right? After all, creatures like Little White are 1 in a million. Even the little deer envied it. Having 2 of such creatures appear and both being contracted by the same person. Statistically impossible. However, in the next moment, skills detected: Deathfire, Mastery; Undead Trample, Mastery; Body Transformation, Perfect; Death Domain, Dissipation; Death Zone, Spirit Body; Parasitic Spirit, Curse Eye; Cunning Crow, Curse Energy Extraction. So many skills again? The little deer was once again confused. One was enough, and now another one. Wait, let me take a breather. The little deer took a deep breath. Something completely impossible happened once again. Could it be that it had stayed in this spatial world for too long, and the main world had already undergone earth-shattering changes? Could the frog at the bottom of the well be me? That's not possible. People from the main world come here from time to time. Their pets also do not possess so many skills. Could it be related to humans? The little deer peeked at the handsome Lin Chen on the side. If it could gain so many skills by contracting with this human, it would be a huge gain. It had received information from humans before. They had talents that could strengthen pets. But the skills of this human being able to bestow skills on pets seemed a bit beyond the norm, right? This was quite different from the talents of those people it had seen before. How about it? Can you do it? Lin Chen asked quietly. The little deer's expression didn't look too good, but this uncomfortable look was quite cute. I can. Of course I can. The little deer's desire to perform surged. If its abilities could gain the approval of this human, actually contracting with it, and also gaining so many skills, that would be a huge gain. The little deer suddenly had a different view of Lin Chen. The incident of the 3 people coming to rob its home was forgotten. Let me help you integrate the skills. A few minutes later. Skills: Cloud Devouring, Water Spouting, Thunder Kai. Merged into Thunder Cloud Control, Mastery. Skills: Visual Enhancement, Perception Enhancement, Healing Eyes. Merged into Scorching Sun True Eyes, Mastery. Skills: Gigantification, Petrification, Bone Armor, Physique Enhancement, Cell Strengthening. Merged into Diamond Body, Mastery. After each skill was integrated, the little deer needed a long rest before moving on to the next one. With too many skills, it also required more physical energy. Little White and Little Spirit were also familiarizing themselves with these skills. Although the proficiency decreased, the power and ease of use increased significantly. Apart from the original appearance of those skills, they could even use more powerful skill combinations according to their own will. Most importantly, these skills would continue to improve with Lin Chen's integration. They wouldn't end up gathering dust in a corner like useless skills in the outside world at this time. Phew! Lin Ming took a deep breath and looked around. She was wearing a specially made combat outfit and a black bodysuit, her figure flawless, with a beautiful short hair adding a touch of elegance and cleverness. However, she carried a large broadsword on her back, which seemed somewhat mismatched with her tall and well-proportioned figure. At this moment in Kirin City, it was desolate, with fruits scattered on the roadside. Girl! Use the power of the 5 elements. Suddenly, the broadsword spoke. Okay. Lin Ming suddenly quickened her pace to the edge of the city, leaped up and landed on the city wall hundreds of meters high. Looking into the distance, one could see several giant beasts in the jungle attacking each other. Thunder Spirit! Lin Ming whispered. The space beside her suddenly became restless. A small figure with sharp features and a blue-purple lightning aura appeared next to Lin Ming. Mad Thunder Spirit, Level, Mid-Catastrophe, Talent, Emperor's Early Stage, Skills, Mad Thunder Restraint, Thunder Tribulation, Possession, Double Thunder Strike, Transformation, Evolution Path, Purple Thunder Divine Spirit, Introduction, a lightning element creature, with a violent temper and powerful attack, often found in the Thunder Tribulation Mountains. The second pet. Double Catastrophe Level. As Lin Ming reached out to touch the Mad Thunder Spirit, it instantly dissipated and attached itself to Lin Ming, forming a deep purple armor that seemed as real as existence itself. A fusion skill unique to elemental creatures. The more realistic the armor formed by fusion, the stronger the power of the elemental creature. However, even with the feedback from the pet, Lin Ming found it difficult to fuse with the lightning elemental creature for a long time. This was a method of harming the enemy at the cost of self-damage. It would not be used unless absolutely necessary. At this moment, Lin Ming stood on the city wall, resembling a general bathed in lightning, dazzling, making it impossible to look directly at her. 9 heads. Feeling the restlessness of her master, the broadsword in her hand also became excited. An uncontrollable desire for slaughter was rising, and this scene was also transmitted to the highest council room of the main world. In the Dragon Kingdom's highest council chamber, this girl Lin Ming. Watching Lin Ming's figure in the video, the principal of the Imperial Capital Academy couldn't help but feel worried. The people present widened their eyes. Her ascent in power is getting faster and faster. At this rate, she may reach the peak of the catastrophe level. Is she the genius of your Imperial Capital? This method of combat is unheard of, personally taking action as a beast tamer. But this may have opened up a new path for us. Although this path is difficult to achieve, it requires high demands on both pets. But even if she reaches the peak of the catastrophe level, it may not be enough to deal with the 9-headed solar bird. Everyone stared at the figure in the video. While envying the principal of the Imperial Capital Academy, they also feared that the Dragon Kingdom would lose another potential emperor-level talent. Lin Ming could be said to be the first person to attempt such a method of nurturing beast tamers. Once she grows to the emperor level, few people present would likely be her match. But now she was facing a true emperor. The nine-headed solar bird. This is also my concern. The weapon Lin Ming is using can unleash extremely strong elemental power by overdrawing her emotions and physical strength. I'm afraid she might act recklessly. Once she activates the 5 elemental powers, she may exhaust herself to death. The principal of the imperial capital was very worried. She was about to grow to the emperor level. You must not act recklessly. When you reach the emperor level and want to avenge your brother by killing those beasts, isn't it simple? A weapon that can overdraft elemental power is unheard of. The people present all focused on the screen. Lin Ming. Even if she overdrew her elemental power, forcibly raising her strength to the peak of the catastrophe level, could she defeat the nine-headed solar bird? But what was more worrying was that neither of them might come back. Pouring so many resources into them, only to have both of them die in that space. It inevitably raised the anger in everyone's hearts to a higher level. Nine-headed solar bird, Black Dragon King. The Dragon Kingdom will never give up on you. Mysterious space. Lin Ming shuttled through the jungle, trying to hide himself as much as possible. At this moment, the nine-headed fiery sun bird was engaged in a fierce battle with an old wolf and several catastrophic-level beasts. 2 catastrophic-level beasts had already been killed on the spot by the nine-headed fiery sun bird. Roar! The old wolf, whose fur had turned purple, roared in anger. Its pupils were filled with crimson blood vessels. Why, even though it had reached the peak of the catastrophic level, was it still no match for the nine-headed fiery sun bird? Was the emperor level really so unbeatable? Moreover, it was an emperor whose strength was suppressed at the peak of the catastrophic level. Ka! Dangerous aura! The crystal-like head suddenly began to look around. What? One of the heads covered in red fur asked. Another peak of catastrophe. Its power is still rising. Even the nine-headed fiery sun bird was starting to get impatient. After the old wolf activated its domain, it severely injured one of its heads. Now its strength had been reduced by 1/5. All because it used that crystal-like head to locate Lin Chen, unable to predict the danger. But unexpectedly, it discovered the presence of another peak of catastrophic level. Damn it! Open the domain and kill them! One of the heads, grayish-blue in color, shouted. By opening a proficient-level domain, it was enough to suppress all living beings. Boom! A thunderous sound rang out. The endless lightning gathered in the sky converged into blades, slashing towards the nine-headed fiery sun bird. Instantly, an unrecovered head was cut off. Roar! The nine-headed fiery sun bird let out a painful roar. The wound on the head had not yet healed before it was burnt and solidified. This guy was also targeting it. Elemental spirit detachment. A faint light spread from the body of the nine-headed fiery sun bird. The proficient level domain was instantly opened, enveloping all the surrounding beasts and Lin Ming. And in that moment, the domains of several beasts and Lin Ming were all covered. But with a tacit understanding, they simultaneously attacked the nine-headed fiery sun bird in the middle. However, after the nine-headed fiery sun bird opened its domain, it was obviously difficult for anyone to be its match. Finally, boom! A huge fireball hit the purple-haired Wolf King head-on. Its body was instantly blown open, and in an instant, the Wolf King lost consciousness. Caw! The nine-headed fiery sun bird did not hesitate. It opened its mouth and devoured the Wolf King's body. With the Wolf King dead, the catastrophic-level beasts beside it were also in a panic. Damn it! If we don't kill it in half an hour, the owner of the space will change. Lin Ming knew better than anyone what consequences this would bring. Open the 5-element power. Lin Ming gritted her teeth. She could feel that Lin Chen was here. She just didn't understand why he hadn't shown up yet. Alright, I'll follow you, and my life won't be in vain. Kuo Dao did not hesitate. The blade lit up with 5 elemental powers. White, purple, blue, red, and green. In an instant, the power within Lin Ming's body increased by several levels, approaching the level of an emperor, stuck at the peak of the catastrophic level. Sensing this aura, the 9 heads of the 9-headed fiery sun bird instantly focused on her. Kill her for me. No blame for the past. Upon hearing this, several catastrophic-level beasts rushed towards Lin Ming. However, as a burst of heavenly light emanated, the bodies of 2 early-stage catastrophic beasts shattered. Blood sprayed like a fountain, and the wounds instantly solidified. Dead. Instantly killed. At this moment, Lin Ming's body was entwined with 5 elemental powers, like a god descending from the heavens to the mortal realm. With a casual swing of her blade, she could determine the life and death of all living beings in the world. There was no mercy in her eyes, only a spiritual and contemptuous power. Her strength was infinitely close to that of an emperor. However, the physical body also bears a great burden, with the skin on the body surface disappearing inch by inch. Damn it! The Black Dragon King didn't mention this kind of perversion in this space. The nine-headed fiery sunbird panicked for the first time, because the opponent's strength was infinitely close to it. If it was said that the previous battles with the Wolf King and several catastrophic level beasts were just for fun, then with its strength declining, there was a real possibility of dying here now. The death of an emperor level being in such a miserable state is absolutely unacceptable. It must quickly integrate this space, raising its carrying capacity to the emperor level. The nine-headed fiery sunbird was going all out. When I get out, I will definitely kill all the people of your country. The nine-headed fiery sunbird's anger burned like a raging flame. Fighting desperately is also a kind of shame for an emperor. Oh no! The owner of this space is already dead. The little deer in the cave suddenly woke up. Dead? I just extracted the second drop of trace dragon blood. Taking advantage of the gap in the little deer's fusion skill, Lin Chen injected a drop of dragon blood into Xiaobai again. And the energy consumed by the loss of dragon blood was replenished by Lin Chen with a month's worth of energy food. It's in the process of absorption now. Moreover, Lin Chen faintly felt a palpitation. He always felt that something bad was happening outside.